Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Please join my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/fictionaudiobook.
Chapter 818, bonus, too troublesome to explain. Next bonus, 300. Shin, have you noticed something off? Yoruchi's expression turned grave as she asked. They had been walking through Hueco Mundo for quite some time, yet they hadn't seen a single hollow. Not one. It had been a long time since the Soul Society conducted a crusade in Hueco Mundo, so the population of hollows should have been dense. Why was it completely empty? What's wrong? Shin asked nonchalantly. Haven't you noticed? The number of hollows is incredibly low, Yoruchi said, exasperated by his lack of concern. Oh, I noticed. But it's not really a big deal, is it? Shin shrugged. You really don't care, do you? Anomalies in Hueco Mundo are a serious matter for Shinigami. Don't you get that? Yoruchi scolded him. How serious can it be? Hollows devour each other constantly, their population fluctuates naturally, Shin countered. However, privately, Shin suspected this had everything to do with Aizen. Either Aizen had captured them for experiments, or he was controlling them to force mass cannibalism to evolve stronger hollows. After all, Aizen needed powerful subordinates. The run-of-the-mill hollows were useless to him. Even Jillian-class Minos were of limited use. Aizen needed Ajuchas and Vasto Lord classes. Jillians were merely cannon fodder. Forget it. If you say it's fine, then it's fine, Yoruchi said, letting go of her worry. Honestly, Yoruchi didn't care all that much about the safety of the Siriitii anymore. As long as the people she cared about were safe, nothing else mattered. Just relax. Nothing bad is going to happen. Shin was the ultimate insurance policy. No matter how big the crisis, he could handle it. Fine, I'm relaxed. Yoruchi stopped overthinking it and followed closely by Shin's side as they headed in a specific direction. Where exactly are we going? Yoruchi asked again, hoping he wouldn't brush her off this time. I'm planning to visit Las Noches, Shin told her. Yoruchi should know of Las Noches. It had existed long before Aizen arrived, he didn't build it. The fortress was originally constructed by the king of Hueco Mundo, Baragan. However, by now, the actual ruler of Las Noches was likely Aizen. Shin wasn't entirely sure how far Aizen's control over Hueco Mundo had progressed. Yoruchi didn't ask any further questions. Since she was tagging along, she'd find out what he was up to the moment they arrived. It didn't take long for them to reach the location of Las Noches. It was a massive, labyrinthine structure guarded by countless Minos Grande. No wonder we didn't see any Jillians earlier. They're all here, Yoruchi muttered, finally realizing where the missing hollows had gone. Who are they? Yoruchi's gaze suddenly sharpened as she spotted figures walking out of the fortress. Her expression changed instantly. They looked like Shinigami, yet they retained fragments of hollow masks and possessed hollow holes. But to call them hollows. Their forms had deviated far from the monstrous shapes of typical hollows Arankars. Shin smiled. It seemed that even with the incomplete Hogyoku, Aizen had successfully begun building his Arankar army. Arankars were hollows that had gained Shinigami powers, just as Vizards were Shinigami who had gained hollow powers. Both groups broke the boundaries between the two races to achieve greater strength. The Vizards, despite being failed experiments in Aizen's eyes, possessed combat power far exceeding that of an average captain when masked. Even the lieutenants among them could unleash captain-level power. The downside was the instability. Once hollowified, it was difficult to control one's emotions. Losing control meant being consumed and becoming a mindless hollow. Shinigami. The Arankars spotted Shin and Yoruchi. Since the duo hadn't bothered to hide their spiritual pressure, being discovered was inevitable. You handle them. I'll go report to the lords. One of the Arankars ordered the others before quickly retreating to alert the higher-ups. Heido number 88, Hiryugeki Zoku Shinten Reiho. Flying dragon striking heaven-shaking thunder cannon. Shin didn't wait. He raised his hand, firing a massive beam of blue lightning. The energy tore through the air, slamming into Las Noches and obliterating half the fortress in an instant. Just saying hello to show my friendliness, Shin said with a grin. Next to him, Yoruchi's mouth twitched. You just blew up half their base and you call that friendly? That's called a declaration of war. Only you would have a death wish like this, Yoruchi couldn't help but say. Anyone else would be terrified to provoke Las Noches in the heart of Hueco Mundo. The number of Minos here was staggering. Explain to me first, what exactly is an Arankar? Yoruchi asked, needing clarity on the strange beings she just saw. It's too troublesome to explain, Shin replied dismissively. Yoruchi stared at him blankly. Too troublesome to explain, so you just won't explain it. Knowing Shin's personality, that was exactly it. If something was a hassle, he wouldn't do it. Even if I don't explain it, you'll find out through other channels eventually, Shin laughed. There was no more time for conversation. The Arancars from Las Noches were pouring out. Among them was the second Espada, Barragan. There were no others of his rank. It seemed the 10 Espada hadn't been fully assembled yet. Aizen was likely still in the early stages of developing his forces. Barragan, we meet again. Surprise. Shin called out. It's you. Barragan recognized him immediately, the Shinigami who had once forced him to flee in disgrace. Upon seeing Shin, Barragan was consumed by rage. If there was anyone Barragan hated as much as Aizen, it was Shin. Shin had beaten him senseless, inflicting heavy injuries that nearly cost him his life. As for Aizen, before Aizen appeared, Barragan was the undisputed god king of Hueco Mundo. Then Aizen showed up and subjugated him. With Barragan's pride and ambition, he naturally refused to accept servitude. But he couldn't defeat Aizen, so he had no choice but to submit. However, thanks to Aizen using the Hogyoku, Barragan had successfully become an Arankar. Without Aizen, Barragan might have eventually achieved natural Arankarization, but it wouldn't have been easy. Natural Arankarization was exceedingly difficult. Since you've dared to show your face in Hueco Mundo, I assume you've made your peace with death, Barragan sneered, glaring at Shin. Barragan was feeling arrogant. His power had increased significantly after becoming an Arankar. He felt strong enough now. He believed he could finally take his revenge. Every 100 horsepower equals bonus chapter. Chapter 819, Infinite Use of Jakuho Reikaben. Next bonus, 300. Shin frowned. What gave Barragan the courage to speak to him like that? Did he actually think he was his opponent now? Who gave you the courage to speak to me like that? Shin asked Barragan calmly. Exactly. You've got a lot of nerve, Yoruchi chimed in, equally annoyed by Barragan's arrogance. You'll find out soon enough. My strength is nothing like it was before. Barragan declared confidently, then released his Resurrection. Truth be told, without it, he wasn't confident he could defeat Shin. After all, last time, he hadn't even seen Shin use his full strength before getting utterly thrashed. Rot, arrogant. A massive double-bladed axe appeared in his hands. Barragan transformed into a skeleton wearing a crown, draped in pitch-black flames similar to Amaterasu. Oh, not bad. Shin chuckled. Indeed, Barragan's power was impressive now, at least enough to earn Shin's acknowledgement. I'll handle him, Yoruchi said. Better let me do it. You don't know Barragan's power, you'll be at a disadvantage, Shin told her. Barragan's arrogance was truly formidable. Its ability was senescence, aging anything it touched. In the original story, Soifan's arm had instantly withered to bone upon contact. Is he really that strong? Yoruchi raised an eyebrow, surprised that Shin wanted to take him on himself. He's decent. Resurrection is like a Zanpakuto's ability, and Barragan himself is a Vasto Lord. Even unreleased, his strength surpasses a captain's. Right now, you really can't beat him. Shin was telling the truth. Without knowing Barragan's ability, it was easy to be taken down. If Aizen hadn't used Kyoka Suigetsu to trick Barragan, defeating him wouldn't have been so easy. Although Barragan was the second Espada, his combat power was definitely not weaker than the first Espada. He was among the strongest of the Espada. Jakuho Reikaben. A supersized hornet missile. If the Shirkai was a small stinger, then the Bankai was a massive missile. Is that Soifan's Zanpakuto? Yoruchi's eyes widened. Hearing Yoruchi's shock, Shin remembered that he hadn't shown her his ability to copy others' powers before. He had claimed the system's replication card powers as his own, and currently, only Unohana Retsu knew the truth. Now, Yoruchi knew too. Taste the power of Jakuho Reikaben. Shin fired mercilessly. When Soifan used Jakuho Reikaben, she had to worry about the recoil and spirit pressure consumption, so she couldn't use it lightly. But in Shin's hands, he could use it however he pleased. Jakuho Reikaben's ability was to fire a missile capable of destroying a city. Of course, the specific destructive power depended on the user's spirit pressure. The moment Shin fired Jakuho Reikaben, Barragan felt a fatal crisis and immediately used arrogance power. Respira. Terrifying aging power aged the missile until it lost its effect. Barragan narrowly escaped. In the original story, Barragan had used the same move to escape Soifan. Not bad, not bad. You blocked it. Here's another one. Shin looked at Barragan with satisfaction. Yoruchi watched as another missile was fired, then looked at Shin, who showed no signs of strain. If Soifan were here, she would probably cry. One use of Jukoho Reikaben would likely exhaust Soifan. Using it twice would be pushing her limits. Baragon felt the aura of death approaching again and could only use Respira once more. I just want to see how many times you can use it. Don't disappoint me. Shin fired another missile, showing him what a missile barrage looked like. Damn it. How many times can you use that? Baragon wanted to vomit blood. As for counterattacking Shin, he had to survive Shin's attacks first. If he took Shin's attack head-on, he would definitely die. That's a tough question. I honestly don't know how many times I can use it. How about you help me test it? Shin fired another missile, the giant stinger-like projectile launching once more. Soifan's Jukoho Reikaben was known as a one-hit kill, a testament to its power. Shin was deliberately suppressing its full force. Otherwise, did Baragon think he could block it? Impossible. At full power, Shin's Jukoho Reikaben could destroy all of Hueco Mundo in a single strike. After Shin used it 5 times, Baragon couldn't hold on any longer. Las Noches was completely destroyed, countless hollows caught in the blast and killed. Just you wait. I'll have my revenge. Baragon shouted a threat, then turned and fled, looking utterly pathetic. The threat sounded tough, but his escape was anything but. Don't run so fast. We haven't even caught up properly. Running away like that is disrespectful, don't you think? Shin chased after Baragon, firing Jukoho Reikaben repeatedly. Because Shin was holding back, Baragon wasn't hit directly. Jukoho Reikaben was called a one-hit kill, but it wasn't a rule-based power. It was just an incredibly powerful attack that would kill anyone who took it. If Shin didn't hit Baragon directly, he wouldn't die. You're toying with him, aren't you? Yoruchi saw through it. Shin had no intention of killing Baragon. That's right. I don't want to kill him yet. He's not a threat, so might as well keep him around, Shin laughed. The main reason Shin didn't want to kill Baragon was to avoid causing too much disruption. Although he didn't think killing Baragon would affect Aizen's creation of the Hogyoku, he didn't want any unexpected complications. Run faster. If you're too slow, I'll blow you to bits. Shin shouted at Baragon, making him grit his teeth in hatred. He felt changed. If he hated Aizen the most before, and Shin second, now Shin had taken the top spot. Of course, alongside the hate, there was fear. Shin had beaten him so badly he couldn't even lift his head. His confidence was shattered. Your performance is so disappointing. You were so eager to kill me earlier, and this is it. How embarrassing. Shin didn't forget to mock Baragon. Although Baragon was furious, he endured it. He suppressed the urge to turn and fight Shin to the death. Clearly, fighting meant certain death. Running away offered a sliver of hope. Every 100 horsepower equals bonus chapter. Chapter 820, 820, Copying Baragon's Ability. Next bonus, 100. I should have lost him by now. Baragon breathed a sigh of relief. But the moment he relaxed, he saw a figure in front of him. Shin's figure. Shin stood there, looking at Baragon calmly. His gaze was indifferent, yet it brought unimaginable pressure on Baragon, forcing him to lower his head. Actually, I've been waiting here for a while. You're just too slow. Shin shook his head slightly. Indeed, Shin had been waiting here for some time. Baragon arriving now was honestly a bit too slow. What do you want? Baragon asked angrily, his tone filled with rage. He wanted to kill Shin, but he knew he couldn't. If he could kill Shin, he wouldn't be standing here in impotent fury. Relax, I don't plan on killing you. If I wanted to, I would have blasted you to death with Jukoho Reikaben. You wouldn't have stood a chance. Shin said calmly. Although angry at Shin's words, Baragon didn't retort. Not because he didn't want to, but because he couldn't. And he was afraid Shin would actually kill him. So he decided to swallow his pride for now. Finding a way to survive was the priority. The mighty Emperor Baragon, reduced to worrying about survival, it was hard to accept. Baragon remained silent, looking at Shin, waiting for him to speak. Finally, Shin broke the silence. I want to ask you something. Do you know Coyote Stark? Shin asked. Coyote Stark was a Vasto Lord and the future Primera Espada. His strength was immense, just his spirit pressure alone could keep weaker beings at bay. Yes. Baragon nodded immediately. Of course, he knew Coyote Stark. Even Aizen wanted to recruit him. I know that lone wolf. Baragon immediately told Shin about Coyote Stark, but Shin quickly grew impatient. He knew more about Stark than Baragon did. I want to know where Coyote Stark is, Shin interrupted Baragon. That. I don't know. I don't know where he is. He likes to be alone. Baragon had once tried to invite Stark to join his Las Noches, but Stark had refused. They had even fought over it, and Baragon had come out the loser. You don't know. If you don't know, that might be a problem, Shin sighed, looking troubled. Shin's words made Baragon's expression change. What did that mean? Was he implying something? I don't know where he is now, but I can help you find him. Baragon said quickly. He still had ambitions to fulfill, he didn't want to die. Oh. Are you sure you can find him? Shin looked at Baragon calmly. Naturally. I still have some influence in Hueco Mundo. Baragon was about to boast about his status in Hueco Mundo, then remembered his subordinates were all dead, blasted to pieces by Shin. But it didn't matter. Even if they were dead, he could raise another army. Minos Grande and Jillian were just cannon fodder, controlling them was easy. What? Can't do it. Seeing Baragon pause, Shin asked. His tone betrayed no emotion. But Baragon felt a dangerous vibe, a very dangerous feeling coming from Shin's words. I can do it. Of course I can. Baragon nodded immediately. Could he say no? If he said no, he would probably die right now. Good. But I don't want to waste too much time. I hope you're fast. And don't think about running away. If you try, you can see what happens. Shin turned his head, intending to leave with Yoruchi. System, copy Baragon's power. In an instant, all of Baragon's power was copied. Shin now mastered all of Baragon's abilities. This included his Resurrection, of course. Shin could now use Arrogance power. Shin, do you really think Baragon will obey? And why are you looking for this Coyote Stark? Yoruchi didn't know who Coyote Stark was, but someone in Hueco Mundo had to be a hollow, right? Not a Shinigami. Even if there were Shinigami, Shin wouldn't be asking Baragon about them. I'm not worried about him disobeying. If he does, I'll just kill him. It's not a big deal. Shin's expression was calm. Was he afraid of Baragon playing games? If he dared, it would be his funeral. Fine. You never tell me anything, so I won't ask. Yoruchi said gloomily, feeling like Shin never really told her anything. On the other side, Baragon stood up, releasing his Resurrection. He was furious. Shin Uzumaki, Aizen. I'll make you both die together, Baragon swore in his heart. These two were the ones he hated the most. But for now, he could only fume in secret. If he were actually in front of Shin, he wouldn't dare show his anger. In front of Aizen, Baragon wouldn't mind showing his dissatisfaction, but Shin was different. Clearly, Shin's threat was too great. Baragon felt a massive threat from him. Finally, after venting his anger, Baragon went to find Coyote Stark. Of course, he wouldn't search aimlessly himself, he needed to gather subordinates again. Las Noches had been destroyed by Shin, so rebuilding it would cost a lot. If I can convince Aizen to deal with Shin Uzumaki, that would be killing two birds with one stone. The thought suddenly crossed Baragon's mind. First, Baragon admitted that he couldn't defeat Shin with his own power. But if Aizen fought Shin, he should stand a chance. Every 100 horsepower equals bonus chapter. Chapter 821, Coyote Stark at his peak. Next bonus, 100. 2 days later, Baragon sent word to Shin, Coyote Stark had been found. It seems Baragon is quite efficient. If I hadn't wiped out his subordinates, he probably would have found him even sooner, Shin remarked. Taking Yoruchi with him, Shin headed toward the location where Coyote Stark was reportedly staying. Shin, aren't you worried that Baragon is lying to you? What if he's leading us into a trap or a dangerous area to ambush you? Yoruchi asked, a hint of concern in her voice. That's not something you need to worry about. Do you really think Baragon has the nerve to try that? Besides, even if he did, I have no reason to be afraid. With Shin's current level of power, he simply couldn't find a reason to fear anything in this world. If anyone should be afraid, it was Baragon. I'm still uneasy, but since you're so confident, I'll let it drop, Yoruchi said, suppressing her doubts. In truth, Baragon had considered setting an ambush for Shin. However, the moment he recalled Shin's terrifying power, he abandoned the idea immediately. The logic was simple, if he made a move against Shin Uzumaki, he would definitely die. If he didn't, he still had a chance to live. The choice was obvious. Following the intelligence provided by Baragon, Shin successfully located Coyote Stark. Stark was also surprised to see Shin and Yoruchi. He hadn't expected Soul Reapers to invade Hueco Mundo, let alone run straight into him. Shin looked at Coyote Stark with a flicker of surprise as well. Currently, Stark was alone. His fraction, Lillinette Gingerbuck, had not yet appeared. In reality, Lillinette and Stark were originally one being. Because his power was too immense and his solitude too profound, he had split his soul to create her, dividing his power in the process. The Coyote Stark standing before them now was his whole, undivided self, Stark at his absolute peak. Are you here to deal with me? Stark asked, looking at Shin and Yoruchi. Yeah, you could say we're here to deal with you. Being a natural-born Arrancar is quite impressive, Shin nodded. Saying he was there to deal with Stark wasn't exactly wrong. Shin wanted to test his mettle against him. If this were the version of Stark who had already split his soul into Lillinet, Shin wouldn't have been nearly as interested. While the split Stark remained powerful, he couldn't compare to his current, complete state. To become an Arrancar naturally. I have to admit, your potential is incredibly high, Shin said, looking at Stark with a touch of appreciation. Is an Arrancar someone who can use powers similar to a Zanpakuto? Yoruichi couldn't help but ask Shin. At this point, Yoruichi didn't know much about Arrancars, her knowledge was limited to what she was seeing. Well, you could say that, Shin nodded slightly. Without undergoing Arrancarization, a hollow certainly couldn't use a Resurrection, which was essentially equivalent to releasing a Zanpakuto. I didn't expect hollows to possess such power. If this becomes widespread, we Soul Reapers are going to be at a disadvantage, Yoruichi said with some worry. Shin wasn't worried. The Bleach world essentially had three major factions, Soul Reapers, Hollows, and Quincy's. As for Fullbringers and normal humans, they were negligible. While Fullbringers possessed some unique and broken abilities, they were exceedingly rare. As for humans, technically, Soul Reapers, Hollows, and Quincy's could all trace their origins back to humanity or human souls. Initially, one might think the Hollows' power was overwhelming, but once the top-tier Soul Reapers got involved, it was clear the Soul Society held the upper hand. If Old Man Yamamoto truly decided to act, he could wipe out Hueco Mundo single-handedly. Of course, Yamamoto wouldn't do that. If Hueco Mundo were destroyed, the balance of souls would collapse, and the entire world would fall into chaos. The world of the living, Soul Society, and Hueco Mundo had to maintain a balance, otherwise, the consequences would be catastrophic. Total annihilation wasn't out of the question. Shin's primary goal in seeking out Coyote Stark was to acquire his power. Stark's Los Lobos, the Wolf Pack, ability was formidable. Kickabout, Los Lobos. Coyote Stark released his Resurrection. In the original timeline, Stark needed to merge with Lillinet to enter his released state because she was essentially his Zanpakuto. But right now, he didn't need that. He relied entirely on himself. Come on then. Let me see what you can do, Shin said, completely unfazed by the opponent's transformation. Stark's power was undeniable. His Ciro Metrolita could fire 1,000 Ciros in an instant. Stark wasn't one for talking. Hearing that Shin was there to cause trouble, he chose to attack immediately. Seeing Stark raise his guns, Shin raised an eyebrow slightly. He lifted his own hand. Bakudo number 81, Danku, Splitting Void. This was one of Shin's favorite defensive Kido. When he used it, it could block almost any attack. Ciro Metrolita. In an instant, an endless barrage of Ciros fired toward Shin and Yoruichi. However, the transparent barrier of Danku stood as an impenetrable wall before them. Breaking it any time soon was a pipe dream. Countless blasts slammed into the barrier, but they were all stopped dead. Not a single scratch reached Shin. It seems your Ciros are a bit weak. They can't even crack my defense, Shin commented to Stark. Shin's expression remained calm, but Yoruichi was startled. The attack was terrifying, the sheer volume of Ciros was overwhelming. If it were her standing there, blocking it would have been incredibly difficult. Just because Stark fired many Ciros didn't mean their individual power was diluted. In fact, the destructive power of each blast was significant. System, copy Coyote Stark's power, Shin commanded silently in his mind. He had to copy Stark's power. Passing up such an ability would be a disservice to himself. Shin's spiritual pressure was already far greater than Stark's. He could spam Jukuho Reikaben, Soifan's Bankai, infinitely, turning it into a weapon of mass destruction. Imagine what he could do with Los Lobos. In Shin's hands, every single shot from the Ciro Metrolita might hit with the force of a Jukuho Reikaben. Unleashing that would basically be world-ending. Well, that was Shin's theory, but the reality shouldn't be far off. Consuming a divine replication card, Shin perfectly copied Coyote Stark's power. At this moment, Stark, still firing his guns, had no idea his power had already been stolen. He was currently focused on trying to figure out how to breach the Danku barrier. If he couldn't break the defense, he couldn't touch Shin. Every 100 horsepower equals bonus chapter. Chapter 822, before absolute power, no one dares to speak. Next bonus, 100. Coyote Stark frowned deeply but didn't stop firing. He intended to use the relentless barrage of Ciro Metrolita to shatter Shin's Danku defense through sheer force. Can you hold it? Yoruichi asked Shin, watching the overwhelming storm of energy. Shin raised an eyebrow and looked at her. Do you still doubt my strength, Yoruichi? I trust your strength, of course, but you cast that Kido without an incantation. Yoruichi didn't think Stark was stronger than Shin, but relying on Aisho Haki, incantation abandonment, to block such a massive density of Ciros seemed risky. Don't worry about it. Holding this defense is absolutely no problem, Shin said with a smile. His danku was sturdy enough to withstand Stark's attacks without issue. Fine, I'll stay out of it then. Yoruichi stepped back to watch. Seeing the continuous bombardment fail to make even a hairline fracture on the barrier, she finally relaxed. The defensive wall remained immovable. It really is reliable, Yoruichi nodded, settling into spectator mode. Kickabout, Los Lobos. Suddenly, Shin invoked the power of Coyote Stark's Zanpakuto. 2 pistols materialized in his hands, and he aimed them directly at Stark. How do you possess the same power as me? Stark looked at Shin, his brow furrowed in confusion. In Hueco Mundo, he was the only one who could use the power of a Zanpakuto. Well, Stark wasn't aware that Baragon had also become an Arrancar with Aizen's help and could now use similar powers. It's not difficult for me, Shin said with a faint smile. Hearing Shin say it wasn't difficult, Yoruichi felt a strong urge to retort. You say it's not difficult, so why can't I do what you do? Stop pulling the wool over my eyes. Yoruichi began to suspect Shin had the ability to steal other Zanpakuto abilities. No, not steal, since the opponent could still use them, it had to be replication. After his initial shock, Stark regained his composure. Seeing the danku barrier voluntarily dissolve, he chose to take the initiative and attack Shin. Facing Stark's offensive, Shin smirked slightly. Come on then. Let's see whose Siro is superior. Shin said calmly. Shin pulled the triggers. He also unleashed Siro Metrolita. A terrifying swarm of Siros blasted toward Coyote Stark. The quantity was the same, but in terms of quality, Stark simply couldn't compare to Shin. Boom. A deafening explosion echoed as the earth was blasted into ruin. Coyote Stark lay on the ground, defeated. Hit by an unknown number of Siros, he had completely lost his combat capability. If Shin hadn't held back, Stark would already be dead. Shin didn't bear any ill will towards Stark. Looking at the fallen Arrancar, Shin didn't deliver a finishing blow. He simply turned to leave. Why didn't you kill me? Stark struggled to sit up and asked. In the past, Stark couldn't find an equal in Hueco Mundo. Shin was the first person he had ever met who could defeat him. Since he had been defeated, and by a Soul Reaper, no less, why didn't the opponent finish the job? Are you in a rush to die? Shin turned his head back and asked. Stark fell silent. He had seen through life and death long ago. Compared to death, he feared loneliness far more. Stark said nothing more, and Shin didn't pay him any further attention, leading Yoruichi away. Shin, what exactly was your goal in coming to Hueco Mundo? Yoruichi asked. It's already done. My goal was simply to copy their powers. Shin was now holding Baragon's arrogant, Great Skull Emperor battle axe in one hand and Stark's Los Lobos pistols in the other. You really can copy powers. Yoruichi looked at Shin with a strange expression. Is this his Zanpakuto's ability? It must be. Does that mean he has copied the abilities of every Zanpakuto in the Soul Society? If so, Shin is practically invincible. Actually, even without copying the Soul Society's abilities, Shin was already invincible. That's right, Shin nodded with a smile. If word of this gets out, people will definitely target you. No one likes having their power possessed by someone else. You need to be careful, Shin. Don't use these abilities casually, Yoruichi warned him solemnly. Don't worry. In the face of absolute power, no one dares to say a thing, Shin replied with supreme confidence. Does Retsu Unohana know? Yoruichi suddenly asked, staring intently at Shin as if the answer was vital. Shin nodded. Seeing him nod, Yoruichi felt a surge of irritation. She shot Shin a glare and let out a cold humph. Let's leave Hueco Mundo, Shin said. His objectives were complete. As for the powers of the other Espada, they hadn't fully emerged yet, nor had Aizen gathered them all. Finding them would be a hassle, and Shin didn't want to waste time. Most of them probably hadn't even become Arrancars yet. As Shin and Yoruichi departed, Baragon met with Aizen. Baragon, can you tell me why this place looks like this? Aizen asked Baragon calmly, gesturing to the ruins of Las Noches. Although Aizen didn't look angry, Baragon could sense the fury building up inside him. This has nothing to do with me. If you want to find the culprit, go find the Soul Reapers. A Soul Reaper did this, Baragon said, carrying his own anger as he spoke to Aizen. Aizen narrowed his eyes at Baragon, gauging the truth of his words. According to Aizen's intelligence, no other Soul Reaper should have been in Hueco Mundo. And among those who could come here and dismantle Las Noches, there were only a few candidates. Was it Shin Uzumaki? Aizen asked, his eyes flashing. It was the only name that made sense. Only Shin Uzumaki could effortlessly defeat Baragon and level Las Noches. The only question was his motive. That's right, it was him, Baragon said, his rage boiling over. Seeing Barrigan's anger, it was clear he had suffered a significant loss. It made sense, even Aizen wasn't confident he could deal with Shin Uzumaki. Rebuild Las Noches yourself, Aizen said, dumping the reconstruction task onto Barrigan. Every 100 horsepower equals bonus chapter. Chapter 823, Aizen's request. Next bonus, 200. Bonus chapter today. Afterward, Aizen searched for Shin in Hueco Mundo, but it was destined to be a futile effort, as Shin had already left. This harvest wasn't small, Shin said with a smile. Having copied the powers of Barrigan and Stark, Shin now had even more tricks up his sleeve. In particular, Barrigan's Arrogant was an incredibly powerful Zanpakuto ability, capable of aging anything it touched into oblivion. Even the current Aizen would likely be killed if hit by it. Of course, given Barrigan's own limitations, hitting Aizen was practically impossible. Soifan, thanks for your hard work, Shin said, looking at Soifan and reaching out to gently pat her head. During the 2 days he and Yoruchi had been away, Soifan had handled everything. She had taken care of all the division's affairs, and Shin was planning to give her a reward. Hearing Shin's praise, Soifan felt a surge of joy. She didn't ask for much, just receiving Shin-sama's praise was enough to make her happy. Indeed, Soifan's desires were simple and easily satisfied. By the way, did anything happen in the last 2 days? Shin asked Soifan. Nothing major, but the famous young prodigy has graduated from the Shino Academy. Should we try to recruit him into the 2nd division? Soifan asked for Shin's opinion. The prodigy she mentioned was, of course, Toshiro Hitsugaya. He certainly deserved the title. Now that Hitsugaya had graduated, which division he joined would depend on the conditions offered. If the offer was good, they could certainly attract him. If it was average, he probably wouldn't join. Recruit him to the 2nd division. There's no need for that. Shin shook his head. There was no point in trying to recruit him, it was meaningless. Even if we could get him, do you think there's any position left for him in the 2nd division? The 2nd division was currently overflowing with talent. Both Yoruchi and Soifan possessed captain-level strength, with Yoruchi's power even surpassing that of an average captain. Yet Yoruchi was still serving as the vice-captain, and Soifan was only the 3rd seat. So, it was certain that the 2nd division held no appeal for true prodigies simply because there was no room for advancement. If there were opportunities for promotion, they might be able to attract talent. However, their division was very attractive to ordinary members. Those without prodigious talent or ambition just wanted to join a powerful division, and the 2nd division was now widely considered second only to the 1st division. In reality, Shin alone could easily crush the 1st division. Of course, Shin wouldn't do such a thing, there was no benefit in fighting Old Man Yamamoto. Shin also had no intention of becoming the captain commander. He was already reluctant to continue as a captain, let alone take on the highest position. Shin had no interest in power. Or rather, the reason Shin wasn't interested in power was because he possessed absolute strength. With such overwhelming power, he had the privilege of not caring about authority. The so-called power was something Shin could easily obtain with his strength, which was why he didn't care about it. Later, Toshiro Hitsugaya joined the 10th division and immediately became the 3rd seat. With a little more experience, becoming the vice-captain would be no problem. The current captain of the 10th division was still Isshin Shiba, that is, Isshin Kurosaki, the father of the protagonist Ichigo Kurosaki. He was still the captain of the 10th division and hadn't yet lost his power, saving Masaki Kurosaki. A week after Shin returned from Hueco Mundo, Aizen came to visit him. Oh, Captain Aizen. A rare guest indeed, Shin said, looking at Aizen with a smile. He wasn't particularly surprised that Aizen had come to see him. Captain Shin, sorry to disturb you, Aizen said very politely. Shin couldn't find any fault with his etiquette. Moreover, the gentle smile on Aizen's face looked completely genuine, this guy's acting skills were truly invincible. I have something I'd like to discuss with you in private, Captain Shin. Would that be all right? Aizen asked. Of course. Soifan, could you step out for a moment? Shin nodded and asked Soifan to leave. Soifan put down her work and walked out, carrying Yoruchi, who had transformed into a black cat. Aizen glanced back. Sensing Soifan's Ryatsu moving away, he finally relaxed. Captain Shin, did you go to Hueco Mundo recently? Aizen didn't beat around the bush and asked directly. It seems you have spies even in Hueco Mundo, Captain Aizen, to know that I went there, Shin replied with a faint smile. Aizen looked at Shin. Just by looking at Shin's expression, it was impossible to analyze what he was thinking. Finally, Aizen gave up trying to analyze and looked at Shin with a pleading expression. I wonder if Captain Shin could refrain from attacking those Minos Grande when you visit Hueco Mundo in the future. It hadn't been easy for Aizen to gather those Minos, only for them to be obliterated by Shin. Aizen felt a twinge of pain in his heart. After all, Shin hadn't just killed the cannon fodder Jillians, but also a jutsus, and even a high-level combatant like Baragon had nearly been killed. Captain Aizen, your words seem to have revealed something, Shin reminded him. Aizen didn't mind exposing that he was trying to control Hueco Mundo. It didn't matter if Shin Uzumaki knew. Because Aizen knew that if Shin wanted to deal with him, he would have done so already. Besides, just because he didn't say it explicitly didn't mean Shin didn't know. Aizen had considered it, there was no need to keep up the pretense in front of Shin Uzumaki. Maintaining a false persona was exhausting. Although it had become a habit, Aizen didn't want to keep it up forever. Don't worry. As long as I'm in a good mood, I won't trouble them. Of course, if they provoke me when I visit Hueco Mundo, don't blame me for not giving you face, Captain Aizen, Shin said. Then I thank you, Captain Shin, Aizen said with a slight smile, guessing at Shin's motives. Knowing that Shin's intentions weren't pure, yet he wasn't targeting him, puzzled Aizen. However, it was certain that Shin Uzumaki's view of the Siriidii was indifferent, he wouldn't target Aizen for its sake. Then I'll take my leave. I'll visit Captain Shin again later, Aizen said, standing up. He then turned and left. Aizen, you'd better speed things up. I'm still waiting for you to create the Hogyoku. Shin hadn't thought about attacking Aizen because he needed him to research the Hogyoku. If Aizen died, who would do it? Keisuke Urahara had the ability, but he might not necessarily help Shin. Every 100 horsepower equals bonus chapter. Chapter 824, bonus, the measurement unit, Kensei Muguruma. Next bonus, 200. In the 2nd Division's training grounds, Shin and Soi Fan stood facing each other. The surrounding division members watched them curiously. It looked like they were about to fight, no, it was more like a sparring match. Shin and Soi Fan sparred often, mainly because Soi Fan wanted to improve her skills by fighting him. Come on, Soi Fan. Just give it everything you've got, Shin said to her. Soi Fan nodded slightly, her expression turning serious. First, she released her Zanpakuto, Suzumabachi, and then quickly charged at Shin. She had no intention of holding back because she knew that against Shin, holding back would mean instant defeat. Besides, her strength couldn't hurt Shin anyway, so she didn't need to worry about that. The sparring was just to let Shin discover her shortcomings and point them out so she could correct them and improve further. Your speed is fast enough, but your strength is too weak. Shin raised his hand, catching Soi Fan as she used Shuinpa to appear in front of him, and then casually tossed her aside. Soi Fan flipped in the air and landed safely. She wasn't hurt, as Shin had never intended to harm her. Your speed is sufficient, but your strength is still lacking in many areas, Shin reminded her. But my strength doesn't seem to increase much. It's hard to improve, Soi Fan admitted helplessly. With her petite build, Soi Fan wasn't naturally gifted with immense physical strength. She was born to be an assassin, which suited the 2nd Division perfectly. True. Increasing physical strength through training alone isn't always effective, Shin agreed, nodding. Since that was the case, they would have to focus on explosive power. Using Ryatsu to generate bursts of strength could compensate for some of Soi Fan's weaknesses. Continue. Shin gestured for Soi Fan to continue. Afterward, no matter how Soi Fan attacked, Shin didn't move a single step, blocking all her attacks completely. At the same time, Shin identified all of her weaknesses. The technical flaws were easy to fix with a little guidance. However, there were 2 weaknesses that even Shin found difficult to resolve. For example, Soi Fan's Ryatsu issue and her physical strength issue. These were hard to solve and required Shin's careful consideration. Soi Fan has improved, Yoruchi observed from a distance. As an onlooker, Yoruchi could see that Soi Fan was much stronger than the last time she sparred with Shin. If she keeps this up, she might catch up to me. Looks like I can't keep slacking off. Yoruchi hadn't been focused on improving her strength lately, slacking off instead. Although her skills hadn't declined, they hadn't improved either. Shin-sama, how is my current strength? Soi Fan asked expectantly, hoping for an answer from Shin. Of course, what she wanted most was for Shin to be satisfied. If he was, that would be the best outcome. How should I put it? You're stronger than an average captain, probably around 18 kenseis. After considering it, Shin gave her an answer. Hearing this, Soi Fan stared wide-eyed, stunned. What kind of bizarre comparison is that? Yoruchi looked at Shin speechlessly. 18 kenseis. He must be referring to the original 9th Division captain, Kensei Muguruma. Yes, Kensei was a unit of measurement. The king of background characters, with a terrible combat record, he could only serve as a measuring stick. So, 18 kenseis meant she was 3 times as strong as 6 kenseis. Soi Fan's current combat power was equivalent to 3 kenseis. Then how many kenseis do you think I'm worth? Yoruchi asked Shin after her retort. 30 kenseis, I guess. Can't be more than that, we have to give Kensei a little face, Shin said with a laugh. If Kensei were here and heard that, he'd definitely fight you to the death. What use is fighting to the death? He's not my match anyway. Shin said dismissively. If he were compared to Kensei in terms of combat power, the gap would be at least a trainload of Kensei's. I'm going to research something for the next few days, so don't disturb me. You two handle the work, Shin told Yoruichi and Soifan. You're not just trying to slack off, are you? Yoruichi asked suspiciously. Wrong. I'm not slacking off, I really have something to do. Believe it or not. Shin really did have something to do. Having identified Soifan's weaknesses, he needed to find a way to solve them. She couldn't do it on her own. The solution was to develop a few auxiliary Kido spells that could boost explosive power. I think Shin is slacking off, Yoruichi said, watching Shin's retreating figure. He probably isn't. Shin-sama must really have something to do. Yoruichi-sama, please don't disturb him, Soifan said, stopping Yoruichi from going after him. Yoruichi turned and looked at Soifan. It felt a bit strange to be stopped by her. It seemed that in Soifan's heart, Shin's status had surpassed hers. Yoruichi felt a twinge of jealousy and discomfort. Meanwhile, Shin went to his room, pondering what kind of Kido to create. I've got it. The Yin Seal and Chakra enhanced strength. If I can develop Ryatsu versions of these two jutsu, it should cover Soifan's shortcomings. But researching this will be a bit troublesome. Shin patted his head. He didn't think converting the Yin Seal and Chakra enhanced strength into Ryatsu versions would be easy. After all, they were two different power systems. To make them work, he would have to completely overhaul them. Forget it. I'll do it for that little girl, Soifan. Shin didn't mind the trouble for her sake. Although he hated troublesome things, helping Soifan was a different matter. Soifan had been a huge help to him before, handling all the second division's affairs. Without her, Shin would have had a lot more work to do. It could be said that Soifan had liberated him. Since that was the case, Shin naturally wanted to help her improve her strength as much as possible. A little effort was worth it. Although the research wouldn't be easy, he had references, making it simpler than creating a Kido from scratch. Most importantly, Shin had a cheat code. The cheat code was the shadow clone technique. By using the multi-shadow clone technique, he had a group of people helping him research, so it wouldn't waste too much time. Shadow clones were indeed a perfect cheat for creating techniques. If Shin switched careers to research, he could probably develop the Hogyoku himself. Every 100 horsepower equals bonus chapter. Chapter 825, research successful. Next bonus, 200. Finally finished. After extensive research and development, Shin finally succeeded in creating the Ryatsu versions of the Yin Seal and superhuman strength technique. It took him 2 days, with the help of numerous shadow clones, to complete the research. The Yin Seal could store Ryatsu, allowing it to be released explosively when needed, while the superhuman strength technique enhanced raw power. Both were incredibly important for Soifan. With the Yin Seal, she wouldn't be exhausted after a single use of her Bankai. And the superhuman strength technique would give her relatively weak punches much more force, at least enough to make them hurt. Shin-sama, you're finally out. Seeing Shin emerge, Soifan's face immediately lit up with joy. For the past 2 days, Shin had stayed inside his room without coming out, causing her great worry. She had wanted to check on him but was afraid of disturbing him, so she refrained from entering. I've developed 2 techniques suitable for you. You can learn them from me later, Shin told Soifan. Did you develop them specifically for me, Shin-sama? Soifan asked, visibly moved. That's right. I did it for you. Shin had indeed developed them for Soifan after noticing her weaknesses and shortcomings. Hearing Shin confirm it, Soifan's eyes welled up with emotion, touched beyond words. Come, follow me to the training room. I'll teach you. Shin led Soifan towards the training room. Yoruichi, who had just walked out from another room, saw Shin leading Soifan away and decided to follow. She knew Shin was researching some techniques and figured he must have finished. She was curious to see what he had come up with. Upon arriving at the training room, Shin began instructing Soifan. Seeing Yoruichi enter, he didn't say anything. Just in time. Saves me the trouble of teaching you separately. You can learn too, Shin said to Yoruichi. You won't charge me for this, will you? Yoruichi asked. She remembered Shin asking for money before and wanted to make sure. Do you think I'm trying to scam you? Shin rolled his eyes at Yoruichi. Even if he did charge, it would be a bargain for her. Of course, Shin wouldn't ask for money. He wasn't short on cash right now and didn't care much for it anyway. He had only asked for money before because he was broke. Now, with his coffers full, he didn't need it. All right, teach away. Yoruichi sat down next to Soifan to listen to Shin's instructions. Shin began explaining the Yin Seal and superhuman strength technique. Although developing them had been difficult, learning them wasn't as hard. In fact, it was quite easy to master the basics. Under Shin's guidance, Yoruchi and Soifan learned both techniques in just half a day. What powerful techniques! I feel my combat strength has increased by several levels, Soifan remarked. The Een seal was especially useful for Soifan, though less so for Yoruchi. Yoruchi rarely exhausted her Ryatsu, as her reserves were sufficient for most situations. But Soifan was different. Soifan lacked Ryatsu, especially when using her Bankai, which drained it rapidly. You still need to accumulate Ryatsu slowly. You'll find yourself getting stronger over time, Shin said with a smile. Eventually, Soifan wouldn't have to worry about running out of Ryatsu. Soifan, how about a spar? Yoruchi asked. The superhuman strength technique was a method of explosively releasing Ryatsu. Having learned it, Yoruchi was itching to test it out. I'd rather not, Soifan quickly declined upon hearing Yoruchi's request. If it were anyone else, she might have agreed, but against Yoruchi-sama. She definitely wasn't a match. Although she respected Yoruchi deeply, that didn't mean she enjoyed getting beaten up. Fine, if you refuse. How disappointing, Yoruchi said, a hint of letdown in her eyes. She hadn't expected Soifan to decline. How about you spar with me instead? Bullying Soifan isn't much fun. Shin suggested to Yoruchi. Hearing Shin-sama offer to spar with Yoruchi-sama, Soifan's eyes lit up with interest. Yes, she was very interested. Aren't you just bullying me then? Yoruchi's mouth twitched. Wasn't this just bullying her? Her strength couldn't compare to his. If she were a match for him, she would definitely accept. Shin smiled faintly. He just didn't want Yoruchi to spar with Soifan. Yoruchi was indeed stronger than Soifan. If they sparred, Soifan would be the one suffering. Shin had spoken up to help Soifan. Of course, Yoruchi had no intention of sparring with Shin. She waved her hand dismissively, deciding instead to go spar with Unohana Retsu. If Shin knew Yoruchi's plan, he would definitely try to stop her. The reason was simple, Yoruchi was no match for Unohana Retsu. Even with the superhuman strength technique, she still couldn't beat Unohana, and the gap in strength wasn't small. Phew, researching those techniques took a lot of time. I need a good rest, Shin said, stretching as he stood up. So you're planning to go to the 4th division? Yoruchi asked. Yeah. I'm surprised you guessed it immediately. Shin looked at Yoruchi in surprise, then nodded. Of course he wanted to go to the 4th division. He hadn't been there in days. In that case, I'll come with you. I have some business at the 4th division too, Yoruchi said, sticking close to Shin. Looks like I'll have to handle the 2nd division's affairs again, Soifan said with a helpless expression. It seemed like all the 2nd division's work had been dumped on her. I'll take it as a sign of trust, Soifan encouraged herself internally. It was indeed a sign of trust. Otherwise, how could they leave all the 2nd division's affairs in her hands? Both Shin and Yoruchi trusted Soifan implicitly. Every 100 horsepower equals bonus chapter. Chapter 826, Unohana Retsu vs Shihuin Yoruchi. Next bonus, 200. 2 chapters today. Shin, you haven't been here in a long time. Unohana Retsu's gaze fixed on Shin. Seeing Unohana staring at him, Shin felt a bit awkward. He had indeed been slacking off in the 2nd division lately. Why would Shin need to come here? Yoruchi glanced at Unohana and said flatly. Unohana raised an eyebrow slightly, then smiled warmly, completely ignoring Yoruchi as if she wasn't there. Ignored me, huh? Yoruchi frowned, slamming her hand on the table and glaring at Unohana. Captain Yoruchi, can I take your behavior as a provocation? Unohana stood up suddenly, looking at Yoruchi. Although Unohana's personality had mellowed considerably, she wasn't someone to be provoked. Usually, she preferred to stay out of things, unlike her past self who enjoyed fighting. But facing Yoruchi, Unohana didn't mind engaging, especially since Yoruchi seemed to be deliberately provoking her. That's right, Captain Unohana. Want to have a spar? Yoruchi asked Unohana. Her eyes were full of challenge, deliberately provoking Unohana to fight. Sure. But Shin, don't interfere. Unohana stood up calmly, glancing at Shin. Captain, are you really going to fight? Isen Kotetsu asked. She really didn't want to see Captain Unohana fight anyone. Shin glanced at Isen, comparing their heights. Well, Shin was only slightly taller than her. Isen was definitely tall for a woman. Why is Captain Shin looking at me? Isen noticed Shin's gaze and quickly lowered her head, asking shyly. Nothing. Shin shook his head slightly. He turned his attention back to Unohana and Yoruchi. It seemed they were really going to fight. Knowing Unohana, she definitely wanted to teach Yoruchi a lesson. She probably wouldn't hold back. Well, he'd watch for now. If Unohana went too far, he'd step in. They moved to the 4th Division's training ground. Did we come at a good time? Just in time to see a show. Shunsui Kairaku arrived with Jushiro Yukitake. What are you two doing here? Shin asked them. One of my squad members got injured, so I came to ask the 4th Division for help, Shunsui explained. As for Yukitake, he had been dragged along by Shunsui after they had been drinking together. Then hurry up and find someone. What if your squad member dies? Shin said grumpily. Watching the drama at a time like this. I've already spoken to Vice Captain Isane. She sent someone over, Shunsui said, sitting down. What's the situation? Did things go south for you? But if that happened, shouldn't they be teaming up against you? Shunsui was confused. Don't be so nosy when you have nothing to do. Shin glanced at Shunsui. Why was he so gossipy? Can't I be curious? Besides, I'm concerned about you. I don't need your concern. If you have nothing else to do, get lost, or I'll make you stay in the 4th Division permanently. Shin smiled at Shunsui, a smile that sent shivers down Shuinsui's spine, like being targeted by a terrifying beast. So scary. Shunsui shuddered internally, but he had no intention of leaving. He would just stay quiet. Even Yukitake trying to pull him away didn't work. Fine, he'd stay. If Shin really tried to attack him, he could try to talk him down. Unohana and Yoruichi had already started fighting. Drawing their swords, a flash of blade light slashed towards Yoruichi, who used Shuinpa to dodge. However, a piece of Yoruichi's sleeve was cut off. If she had been any slower, she would have been in real danger. No way, are they serious? Shin, aren't you going to stop them? Shunsui asked Shin urgently. Relax, I know what I'm doing. Shin glanced at Shunsui. He knew Unohana wouldn't kill Yoruichi, but in terms of strength, Unohana was superior. Is it really okay? Yukitake looked worried. Seeing their concern, Shin didn't say anything. With him there, he could intervene at any moment if things went wrong. So what could happen? There was no need to worry. Your speed has improved. Unohana looked at Yoruichi. She had seen Yoruichi's strength before. Compared to the past, Yoruichi was clearly stronger, but the improvement was limited. Yoruichi snorted, continuing her attack. She had suffered a small loss earlier. Yoruichi was slightly annoyed. After all, suffering a loss wasn't a pleasant feeling. Before fighting Unohana, Yoruichi had been confident she could put up a fight. But after actually engaging, she realized she was completely outmatched. She wasn't Unohana's opponent at all. Although they had just started, she was being suppressed in every aspect. Take this. Yoruichi used the superhuman strength punch, a punch with considerable power. If it hit Unohana, even with her superior strength, it wouldn't be pleasant. Unohana sensed the danger and raised her sword to block the punch with the flat of the blade, but she was still knocked back by the explosive force. Pushed back, Unohana looked at Yoruichi in surprise. Not bad. That was a powerful punch. Unohana praised Yoruichi. Don't look at me like you've already won. Yoruichi felt even more annoyed. Even though she had seemingly gained a slight advantage with that hit, Unohana's words made it feel like she was still the underdog. Shin shook his head slightly. Yoruichi hadn't fully mastered the superhuman strength technique yet. It made sense, she hadn't been practicing it for long. Performing this well was already impressive. Every 100 horsepower equals bonus chapter. Chapter 827, Yoruichi learns kendo from Unohana Retsu. Next bonus, 300. Yoruichi unleashed a frenzy of attacks on Unohana Retsu, striking dozens of times in the span of a single heartbeat. Yet, Unohana neutralized every single blow with effortless grace, as if she were merely swatting away flies. Captain Unohana really is in a league of her own, Shunsui Kairaku remarked, shaking his head with a sigh of admiration. In the past, the captain he feared the most was undoubtedly Unohana Retsu. She always wore an expression that suggested she was moments away from murder, her body radiating an intense, suffocating bloodlust. It seemed that only after meeting Shin did she finally rein in that killing intent, adopting the gentle, maternal persona she wore today. However, even after years of this milder demeanor, Shunsui still didn't dare show her any disrespect. He knew all too well just how terrifying Unohana's true power was. Although his own strength had improved significantly over the years, compared to Captain Unohana, he felt he would still be little more than an appetizer. He wasn't even confident he could handle Yoruichi in her current state, let alone Unohana. The power Yoruichi was displaying right now was formidable in its own right. Looks like I've already been outclassed, Shunsui muttered, lamenting the gap in their abilities. Hearing this, Shin shot a sideways glance at Shunsui. In terms of raw talent, Shunsui was easily near the top of the list. But sometimes, talent wasn't enough, diligence mattered. If one wasn't hardworking, they would inevitably fall behind those who were. Clearly, Shunsui was the type who lacked that drive. If someone else possessed his natural gifts and had trained for as many years as he had, they would be far stronger than he was now. As for Jushiro Yukitake, his potential was severely bottlenecked by his physical constitution. His frailty acted as a hard limiter on his true power. Captain Unohana is definitely going to win this, Shunsui observed. It was obvious to him that Unohana had the upper hand, and that was with her holding back significantly. If Unohana were to get serious, if she unleashed her Bankai, Yoruichi wouldn't stand a ghost of a chance. Unohana's Bankai was a sentence of certain death. To use it meant she had stopped playing games. I lost. Yoruichi grumbled, feeling the cold steel of a blade resting against her neck. It was frustrating, she had gotten so much stronger, yet she still couldn't measure up to Unohana. Of course, Yoruichi hadn't gone all out either. If she had truly unleashed everything she had, she likely could have at least forced Unohana to use her Bankai. Although they had agreed not to hold back, in a spar between allies, neither was actually going for the kill. Especially with Shin sitting there watching, he wouldn't allow things to escalate to a deathmatch. Looks like I need to brush up on my Zenjutsu, Yoruichi admitted. Her Hakuda, hand-to-hand combat, and Shuinpa, flash step, were top tier, but her swordsmanship left much to be desired. Give it up, Shin interjected, glancing at her. You have zero talent for the sword. Hard work won't fix that. I advise you to drop it before you waste your time. He wasn't trying to be mean, he was just stating a fact. Yoruichi's aptitude for swordsmanship was abysmal. Shin had the right to speak on this matter. He had seen her potential firsthand and had tried to teach her before. It was like talking to a brick wall. No matter how he tried to instruct her, she just couldn't grasp the essence of it. I wasn't planning on learning kendo from you anyway, so why are you chiming in so fast? Yoruichi shot back. Is that so? In that case, I fully support your decision to learn kendo, Shin said with a bright, supportive smile. I knew you'd say that. No talent, I bet that's just an excuse. You just don't want to teach me, right? Yoruichi accused him, rolling her eyes. I don't want to teach you, that's true. But in all seriousness, you really don't have much talent in that area. I'm not lying to you. Shin's tone was earnest. It was the brutal truth. While her talent in Hakuda and Shuinpa was among the best Shin had ever seen, her sword skills were tragic. He believed she should double down on her strengths rather than abandon them to pursue a path she wasn't built for. Perhaps seeing Unohana's masterful swordsmanship had sparked a desire in her to emulate it. But if Yoruichi said she wasn't learning from him, who was she planning to ask? Surely not Unohana. Shin's gaze shifted to Unohana. Sure enough, Yoruichi turned to face the captain of the 4th Division, her expression deadly serious. Captain Unohana, I would like you to instruct me in the way of the sword. She's actually serious? The corner of Shin's mouth twitched. Just moments ago, they were beating the hell out of each other, and now this. Shunsui and Yukitake watched with amused expressions, curiosity dancing in their eyes. They wondered if Captain Unohana would refuse or accept. They leaned toward refusal. Very well. I accept, Unohana replied with a nod, agreeing instantly. Shunsui and Yukitake nearly tripped over their own feet. They had just bet on a refusal, and she agreed without a second thought. Even Shin was surprised. He looked at Unohana with a gaze full of sympathy. Unohana probably didn't realize just how unsuited Yoruichi was for kendo. He wondered if she would come to regret this decision. All right, the show's over. Don't you two have somewhere else to be? Shin said, turning his attention to Shunsui and Yukitake. Right, we're leaving immediately. Yukitake suddenly grabbed Shunsui by the shoulder and began dragging him toward the exit. Shunsui tried to protest, but Yukitake chopped him on the back of the neck, knocking him out cold before dragging his limp body away. It was a surprisingly decisive side of the usually gentle Yukitake. In truth, Yukitake just didn't want to overstay their welcome. If it were up to Shunsui, he would have happily stayed to act as a third wheel and gossip. But the price of being a third wheel around Shin usually involved a beating and a prolonged stay in the 4th Division barracks. Forget the physical pain, the embarrassment alone would be unbearable. With the 2 spectators gone, only Yoruichi, Unohana, and Shin remained. Shin, the technique you developed still isn't good enough. It didn't have much effect at all, Yoruichi complained to Shin. Hearing this, Shin felt a strong urge to smack her. You're blaming the technique. It's clearly because you're too weak to use it properly. Every 100 horsepower equals bonus chapter. Chapter 828, 828, so, you're targeting me. Next bonus, 300. Shin returned to the 2nd Division barracks alone. Seeing him return without Yoruichi, Soifan looked at him with curiosity. Shin-sama, where is Lady Yoruichi? Soifan asked. They had left together, so it was strange that only Shin had returned. Where had Yoruichi gone? Yoruichi stayed behind at the 4th Division. She claims she wants to learn swordsmanship from Unohana Retsu. Let's see how long she lasts. Shin didn't think she would stick with it for long. In all likelihood, Yoruichi would come running back in no time. Lady Yoruichi is staying at the 4th Division to learn swordsmanship from Captain Unohana. Soifan felt a sense of cognitive dissonance. She knew very well that the relationship between those two wasn't exactly harmonious. So how did she end up staying there to learn? Was some sort of deal made? Thinking about it, that seemed like the only possibility. What, you find it hard to believe? Shin asked, noting Soifan's bewildered expression. Soifan nodded. It was indeed hard to swallow. Her lady, Yoruichi, studying under a rival. Yes, Yoruichi and Unohana were definitely rivals. You're not the only one. Even I find it a bit hard to believe, Shin said with a chuckle. It wasn't just little Soifan, Shin was just as baffled by the turn of events. Shin-sama, aren't you worried they'll start fighting again? Soifan felt that Shin should probably be there to supervise. I wanted to stay, but I got kicked out, Shin said grumpily. Those two women had practically thrown him out. No matter what he said, they wouldn't listen. All right, enough about them. Let's continue your training. Shin said to Soifan. The stronger Soifan became, the less Shin would have to do himself. If trouble arose in the future, he could just send Soifan to handle it. Yes. Soifan nodded eagerly. She was always happy to train and improve her strength, especially under Shin's guidance. Soifan, your current strength is already quite impressive, but if you want to be considered top tier among the captains, you still need to make progress, Shin said seriously. Soifan's strength was already notable among the captains. Even if some captains went all out, they couldn't match her current level. However, against the true powerhouses of the world, she was still lacking. If captain-level power had tiers, Soifan was currently at the peak of the standard captain level. But within the Goti 13, there were monsters who far surpassed that limit. Leaving aside Old Man Yamamoto, even Shunsui Kairaku was terrifying if he unleashed his full power. Then there was Kenpachi Zaraki. Currently, Kenpachi's displayed power might not match Soifan's, but he was unconsciously sealing his own strength. If Kenpachi were to unlock his full potential, Soifan wouldn't stand a chance against him. Shin guided Soifan in Kido and sparred with her, pointing out her weaknesses. Under his tutelage, Soifan's combat ability began to rise steadily. In the blink of an eye, a month passed. Shin was increasingly satisfied with Soifan's progress. During this month, Shin hadn't visited the 4th Division at all. He had stayed in the 2nd Division, focusing solely on training Soifan. As a result, Soifan had become formidable, faintly stepping into the realm beyond standard captain level. If she released her Een seal, her combat power would solidly surpass the limits of a normal captain. Soifan, let's take a break today. We'll head over to the 4th Division and check on things, Shin said. Soifan nodded. She knew Shin wanted to check on Yoruichi. To be honest, Soifan also wanted to see how Lady Yoruichi was doing. When they arrived at the 4th Division barracks, Yoruichi looked slightly surprised to see them, followed immediately by a cold snort. What's with the attitude? You don't look happy to see us at all, Shin remarked, observing her expression. Yoruichi didn't look happy in the slightest, in fact, she looked quite pissed off. Of course I'm not happy. You haven't come to visit me even once in all these days, Yoruichi said, sounding aggrieved. Soifan felt a pang of guilt. She had indeed been so focused on training that she had forgotten about Lady Yoruichi. I apologize, Lady Yoruichi, Soifan said, bowing her head. I'm not targeting you, Yoruichi said to Soifan, her tone softening slightly. She really wasn't aiming her frustration at Soifan. Not targeting Soifan, so you're targeting me then? Shin raised an eyebrow and asked. Heh, so you realized? That's right, I am targeting you. What are you going to do about it? Yoruichi shot him a glare, her tone provocative. What can I do? I'm just curious how your training is going. Any progress? Based on my estimation of you, I'm guessing, 0 progress. Shin asked with a smile. Hearing his question, Yoruichi's face flushed with embarrassment. It was true, Yoruichi had worked incredibly hard. Even Unohana Retsu admitted that Yoruichi was putting in the effort. Before this, Unohana had assumed Yoruichi was just joking around. But seeing Yoruichi's dedication, even Unohana was surprised. However, effort was one thing, results were another. To be honest, the improvement in her strength was negligible. Yoruichi's talent for the blade was simply atrocious. Even Unohana felt she couldn't teach her. It was as if Yoruichi simply lacked the necessary wiring in her brain for swordsmanship. However, given Unohana's personality, she wouldn't advise Yoruichi to quit, and Yoruichi had no intention of giving up. Yoruichi refused to quit mostly because she wanted to prove herself to Unohana, and perhaps to Shin. But in reality, all she had proven was just how bad her talent was. Other than that, she hadn't proven anything. Yoruichi just wasn't suited for the sword. Her true strengths lay in Shuinpa and Hakuta. Frankly, there was no need for her to try and improve in an area she was naturally terrible at. It would only drag down her overall combat potential. She had spent a long time here, but her actual combat strength hadn't increased at all. Shin's question sent Yoruichi into a spiral of depression. In the end, she didn't answer him. Since it was too embarrassing to admit, she chose silence. Although Yoruichi didn't speak, her silence told Shin everything he needed to know about her kendo training. It hadn't exceeded his expectations in the slightest. Everything was exactly as Shin had predicted. He had known from the start that Yoruichi was never meant to wield a sword. Every 100 horsepower equals bonus chapter. Chapter 829, you're not exactly one to talk. Next bonus, 300. After Shin and Soifan arrived, Yoruichi immediately dragged Soifan off for a sparring session, leaving Shin and Retsu Unohana behind. What are you two standing around for? Come over and watch the fight. Yoruichi shouted, beckoning Shin to join them as a spectator. Shin paused for a moment. He had assumed Yoruichi would ignore him and Unohana to focus on her training, but it seemed she wanted an audience. I'll pass. Watching you two spar isn't exactly thrilling. It just feels like you're bullying Soifan, Shin called back. If one were to compare the strength of Yoruichi and Soifan, the outcome was obvious. Soifan simply couldn't compare to Yoruichi yet, the gap between them was still quite significant. Who says I'm bullying her? I just want to have a proper spar with Soifan, Yoruichi retorted, genuinely curious about how much Soifan had improved over the last few days. One thing was certain, Soifan's strength had definitely increased. After all, Shin had been personally mentoring her during this time. In the end, Shin was dragged by Yoruichi to the 4th Division training grounds. Unohana, however, did not join them. Because of Yoruichi's presence over the past few days, Unohana's schedule had been thrown off, and she now had a backlog of duties to attend to. Upon arriving at the training grounds, Shin looked at Yoruichi and Soifan standing opposite each other. He smiled and addressed Soifan directly. Soifan, don't hold back, okay? After all, your base strength is already weaker than Yoruichi's. If you hold back, you're just going to get bullied. Shin offered this advice out of kindness. Given Soifan's immense admiration for Yoruichi, she would undoubtedly try to pull her punches during the spar. Understood. Soifan nodded firmly. She knew she couldn't afford to hold back, and she wouldn't. Lady Yoruichi, I'm coming. Soifan announced. The next instant, Soifan utilized Shuinpa to appear directly behind Yoruichi. Her speed was incredible, fast enough that even Yoruichi found it difficult to react instantly. However, Yoruichi knew Soifan's style well. She twisted her body and blocked behind her, catching Soifan's fist perfectly. Not going to use your shurikai? Yoruichi asked. Without her shurikai, Soifan would struggle to contend with Yoruichi. Then, Lady Yoruichi, I will release it. Soifan had no intention of using Bankai. Firstly, her Bankai was ill-suited for this kind of combat. Unless it was a life-or-death situation, she wouldn't use it. If she actually unleashed her Bankai, she'd likely blow up the entire 4th Division barracks, and that wasn't something she wanted to do. Besides, the combat power she could unleash with just her shurikai was formidable enough, offering her a significant boost. Sting all enemies to death, Suzumabachi. As Soifan released her shurikai, her Ryatsu surged, and her attacks became noticeably sharper and more lethal. Yoruichi had to be wary of the Homanka, be Crestflower. If she were struck in the same spot twice, it would be an instant kill. Only by possessing Ryatsu vastly superior to Soifan's could one negate the 2-hit kill effect, effectively rendering Suzumabachi useless. While Yoruichi's Ryatsu was certainly higher than Soifan's, it wasn't an entire tier above to the point of complete negation. However, against Yoruichi, landing 2 hits in the exact same spot was an incredibly difficult task. Engaging in close-quarters combat, Soifan was soon knocked back. Landing on the ground, she was forced to continuously dodge Yoruichi's relentless attacks. Watching this, Shin shook his head slightly. She's still holding back. In reality, if Soifan were to release the seal on her energy and utilize the Kido Shin had taught her, she could suppress Yoruichi for a short time. But she didn't. Presumably, she felt the power of those techniques was too great and didn't want to risk injuring Yoruichi. With Shin watching, there was no need for such concern. Even if things got out of hand, he would intervene immediately. There was no need to worry about hurting Yoruichi by going all out. Yoruichi wasn't that fragile. Alright, let's stop here. Yoruichi suddenly called a halt. Yoruichi had realized it too. Soifan was fighting timidly, afraid to unleash her true strength. Sparring with a restrained Soifan felt too much like bullying. Soifan, if you keep holding back like this, there's no point in continuing, Yoruichi said sternly. You're not exactly one to talk, Shin interjected, glancing at Yoruichi. If Soifan was being timid, Yoruichi wasn't much better. She, too, was pulling her punches significantly. Yoruichi shot Shin a glare. She viewed Soifan as her own little sister, and since she was stronger, of course she had to go easy on her. Just watch quietly over there. Why are you talking so much? Unless you want to spar with me. Yoruichi huffed. Sure. I have no objection to sparring with you. I'm just afraid you might have an objection deep down, Shin replied, looking at her with amusement. Hearing Shin agree so readily, Yoruichi didn't press further, only rolling her eyes at him. Fighting Shin was out of the question, the gap in their strength was astronomical. If she could actually beat Shin, Yoruichi wouldn't mind fighting him just to teach him a lesson. Deep down, she did want to teach him a lesson. But Yoruichi wasn't delusional. She knew that in a real fight, the difference between them was vast. Shin could crush her effortlessly. Challenging someone who could stomp her into the ground would be pure idiocy. I'm not fighting you, Yoruichi grumbled. I knew you wouldn't dare. If you actually had the guts, that would be great, I could openly bully you for a change, Shin said with a smile. By the way, do you still plan to continue learning kendo? Shin asked. By now, Yoruichi should have a clear understanding of herself. She must realize that her talent in the way of the sword was sorely lacking. Although I hate to admit it, my talent in kendo is indeed terrible. So, I'm not going to continue training in it, Yoruichi admitted directly. She knew her limits and saw no point in struggling further. She wanted to attain swordsmanship like Unohana's, but it was impossible. Leaving aside the effort required, she simply didn't meet the talent threshold. So, does that mean Lady Yoruichi won't be staying in the 4th division anymore? Soifan asked, hope coloring her voice. Soifan was delighted. She wanted Yoruichi to return to the 2nd division. If Yoruichi stayed in the 4th division, Soifan wouldn't get to see her often. That's right, I'm ready to go back. Even if you guys hadn't come today, I was planning to return. Yoruichi recalled the past month spent training in the 4th division. It had been a living hell. Unohana's training was incredibly strict, she wondered if it was intentional. Every 100 horsepower equals bonus chapter. Chapter 830, 830, bonus, too lazy to be captain. Next bonus, 100. What do you guys think of Dragon Ball World? They didn't stay in the 4th division much longer. Shin was practically dragged back to the 2nd division barracks by Yoruichi. After that, Shin resumed his leisurely lifestyle. There wasn't much to do usually, at most, he would oversee Soifan's training. The rest of the time, he was essentially a slacker. Soifan, didn't you go to the Shino Academy to recruit new members? How come you didn't bring a single one back? It was graduation day at the Shino Academy. Shin had sent Soifan to scout for fresh blood to join the 2nd division. After all, the division needed to absorb new talent. There were no suitable candidates, Soifan replied, shaking her head. Furthermore, not many people were willing to join the 2nd division. It was the hard truth, the 2nd division wasn't a popular choice. Is that so? Forget it then. It's not like the 2nd division is desperately short on manpower anyway. Shin didn't really care. If no one wanted to join, Shin wasn't bothered. The current personnel were sufficient for the division's needs. Though, if they had more people, the current members could slack off a bit more. It seemed the squad members wouldn't have that luxury. By the way, let Yoruichi know I'm heading to the 1st division, Shin said, standing up. He told Soifan first to prevent Yoruichi from running around looking for him later. Captain Shin is going to the 1st division. Soifan paused, surprised. Yeah, I'm going to check in at the 1st division. I have some business with Old Man Yamamoto. Shin nodded. He didn't elaborate on the nature of his business, and Soifan didn't pry. She simply went to inform Yoruichi. Leaving the 2nd division barracks, Shin strolled over to the 1st division. He found Genryusai Shigekuni Yamamoto working in his office. Yamamoto was quite busy, but he looked up in surprise when he saw Shin. Yamamoto had a good grasp of the personalities of the Gotei 13 captains. He knew exactly what kind of person Shin was. First and foremost, Shin was a shut-in who rarely left the 2nd division. He had never actively sought Yamamoto out before. So, for him to come here now, what was happening? It had to be something specific, otherwise, he wouldn't be here. Old man, I have something to discuss with you, Shin said. What is it? Yamamoto didn't particularly mind Shin calling him old man. It seemed he had gotten used to it. Shin called him that frequently, much like Shunsui Kairaku. Yamamoto had reprimanded him in the past, but it was useless. Now, he was accustomed to it. It's about the 2nd division. I feel I'm no longer suitable to be the captain, so I'm planning to retire and quit. Shin cut straight to the chase. That's right, Shin didn't plan on being a captain anymore. As for the reason, there wasn't really one. He just didn't want to do it anymore. Why? Yamamoto frowned, staring at Shin. From every perspective, Yamamoto wanted Shin to continue as the captain of the second division, even if Shin was somewhat irresponsible regarding division affairs. Yamamoto knew this, he had investigated. But that didn't matter. It wasn't a problem. As long as Shin completed the missions Yamamoto assigned, that was enough. Besides, the second division hadn't fallen into chaos. So, Yamamoto naturally didn't want Shin to suddenly resign. There was nothing wrong with him physically, so why quit? The two ND division's affairs are too troublesome. Dealing with them takes too much mental energy. I want to relax. I don't want to be a captain anymore. Shin told Yamamoto the reason directly. And it was the truth, he was simply too lazy to be captain. Hearing this, Yamamoto's frown deepened. Clearly, this excuse was unsatisfactory. If that is your reason, I do not permit it, Yamamoto stated bluntly. If Shin had given a reason he couldn't refuse, Yamamoto might have agreed. But quitting because it was troublesome? Absolutely not. What did he think the position of captain was? Something he could pick up and drop on a whim. Yamamoto wouldn't allow it. Moreover, Yamamoto knew exactly how Shin operated as a captain. He basically did nothing in the second division. If that was considered troublesome, then what wasn't troublesome? But I really don't want to do it. You know I don't do anything anyway. It's pointless to keep occupying the seat. Shin shrugged. He had anticipated Yamamoto's refusal. His reason was indeed flimsy in the old man's eyes. Yamamoto looked at Shin impassively, his eyes filled with dissatisfaction. Captain Shin, what do you take the position of captain for? No need to be so serious. Even if I stop being captain, there's a suitable person to take over. Why get angry? Shin spoke calmly. In the entire Soul Society, only Shin dared to speak so casually to Yamamoto. Even the frivolous Shunsui Kairaku would cower upon hearing anger in Yamamoto's voice. You truly do not wish to continue as captain? Yamamoto asked again. That's right. I've made it very clear. Even if you force me to stay, I won't do any work. It's better to find a suitable replacement, don't you think? Shin spread his hands. Who do you recommend? Yamamoto thought for a moment before asking. Soifan, of course. I'm sure you know enough about the second division to realize she is perfectly suited for the role. Hearing Shin's recommendation, Yamamoto was surprised. He had assumed Shin would recommend Yoruchi. He hadn't expected Soifan. In reality, Shin couldn't recommend Yoruchi. He knew that with Yoruchi's current personality, she would never agree to be captain again. So, the only option was Soifan. She would likely agree. Furthermore, although she wasn't currently the captain, she was already doing the captain's work. Basically, all matters in the second division, big or small, were handled by Soifan. As for Shin and Yoruchi, the captain and vice-captain, they were essentially freeloaders. Fine. Go speak to Soifan first. Finally, Yamamoto agreed. Shin had managed to persuade the stubborn old man. However, if the second division encounters any issues in the future that they cannot resolve, you must step in. Yamamoto added a condition. Given Shin's strength, it would be a waste not to utilize him in critical moments. Shin considered it for a moment and eventually agreed, at least, he agreed on the surface. Every 100 horsepower equals bonus chapter. Chapter 831, Soifan becomes the captain of the second division. Next bonus, 100. If you guys don't want Dragon Ball, then maybe Fairy Tail. Shin left the 1ST division's barracks and returned to his own in the second division. Good, you're both here. I have something to tell you, Shin said, seeing Soifan and Yoruchi together. What is it? Soifan mentioned you went to see the old man. What were you doing in the first division? Yoruchi asked, her eyes alight with the intense curiosity she was known for. That's what I came to talk about. I'm planning to step down as captain of the second division, so I went to tell old man Yamamoto, Shin explained. You're resigning as captain. If you step down, who's going to take your place? Yoruchi asked, her tone suddenly urgent. Wait a minute, you're not thinking of nominating me, are you? Let me be clear, I don't want the job. Yoruchi held up her hands, preemptively refusing. Shin shot her a sidelong glance and shook his head. You're overthinking it. You think I know you this well and would still make you captain. I may be stepping down, but I still have a responsibility to this squad. The undisguised contempt in his voice made Yoruchi's expression darken. She glared at him, a dangerous glint in her eyes. If there had been a sword within arm's reach, she might have tried to cut him down right then and there. Don't worry, I'm not making you captain. I want Soifan to take over. Shin's gaze shifted to Soifan. Me. Captain. I don't think I'm suitable, Soifan said, shaking her head immediately. Either Captain Shin or Lady Yoruchi would be a far better choice. I couldn't possibly. She refused, believing her own strength and status paled in comparison to theirs. Soifan as captain. That's not a bad idea, Yoruchi said, nodding in agreement. It made perfect sense. Soifan was already doing all the work of a captain anyway, handling every minor and major issue in the second division. No, I am not fit to be a captain, Soifan insisted, refusing again. Don't turn it down. If you do, how am I supposed to get out of this? Shin said, patting her on the shoulder. Besides, she was the perfect choice. In the original timeline, Soifan was the captain of the second division. She was already handling all the responsibilities, and her strength was more than a match for any of the other captains. There was no one better suited for the role. I think you should just accept it, Soifan. Honestly, this slacker was never cut out to be a captain in the first place. Yoruchi shot a pointed look at Shin. A guy who did absolutely nothing. He was the last person who should be leading a squad. After a bit more persuasion from both Shin and Yoruchi, Soifan finally agreed. Then come with me to see the old man. You'll be the new captain of the second division. I have high hopes for you, Shin said with a smile. Soifan was still in a daze. It felt like she had just stumbled into the position of captain, and she wasn't quite sure how it had all happened. By the way, if Soifan is the captain, what about you? Yoruchi asked Shin. You're not planning on transferring to the fourth division, are you? Yoruchi's expression suddenly changed. If Shin was planning to go to the fourth division, she would have to stop him at all costs. You're letting your imagination run wild. I'll just be a regular squad member for now. It's much more relaxing. Shin smiled. He had no intention of leaving the second division. As an unseated officer, he wouldn't have any responsibilities. It wasn't like Soifan would dare give him any orders. Hearing that he wasn't leaving, Yoruchi breathed a sigh of relief. That was acceptable. She had been afraid he would leave the second division entirely. If he had tried, she would have done everything in her power to stop him, even forcing him to remain captain. Let's go, Soifan. Come with me to the first division. To avoid any complications, Shin immediately took Soifan to see Yamamoto and explain the situation. Seeing how quickly Shin was moving, Yamamoto knew he was serious about resigning. It seems you've made up your mind. In that case, I won't force you to stay. Yamamoto understood Shin's personality well enough to know that forcing the issue would be pointless. Once Shin had decided on something, he wouldn't change his mind. It was better to just agree. Captain Soifan, I trust you will lead the second division well in the future, Yamamoto said, addressing Soifan. I will not betray the trust Captain Shin has placed in me, Soifan replied, her expression serious and determined. She was a captain now, and she would bear the responsibility that came with the title. This was the position Shin had given her, for his sake, if not for the squad's, she would not allow herself to fail. I will announce the change in leadership to the other captains in due time. From now on, you are the captain of the second division. Yamamoto's authority was absolute in the Godai 13. He didn't need to consult Central 46 for a change in squad command. Phew, it feels like a weight has been lifted off my shoulders, Shin said, stretching. Captain Shin, did you really see the position of captain as a burden? Soifan couldn't understand him. Everyone else schemed and fought to become a captain, yet he was so eager to give it up. If you're a captain long enough, you'll probably feel the same way I do, Shin told her. In truth, Shin was one of the longest-serving captains in the Serie. Returning to the squad barracks, Shin could finally slack off openly. Well, he had been slacking off openly when he was captain, too. I want to resign as lieutenant, Yoruchi suddenly announced. Why? Shin glanced at her. No reason, I just feel like it. Is that a problem? Not for me, but it's not up to me. You'll have to ask the Shihoin clan and Old Man Yamamoto if they'll let you. Shin shrugged. I'm the head of the Shihoin clan now. As for Yamamoto, as long as he doesn't make things difficult, he should agree, right? Yoruchi said, though she didn't sound very confident. If Yamamoto refused, there was nothing she could do. And the Shihoin clan wanted her to remain a lieutenant, or better yet, become a captain. For the head of a great noble family to be a mere lieutenant was, in their eyes, a bit of a disgrace. Every 100 horsepower equals bonus chapter. Chapter 832, a request from Matsumoto Ranjiku. Next bonus, 100. Shin had assumed Yoruchi was just talking, but she actually went to see Yamamoto about resigning. The result, of course, was that Yamamoto refused. Yoruchi returned with a gloomy look on her face. I'm in a bad mood. Let's spar. And you're not allowed to fight back, Yoruichi said to Shin. You want to spar, but you won't let me fight back. You want me to stand here and let you hit me. Shin gave her an exasperated look. He wasn't about to just be a punching bag. He wasn't an idiot. But if you're the one who wants to get hit, I don't mind sparring with you. I guarantee you'll be satisfied. Shin smiled, raising a fist as if he were about to strike. Hold on. Seeing his movement, Yoruichi immediately stopped him. A beating was definitely not what she wanted. And she knew Shin was more than capable of delivering one. The words chivalry and going easy on a woman didn't seem to exist in his dictionary. I have no interest in fighting you. I have work to do. With that, Yoruichi walked towards her office. Shin didn't believe for a second that she had any actual work to do. She had never done anything before. If she suddenly started working now, Shin would be the first to call her out on it. The entire burden of the 2nd Division was about to fall on Soi Fan's shoulders. The lieutenant of the 2nd Division is a slacker. Looks like Soi Fan's in for a rough time. Maybe I should find someone to handle the paperwork for her. In most squads, the lieutenant was the busiest, not the captain. But in the 2nd Division, the lieutenant was a slacker. And Soi Fan would never force Yoruichi to do anything. The future of the 2nd Division rested entirely on Soi Fan's shoulders. Well, it had been the same when Shin was captain. All the work had been left to Soi Fan. Now, at least, she was finally the captain. Is Captain Shin here? Just as Shin was looking for a place to slack off, someone came to the 2nd Division looking for him. It's you, Ranjiku. What's up? Shin's eyes roamed over Matsumoto Ranjiku. It wasn't that he couldn't control his gaze, it was that she was just that eye-catching. And Ranjiku, you don't have to call me captain anymore. I've stepped down. You're not a captain anymore? Why? The news came as a complete shock to Ranjiku. Because I didn't want to be one. I gave the position to someone more suitable. And now I'm completely free. And he really was free. Before, even though he had left most of the work to Soi Fan, there were still some captain-specific duties he had to handle himself. Now, he was completely liberated. That's such a shame, Ranjiku said, shaking her head. But from his expression, it was clear he truly didn't want the position. In that case, you have free time now, don't you, Captain Shin? I was wondering if you might have a moment to give me some pointers. Her main reason for coming here, aside from a small personal agenda, was to ask for his guidance. Pointers? Sure, I'm free anyway. Shin said with a smile. If it were a guy asking for his help, like Hitsugaya Toshiro, Shin would have sent him packing. But for a beautiful woman, Shin didn't mind at all. Hearing him agree, Ranjiku was overjoyed. She had been worried he would refuse. It had taken a lot of courage to ask, and being rejected would have been quite embarrassing. Let's go to the 2nd Division training grounds, Shin said. He led Ranjiku to the training grounds and began to instruct her. Ranjiku's current strength wasn't bad, she was quite talented. Compared to a true genius, she might fall short, but compared to an average academy student, she was definitely a prodigy. Ranjiku had asked for guidance in Kido. She didn't know many spells at the moment, mainly because she had limited access to them. Not just anyone could learn the more powerful Kido. If Shin hadn't gone to the Great Spirit Book Gallery, he wouldn't know so many either. Your current Ryatsu isn't very strong. You can probably cast 2 high-level Kido at most. Shin explained to Ranjiku. In terms of spiritual pressure, Ranjiku had no particular advantage. Unleashing 2 high-level spells would be her limit. The higher the level of the Kido, the more Ryatsu it consumed. If she tried to use a Heido number 90 like Black Coffin, she'd probably only manage one before being completely drained. As he trained her, Shin found that Ranjiku was average in all aspects, no real weaknesses, but no outstanding strengths either. As for her Zanpakuto ability, while not weak, it wasn't particularly strong either. Shin, how did I do? Ranjiku asked. Since he was no longer a captain, she felt bold enough to use his name. Shin didn't mind, but when she asked about her performance, he could only shake his head. He wasn't very satisfied. Seeing him shake his head, a look of disappointment crossed Ranjiku's face. She knew she wasn't that strong, but seeing his reaction was still disheartening. Although you're not particularly strong in any area right now, you have a lot of potential, Shin told her honestly. Really? A hint of joy appeared on Ranjiku's face. Just a little praise from him was enough to make her happy. But how do you want to develop? Which area of your skills do you want to improve? I can give you specific training, Shin said. Ranjiku considered her options. Zanjutsu, Hakuda, Ho-Ho, and Kido, the 4 basic combat forms of a Soul Reaper. She had already given up on swordsmanship and hand-to-hand combat. She knew her own limitations, her physique wasn't suited for them. In the end, Ranjiku asked Shin to teach her Kido and Shuinpa techniques. Every 100 horsepower equals bonus chapter. Chapter 833, 833, we came to congratulate you. Next bonus, 200. What in the world? Yoruchi arrived at the training ground to find Shin giving pointers to Matsumoto Ranjaku. She was completely floored. Ranjaku was in the 10th division, right? She was currently the 3rd seat of the 10th division. She had been the most likely candidate to become the next lieutenant, but then the kid, Toshiro Hitsugaya, had joined the squad and shot up the ranks to take the position. A 10th division member in the 2nd division training grounds, and this guy is actually coaching her. Yoruchi's expression soured. She was also aware that Ranjaku and Shin had some history. From what Ranjaku had said, Shin had saved her once. Well, you certainly look relaxed. Yoruchi appeared behind Shin as silent as a ghost, without making the slightest sound. Anyone else would have jumped out of their skin. Shin, however, didn't even flinch. He had known she was there the moment she arrived. I'm not a captain anymore. Of course I'm relaxed when I have nothing to do, Shin said to Yoruchi with a smile. Even if you're not a captain, you're still a member of the 2nd division. And as a squad member, you have responsibilities. If anything, the work is even harder. Yoruchi said to Shin. And she was right. The members of the 2nd division had a lot on their plates. But even though Shin was no longer the captain, every member of the squad still respected him as if he were. They wouldn't dare ask him to do anything, which meant Shin was living a life of leisure. Soifan hasn't said a word. You're the lieutenant, you shouldn't be worrying so much. Shin waved his hand at Yoruchi dismissively. Oh really? I could become captain in a heartbeat. You want to bet I won't march right over there, take the captaincy, and then assign you the most grueling job in all of the 2nd division. Yoruchi glared at Shin, her voice laced with a playful threat. Is that so? I don't believe you. Shin genuinely didn't believe Yoruchi would become the captain of the 2nd division. She despised the position. How could she possibly take it on? Unless she suddenly stopped hating trouble, which was about as likely as Shin himself embracing paperwork. Their personalities were just too similar. Well, when it came to slacking off, the two of them were practically twins. Lady Yoruchi. At that moment, Ranjaku stopped her training and walked over, addressing Yoruchi with respect. Not going to ask him out for a drink this time. Yoruchi glanced at Ranjaku, recalling the last time they went out drinking and Shin had to carry the intoxicated Ranjaku back. Ranjaku looked a little awkward. She could sense that Yoruchi seemed to have something against her. She stole a glance at Shin and had a pretty good idea why. What Ranjaku didn't know was that Shin was only part of the reason. A much bigger factor was their difference in assets. While Yoruchi was far from flat-chested, she couldn't hold a candle to Ranjaku. She was outclassed by a mile, which naturally soured her mood. Don't give her a hard time, Shin said to Yoruchi, coming to Ranjaku's defense. Ranjaku shot Shin a grateful look. Can I still come to you for advice on my training in the future? Ranjaku asked Shin after a moment of hesitation. If you want to learn, I can teach you. You were practicing your flash step, right? In that regard, I dare say I'm the best in the Soul Society, Yoruchi suddenly said to Ranjaku. That's a bold claim. Shin shot Yoruchi a sideways glance. Calling herself the best. Yoruchi's mastery of flash step was indeed incredible, earning her the title Flash Goddess, but compared to Shin, she still had a long way to go. Shin was overwhelmingly powerful in every aspect. Yoruchi really couldn't compare. But when it came to teaching Ranjaku, she was more than qualified. Wouldn't that be too much trouble? Ranjaku looked at Yoruchi hesitantly. She could ask Shin for pointers not only because she wanted an excuse to see him, but also because they were somewhat familiar with each other. But she barely knew Yoruchi, and the woman clearly harbored some hostility towards her. It won't be any trouble. Shin's even more allergic to work than I am, Yoruchi said to Ranjaku. In the end, Ranjaku had no choice but to agree, though she felt a little dejected. She understood what Yoruchi was getting at. It seemed her chances were slim. After all, compared to Lieutenant Yoruchi, she felt she couldn't measure up in any way. In terms of strength, there was no comparison. Even though Yoruchi was a lieutenant, Ranjaku knew she possessed captain-level strength. The only reason she hadn't become a captain before was because the even stronger Shin was there. As for why Yoruchi was still a lieutenant now that Shin had stepped down, Ranjaku had no idea. After that, Ranjaku left the 2nd division. She still had duties in the 10th division to attend to, her schedule was quite packed. Captain Shin, Captain Kairaku, and Captain Yukitake are here to see you. Suddenly, a member of the 2nd division came to inform Shin. Even though Shin wasn't the captain anymore, they were still used to calling him that. What are they here for? Shin was a bit surprised, but he considered them friends. Since they had come all this way, he couldn't just ignore them. He decided to go see what they wanted. Shin, we came to congratulate you. Kaiaraku Shunsui said as soon as he saw Shin. This out-of-the-blue congratulation left Shin a bit confused. Congratulate me? For what? I don't remember having anything to celebrate. Congratulate me for what? For your glorious retirement, of course. For being freed from the shackles of the captaincy, Kaiaraku said with a smile. Kaiaraku himself found the duties of a captain to be a hassle, but he couldn't just quit like Shin. If he told Old Man Yama he was stepping down, the captain commander would probably kill him. Despite his casual and sometimes disrespectful way of referring to Yamamoto as Old Man Yama, Kaiaraku was genuinely afraid of him. After all, he was his teacher. When Yamamoto established the Shin Academy, Kaiaraku and Yukitake were among the first students, and they had both been taught by him. You're right, that is worth celebrating. A smile spread across Shin's face. To him, the title of captain meant nothing. Don't listen to him. Shin, you were doing a great job as captain. Why did you suddenly decide to step down? Yukitake Jushiro asked. He was a perfect fit for the role, and if he had continued, he might have even become the next captain commander. Yukitake couldn't understand why he would just give it all up. Every 100 horsepower equals bonus chapter. Chapter 834, bonus, a teacher at the Shin Academy. Next bonus, 200. Hearing Yukitake's question, Shin just smiled. Mostly, I just got tired of being a captain. Don't you guys find it a drag? Shin asked Kaiaraku and Yukitake. Yukitake didn't find being a captain to be a chore at all, but Kaiaraku felt a deep sense of camaraderie. The captain's duties were so demanding they barely left him time to relax. I think you're the only one who finds it tiresome, Shin, Yukitake finally said. And me. Don't forget about me. I'm tired of being a captain too, Kaiaraku immediately added, turning to Yukitake. If you're so tired of it, why don't you go tell Master Yamamoto? Yukitake asked. I'd love to, but I'm afraid Old Man Yama would cut me down on the spot, Kaiaraku said with a sigh. He didn't have Shin's nerve to go and ask Yamamoto. He knew all too well how short the old man's temper could be. Even though he had mellowed out a lot over the years, Kaiaraku still didn't dare to provoke him. Besides, there weren't many people in the Soul Society qualified to take over as captain right now. The previous mass defection of captains had severely weakened the Godai 13. Honestly, it's a shame. But it's your choice, Shin. It's not our place to try and change your mind. Yukitake still felt it was a pity that Shin was no longer a captain. After that, Kaiaraku and Yukitake didn't stay long. They had come to find out why Shin had stepped down. Yukitake had initially heard it as a rumor and couldn't believe it. But it turned out to be true, Shin really had given up his captaincy. After about half a month of lazing around, trouble came looking for Shin. Old Man Yama sent someone to summon him. Fine, I'll give the old man some face. Shin headed to the 1st Division barracks. When he arrived, he found Yamamoto still hard at work. I'm telling you, Old Man Yama, you're getting on in years. You work too hard. You should really think about finding a successor, Shin said to the busy captain commander. Why don't you take over? Yamamoto looked up at Shin. Shin immediately clammed up. You've got to be kidding me. I don't even want to be a captain, and you want me to be the captain commander. That job comes with even less freedom. All right, let's not waste time. I can see you're busy. To make things easier for you, just tell me what you want. Shin said to Yamamoto, getting straight to the point. But I'll say this first, if you assign me something I don't like, don't blame me for turning you down. It's better you don't ask at all than for me to disrespect you later. Shin laid his cards on the table. I've called you here because I want you to go to the Shin Academy. I want you to become a teacher there, Yamamoto said to Shin. Shin's directness was something Yamamoto appreciated. He wasn't one for beating around the bush either. You want me to be a teacher at the Shin Academy? Shin was surprised. He hadn't expected Yamamoto to have this idea. Are you sure you want me to teach at the Shin Academy? Shin asked. Is there a problem? Yamamoto looked up at Shin, not understanding what he meant. Aren't you afraid I'll lead the students astray? Shin said with a faint smile. Will you accept or not? If you're not willing, then forget it. Yamamoto asked Shin again. It was up to him. Even if he refused, it didn't matter. But if he accepted, it would be a good thing. All right, I'll do it, Shin nodded to Yamamoto. After all, I've always enjoyed playing the role of a mentor. I'm quite happy to teach people, Shin said with a smile. Hearing Shin's words, Yamamoto actually started to feel a little uneasy. I hope he doesn't actually turn the entire academy upside down. All right. In that case, I won't say any more. Here is the appointment letter. Take this and go to the Shin Academy. Yamamoto handed Shin the appointment letter he had prepared in advance. If Shin had refused, the letter would have been useless. With the letter in hand, Shin left the first division barracks. Returning to the second division, Shin was met with curious gazes from Yoruchi and Soifan. Shin-sama, what did they want with you at the first division barracks? Soifan asked. Yeah, something came up. I'm a teacher at the Shino Academy now, Shin said, showing them the appointment letter. You're a teacher at the Shino Academy? Are you really cut out for that? Yoruchi looked at Shin, her eyes filled with disbelief. Hey, what's with that look? You don't think I'm suited to be a teacher? What part of me isn't suited? Shin asked, a little annoyed by Yoruchi's reaction. It just doesn't seem like a good fit. Yoruchi didn't doubt Shin's ability to teach, he was an incredible mentor. Without his guidance, neither she nor Soifan would have their current level of strength. They were far stronger now than their original counterparts. But when it came to responsibility, Shin was seriously lacking. He loved to slack off. What if he was always slacking off while teaching students? I'm heading to the Shino Academy. I'll talk to you guys later. Shin packed a few things and left. He's really going. It's probably just a whim, Yoruchi said, watching Shin's retreating figure. It's good for Shin-sama to have something to do, Soifan commented. No, I have to go see this. Yoruchi suddenly said, then handed all her work to Soifan. Soifan smiled wryly. It seems like I'm always the one handling the 2 ND division's affairs. Why are you following me? Shin asked, looking at Yoruchi trailing behind him. I want to see you teach students. I'm actually quite curious, Yoruchi said with a faint smile. Curious my ass. Haven't I taught you before? Shin shot her a glance. She's probably just coming along for the show. Well, if she wants to follow, let her. It's not like I can get rid of her anyway. And she won't be in the way. Every 100 horsepower equals bonus chapter. Chapter 835, Ulterior Motives. Next bonus, 200. Shin and Yoruchi arrived at the Central Soul Reaper Academy, and Shin immediately went to report in with his appointment letter. The head captain of the academy was the old man Yamamoto, it had always been him, and it seemed it always would be. When the academy was first established, Yamamoto had personally taught classes, which was why the first generation of students, like Kairaku Shunsui, became his pupils. Now, of course, Yamamoto no longer taught. It wasn't that he didn't want to, but he simply didn't have the time. Are you also joining as a teacher, Captain Yoruchi? The instructor couldn't help but ask. No, I'm just here to assist him, Yoruchi said, glancing at Shin. Heh, I'll be damned. You, offering to help. The sun must have risen in the west, Shin chuckled. You want to get punched? Yoruchi asked menacingly, raising her fist as if ready to strike. The look was genuinely intimidating. No, thanks. I'm not interested in a taste of your fist. Besides, I'm here to teach, so don't distract me. With that, Shin walked off. He was now a Kido instructor at the Central Soul Reaper Academy. Maybe I should apply to be a teacher here too. Yoruchi considered. If she had wanted to, Yamamoto would have certainly agreed. But after a moment's thought, she dismissed the idea. Coming here to teach occasionally was one thing, but a daily commitment. She had no interest in that. Shin entered the classroom he was assigned to. It wasn't just any ordinary class, compared to other Soul Reaper trainees, these students were all considered geniuses. This was the so-called elite class. The graduates from here would be the top prospects that every squad fought over. At this moment, the students in the classroom looked at the entering Shin and Yoruchi with confusion. Hello, I'm your new teacher, and I'll be in charge of your Kido instruction. As for her, you can just ignore her. Shin glanced at Yoruchi as he spoke. Hearing him tell them to ignore her, Yoruchi shot him an annoyed glare. But since she was just here to watch the show, she didn't say anything and simply found an empty seat. Wow, the new teacher is so handsome. Totally. I wonder if he has a girlfriend. Isn't that Captain Shin? Why is he a teacher now? Some students recognized Shin, and a buzz of discussion filled the room. Shin was quite well known in the Siriidii, most people recognized him. His good looks alone were enough to make him famous. I can't believe Captain Shin is teaching us, Kuchiki Rukia said, her eyes filled with admiration. Rukia was now a member of the Kekkei Clan. She had been born in the 78th district of the South Rinnegan, in Uzuri, and was the younger sister of Kuchiki Izana. Izana, forced by poverty, had abandoned Rukia. She later met and married Kuchiki Byakuya and desperately wanted to find Rukia to atone, but she never succeeded. Worn down by her search, she eventually fell ill and passed away. Byakuya later found Rukia and brought her into the Kekkei Clan, making her his adopted sister. TCH, what's so great about him? Abarai Rinji muttered, a hint of jealousy in his voice as he saw Rukia's adoring expression. What do you know? Even Captain Kachiki has received guidance from Captain Shin, Rukia retorted, shooting Rinji a dissatisfied look. At this point, Rukia still referred to Byakuya as Captain Kachiki, a sign of the distance between them. It was understandable, as she had only recently joined the clan. Forcing her to call him brother so soon was something she clearly wasn't ready for. Shin's gaze swept over the class, a smile on his face. He hadn't expected his class to be filled with so many future celebrities. Rukia could be considered the female protagonist of the Soul Reaper world, Rinji was a major character, and there were a few other familiar faces. I can be quite strict in my teaching. If you have any complaints, feel free to leave this class, Shin announced. After he spoke, the students quieted down, though many of the female students' eyes were still sparkling as they stared at him. Damn it. Now I see why he wanted to teach. He's got ulterior motives, Yoruichi muttered unhappily. At that moment, Shin was unaware that he had been labeled as having ulterior motives, and by Yoruichi no less. Follow me outside. Shin walked out, leaving the students confused. Weren't they going to have a theory lesson? Shin had no intention of teaching theory. A year of theory wouldn't get them anywhere. He was taking them straight to practical Kido training. Yes, Shin was that direct. The students, however, were thrilled. They had long grown tired of the theoretical knowledge. Shin led them to a dedicated Kido training area and began his instruction. But soon, he found himself facing a frustrating and helpless situation. He wanted to teach them some low-level Kido, but they looked at him with blank faces, unable to learn. You're trying to teach them Heido in the 30s right off the bat. How are they supposed to learn that? Even if they could, they wouldn't be able to cast it, Yoruichi couldn't help but remind him from the side. In Shin's eyes, Heido and Bakudo in the 30s were low-level Kido. But that was his perspective. For these students, the most they could manage was Heido number 1, show me the Kido you've learned. Shin randomly picked a few students and had them demonstrate. Among them were Abarai Rinji and Kachiki Rukia, as their grades were the best. Heido number 1, show. After Rinji used the spell, he looked at Shin with a hint of pride, completely missing the "are you an idiot" look Shin was giving him. You use a number 1 Heido and you're proud of it. Don't tell me being able to cast a number 1 Heido has gone to your head. If so, you're pathetic. Impressive. That ought to tickle a hollow, Shin said with a smile. Rinji's expression froze. The power of his Kido was indeed weak. It had only managed to make a small dent in a wooden post, not even piercing it. Calling it a tickle was probably a compliment. Shin then looked at the others. In the end, he found that everyone, including Rukia, was unqualified, at least by his standards. Every 100 horsepower equals bonus chapter. Chapter 836, Byakuya came to pull some strings. Next bonus, 300. Honestly, your Kido is terrible. It's not even real Kido in my eyes, Shin said coolly to the students. He didn't pull any punches, there was no need to. Besides, he was telling the truth. Their skills were pathetic. Shin's words made some of the students indignant. One of them couldn't help but say, then how about you show us what real Kido looks like, sensei? Shin glanced at the student, then simply raised his hand. He used the same Heido number 1, show. But the one Shin unleashed directly tore through the Kido training ground, ripping the earth apart. The sheer force of it sent the Soul Reaper trainees scattering, some so terrified they couldn't even stand. This level is barely a pass, Shin said calmly to the students who were about to wet themselves. Even Yoruichi, who was just watching for fun, was speechless. That was barely a pass. To be honest, even she couldn't cause that much destruction with just a Heido number 1. The power of Kido depended on one's spiritual pressure. The Heido number 1 Shin used was probably more powerful than some captain's high-level Kido. That's the power of Heido number 1. All the students' eyes widened. They had always thought Heido number 1 was too weak and wanted to learn stronger Kido, but their previous instructor wouldn't teach them. Now they realized it wasn't the spell that was weak, it was them. Shin, you went a bit overboard. You might have to pay for all this damage, Yoruichi said to him. Shin's previously calm face instantly changed. What? Pay for it? Hearing he had to pay, Shin instantly restored all the damage to the area. If Yoruichi hadn't seen it with her own eyes, she would have thought the place had never been damaged. How did you do that? Yoruichi asked Shin. In the blink of an eye, everything was back to normal. It was too incredible. Whatever power that was, Yoruichi wanted to learn it. Don't ask. Even if I told you, you couldn't learn it, so don't waste your time, Shin said, waving his hand at Yoruichi. It was impossible for her to learn. Shin had used Yin-Yang Release to repair everything. Yin-Yang Release could create all things, repairing some ground damage was a piece of cake. But if a Soul Reaper died, I can't bring them back. While I can resurrect humans, Soul Reapers and souls are another matter. A Soul Reaper was essentially a soul. If they were killed, their soul would likely be completely dispersed, making revival impossible. So amazing. Rukia looked at Shin with admiration. Shin didn't even know he was Rukia's idol. Of course, there were plenty of people who admired Shin, you could find many in the Siri. His handsome appearance alone won him a lot of fans. I don't care how you learned before. From now on, your Kido training will start from the very beginning, Shin said to them. Shin was actually a very good teacher, as he had thoroughly studied Kido. After completely understanding Kido, teaching it to others was a simple matter. Of course, even if Shin's teaching ability was great, this world was never short of fools, or rather, people who were not suited for practicing Kido. For such people, Shin couldn't do anything. A week passed in the blink of an eye. Yoruchi had returned to the second division, chased away by Shin. As for Shin, he had spent most of his time at the Central Soul Reaper Academy. Though he had classes often, Shin found it quite fulfilling. Byakuya, you came looking for me. Shin looked at Byakuya, his lips twitching slightly as his deadpan face showed a rare change in expression. But Byakuya's stoic face quickly returned. What do you want? I know you don't like to waste time, so just say it. Shin didn't think Byakuya would come to see him for no reason. I need a favor. I want you to look after Kachiki Rukia. That's right, Byakuya was here to pull some strings for Rukia. He wanted Shin to give her special attention and help her improve her strength. To think those words would come out of your mouth. I can't believe it. Shin looked at Byakuya with surprise. Byakuya was a man who valued rules above all else, yet he was pulling strings like this. Well, you know, I don't do freebies, Shin said, propping his feet up. Byakuya understood, which was why he had come with money this time, and quite a lot of it, enough to make Shin's eyes light up. All right, I'll agree to look after that little girl. Besides, her talent isn't bad, Shin nodded. Okay, if there's nothing else, you can go. Don't disturb my work, Shin said, waving Byakuya away. He said he was working, but he was actually sleeping. Byakuya had disturbed his rest. The fact that Shin hadn't attacked him was a sign of his good temper. Byakuya didn't say anything more and turned to leave. Now that Shin had agreed, he would definitely do it, given his personality. Though he didn't fully understand Shin, he had a decent grasp of him. After all, Shin had instructed him in the past, and he knew Shin would be a dedicated teacher. Not long after Byakuya left, Shin walked out of his office and found Rukia, who was training hard. Seeing Shin, Rukia immediately ran over and respectfully called out, Shin-sensei. No need to be so formal. I don't like that either. Come with me, Shin said to Rukia. Though Rukia was a bit confused, she followed Shin to a more secluded training ground in the academy. I brought you here to give you some special tutoring, Shin said directly to Rukia. Rukia was pleasantly surprised. Shin-sensei was giving her special tutoring. Did he have a good impression of her? Was he satisfied with her? If Shin knew what she was thinking, he would have told her to stop dreaming. If Byakuya hadn't paid him, Shin wouldn't have bothered. If there's anything you don't understand, you can ask me directly. Not just about Kido, but other things as well, Shin said to Rukia. Since he had taken the money, Shin would do a good job. That was his reputation. Besides, teaching one Rukia was easy for him. Thank you, Shin-sensei, Rukia said gratefully to Shin. Don't thank me. Honestly, it was your brother who paid me to look after you, Shin said, looking at the grateful Rukia. Every 100 horsepower equals bonus chapter. Chapter 837, I don't own the Shino Academy. Next bonus, 100. Rukia Kachiki stared at Shin in astonishment. Her brother had asked Shin to look after her. That makes sense, she thought. Why else would teacher Shin give me special attention? I'm not particularly special, and my grades aren't that outstanding. Don't overthink it. Just focus on your training. Your brother is paying good money for this, so if you don't apply yourself, you'll be wasting his investment. Shin reminded her. He must be talking about my brother, Rukia thought to herself, trying to stifle a laugh. She wondered what her stoic, stone-faced brother would look like if he heard Shin's casual tone. Although Rukia hadn't been a part of the Kekkei Clan for long, she had a good grasp of Byakuya's personality. He rarely showed any emotion, he was like a block of ice. He was also obsessed with rules and decorum, something Rukia was still struggling to adapt to. Still, her life now was a world away from what it used to be. Back then, even finding enough to eat was a daily struggle. Your Ryatsu is way too low. Shin watched as Rukia collapsed, exhausted, after casting only a few Kido spells. He couldn't help but feel a little exasperated. Indeed, for many Soul Reapers, Ryatsu was a critical issue. Not everyone could afford to be as wasteful with their spiritual energy as Shin. Rukia lowered her head in embarrassment, knowing she hadn't met his expectations. Well, just keep practicing. Shin sighed. It seemed earning Byakuya's money wasn't going to be easy. Come on, let's go get something to eat, Shin said to Rukia. Her eyes widened in surprise. What, you don't want to go? If not, then forget it, Shin said, seeing her shocked expression. For Soul Reapers, eating was more about satisfying a craving than a necessity. They could survive by simply absorbing spirit particles from the air. Of course, that only applied to Soul Reapers. Ordinary souls would still starve if they didn't eat, they couldn't survive on spirit particles alone. I'd love to. Rukia nodded eagerly. Shin was her idol. How could she possibly refuse a chance to eat with him? She immediately followed after him. Shin led Rukia out of the Shino Academy. In the days that followed, Shin's time off was filled with the new task of tutoring Rukia. Although her skills were still lacking, she was an eager and diligent student. Captain Shin, it's been a while. One day, Shin ran into Aizen, who occasionally came to the Shino Academy to teach a class. In fact, other captains would sometimes guest lecture at the academy, partly at the request of Old Man Yamamoto, but also for their own reasons. It was simple, really. By teaching at the academy, they could scout for promising new talent and recruit them into their squads ahead of time. It was a win-win. Captain Aizen, I'm not a captain anymore, Shin replied. Hey, in my heart, you will always be Captain Shin. It's a real shame you stepped down. You might have even had a shot at becoming Captain Commander, Aizen said, shaking his head as if genuinely disappointed for Shin's sake. Hey, you really think it's a shame? I imagine if I did become Captain Commander, you'd be the one losing sleep at night. Shin clapped Aizen on the shoulder, then turned and walked away. If Shin had become Captain Commander, Aizen would have probably fled the Soul Society overnight. He wondered how far along Aizen's research on the Hogyoku was. Shin was looking forward to Aizen completing his work. Only then could he copy the Hogyoku's abilities for himself. He truly coveted its power. Honestly, in the world of Soul Reapers, the Hogyoku was a game-breaking item, it was just that powerful. Aizen watched Shin's retreating figure, then turned and left. Returning to his office, Shin found Yoruichi sitting there, waiting for him. She looked up as he entered. So you've really decided to make this place your home, huh? Yoruichi said, looking at Shin. Ever since Shin had come to the Shino Academy, he had been living here, never leaving. What brings you here? Shin asked her. Yoruichi raised an eyebrow. Can't I come just to see you? Of course you can. It's not like I own the Shino Academy. And if you did own it, would you really try to stop me from coming in? Yoruichi rolled her eyes. That's a definite yes. If this place were mine, you'd be banned for sure, Shin nodded. You should be helping Soifan with her work right now. That poor girl is probably drowning in paperwork all by herself. If I were her, I'd have replaced an incompetent lieutenant like you ages ago. I wish she would. You think I actually want to be a lieutenant? Yoruichi retorted. Honestly, Yoruichi had no attachment to her position. She didn't particularly care about power or authority. If she had, she could have become a captain when Shin stepped down, but she didn't. So how long are you planning on staying at the academy? Shin asked her. I'm not sure. How about I leave when you do? Yoruichi had already made up her mind to stay at the academy for a while. You'll leave when I leave? Shin glanced at her. What, is that a problem? Yoruichi raised an eyebrow. Not a problem, but since you're here, I can't just let you sit around. I'll have to find something for you to do. As Shin spoke, a smile played on his lips. Yoruichi's expression flickered for a moment, but she wasn't particularly bothered. Sure. You can arrange whatever you want for me. Really? Shin looked at Yoruichi in surprise. He had said that mostly to get her to leave, thinking she'd run off at the mention of work. But to his surprise, she had actually agreed. Well, since she agreed, there was no need to be polite. It was a good thing she was here to help. With Yoruichi around, teaching would be much easier. He was already getting tired of it. It seemed she had come just in time to solve his problems. Every 100 horsepower equals bonus chapter. Chapter 838, name your price. Next bonus, 100. New week. Let's push. I should have known better than to come looking for you. You were just trying to get rid of me, weren't you? Yoruichi glared at Shin. By now, she was practically a full-time teacher. All the work had been dumped on her, while Shin, the actual teacher, had plenty of time to relax. You're right, I was. So, are you leaving? Shin nodded with a smile. Of course, he was just joking. How could he possibly let Yoruichi go now? Her arrival was a godsend. With her help, Shin's life had become much easier. If she left, who would share the burden? Fine, I'm leaving right now. Yoruichi stood up huffily and walked towards the door. Shin watched her go, a slight arch in his eyebrow, but he made no move to stop her. Just as he expected, Yoruchi, who was about to leave, suddenly turned back. She stormed back to him, her expression a mix of anger and amusement. You're really not going to ask me to stay? I've done a lot for you, you know. You're so heartless. Because I knew you'd come back. Why would I bother? Shin spread his hands and said. All right, let's not talk about that. Can you cover my class today? I have something to do, Shin said to Yoruchi. Something to do? What is it this time? Let's hear your latest excuse. You know what my greatest pleasure is these days. Watching you come up with new excuses. Yoruchi said to Shin. I'm feeling under the weather. Not really up for teaching today, so could you fill in for me? It's not like you have anything better to do, Shin said, his whole demeanor shifting to one of weakness. Just a moment ago, he had been full of energy. Now, in the blink of an eye, he looked as if he were on his deathbed. The transformation was almost instantaneous. Your acting is terrible. I'm almost impressed, Yoruchi couldn't help but say. Please, Yoruchi. I'll make it up to you, I promise, Shin said, standing up and patting her on the shoulder. And what exactly is this reward? You're not just giving me another empty promise, are you? You've already made so many of those. Yoruchi said to Shin, clearly annoyed. She was tired of his empty promises. This time, you can name your price. As long as it's not too outrageous, I'll agree to anything. How's that? I'm being sincere, right? Shin said quickly, hoping to get her to teach the class so he could slack off again. All right, I'll trust you one more time. But don't you dare go back on your word. If you do, don't blame me for what happens next. Yoruchi raised a fist, threatening him. Shin completely ignored her threat. He knew she was just trying to scare him, she wouldn't actually do anything. See you later, Yoruchi. You go on and teach the class for me. With that, Shin vanished in a flash. I'm such a workhorse, Yoruchi sighed to herself. If Soifan heard her now, she'd probably cry her eyes out. Compared to Yoruchi, Soifan was the one who was truly overworked. Yoruchi then went to the elite class Shin was teaching. Seeing her enter, some of the students' faces fell with disappointment. It's Lady Yoruchi again. Excuse me, Lady Yoruchi, but where is Teacher Shin? Rukia Kachiki stood up and asked. Yoruchi looked at Rukia's onion-like hair and said irritably, he said he's sick. How should I know what's really going on? I'll be teaching you today. We'll be working on your flash step. Ah, Teacher Shin is sick. Rukia said, her voice filled with concern. Yoruchi gave Rukia a speechless look. She actually believed him. So naive. Wait, why is Rukia so concerned about that guy being sick? Yoruchi thought of how Shin had been giving Rukia private lessons recently, and her mood soured. Of course, Yoruchi knew why Shin was teaching Rukia. It was because a certain stone-faced captain had asked him to. And a simple request wouldn't have been enough, Shin didn't work for free. The Ice King must have paid him, and probably a lot. But now, Yoruchi was suddenly annoyed with Byakuya Kachiki. She'd have to go teach him a lesson one of these days. And she had the strength to back up that thought. Beating up Byakuya would be easy for her. As for Shin, he was, of course, perfectly fine. He was enjoying his free time. How could anything be wrong with him? He was currently napping in a remote corner of the Shino Academy, a place where no one would find him. Boom. Hearing a loud explosion nearby, Shin, who had been sleeping with his eyes closed, frowned and looked in that direction. So noisy, Shin said, annoyed. Ah. A short girl nearby was startled and looked over at Shin in a panic. Sorry, I didn't know anyone was here, Hinamori Momo said, bowing her head apologetically. She had always practiced here, never expecting to see a stranger. So it's you. Shin recognized Hinamori. It seemed Momo wasn't very popular in the original story. You're Teacher Shin. Hinamori looked up at Shin and recognized him. At this time, Hinamori hadn't graduated from the academy yet. She and Toshiro Hitsugaya were childhood friends and had entered the academy together. But Hitsugaya had graduated in just 1 year and was now close to becoming a captain. Hinamori, on the other hand, was still far behind. However, Hinamori would eventually become a lieutenant, which meant she had some talent. I'm trying to rest here. Find another place to practice your Kido. Don't disturb me, Shin said, waving her away before lying back down. But Hinamori didn't leave. Instead, she walked over to Shin, a hesitant and nervous look on her face, as if she had something to say. If you have something to say it. If not, then leave, Shin said without opening his eyes, but he knew exactly what she was doing. Though he didn't know what she wanted, he guessed she had a request for him. Every 100 horsepower equals bonus chapter. Chapter 839, bonus, teaching Hinamori Momo Kido. Next bonus, 100. New week. Let's push. After a moment of hesitation, Hinamori Momo bowed deeply to Shin. Master Shin, she began, I would be honored to receive your guidance. Shin opened his eyes, glanced at her, and then closed them again. Not interested. This was his time to slack off, and he had no intention of teaching some random student. So he refused. A look of disappointment crossed Hinamori's face. She had expected it, but the rejection still stung. All right, don't disturb my rest, Shin said, waving her away. I apologize for bothering you. I'll leave right now, Hinamori said quickly, turning to depart. Wait. Shin's voice stopped her just as she was about to leave. A glimmer of hope appeared on Hinamori's face. Had he changed his mind? Was he going to teach her after all? But she was getting ahead of herself. Shin hadn't said anything about teaching her, and that thought hadn't even crossed his mind. You haven't graduated from the Shino Academy yet, have you? Shin asked her. If she had already graduated, she wouldn't still be here. Her presence meant she was still a student. No, Master Shin. I'll be graduating soon, but I feel my skills are still lacking. I want to become stronger, Hinamori replied with a serious nod. If Master Shin could just offer me a little bit of guidance, I would be more than satisfied, she added, her eyes shining with hope. Being looked at with such earnest expectation by a young girl, Shin found it hard to refuse. How about this, if you're willing to prepare some meals for me, I don't mind giving you a few pointers, assuming you have some talent. Shin said to Hinamori. Hearing his answer, she almost jumped for joy. Thank you, Master Shin. Hinamori nodded earnestly, then turned and hurried away. Is she really going to make me lunch? Shin lay back down. If it meant a more comfortable life, he didn't mind wasting a little time teaching her. But it all depended on her talent. If she was hopeless, it wouldn't be worth his time. In the original story, Hinamori had never really stood out. She was unremarkable, with no particularly shining moments. It wasn't long before Hinamori returned, this time carrying a large bundle that was clearly a lunchbox. I've prepared this for you. I hope you like it, Master Shin, she said, looking at him expectantly. Shin's eyes lit up. The aroma alone was enough to pique his interest. The lunch Hinamori prepared was sumptuous, with all sorts of meat, noodles, and rice, and plenty of it. As Shin began to eat, Hinamori watched him nervously, hoping he would be satisfied. Not bad at all. After taking a few bites, Shin realized her cooking skills were nearly on par with Makoto's. He was more than satisfied. An idea began to form in his mind. Teaching Hinamori might not be a bad idea. And it wasn't just because of her delicious food. There were other reasons. Hinamori wasn't entirely useless to him, she might prove to be a valuable asset in the future. I'm quite satisfied. I don't mind teaching you from now on. Shin glanced at Hinamori. Her skills were not impressive. At least, in his eyes, she was pitifully weak. She'd probably have a hard time against any reasonably strong hollow. But among her peers, Hinamori's skills were probably quite good. What do you want to learn? Shin asked her. I want to learn Kido, she answered immediately. It was her strongest area and the one she was most eager to improve. Hinamori was indeed a Kido specialist. Her other skills weren't particularly outstanding, but she excelled in Kido. Learning Kido is fine. Take this and study it first. Shin handed her a book on the subject. It contained some low and mid-level Kido spells, specifically, Heido and Bakudo up to number 50. These weren't particularly valuable to Shin, but to Hinamori, they were priceless. She was stunned when she saw the contents. This was incredibly generous. If she could master these, becoming a lieutenant would be well within her reach. Study it on your own for now. If you have any questions, you can ask me. Shin said to Hinamori. These were techniques Hinamori had never encountered before. To master them, she would undoubtedly need Shin's guidance. If he didn't teach her, she might never be able to learn them all. Learning even low-level Kido wasn't easy. It was one of the fundamental combat arts of a Soul Reaper, something every one of them knew. But knowing and mastering were two different things. Many knew the basics, but few were truly proficient. Afterward, as Shin ate the lunch Hinamori had made, she began to study the Kido he had given her. Whenever she had a question, she would ask him, and Shin, having accepted her food, wouldn't hold back his explanations. After all, he couldn't just take her food without giving something in return. Heido number 31, Shikaho. Hinamori unleashed the spell, incinerating a small area in front of her before collapsing to the ground. Your spiritual pressure is pathetic. You can't even handle a single Shikaho. Shin said, looking at her. I'm sorry, I'm too weak. Hinamori lowered her head in apology, looking so fragile that it almost seemed as if Shin was bullying her. Forget it. Just keep working hard. Shin didn't say anything more. A lack of spiritual pressure wasn't something she could easily fix. Some people's potential was determined from birth. Hinamori's spiritual pressure wasn't weak by nature, at least not compared to ordinary souls. But when compared to a true prodigy, she was far behind. She was no genius, just an average girl. If she wanted to become stronger, she would have to make up for it with hard work. Every 100 horsepower equals bonus chapter. Chapter 840, a mindless fangirl. Next bonus, 200. Sorry, I posted the wrong chapter number before. I've now bulk uploaded the correct chapters. The chapter contents were correct, only the numbering was wrong, and one chapter was repeated. Time passed. Under Shin's guidance, Hinamori had made considerable progress. At the very least, she was no longer as weak as she used to be. But she was still weak. At least in Shin's eyes, her strength was far from impressive. Eating the lunch Hinamori had prepared, Shin was lost in thought. It wouldn't be long before Hinamori's internship began. He remembered that during her internship, she was attacked by a hollow and saved by Aizen, which led to her deep admiration for him, an admiration that Aizen would exploit until the very end. Even after Aizen stabbed her, leaving her for dead, she still believed he was innocent. This was one of the reasons Hinamori was so disliked, she was simply too naive. But now, Shin planned to use Hinamori himself. Perhaps it was time to plant a mole in Aizen's camp. Even though Shin knew the original story, who knew how much his presence had already altered the plot? If the story went completely off the rails, Shin would need accurate information. Accurate information about Aizen. So, Hinamori could be of use. She might not be the perfect tool, but planting a mole could be useful. This was the real reason Shin had agreed to teach her. Without any personal gain, did she really think he would teach her for free? Momo, come here for a moment. Shin beckoned to her. Hinamori, who was practicing her Kido, immediately came over, her face filled with admiration. Shin had completely replaced Aizen in her heart. After all, a young girl like Hinamori was easy to win over, and Shin had done so effortlessly. If she weren't so naive, how could she have been so thoroughly deceived by Aizen, even turning against her childhood friend, Toshiro Hitsugaya? What can I do for you, Master Shin? Hinamori asked. At this point, Hinamori would probably complete any task Shin gave her. You're about to start your internship, right? Shin asked her. After the internship came graduation, which meant Hinamori was about to graduate. Hearing his question, Hinamori's heart sank. What did he mean? Was he going to stop teaching her? Tears welled up in her eyes as she looked at him. Shin was baffled. He had just asked her a simple question. Why did she look like she was about to cry? Master Shin, are you not going to teach me anymore? She asked, and Shin finally understood what was going through her mind. He hadn't realized her little head was filled with so many thoughts. He shook his head and said, if you want me to teach you, I won't refuse. But I need you to do me a favor, Momo. A favor. Hinamori was stunned for a moment, then said with determination, just tell me what to do, Master Shin. I want you to join the 5th Division and keep an eye on its captain, Sosuke Aizen, Shin told her. I'll do it, Master Shin. Hinamori nodded without even asking for a reason, which surprised Shin. You're not going to ask why, he asked. Since you've asked me to do it, you must have your reasons. I don't need to ask. I trust you, Master Shin. Hinamori looked at him with admiration. At this moment, she reminded Shin of a mindless fangirl. Did she really think everything he did was right? Well, that made things easier for him. If she had too many questions, she wouldn't be a very useful tool. When you go on your internship to exterminate hollows, Aizen will deliberately lure out a powerful one. Then, he'll step in at the last moment to save you, earning your trust and gratitude. So, play along and gain his trust on the surface. Shin instructed her. I see. So that Captain Aizen isn't a good person, Hinamori said, clenching her small fists. But she grew nervous and asked, Master Shin, can I really do it? I believe in you. I believe you won't let me down. Shin reached out and patted her head. The most important thing was that Shin wasn't afraid of her messing things up. Even if Aizen knew she was sent by him, he would definitely keep her around. I will not betray your trust, Master Shin. Hinamori said with a very serious expression. Seeing her determination, perhaps she really could do it. That's all for today's lesson. You can go home. Come back tomorrow, Shin said to her. Hinamori packed up her lunchbox and obediently left. At that moment, Shin found that Hinamori was quite a good tool. Come on out. You call that hiding? After Hinamori left, Shin spoke, and Yoruichi's figure appeared behind him, her eyes fixed on him with a hint of displeasure. No wonder you've been so busy these past few days. So you've been seeing this little girl? Yoruichi said irritably. I have my reasons for teaching her, Shin said, glancing at her. What are you still doing here? I was about to leave. After walking a few steps, Shin turned and said to Yoruichi. She followed him, then suddenly transformed into a black cat and landed on his head. You know I hate it when anyone gets on my head, Shin said irritably. Yoruichi simply ignored him. So what if he didn't like it? Was he really going to throw her off? So she just lay there and went to sleep. But she was indeed thrown off by Shin. He wouldn't indulge her, unceremoniously tossing her aside. You actually threw me off. Yoruichi said angrily, swiping at him with her claws. But she was quickly caught by Shin, who held her and walked towards his dormitory. Yoruichi struggled pathetically, but to no avail. You damn Shin, let me go, or I'll make you regret it, Yoruichi shouted angrily at him. Oh. I'd like to see how you'll make me regret it, Shin said, holding her by the scruff of her neck and asking playfully. If you treat me like this again, don't even think about me helping you teach students in the future. Yoruichi threatened, knowing that other threats were useless, but this one should work. Shin, upon hearing this, did indeed let her go. After all, he really did need her to help with the classes. Otherwise, how would he have time to slack off? Every 100 horsepower equals bonus chapter. Chapter 841, I'll give you a pass. Next bonus, 200. Sorry, I posted the wrong chapter number before. I've now bulk uploaded the correct chapters. The chapter contents were correct, only the numbering was wrong, and one chapter was repeated. Time slipped by. Under Shin's arrangement, Hinamori Momo was successfully placed in the 5th division, serving as his inside source to keep an eye on Aizen. Did Aizen know? Shin figured he probably did, but Aizen wasn't the type to make a move over something so trivial. Besides, he wasn't afraid of being watched. As long as Shin wasn't the one personally doing the monitoring, anyone else would just be watching a phantom. The power of Kyoka Soijutsu was just absurdly broken. Unless you had Ryatsu that far exceeded Aizen's, or managed to touch the blade before its release, breaking the illusion was impossible. And as for Ryatsu far exceeding Aizen's, Yhwach had designated Aizen as a special war power precisely because of his immense spiritual pressure. In terms of pure Ryatsu, only Shin could surpass him. Among the rest of the Siriidii, not even the combat powerhouse Old Man Yamamoto, going all out, could generate stronger Ryatsu than Aizen. Aside from keeping tabs on Aizen's Hogyoku research, Shin spent most of his time coasting, not doing much of anything. Why are you here again? Is life in the Soul King Palace really that relaxing? Shin asked, looking at Shut-Era Senjumaru. This was hardly the first time she had come looking for him. Shin was starting to wonder if the woman had too much time on her hands. It is quite relaxing, actually. There isn't much to do in the Soul King Palace. So, what do you say? Have you considered joining Squad Zero? Shut-Era Senjumaru asked Shin, still not giving up on recruiting him. This was the main reason she dropped by whenever she had a spare moment, she was determined to persuade him. The Soul King Palace is mind-numbingly boring, far less interesting than the Siriidii. I'd have to have lost my mind to follow you up there. Shin waved his hand dismissively, as if the sacred ground others revered was something to be scorned. In truth, the Soul King Palace was an excellent place for training. The concentration of spirit particles, or Reisher, was so dense that even a vice captain would be crushed by the sheer pressure in the air if they weren't prepared. And you think being a slacker at the Shino Academy is any more interesting? Shut-Era raised an eyebrow and shot back. Hey, you're getting on my nerves. You want me to send you flying? Yoruichi said, cracking her knuckles. Yoruichi's expression was anything but friendly as she looked at Shut-Era. Although Squad Zero ranked above the Godii 13, she had no intention of letting Shin join them. Once you joined Squad Zero, you rarely had the chance to leave the Soul King Palace. That was the main reason Yoruichi was against it. If he joined, she'd never get to see him. Besides, Yoruichi wasn't afraid of Shut-Era. In terms of strength, Yoruichi's current combat power was on par with hers. The members of Squad Zero were all formidable, but the Yoruichi who had trained under Shin was a whole new beast, her strength already surpassing that of an ordinary captain. And what was an ordinary captain's strength? Well, about the level of someone like Kensei Muguruma. While Yoruichi and Shut-Era were butting heads, Shin quietly slipped away. The main story should be starting soon, right? Shin stood on the roof of the Shino Academy, gazing into the distance. The captain of the 10th Division, Isshin Shiba, had vanished without a trace. The position had now been filled by the young prodigy, Toshiro Hitsugaya. Isshin Shiba had likely lost his Soul Reaper powers by now and was living under the name Isshin Kurosaki. All that was left was to wait for Ichigo Kurosaki to be born. There was still some time before the main story began, but Aizen had been making a lot of small moves lately. Hinamori had passed along some information, but none of it was particularly important. And if there were any truly critical secrets, Hinamori probably wouldn't have been able to get her hands on them anyway. Should I just snatch the Hogyoku from Kasuki Urahara and give it to Aizen now? The thought flashed through Shin's mind, but he quickly shook his head. If he did that, Aizen would probably become wary of creating the perfect Hogyoku. Would Aizen dare to use something that came from his hands? I'll just let things play out. I've waited this long, another decade or so won't make a difference. After speaking, Shin's gaze shifted towards the shadows of the Siriidi's buildings. His eyes seemed to pierce through space, seeing into another world. The Wandenrake, the invisible empire, a palace of ice hidden within the shadows of the Siriidii. It was the kingdom of the Quincy. 1,000 years ago, the war between the Soul Reapers and the Quincy had ended in a victory for the Soul Reapers. The defeated Quincy had taken advantage of a moment of laxness, creating a realm of erasure within the Siriidi's shadows. They had been observing the Soul Reapers' development ever since, waiting for Yawatch to revive and rule the world. The current strength of the Wandenrake was immense, even greater than that of the Soul Reapers. Each member of the Stern Ritter was more than a match for a Soul Reaper captain. Well, I won't cause trouble for you just yet. I'll give you a pass for now. Shin could enter the Wandenrake whenever he pleased. But for the time being, he wasn't interested. While he was curious about the Quincy's power, what truly intrigued him was the power of their progenitor, Yawatch. Yawatch was the son of the Soul King. But this model son, upon his revival, would invade the Soul King Palace and kill his own father. Yawatch hadn't been revived yet, so Shin had no interest in the Wandenrake. This was a stroke of luck for them. If Shin were to enter the Wandenrake, with his terrifying power, even the strongest members of the Stern Ritter wouldn't be able to stop him. Shin alone could probably get a team wipe against the entire Wandenrake. It's been a while since I've been to the 4th Division. I think I'll go pay a visit. Shin's figure vanished in a flash. He wasn't using Shuinpa, but a spatial technique. His Flying Thunder God technique had been developed to the point where he could teleport at will, even without a marker. Arriving at the 4th Division barracks, Shin saw the busy Retsu Unohana. He didn't disturb her, simply standing to the side and watching quietly. What brings you to the 4th Division? Unohana asked Shin in her gentle voice. Though her voice was gentle, Shin couldn't shake the feeling that it carried a hint of resentment. How could I not have time? I'm free every day, Shin said with a smile. If you're free every day, then why haven't you come to visit before? Unohana's question made Shin give an awkward laugh. He quickly changed the subject. I heard a new izakaya opened up in the Siriidii. Want to go check it out? All right. Unohana glanced at the documents in her hand. Shin was more important. This work could wait. Besides, she had her vice captain, Aizen Kotetsu. Even if Unohana didn't handle it, Aizen would. But Unohana was a very conscientious captain, which was why she always seemed so busy. Every 100 horsepower equals bonus chapter. Chapter 842, you've got a point, but that doesn't change the fact you're lazy. Next bonus, 200. Shin and Unohana enjoyed a quiet drink at the izakaya, completely undisturbed. Yoruchi had actually come looking for Shin, but she couldn't find him. She had only made it as far as the 4th Division barracks, where Aizen informed her that Shin had gone out with her captain. Unable to find Shin, Yoruchi was now fuming. As for Shut-era Senjumaru, she had already returned to the Soul King Palace. Though she could leave from time to time, she couldn't be away for too long. The last time she had stayed in the Siriidii for so long was because she was on a special mission, to recruit Shin into Squad 0. Unfortunately, she had been mercilessly rejected. It's been really calm lately, Shin said to Unohana as he drank. How would you know it's been calm? Unohana couldn't help but ask. She had been keeping an eye on what Shin was up to lately. She knew he spent most of his time at the Shin-O Academy and didn't seem to care about the affairs of the various squads. How did he know things were so calm? It's simple. I just have to look at the 4th Division. There are hardly any patients, which means things are calm, right? Shin said with a smile. Actually, it's not entirely calm. There's been some trouble in the Rinnegan. A few hollows have appeared and caused some destruction. Unohana explained the situation to Shin. After hearing this, Shin instantly thought of Aizen. After all, Hueco Mundo was practically under Aizen's control at this point. Of course, Shin hadn't been to Hueco Mundo in a long time, so he didn't know what the situation was like there now. After that, Shin spent a few days with Unohana before Yoruchi finally caught up with him. By this point, her resentment towards Shin was palpable. Are you forgetting something? Yoruchi asked Shin. Forget something? Shin asked, surprised. He couldn't remember forgetting anything. All right, if you don't remember, I'll remind you. Do you even know what your role is right now? Yoruchi asked Shin, fuming. It was only then that Shin suddenly remembered he was still a teacher. A teacher at the Shin Academy. He had skipped class for several days. Though the Shin Academy had days off, the problem was, it wasn't a day off. So for the past few days, Yoruchi had been covering for him. And come to think of it, Shin hadn't taught his students in a long time. Actually, I've already taught them everything I'm supposed to. There's nothing more for me to teach them, Shin said to Yoruchi. He was serious. He had taught the Soul Reaper students everything he was supposed to. He was only responsible for teaching Kido. He had taught them all the low-level Kido. As for the intermediate and advanced Kido, sorry, they didn't have the Ryatsu to use them. And the rules forbade him from teaching them anyway. To learn higher-level Kido, they had to earn it through their own merits, by killing hollows. That was something for after they became official Soul Reapers. Shin had unreservedly taught them everything he was supposed to. Now, it was up to them. You've got a point, but that doesn't change the fact that you're just being lazy. Yoruchi said to Shin with a knowing look. She had seen through him a long time ago. Shin was just making excuses for his laziness. A little professional courtesy, maybe. Shin shrugged and said. Also, I feel like you're the one who's not doing your job. You're the vice captain of the 2nd Division. What are you doing hanging around the Shin Academy all day? I think I need to report this to Old Man Yamamoto and have him sort you out. Heh, I've never seen someone so ungrateful. If I hadn't been covering your classes these past few days, you probably would have been buried in student complaints by now. Yoruchi was about to lose it. This guy was unbelievable. I'm leaving. I'm done with you. Yoruchi left in a huff. This time, she really left the Shin Academy, probably heading back to the 2nd Division. She's not really angry, is she? Shin watched Yoruchi's retreating figure. He'd have to find a time to make it up to her. After that, Shin began his first class in a long time. To be honest, even the students were surprised to see him. Ahem, I've been busy with some things lately, so I've been a bit behind on your classes. Shin said to the students below. An explanation was necessary. Whether they believed him or not, as long as Shin himself believed it, that was enough. Today, I'm not going to lecture you on theory. Theory is useless. Only real combat can truly show your strength. Shin said to them. That's right, Shin planned to take these students to fight some hollows real combat. Are we going to fight hollows? Renji Aburai's expression was one of extreme excitement. He was a classic battle junkie, probably unaware of how strong hollows actually were. Though ordinary hollows had little to no intelligence, their combat power was still quite formidable. These students probably couldn't even handle a giant hollow. If a Jillian-class Minos showed up, it could easily wipe them out. A Jillian's strength surpassed that of a vice captain and could even trade blows with a squad captain. Are we really going into real combat? Don't worry, with me here, you'll be fine. But there will still be danger. If you're scared, it's better to back out now. Shin warned them in advance. Taking them out didn't mean Shin would be a complete babysitter. If they did something stupid, he might not save them. In the end, no one backed out. After all, this was the elite class, filled with the best of the best. And even if they wanted to quit, seeing that none of their classmates had, they couldn't back down for the sake of their pride. After that, Shin went to apply for permission to take the students to the world of the living to kill hollows. If it were any other teacher, it would probably be difficult to get approval, but it was different for Shin. The teachers at the Shin Academy all knew that Shin was once the captain of the 2nd Division and was said to be the closest in strength to the captain commander. Many even felt that if he hadn't resigned from his position as captain of the 2nd Division, he might have eventually become the captain commander. Many people still felt it was a pity. But these people had no idea what Shin really wanted. Did he care about the position of captain commander? Even if he were offered the position of Soul King, he wouldn't be interested. He looked at the overly excited group. He hoped that when they actually saw a hollow, they wouldn't be too scared to even swing their swords. If they were that pathetic, Shin would definitely warn them never to say they were his students, lest they tarnish his reputation. Every 100 horsepower equals bonus chapter. Chapter 843, The Appearance of Minos Grande. Next bonus, 200. Shin opened a Senkaman gate, leading a group of students practically vibrating with curiosity into the world of the living. To hunt hollows, you had two options, the world of the living or Hueco Mundo. But Shin wasn't about to drag a class of Shin Academy cadets to a place like Hueco Mundo. In that hellscape, they'd be less than cannon fodder. At their current level, these students could handle a more powerful hollow at best. Working together, they might even take down a giant one. But a Jillian-class Minos. They'd be slaughtered in an instant. So this is the world of the living? Rukia Kachiki asked, her curiosity shared by all the other students. It was their first time here, and everything seemed new and fascinating. You're all spirits here, so you don't have to worry about being seen by regular humans, Shin explained to Rukia and the other students. Of course, Shin himself could be seen. He wasn't a spirit, but he could easily conceal his presence from humans if he chose. By the same token, humans with naturally high spiritual power, like Ichigo Kurosaki, could see soul reapers. Then there were the Fullbringers, whose powers were awakened through spiritual energy. Alright, I'm going to use some hollow bait to draw a few of them in, Shin announced. Are you all ready? Hollow bait was essentially a lure crafted from spiritual energy. Since hollows were drawn to high concentrations of spirit particles, it was incredibly effective. A small piece wouldn't attract anything too powerful, just a few insignificant, lesser hollows. If a Jillian showed up, it would be like hitting the jackpot. You might as well go buy a lottery ticket. We're ready, Instructor Shin. The students gripped their Zanpakuto. Most were still the standard, unreleased Asachi, but a few had already achieved Shirkai. Anyone who could achieve Shirkai while still in the academy was considered a genius. Soon after Shin tossed out the bait, a swarm of small hollows appeared. They were barely stronger than ordinary humans and had no real attacks to speak of, mostly just shrieking to frighten people. Against a Soul Reaper, they were nothing more than cannon fodder. Dozens of small hollows were drawn in, along with one significantly stronger one. When Renji Aburai spotted it, he immediately charged forward. Roar, Zabumaru. Renji's Zanpakuto transformed into a segmented, whip-like blade, a direct combat type. It wasn't particularly exceptional, even in its released state, but it wasn't terrible either. Shin watched him go. He can handle that one, no problem. But using his Shirkai right out of the gate. He must think he's got Ryatsu to burn. A Shirkai release could boost one's spiritual pressure by nearly tenfold, but it had a major drawback: it drained Ryatsu like a sieve. Every attack consumed a massive amount of spiritual energy. Only those with immense reserves, like Ichigo Kurosaki, could maintain a constant state of Shirkai. His giant blade was practically always in its released form, a testament to his innate power. After all, Ichigo was a cocktail of 4 different powers: Soul Reaper, Hollow, Quincy, and Fullbring. It was no wonder the guy was a walking cheat code. Soon enough, Renji defeated the powerful Hollow, but he was visibly exhausted. His current Ryatsu couldn't sustain Shirkai for long. Your Shirkai should be a trump card, not your opening move. You're too impulsive. Shin appeared in front of Renji and said. Though Renji wasn't injured, his Ryatsu was nearly depleted, effectively cutting his combat strength in half. If you run into another enemy in this state, you'll be a dead man. And don't think my presence here is a guarantee. If you find yourselves in real danger, I might not step in, Shin added as a final reminder. His words might have sounded harsh, but they were for their own good. When true danger struck, who would be there to save them? In the end, they could only rely on themselves. The smaller hollows were dealt with quickly, with no injuries. If they couldn't even handle lesser hollows, they had no business becoming Soul Reapers. Suddenly, Shin's gaze sharpened. He looked into the distance, where several Jillian-class Minos Grande were lumbering toward them, destroying buildings as they went. Humans fled in terror. Since humans couldn't see hollows, to them, it looked as if the buildings were being destroyed by some invisible force, leading to panic, helplessness, and ultimately, death, as their souls were devoured. What is that? Rukia's face went pale as she stared in horror at the behemoths in the distance. Their power was overwhelming. The sheer Ryatsu radiating from them was almost enough to bring Rukia to her knees. Minos Grande. Jillians. What are they doing here? Shin raised an eyebrow. He couldn't figure out what was going on. A Jillian shouldn't have been drawn here. An idea flickered and died just as quickly. Could Aizen have sent them? He dismissed it instantly. That made no sense. Aizen had nothing to gain by provoking him. Right now, Aizen knew better than to pick a fight. He certainly wouldn't go out of his way to start one. A Minos is beyond your current abilities, Shin said to Rukia. He had no intention of letting them fight these things, it would be suicide. I'll handle these. You all stay back. Even if Shin hadn't intervened, someone would have. There were still Quincy in the world of the living, and this was Karakura town. Both the Visored and Kasuke Urahara were here. The Visored might not show themselves easily, but Urahara wouldn't stand by and do nothing if things got out of hand. A Zero blast shot towards him. Shin watched it calmly. Bakudo number 81. Danku. A transparent barrier materialized, blocking all the Zero blasts. A chantless Danku. Rukia murmured, her eyes shining with admiration as she looked at Shin. It was so powerful, even without the incantation, it could block a Zero. In truth, she was making a mountain out of a molehill. If Shin couldn't even block a Zero from a mere Jillian, he'd have to be pathetically weak. After all, Jillians were just cannon fodder. Every 100 horsepower equals bonus chapter. Chapter 844, Unfathomable. Next bonus, 200. There were 4 of them in total, 4 Jillian-class Minos. That was a serious problem for the world of the living. Even an average lieutenant would have a tough time taking down a single Jillian. Should we go help him? One of the students asked nervously. Help him? Are you kidding? We'd be lucky if we didn't get ourselves killed. He's right. That's a Minos Grande. A real Minos. The sheer Ryatsu is enough to pin us down. We wouldn't even make it close before we were dead. The students debated amongst themselves, but ultimately, no one made a move. It wasn't that they didn't want to help, they simply understood the massive gap in power. Going up there would be suicide, and they'd only get in the way. They had to trust their instructor's strength. Rukia gritted her teeth. She desperately wanted to help, but in the end, she held herself back. No, I can't be a burden to Instructor Shin. She lowered her Zanpakuto. Going up there wouldn't just be useless, it would force Shin to protect her. Shin was pleased to see that none of the students had rushed forward. If they had, he would have had to knock them out of the way himself. By staying back, they showed good judgment, refusing to become a liability. Of course, it hardly mattered. With only 4 Jillians, Shin could have dealt with them in his sleep. He drew his Zanpakuto. With a single, fluid swing, he unleashed a wave of pure sword pressure. In an instant, all 4 Jillians were bisected, their massive forms crumbling into nothingness before dissolving into erasure particles in the air. The students behind him were left slack-jawed. The same monsters whose Ryatsu had made it difficult to even stand had been obliterated by their teacher in a single, effortless slash. His swordsmanship is incredible. I want to learn that. I always thought Instructor Shin was just amazing at Kido. I had no idea his Zenjutsu was on another level too. He's so strong. If I had that kind of power, I could wipe out hollows with no problem. Hey, Instructor Shin is said to be the strongest Soul Reaper in the Soul Society, second only to the Captain Commander. You can dream on if you think you'll ever reach his level. So cool. Rukia said, her eyes sparkling. Damn it, Rinji muttered, glancing at Rukia before fixing his gaze on Shin, a flicker of annoyance in his eyes. Though he was grateful for Shin's instruction, Rukia's admiration for him was getting a little too intense for his liking. Instructor Shin is just too strong. The students who had been pinned down by the Ryatsu finally got to their feet and hurried over to Shin. What's so surprising about taking out a few small fry? Shin's expression was calm. In his eyes, Jillians were nothing but cannon fodder. The same went for Ajuchas, and even Vasto Lord. They were all just trash he could kill with a single slash. Since he could one-shot all of them, he saw them all as equally weak. Small fry. The students were speechless. They'd spent countless hours in theory classes, where their instructors had repeatedly emphasized just how terrifying a Minos Grande was. And now, Instructor Shin was calling them small fry. But thinking back to the power he had just displayed, well, for him, they probably were just small fry. They hadn't even managed to inconvenience him in the slightest before being effortlessly dispatched. To me, they're nothing more than ants. But for you, at your current level, a Jillian is an unbeatable opponent. Don't let what you just saw give you the wrong idea, Shin warned them. The last thing he needed was for them to get cocky and think a Minos was a pushover. If they tried to fight one, it would be a guaranteed death sentence. Alright, that's enough excitement for one day. Let's head back to the Siriiti. Shin had no intention of continuing the field exercise. What if another Minos showed up? While it would be easy for him to handle, he wasn't here to be a babysitter. He opened a Senkaman gate and had them line up to enter. After everyone was through, Shin glanced at a specific spot in the distance. With a faint, knowing look, he stepped through the gate himself. In that very spot, Kasuke Urahara and Tessai Tsukabashi were tense, feeling as though they had just been discovered. Captain Shin definitely knew we were here, Urahara said. It seemed the Ryatsu shielding device he had developed was useless against Shin Uzumaki. Tessai remained silent. The two of them were here because of the Jillians. If the Minos hadn't appeared, they wouldn't have shown themselves. They had originally wanted to see if Aizen was behind their appearance, but now it seemed that wasn't the case. Mr. Urahara, what do you make of Captain Shin's power? Tessai asked. His power is unfathomable. Urahara's usual playful demeanor was gone, replaced by an expression of pure, unadulterated seriousness. Then if Captain Shin were to face Aizen, who do you think would win? Hearing Tessai's question, Urahara didn't answer. He simply stood up and started walking back to his shop. It was a difficult question to answer. Both Shin and Aizen were men he couldn't see through. But deep down, Urahara still felt Shin was the more terrifying of the two. Aizen was a formidable opponent, but his intuition was screaming at him that Shin was far more dangerous. If they really did face off, Urahara would bet on Shin. But would they ever actually fight? That was anyone's guess. Back in the Soul Society, Urahara had always felt there was a strange, subtle tension between Shin and Aizen. What Urahara feared most now was that they were working together. If that were the case, the entire world would be plunged into chaos. I'm just a humble shopkeeper now. No need to think about such things. Urahara's playful attitude returned. Meanwhile, Shin was already back in the Soul Society. He paid no mind to having discovered Urahara. After returning to the Siriidii, Shin told the students to reflect on what they had learned from the battle. Of course, telling them to reflect on their gains was just an excuse for Shin to slack off. It was like giving them a study hall while he did whatever he wanted. Every 100 horsepower equals bonus chapter. Chapter 845, I quit. Next bonus, 300. A dozen years flew by in the blink of an eye. Rukia Kuchiki had long since graduated and was now a seated officer in the 13th Division. Shin, however, was still playing the part of a slacker at Shino Academy. He'd occasionally drop by the 2nd Division or make a trip to the 4th Division, living a life of leisure. The story's about to kick off. Shin had already gotten word that Rukia was heading to the world of the living to hunt hollows. It wouldn't be long before she lost her Soul Reaper powers, and Ichigo Kurosaki would absorb her spiritual energy to start his own journey of slaying hollows. Kasuke Urahara's Hogyoku would also soon be hidden within Rukia's soul. But Shin had no intention of being a spectator. He remained in the Soul Society, content with his lazy lifestyle. The early stage Ichigo was still weak, so Shin saw no reason to get involved. I'm getting a little bored, Shin said with a yawn, stretching as he got up from his chair. He might be bored now, but things were about to get a lot more interesting. Once the main plot began, everything would liven up. I'll head back to the 2nd Division. This teaching gig has lost its charm. I quit. After decades as a teacher, Shin had had enough. He scribbled a resignation letter and decided he wasn't coming back. Whether anyone would approve his resignation was irrelevant. Did Shin really need to care about what others thought? Shin-sama, you're back. Soifan's face lit up with joy when she saw him. Shin only returned once in a blue moon, so every visit was a pleasant surprise. Your spiritual pressure has improved again, Soifan, Shin said, surprised as he sensed the increase in her power. It was clear she had been training hard. Where's Yoruichi? Shin asked. Lady Yoruichi is probably sunbathing somewhere, Soifan said, her expression weary. She was now single-handedly managing all of the 2ND Division's affairs. Yoruichi acted more like the squad's retired empress, treating every day like a holiday. This, of course, meant Soifan never got a break. Will you be staying in the 2nd Division for a few days, Shin-sama, she asked. I'm not planning on leaving. I've already quit my post at Shino Academy. From now on, I'll be staying in the 2nd Division. I hope you don't mind, Soifan. Shin said with a smile. A look of pure ecstasy flashed in Soifan's eyes. Mind? Of course not. She had never wanted Shin to go to the academy in the first place. Now that he was finally back in the 2nd Division for good, she couldn't be happier. In the future, if she had any training questions, she could ask Shin-sama directly. Well, look who's back. Done playing teacher? Got too boring for you? Yoruichi's voice came from behind him. In the next moment, she transformed into a black cat and leaped onto Shin's shoulder. Shin grabbed the cat form Yoruichi and unceremoniously dropped her on the ground. She had been about to climb onto his head, and Shin wasn't having any of that. Still as rough with me as ever, Yoruichi said, annoyed. Heh, I think with you, there's no need to be polite. Shin chuckled, pulling over a chair and sitting down. You just up and left the academy. You think old man Yamamoto will approve? Yoruichi asked. Do I need his approval? Shin was completely unconcerned. Even if Yamamoto didn't approve, there was nothing he could do about it. Shin couldn't care less what the old man thought. Besides, the real reason I quit is that the students these days are just terrible. If there were any with real talent, I wouldn't mind playing mentor for a bit. Shin was telling the truth. The current crop of students was a far cry from their predecessors. They were all far too weak. Shin settled back into life in the 2nd Division. News of his resignation quickly reached Old Man Yamamoto, who was, after all, still the headmaster of Shino Academy. The academy had been founded by Yamamoto, and he had served as its headmaster ever since. Any resignation would naturally cross his desk. Yamamoto was deeply displeased that Shin had left without so much as a word, but in the end, he didn't punish him, tacitly accepting the resignation. He had always known this day would come. In fact, it had come a little later than he'd expected. Soifan, your power is a bit lacking. Shin was currently sparring with Soifan, or rather, guiding her. Under his guidance, Soifan's progress was remarkable. Her strength, which had seemed to hit a plateau, was now improving once again. It feels like my strength can't get any stronger, Soifan said with a sigh. True, that is a weakness. But with the monstrous strength technique I taught you, you can still catch your enemies off guard, Shin nodded. After all, raw strength was largely innate. Even with training, it was difficult to improve significantly, and Soifan's specialty had always been speed. You couldn't expect her to excel in every area. Only a cheater could be perfect in every aspect. Without a cheat, there were bound to be flaws. Yoruchi, what do you think about Soifan's strength surpassing your own? Shin asked Yoruchi. What's there to think? I have no thoughts on it. Yoruchi said nothing more. But at this point, Soifan's strength had indeed surpassed Yoruchi's. One was working tirelessly while the other was a slacker. It was no surprise that Soifan had overtaken her. Don't you have any desire to improve yourself? Are you content with just being a slacker? Shin asked. Nope, I really have no desire to get stronger. I'm perfectly happy with my current strength. Do I really have to be stronger than Soifan? Yoruchi seemed to lack any ambition. Actually, Lady Yoruchi has been working very hard. I've seen her training in secret, Soifan suddenly said to Shin. She was trying to speak up for Yoruchi, but Yoruchi's mouth twitched. She hadn't expected to be completely exposed by Soifan. Shin looked at Yoruchi. He had thought she genuinely didn't care, but it seemed she was only pretending not to be bothered by Soifan surpassing her. Deep down, she probably cared a great deal. It made sense. She had always treated Soifan like a little sister. Now that her little sister was stronger than her, it was naturally hard to accept. What are you looking at? Yoruchi snapped, seeing the playful smile and amused expression on Shin's face. Shin looked away. This was good. The slacker Yoruchi was finally going to start improving her strength. Every 100 horsepower equals bonus chapter. Chapter 846, bonus, he ran for it. Next bonus, 300. If Yoruchi wanted to get stronger, her best bet was to ask Shin for help. With his assistance, her strength would improve much faster. Shin had been planning to relax, but Yoruchi grabbed him and wouldn't let go, insisting he help her train. Sigh, all my leisure time is being wasted because of you. Shin sighed, his expression slightly annoyed. Humph, if you keep slacking off like this, you'll be completely useless, Yoruchi snorted. Oh really? Coming from you, that's rich. Weren't you just like me not too long ago? Shin shot her an exasperated look. The old Yoruchi was no different from him, just as lazy. Now that she was putting in a little effort, she had the nerve to lecture him. Actually, I think the reason I was so unmotivated before was entirely because of you. Yoruchi pinned the blame squarely on Shin. Shin, finding himself suddenly shouldering the blame, was stunned for a moment, then looked at Yoruchi with displeasure. Wow, Yoruchi. Shifting the blame onto me, are we? When it comes to that, I'd say you take the cake. Shin gave her a thumbs up. It's the truth. Weren't you the one who taught me in the first place? My laziness is definitely partly your fault. Are you going to deny it? Yoruchi tilted her head up at Shin. He decided not to argue with her. There was no point, trying to reason with Yoruchi was a lost cause. I've already taught you everything I can. The rest is up to you. You don't need me here to guide you. Shin said to Yoruchi. Honestly, he had taught her everything he could. The rest was up to her. No, don't even think about running. I know you want to leave, Yoruchi said, grabbing Shin's arm, much to his frustration. Then what do you want? You're not going to let me go, are you? Shin's expression was one of pure helplessness. Honestly, there was no point in him teaching Yoruchi now. It was all up to her. As long as she put in the effort, her strength would improve rapidly. It had nothing to do with his guidance anymore. That's right. I'm not letting you go. Yoruchi nodded. Of course she wasn't going to let him go. She felt that with Shin around, her strength would improve faster. Of course, that was just an illusion. You don't have anything else to do. What's wrong with staying here and training with me? Or do you have something else to do? Yoruchi questioned Shin, her eyes fixed on him. Yes, I actually do have something else to do. So, I'm leaving. With that, Shin turned and walked away. Just as Yoruchi was about to grab him, Shin's figure had already vanished. If Shin wanted to leave, there was no way Yoruchi could stop him. He sure left in a hurry. Damn it, Yoruchi muttered, annoyed. Shin was gone in the blink of an eye. She had no idea where he had gone. She could only guess. So, putting her training on hold, she went to the 4th Division to look for him. But going to the 4th Division was a dead end. Shin had already guessed she would go there looking for him, so he had gone somewhere else entirely, the world of the living. He hadn't planned on going, but to avoid Yoruchi, he had ended up there, appearing directly in Karakura town. It was a hotspot for spiritual activity, and the main stage for the story, so of course he came here. Everywhere else was just boring. Those visored are hiding pretty well. I haven't found them yet, Shin said after arriving in Karakura town. He hadn't searched that carefully, though. If he really put his mind to it, he could definitely find where the visored were hiding. But what for? He hadn't come to the world of the living to find them. There have been a lot of hollows in the world of the living lately. Shin's gaze fell on a wandering hollow. He didn't bother to attack it. There was no need to deal with a few giant hollows. Just releasing his spiritual pressure would be enough to crush them. He found a place to rest. Others who came to the world of the living needed a jigai. But Shin didn't need one at all. He was human, after all. People only thought he was a soul reaper because he used his spiritual pressure to hide his true nature. Even old man Yamamoto couldn't see through it. Shin had run off to the world of the living, and in the Soul Society, Yoruichi was fuming. Shin really isn't in your 4th division? Yoruichi asked Retsu Unohana. I have no reason to lie to you. Or would you like to search my squad? Unohana looked at Yoruichi, the two of them on the verge of a tense standoff. Fine, I believe you. In the end, Yoruichi didn't argue with Unohana. There was no benefit in it. After that, Yoruichi turned and left, pondering where Shin could have gone. She believed Unohana, there was no reason for her to hide him. No matter where you run, even if it's to the world of the living, I will find you. Suddenly, Yoruichi's expression froze. That's right, the world of the living. It was entirely possible he had gone there. She hadn't considered Hueco Mundo. The environment there was too harsh, Shin wouldn't have gone there. But the environment in the world of the living was quite pleasant. She guessed Shin had probably run off there, but it was still just a guess. I'll go find Soifan. I'll have her investigate and see if he's really in the world of the living. Yoruichi went back to find Soifan. Soifan didn't refuse. She would carry out any order from Yoruichi without question, and she herself wanted to find Shin. Lady Yoruichi, if Shin-sama has really gone to the world of the living, it won't be easy to find him. Soifan said to Yoruichi. If Shin didn't want to be found, they really didn't have the ability to find him. Besides, they couldn't just send the 2nd Division members to the world of the living unless something happened there that required their intervention. Yoruichi nodded slightly. She knew the chances of finding Shin were slim, but she had to try. Every 100 horsepower equals bonus chapter. Chapter 847, The Arrival of Byakuya Kuchiki. Next bonus, 300. Shin, for his part, had no idea Yoruichi was looking for him. He was thoroughly enjoying his time in the world of the living. The world of the living is a definite improvement over the Soul Society. At the very least, there was more to do. Compared to the stagnant, unchanging nature of the Soul Society, it was far more interesting. Of course, having spent so much time there, Shin had simply grown bored of it. Strolling through the streets and sampling the local cuisine, Shin eventually found himself in a familiar spot, the Urahara shop. Well, what do you know? Urahara Kasuke's little storefront. Shin approached the small shop without hesitation. As he drew near, Tessai Takabashi, who was minding the store, froze. Captain Shin. Tessai's expression immediately hardened, his eyes locking onto Shin with extreme caution, as if expecting an attack at any moment. Relax. I'm not here to cause trouble for you. If I were, I would have shown up long ago, Shin said, giving Tessai a sidelong glance. Although Urahara and Tessai's crimes weren't as severe as those of the Visored, they were still wanted men. An encounter with another Soul Reaper was the last thing they wanted, especially one as overwhelmingly powerful as Shin. A fight would be a guaranteed loss. I wonder what brings Captain Shin to my humble shop. Are you perhaps looking for supplies for a jigai? Urahara Kasuke asked, appearing with his signature fen hiding a shrewd smile. You're a well-informed man, Urahara Kasuke. You must know I'm no longer a captain. So rest assured, I'm not here to arrest you, nor will I report your location to anyone. Shin said to Urahara. In reality, Urahara's hiding spot wasn't much of a secret to certain people in the Soul Society. Many Soul Reapers knew, and besides, the Urahara shop primarily sold goods to Soul Reapers, maintaining transactions with quite a few of them. Old habits die hard. I'll stick with Captain Shin for now. Urahara chuckled, his mind already racing, trying to deduce Shin's purpose for being in the world of the living. Urahara was certain that Shin wouldn't appear here for no reason. He had to have a goal. I just hope he's not here for the Hogyoku. For some reason, a gut feeling made Urahara's thoughts jump straight to the Hogyoku. His intuition was spot on, but Shin wasn't there to take the Hogyoku from Urahara. He did want to obtain it, but he wanted the complete Hogyoku, not the flawed prototype Urahara had created. Besides, Shin knew the Hogyoku wasn't even with Urahara anymore. If he wasn't mistaken, it should already be with Rukia Kachiki, or more specifically, hidden within her soul. Then again, that wasn't a certainty. Perhaps Urahara hadn't hidden it in her soul just yet. Even in its incomplete state, the Hogyoku would be of considerable use to Rukia. Aizen could use it to break the boundaries between Hollow and Soul Reaper, creating Arankars. Urahara's version would surely be capable of inducing some kind of change in Rukia. By the way, here's a tip for you, Aizen's got his eyes on you. Then again, he always has. Shin said to Urahara suddenly. Aizen held Urahara in high regard, and Urahara's location was no secret to him. Hearing Shin bring up Aizen, Urahara's expression shifted, becoming a touch more serious. So, Captain Shin is aware that Aizen is up to no good. Urahara's eyes were fixed on Shin, trying to glean more information from him. Is that really so important? And is it not? Urahara narrowed his eyes slightly. If Shin Uzumaki knew Aizen was plotting something, why hadn't he tried to expose him? What exactly was Shin Uzumaki planning? I'm just giving you a heads up. After saying his piece, Shin had no intention of elaborating. He turned and left. Watching Shin's retreating figure, Urahara's expression soured, though he said nothing. If Aizen is watching me, I'll need to be more careful. Urahara knew he was no match for Aizen, otherwise, he wouldn't have been outmaneuvered by him back then. Urahara was by no means weak, his Zanpakuto was quite powerful, but it all depended on who you compared him to. Against Aizen, he fell short. Even without the Hogyoku, the current Aizen had reached the pinnacle of his abilities, standing at the absolute apex of all Soul Reapers. Shin wandered through the world of the living for a while before returning to his current residence. His plan was to stay here for a while. The real show in the world of the living was about to begin, and Shin had no intention of missing it. A week passed in the blink of an eye. During that time, he'd even caught the sight of a certain orange-haired substitute hacking away at hollows with an oversized cleaver. As for Rukia Kachiki, having lost all her spiritual power, she was now just an ordinary person, or rather, an ordinary soul. Without a jigai, she was just another wandering spirit in the world of the living. By my reckoning, it won't be long before Byakuya Kachiki comes to collect Rukia. Shin sat perched on a tall building, watching Ichigo Kurosaki head home after slaying a hollow, and fell into thought. He was right, it wouldn't be long. News of Rukia illegally transferring her Soul Reaper powers to a human had already reached the Siriiti. It was a major crime, a violation of the rules that couldn't be ignored, and Central 46 had personally taken an interest. When Central 46 got involved, things were never simple. To preserve the honor of the Kachiki clan, Byakuya Kachiki himself was leading a team to apprehend Rukia. Renji Abarai was with him, his heart filled with anger, not at Rukia, but at Ichigo Kurosaki. The moment Byakuya arrived in the world of the living, Shin knew. His Ryatsu blanketed the entirety of Karakura town, not a single ripple of movement could escape his senses. They're here sooner than I expected. But that's good. It means I'll get my hands on the Hogyoku that much faster. Shin's eyes narrowed. He decided not to join the fun just yet, it was still daytime. While daylight wouldn't affect a Soul Reaper, causing a commotion in broad daylight was too conspicuous. Byakuya would naturally wait until nightfall to bring Rukia back. Captain, if we bring Rukia back, what will her sentence be? Renji asked Byakuya, his voice filled with apprehension. Byakuya glanced at Renji, his face an emotionless mask, and said nothing. Seeing his captain's silence, Renji's unease only grew. It meant things were even worse than he feared. Every 100 horsepower equals bonus chapter. Chapter 848, Rukia's capture. Next bonus, 100. As night fell, Byakuya Kachiki stared coolly at Rukia under the moonlight, while Renji Abarai stood beside them, his fists clenched. Illegally transferring your Soul Reaper powers to a human is a grave offense. Rukia, who is that man? Renji demanded. Rukia glanced at Renji, then at her brother, Byakuya, whose expression was as cold and hard as ice. In the end, Rukia said nothing. If she gave up Ichigo Kurosaki, he would be punished as well. You're still not talking. Renji's frustration grew. Will you come back to the Siriiti to face your punishment, or will you resist? Byakuya asked, his gaze fixed on Rukia. Rukia looked helpless. In truth, she had expected this moment to come, but she never imagined it would be her own brother who came to arrest her. She had no intention of resisting. Besides, she knew it was futile. With her current strength, she was completely powerless to fight back. Meanwhile, at Shin's residence, he was staring wide-eyed at a black cat and the petite figure of Soifan. How in the world did you two find me? Shin asked Soifan and Yoruchi, genuinely surprised. How had they tracked him down? To be found even in the world of the living, they were more capable than he'd given them credit for. He truly hadn't expected them to find him. Humph, don't underestimate us. We're more skilled than you think, Yoruchi said, her voice coming from the black cat. Shin-sama, we found you by following our instincts, Soifan answered honestly. However, Shin found it hard to believe they had simply felt their way to him. Following their instincts. That was it. In reality, it was the truth. Any other method would have failed. I told you not to underestimate us. I get the feeling you're looking down on us, Yoruichi huffed again. Alright, I admit I underestimated you. Now that you're here in the world of the living, are you planning on staying for a while? Shin asked Yoruichi. Stay for a while. Soifan's expression immediately turned conflicted. It wasn't that she didn't want to stay, she would have been more than willing to stay with Shin, but her duties wouldn't allow it. As captain of Squad 2, she had too many responsibilities to remain in the world of the living. She had to return to the Siri-idi. I don't have a problem with it, Yoruichi said, completely unconcerned about staying. Well, it seems I can't stay in the world of the living after all. Looks like I'll have to return to the Siri-idi soon. Just then, Shin's gaze suddenly shifted to the outside. Is that Byakuya Kuchiki's Ryatsu? Soifan accurately identified the spiritual pressure. She had sparred with him before, so she could clearly sense it was his. What's that stone-faced captain doing in the world of the living? Don't tell me it's about his sister, Yoruichi, still in her cat form, said, her expression surprisingly human-like. The news about Rukia Kuchiki had already spread throughout the Siri-idi. Normally, it wouldn't have become such a big deal, but somehow, every Soul Reaper in the Siri-idi now knew about it. I suspect someone's trying to frame the Kuchiki clan, Yoruichi said to Shin. Illegally transferring Soul Reaper powers was indeed a major crime, but if it hadn't been blown out of proportion, the Kuchiki clan could have easily suppressed it. Rukia would have been punished, but it wouldn't have been severe. Now, things were different. Shin smiled faintly. If he didn't know the truth, he might have thought the same. But in reality, Aizen's target was simply Rukia, or more accurately, the Hogyoku inside her. Rukia had no idea that a certain unscrupulous shopkeeper had put her in this predicament. Otherwise, Aizen probably wouldn't have targeted her. You seem to know the truth, don't you? Yoruichi said, noticing the smile on Shin's face. Yes, I do. But I'm not telling you. Shin nodded, and Yoruichi's brow furrowed as she looked at him. I have half a mind to claw your eyes out right now. Yoruichi glared at Shin, feeling a surge of irritation. Of course, if she couldn't see him, she'd probably feel differently. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been in such a hurry to find him. Come on, let's go watch the show. Shin said to Yoruichi and Soifan, then led them toward the commotion. When they arrived, Shin realized they were a bit late. Looking at the figures lying on the ground, he shook his head. Yuryu Ishida had been cut down by Rinji Abarai while trying to stop them from taking Rukia. As for Ichigo Kurosaki, he had been completely disabled by Byakuya Kuchiki. In the early stages, Byakuya's power was truly overwhelming. Though Ichigo was the protagonist, his current strength was leagues below Byakuya's, it was a complete rout. But that didn't diminish Ichigo's potential. What are you doing in the world of the living? Byakuya was slightly surprised to see Shin. Of course, while he was surprised internally, he showed no trace of it on his face, maintaining his usual stoic expression. Teacher Shin. Rukia's eyes lit up for a moment when she saw him, then quickly dimmed. I came to the world of the living to have some fun. Is that a problem? Shin said with a smile to Byakuya. Byakuya frowned. Soul Reapers weren't supposed to come to the world of the living without reason, but this was Shin Uzumaki. He couldn't do anything about it. Opening a Senkaman, Byakuya prepared to take Rukia back. Don't worry, Shin said, his voice calm and reassuring. Everything will be fine. Even if Ichigo and the others didn't rescue her as they did in the original story, Shin would ensure her safety. After all, he had taught her before. Byakuya frowned upon hearing this but said nothing. As the head of the Kuchiki clan, and with Rukia now a member of the clan, he had to be ruthless to protect the family's honor. He wouldn't go easy on her. That was just Byakuya's nature. Thank you, Teacher Shin. Rukia felt a wave of relief, as if Shin's words had put her at ease. After that, Shin didn't intervene, simply allowing Byakuya to take Rukia back to the Siri-idi. Yoruichi looked up at Shin, surprised. She had thought Shin would stop Byakuya from taking Rukia back. Every 100 horsepower equals bonus chapter. Chapter 849, no one can get me into trouble. Next bonus, 100. Shin spared a glance for Ichigo Kurosaki, who was sprawled on the ground, but didn't bother doing anything more. He simply passed through the Senkaman and returned to the Siri-idi. Seeing Shin return, Yoruichi and Soifan had no choice but to follow, though they were both thoroughly frustrated. It felt like he was just toying with them. They had finally tracked him down in the world of the living, and before they could even have some fun, they were already heading back to the Siri-idi. Don't give me that look. Anyone would think I'd just bullied you both, Shin said, noticing their expressions. What do you think they'll do with Rukia Kuchiki? Yoruchi asked Shin. Why the sudden interest? Shin was genuinely surprised. He hadn't expected Yoruchi to care about such matters. I'm a little curious. Is that not allowed? Yoruchi shot Shin a sideways glance. Of course it's allowed. My guess. They'll sentence her to death, Shin said. Yoruchi stared at him, stunned. Sentenced to death? Surely it wouldn't be that serious. At most, she'll be imprisoned for a few decades, right? A death sentence seems a bit much. While Rukia had broken the rules, her crime wasn't that severe. After all the chaos Aizen caused, turning the Soul Society, Hueco Mundo, and the world of the living upside down, even he wasn't executed. Of course, it was also possible that they simply couldn't kill Aizen at that point, given how many levels he had evolved. Honestly, if Aizen had continued on that path, he would have become invincible. Shin shrugged. Under normal circumstances, Rukia would get 10 years at most, and that would be considered a heavy punishment. But Aizen was pulling the strings now. The members of Central 46 were almost entirely under his control, completely hypnotized by Kyoka Suigetsu. At the same time, Aizen knew that Shin had returned to the Siri-Idi. In fact, he had been the first to know when Shin went to the world of the living. His return to the Siri-Idi at this time. I hope it doesn't interfere with my plans. Aizen's face was a mask of cold indifference. Even if Shin did pose a threat to his plans, Aizen wasn't going to wait any longer. There was no more time to waste. The technology to extract foreign spiritual matter was complete. All that was left was to retrieve the Hogyoku from Rukia's soul. Once I have the complete Hogyoku, I won't have to fear even Shin Uzumaki. Aizen believed that with the complete Hogyoku, he would have nothing to fear. Shin could only think of Aizen as naive. Even if he obtained the Hogyoku, Shin, who could copy anything, could simply replicate it. With both of them possessing a Hogyoku, how could Aizen possibly contend with him? Of course, Shin had no intention of disrupting Aizen's plans. He was still waiting for his little workhorse to perfect the Hogyoku for him. Why would he interfere? Meanwhile, in the world of the living, Ichigo Kurosaki was already preparing to save Rukia. To regain his Shinigami powers, he sought help from Kasukirahara. At that moment, Shin had arrived at the prison where Rukia was being held. The silent Rukia immediately stood up when she saw him. Master Shin, I apologize. It seems I have disgraced you, Rukia said, her head bowed. Disgraced me? How have you disgraced me? Shin asked, amused. I heard I've been sentenced to death. Rukia's voice trembled slightly. If there was a chance to live, no one would choose death. She had never imagined she would receive such a heavy sentence. Do you regret it? If you hadn't lent your powers to Ichigo Kurosaki, you wouldn't be facing this, Shin asked her. No, I don't regret it. Rukia shook her head. Even facing a death sentence, she had no regrets. If she hadn't given her powers to Ichigo, his family and she herself would have been killed by that hollow. You don't have to worry. You'll be fine. I promise, Shin said with a smile. No, Master Shin, you mustn't try to save me. I don't want to drag you into this. Rukia looked at Shin with determination. Though she didn't want to die, she couldn't bear to see him put himself in danger for her. Anyone who tried to save her now would be making an enemy of the entire Siri-Idi. No one can drag me down. You don't have what it takes. Shin said with a smile. He then ruffled Rukia's hair and walked out. Rukia watched his retreating figure, tears welling in her eyes, and quietly lowered her head. Leaving Rukia's cell, Shin saw Byakuya Kuchiki. This was, after all, the 6th Division barracks. Rukia was currently being held here, but she would soon be moved to Sokayaku Hill. It was there that Aizen would have his chance to extract the Hogyoku. Byakuya, you're her older brother. Can you really stand by and watch her be executed? Shin suddenly asked. Byakuya's face was an icy, emotionless mask, but Shin knew he wasn't without feelings. However, asking him to save Rukia was impossible. The man was a stickler for the rules, believing them to be absolute. Even if he didn't want her to die, he wouldn't lift a finger to save her. He was certainly a cold and unlikable character. Byakuya didn't speak, silently turning to leave. After a few steps, he paused. If you intend to save her, you'll have to defeat me first, Byakuya said coolly. All right. I hope you don't get yourself killed. I don't always know my own strength. I might accidentally kill you, Shin replied with a smile. Byakuya said nothing more and headed towards Rukia's cell. He wanted to see her one last time, to ask if she had any last words. Shin left the 6th Division barracks, waiting for Aizen to make his move. He was also waiting for Ichigo and the other Ryoka to invade the Soul Society. This time, however, their invasion probably wouldn't go as smoothly. In the original story, they had Yoruchi's help. Now, they might not be so lucky. They might even get themselves killed in the Soul Society. But Ichigo Kurosaki was a protagonist, after all. He wasn't going down that easily. Besides, even if he did die, Shin didn't care. He didn't need Ichigo for anything. His death would have no impact on Shin. Shin returned to the 2nd Division barracks, waiting for the grand show to begin. It would probably be quite a shock for many of the captains. Every 100 horsepower equals bonus chapter. Chapter 850, 850, Aizen's fake death. Next bonus, 100. A few days passed in the blink of an eye. The decision was made, Rukia Kuchiki would be executed on Sokayaku Hill. Kikoo. Shin thought of the giant, phoenix-shaped executioner, the unsealed form of the Sokayaku, said to possess the destructive power of 1 million Zanpakuto. It was the Soul Society's ultimate tool for executing criminals. Shin, however, was skeptical of its proclaimed power. In the original story, it had been destroyed by Shunsui Kairaku, Jushiro Yukitake, and a few vice-captains. Even Ichigo had been able to block it. This was why Shin had never bothered with this ultimate weapon during his time in the Soul Society. The Ryoka have invaded the Soul Society. It seems Ichigo and his group made it after all. Though Shin was no longer a captain, he still had his sources. Soifan kept him informed of everything she knew. I wonder if Ichigo's rescue will be as smooth this time. Shin was curious to see if Ichigo could still successfully save Rukia, given all the changes. The old man Yamamoto was taking the invasion seriously, even dispatching captains to deal with them. He was certainly overreacting. Aren't you going to Sokayaku Hill? I thought you were going to save that little girl, Yoruchi asked Shin, watching him with a puzzled expression. If he didn't act soon, Rukia would be taken to her execution. Was he just going to watch? Knowing Shin, that seemed unlikely. Since he had already expressed his intention to save her, he wouldn't just stand by. No rush. Let's just wait and see. Shin wasn't in a hurry at all. Aizen hadn't even made his move yet. Why should he be in a rush? This time, Shin was just a spectator. At most, he would protect Rukia when the time came. Lord Shin, latest news, Captain Aizen was found dead in his barracks. Momo Hinamori arrived at the 2nd Division barracks to report to Shin. She was now Shin's pawn for monitoring Aizen, though whether she could actually monitor him was another matter entirely. So that's how it is. It seems things are about to get interesting. A faint smile played on Shin's lips. He had been wondering when Aizen would make his move. Now that he had, Shin still wasn't in a hurry. He had plenty of patience. I feel like you're hiding something from me. What's the deal with Aizen? Yoruchi asked Shin. Originally, Yoruchi had paid little attention to Aizen, but because of Shin, she now had a feeling that the seemingly ordinary captain was not what he seemed. Just then, Retsu Unohana suddenly arrived at the 2nd Division barracks. Shin, Aizen faked his death, Unohana said to him. Aizen's body had been brought to the 4th Division barracks in the hopes that Unohana could determine the cause of death. But the body that was brought to her wasn't Aizen at all, it was his Zanpakuto. Under the complete hypnosis of Kyoka Suigetsu, even Unohana had found it difficult to see through the illusion. In the original story, she had only noticed that something was off. But now, with her strength far greater than in the original, she had discovered Aizen's deception. Remembering Shin's interest in Aizen, she hadn't reported it to Captain Commander Yamamoto. Instead, she had come to tell Shin. Faked his death. Yoruchi's face was filled with suspicion. Could Aizen really fake his death right under everyone's noses? And for what purpose? Her instincts told her Aizen's ambitions were immense. Her gaze then shifted to Shin. It was obvious he knew what Aizen was planning, but she didn't press him for details. She knew that even if she asked, he probably wouldn't tell her. In that case, it was better not to ask. It's fine. As long as you know. Shin didn't say much more. It was good that Unohana and the others knew Aizen had faked his death. At least they would be on guard. Of course, even with their guard up, there was little they could do against Aizen's Kyoka Suigetsu. Unohana and the others didn't reveal Aizen's fake death, and the news of his murder caused a great stir in the Soul Society. The blame was placed on the Ryoka. No one would suspect it was an inside job. Aizen had faked his death to use Ichigo and the others to throw the entire Siriiti into chaos, allowing him to break into the Great Spirit Book Gallery and research the creation of the Oken. Clearly, the current Aizen didn't have the power to conquer the Soul King Palace. Even reaching it required the Oken. Otherwise, he wouldn't have gone to such lengths. Aizen's fake death brought a lot of trouble for Ichigo and his group, who were now shouldering the blame. But they wouldn't have to bear it for long. Aizen himself would soon reveal his true colors. From the very beginning, he had never intended to hide forever. In fact, if Unohana announced that Aizen wasn't dead, his cover would probably be blown. But it was also possible that no one would believe her. After all, Aizen's body was lying right there for everyone to see. Though the body was a fake, besides Shin, no one could tell just by looking. Even Unohana had only discovered the truth upon examining the cause of death. In the blink of an eye, the day of Rukia's execution arrived. Shin couldn't just sit back and watch anymore. This whole affair was about to reach its conclusion, and Aizen was about to defect to Hueco Mundo. Are you still not going to act? Yoruchi whispered in Shin's ear. You seem to really want to see me in action, Shin said, looking at Yoruchi with surprise. Yes, I do. It would make things in the Soul Society much more interesting. It's been a long time since anything exciting has happened. Yoruchi had a look of someone who was just here for the show. Lord Shin, when the time comes, I will stand with you, Soifan said to Shin with determination. Thank you for your decision, Soifan. But there's no need to worry. A good show is about to start, but I won't be the main character. The main character of this show was Aizen. Shin had no interest in stealing the spotlight. After all, he still needed Aizen to be his workhorse. Every 100 horsepower equals bonus chapter. Chapter 851, Destroying the Sokayaku. Next bonus, 200. Captain Commander, I know Rukia Kuchiki made a mistake, but this is too much. A death sentence is going too far, Kairaku Shunsui said, pleading on Rukia's behalf. He was here at the behest of his friend, Jushiro Yukitake. Since Rukia was a member of the 13th Division, Yukitake felt responsible and had asked Kairaku to help him appeal to Yamamoto. I agree. This punishment is too severe, Yukitake added, supporting his friend. But they both knew that trying to sway the old man was a fool's errand. Yamamoto was known for his stubbornness. This is the judgment of the Central 46, Yamamoto stated flatly. Hearing those words, Kairaku knew it was a lost cause. Getting Yamamoto to change his mind was impossible. Why would those old geezers in the Central 46 hand down a sentence like this? Kairaku wondered. Rukia's crime was serious, but it didn't warrant death. Imprisonment would have been sufficient. Kairaku and Yukitake exchanged a look. It was clear they would have to resort to their other plan to save Rukia, even if it meant being branded as criminals themselves. Yukitake couldn't bear to see his squad member harmed, and Kairaku was there to back his friend. The old man glanced at his two former students, then turned his gaze toward the Sokayaku, which was beginning its release sequence. Shin frowned, extending his Ryatsu to sense the area. As expected, the plot has changed. Ichigo Kurosaki isn't here yet. Shin knew that Ichigo probably wasn't going to make it in time. For some reason, Ichigo and his friends hadn't had such an easy time in this version of events. After a grueling battle with Kenpachi Zaraki, the ever-unpredictable Jin Ikamaru had severely wounded him. He had almost been killed. Jin had spared him in the end, pretending to have been defeated by Ichigo. This only served to make the Soul Reapers of the Siriidii take the intruders more seriously, drawing most of their attention and inadvertently helping Aizen's plans. In fact, besides Shin, nearly every other Soul Reaper was focused on the intruders. The captains found the situation fascinating. It had been a long time since Soul Society had faced such a powerful group of outsiders. There had been intruders before, but never on this level. Well, in that case, it looks like it's up to me. Shin glanced at Kairaku and Yukitake, who were also preparing to make their move. Heido number 88, Hiryu-Gekizoku Shinten Reiho. He raised his hand, and a terrifying blast of lightning shot forth, striking the Sokayaku, which had taken the form of a fiery phoenix. The moment the attack connected, the Sokayaku, which held an immense amount of power, was shattered by Shin's single spell. It was completely obliterated. Just as I thought. All bark and no bite. It's got a lot of power behind it, but the quality is garbage, Shin said nonchalantly. His casual words were heard by everyone nearby. Kairaku, who had been about to act, stared at Shin in stunned silence. Shin-sama. Rukia looked at Shin, tears welling in her eyes. She couldn't believe that just as she was about to accept her death, Shin had saved her. But now, wouldn't he be in trouble? Thank you, Yukitake thought, offering a silent word of gratitude. Shin Uzumaki, what do you think you're doing? Yamamoto Genryusai roared, his terrifying Ryatsu crashing down on Shin. Even under the full force of Yamamoto's spiritual pressure, Shin remained perfectly calm. I say, old man, don't get so worked up. I was just curious to see how strong the Sokayaku really was. My hand slipped. I just didn't expect it to be such a glass cannon. Shin even had a look of disappointment on his face as he spoke. His single attack had left all the surrounding Soul Reapers in shock. The legendary Sokayaku, destroyed so easily. The old man's face was dark as he stared daggers at Shin. He didn't believe a word of his excuse. Are you going to fight me, old man Yamamoto? Seeing Yamamoto's glare, Shin asked him. I think right now, you shouldn't be focused on me. You should be worried about someone else. What do you mean? Yamamoto asked Shin. At this moment, Yamamoto didn't understand what Shin was getting at, but his intuition told him something major was about to happen. You'll find out soon enough. But I don't mind telling you, our dear Captain Aizen isn't dead. Shin didn't mind telling Yamamoto. Aizen was about to reveal himself anyway, he already had the Hogyoku. It wouldn't be long before he could create a complete one, and Shin's own goal would be achieved. Shin's objective was to let Aizen create the perfect Hogyoku. Then, he would copy it for himself. Of course, he wasn't planning on stealing it, just replicating it. He wanted to see if he could use Aizen's evolved power to strengthen himself. Aizen isn't dead. Yamamoto's eyes narrowed as he studied Shin, trying to see if he was lying. Shin, are you telling the truth? Kayaraku asked. Though he was asking, Kayaraku instantly believed him. He had complete faith in Shin's words. Whether you believe me or not is up to you. Shin didn't elaborate. If Aizen isn't dead, then what is he planning? Kayaraku immediately suspected Aizen was plotting something. He had always been wary of Aizen, a suspicion planted years ago by Shinji Hirako and the other Vizards. Shinji had told him they had been framed by Aizen, that he had orchestrated their downfall. At the time, Kayaraku hadn't fully believed him, but he had kept a closer eye on Aizen. However, he had never found any flaws in Aizen's behavior, so he had eventually let his guard down. Now, Kayaraku's suspicion of Aizen was reignited, but it was too late. Aizen had already achieved all his goals. The next step was to betray Soul Society. In the future, Aizen would be much more secure in Hueco Mundo than he ever was in Soul Society. And what Aizen was doing now, even with Kyoka Suigetsu, he couldn't completely hide it. It was bound to be exposed. Leaving was his only option. As for taking on all the captains of Soul Society right now, Aizen wouldn't do that. He didn't have that kind of power yet. He was still very wary of the old man Yamamoto. Yamamoto's strength was indeed greater than Aizen's at this moment. Even with a Zanpakuto as broken as Kyoka Suigetsu, Aizen wasn't guaranteed to get the upper hand against him. Every 100 horsepower equals bonus chapter. Chapter 852, bonus, Aizen's invitation. Next bonus, 200. Though Shin's words had planted a seed of doubt about Aizen in his mind, Yamamoto's focus quickly returned to the men before him. He snorted, his eyes fixed on Shin. Even if Aizen is plotting something, that doesn't excuse you for destroying the Sokayaku, Yamamoto said. I knew it wouldn't be that easy to get away with. Shin wasn't surprised by Yamamoto's reaction. The old man wasn't one to be so easily placated. But it didn't matter, soon enough, he wouldn't have time to worry about him. Just then, Ranjika Matsumoto's voice echoed through the area, transmitted by the Kido spell, Tentikura, announcing that Aizen had severely wounded Toshiro Hitsugaya. Aizen's true colors were finally revealed. Shin's expression turned a little strange. Poor Toshiro, what a run of bad luck. The plot changed, but he still got taken down by Aizen. Probably lost an arm. Yamamoto's expression turned grim. He glanced at Shin. He couldn't deal with him now, Aizen was the priority. Find Aizen, Yamamoto ordered. I don't think that's necessary. He's already here, Shin said. Indeed, Aizen chose that moment to make his appearance. Now that he was leaving Soul Society, he seemed to have cast aside all his inhibitions. But that wasn't entirely true, Aizen had his own agenda. He wanted to test the strength of the others in Soul Society. Like the old man Yamamoto, the other captains, and even Shin himself. Aizen had clashed with Shin before, of course. It wasn't a real battle, but he had been at a disadvantage. This time, he wanted to test Shin Uzumaki's strength again. Aizen, you killed the members of the Central 46. Yamamoto began to question Aizen, but before he could finish, Aizen simply nodded. That's right, Captain Commander. It was all my doing. Don't you think it's a good thing I killed that bunch of old fools? Aizen had taken off his glasses, his face now a mask of cold arrogance, a stark contrast to the gentle captain of the 5th Division he had once been. Apprehend Aizen. Hearing Aizen's confession, Yamamoto wasted no more words and gave the order. Kayaraku and the others immediately moved to act. Was it you who framed Shinji Hirako and the others? Kayaraku questioned Aizen. Indeed, Captain Kayaraku. I'm surprised you know about that. Aizen was completely unfazed. He didn't even move. Jin Ikamaru and Kanaim Tozen, who stood behind him, stepped forward to intercept. Captain Ikamaru, Captain Tozen, are you also betraying Soul Society? Yukite questioned them. Tozen, why? The large, dog-like Sajin Kamamura, captain of the 7th Division, questioned Tozen. They were close friends, and Kamamura knew of the justice Tozen held in his heart. He couldn't believe his friend would side with Aizen. Shin watched the scene with great interest, taking the opportunity to rescue Rukia, who was standing nearby. No one was paying attention to her now. "Thank you, Shin-sama," Rukia said, looking up at him. "No need to thank me." Shin shook his head and continued to watch the show. Soifan, standing beside him, asked, "Shin-sama, should I intervene?" If this had happened before, Soifan would have acted without hesitation. But now, she preferred to follow Shin's lead. "Well, that's up to you. If you want to fight, then go ahead," Shin said to her. Jinteki Shakusetsu, Suzumabachi. After a moment's consideration, Soifan decided to act. Her target was Jin Ikamaru. She had disliked him for a long time. The reason was simple, his smile. She couldn't stand that fake, foxy grin. Before, she had no reason to attack him, but now she could do so openly. She's actually going after Jin Ikamaru. Looks like he'd better watch his back. Shin smiled upon seeing Soifan target Jin. With Soifan's current strength, Jin might not be able to handle her. Then Shin's gaze fell on Aizen, who was also looking at him. "Captain Shin, would you care to leave Soul Society with me? This place is a cage for you as well, is it not?" Aizen extended an invitation to Shin. Shin was slightly surprised, he hadn't expected Aizen to invite him. "Oh. And you really dare to have me join you?" Shin asked Aizen. He truly didn't believe Aizen had the guts. Wasn't he afraid of what he might do? "Why wouldn't I dare? I would be honored if Captain Shin would leave with me." Aizen's face was all smiles, but his words were just for show. Aizen would never genuinely invite Shin. If he were to be honest, he absolutely wouldn't dare. He was already incredibly wary of Shin, how could he possibly have the courage to let Shin join him? "I think you should focus on dealing with him first." Shin gestured towards Yamamoto, who was now radiating an incredible amount of anger. He was like a volcano on the verge of eruption. "Aizen, you truly are bold." The enraged Yamamoto threw a punch at Aizen. To openly try and recruit Shin to betray Soul Society right in front of him, it was a complete disregard for his authority. The moment Yamamoto acted, Aizen felt an immense power, a power far beyond his imagination. As expected of the Captain Commander. So strong. Aizen quickly retreated. He didn't use Kyoka Suigetsu. Sensing the threat, he swiftly dodged Yamamoto's attack. Then Aizen launched a fierce slash at Yamamoto. The blade reached Yamamoto in an instant, but the old man was unfazed. Though old, he was a veteran of countless battles. He raised his own blade to block the attack, then struck back at Aizen, his terrifying Ryatsu pressing down on him. Aizen's expression turned grim. In Soul Society, there were two enemies he truly took seriously, Yamamoto Genryusai and Shin. Now he was finally facing one of them. To be honest, the old man's power was beyond his previous calculations. Truly powerful. "Without my Zanpakuto, I would be no match for you," Aizen said sincerely. "Brat." Yamamoto snorted. Did he think using his Zanpakuto would make a difference? As a matter of fact, though Yamamoto was powerful, if Aizen used his Zanpakuto, it would be very difficult for him to defeat Aizen. Every 100 horsepower equals bonus chapter. Chapter 853, Rain Upon the Frosted Heaven. Next bonus, 200. Shin watched the clash between Aizen and Old Man Yamamoto with keen interest. Aizen hadn't used Kyoka Suigetsu, likely wanting to see how he measured up against the Captain Commander. Aizen's that powerful. Yoruchi watched, a flicker of disbelief in her eyes. He wasn't winning, but the fact that he could go toe-to-toe with the Captain Commander at all spoke volumes. The truth was, no Shinigami had ever questioned the strength of Yamamoto Genryusai Shigekuni. He was, without a doubt, the strongest of them all. Many were stunned by Yamamoto's power. Though he was hailed as the strongest Shinigami, few had ever actually seen him in action. Aizen hasn't even played all his cards yet. Otherwise, Old Man Yamamoto would have a hard time dealing with him, Shin said to Yoruchi. Of course, Shin wasn't suggesting that Aizen was stronger than Yamamoto. In terms of raw power, Yamamoto was clearly superior. If he were to use his Bankai, Zanka no Tachi, even Aizen with Kyoka Suigetsu would have to keep his distance, not daring to get close. But Yamamoto wouldn't use his Bankai lightly. He was no longer the man who would do anything for victory. This meant he had a weakness. If Yamamoto were to fight without holding back, few in the entire Shinigami world could defeat him. But with his newfound reservations, he was easier to handle. Of course, without sufficient strength, you couldn't hope to challenge him in the first place. I don't think I could beat Aizen right now. Yoruchi carefully assessed Aizen's strength and came to a clear conclusion. You're right. You couldn't beat him now. If Aizen didn't use his Zanpakuto, you wouldn't be much weaker than him. But once he does, you wouldn't stand a chance. Shin explained to Yoruchi. The current Uruchi was no slouch, though slightly weaker than Aizen. She had already surpassed the average captain. "Captain Commander, I've grown tired of this," Aizen said to Yamamoto. Having gauged the old man's strength, Aizen had no desire to continue. Of course, he still didn't know how powerful Yamamoto would be if he used his Zanpakuto. As the strongest fire-type Zanpakuto, Ryujin Jaka's power was something Aizen couldn't yet predict. It was likely even stronger than he imagined. But Aizen wasn't afraid. As long as he completed his plan, he would have no fear facing Yamamoto in the future. After retreating, Aizen's gaze shifted to Shin, and his expression turned truly grave. Whether he admitted it or not, he knew he couldn't face Shin right now. Aizen was keenly aware of this. "Why are you looking at me?" "Thinking of a little sparring session?" Shin asked, raising an eyebrow at Aizen. Aizen immediately shook his head, his face once again adorned with a gentle smile. "Captain Shin, now is not the time. Besides, I would rather not see us become enemies. In fact, we share a common foe." "No, we don't." Shin knew who Aizen considered his enemy now, the Soul King. But Shin knew the truth about the Soul King and had never considered him an enemy. "I think you should be helping your subordinates right now. I'm sure you don't want to lose a few of them." Reminded, Aizen's gaze shifted to Ikamaru Jin and Tozen Kaname. Since Yamamoto was dealing with Aizen personally, Kaiaraku Shunsui and the others had turned their attention to Jin and Tozen. Heido number 90. Kurohitsuji. In an instant, Captain Kamimura Sajin was struck down, defeated in a single blow. And Aizen made it look effortless. "Impressive," Shin applauded. "Shatter, Kyoka Suigetsu." Having drawn his Zanpakuto, Aizen was getting serious. Of course, he had no intention of killing all the captains of the Godai 13 right now. There were still things Aizen was wary of, such as Shin, who seemed to be just watching from the sidelines. Aizen knew Shin had destroyed the Sokayaku. The destructive power of the Sokayaku was not to be underestimated. Aizen was confident he could destroy it as well, but not as easily as Shin had. And then there was Old Man Yamamoto. That was another person Aizen had to be wary of. Aizen was afraid he would use his Zanpakuto. Aizen had managed to gather some information on his Zanpakuto. He might not know much about the Bankai, but he knew plenty about the Shirkai. In fact, the Shirkai of Ryujin Jaka was incredibly powerful, even stronger than some Zanpakuto-s Bankai. "You know, I'm still technically a member of the Godai 13. It wouldn't look good if I didn't make a move." Shin drew his sword and said to Aizen. "Captain Shin is going to act." Aizen, who was about to deal with Kaiaraku Shunsui and the others, his expression instantly became grave. "Yes. How could I not? Rain upon the frosted heaven, Rinnegan." The moment he completed his Shirkai, everyone felt a chill that could freeze everything. This was the Zanpakuto he had copied from Hitsugaya. The weather changed, and snow began to fall from the sky. The snow was heavy, and in the blink of an eye, the ground was covered in a layer of white frost. "What do you think of this man-made snow?" Shin asked Aizen with a smile. "Hitsugaya Toshiro's Zanpakuto." Aizen was surprised when he saw Rinnegan, but his expression quickly returned to its calm state. Even his own Kyoka Suigetsu was in Shin's possession. Seeing him with Hitsugaya Toshiro's Zanpakuto wasn't particularly surprising to Aizen. Aizen might not have been surprised, but the others were. Seeing Shin use the power of Rinnegan, they were completely stunned. Why can Captain Shin use Captain Hitsugaya's Zanpakuto? Didn't the rumors say Captain Shin's Zanpakuto was a fire type? Was the intel wrong? Some couldn't help but mutter to themselves. Seeing Shin use Rinnegan was too unexpected for them. "I've experienced the power of Rinnegan before. I have to say, Captain Hitsugaya is a far cry from you. He can't even begin to unleash Rinnegan's true power," Aizen said faintly. Indeed, Hitsugaya Toshiro struggled to unleash the power of Rinnegan. As the strongest ice-type Zanpakuto, was it really that much weaker than the strongest fire-type, Ryujin Jaka? No. In fact, the power of Rinnegan was no less than Ryujin Jaka's. It was just that the wielder of Rinnegan was too weak, which made others think Rinnegan was weaker than Ryujin Jaka. If one could unleash the full power of Rinnegan, it could truly go toe-to-toe with Ryujin Jaka. As someone who possessed both Zanpakuto, Shin had the most authority on this matter. Just the Shirkai alone could make one feel an extreme cold. If Shin swung his sword, he could freeze everything. With Bankai, Shin could even freeze time. Every 100 horsepower equals bonus chapter. Chapter 854, Holding Back an Ocean. Next bonus, 200. Aizen glanced at the captains charging him and unleashed the power of Kyoka Suigetsu. In an instant, they all turned their attacks on Old Man Yamamoto. In their eyes, the captain commander had become Aizen. The complete hypnosis was, for all intents and purposes, unbeatable. It could make you see a speck of dust as a dragon, or a cliff as flat ground. No matter how many enemies he faced, with the power of Kyoka Suigetsu, Aizen could handle them with ease. Of course, Kyoka Suigetsu was useless against Shin, so Aizen attacked Shin directly. Since Shin had already shown his intention to fight, Aizen decided to strike first. The blade slashed towards Shin, but before it could land, it was blocked by Shin's Hyorinmaru. Then, in an instant, Aizen and Kyoka Suigetsu were frozen solid. The chilling air made everyone keep their distance from Shin. Even Aizen, after being frozen, had to expend considerable effort to break free. "Aizen, you're still too green," Shin said to Aizen. He didn't mind taking a shot at Aizen's pride. Of course, he wasn't attacking Aizen because he was annoyed by his posturing. He was doing it to motivate him. Only by giving Aizen enough pressure would he be driven to improve his strength as quickly as possible. And Aizen's method for improving his strength was the Hogyoku. Only the Hogyoku could allow Aizen to get stronger the fastest. Shin's job was to push Aizen to create the Hogyoku as soon as possible. "Is that so, Captain Shin? You shouldn't underestimate me either." Aizen's face was cold, devoid of any smile or emotion. This was the real Aizen, with his true personality, cold and ruthless. "Underestimate you? No, you're mistaken. I have never underestimated you." Would Shin underestimate Aizen? Of course not. Aizen was admirable in some aspects. Honestly, there weren't many who could compare to Aizen. Urahara Kisuke might be his equal in intellect, but only in intellect. In other areas, he was probably far inferior to Aizen. For one, he wasn't ruthless enough, and his ambition wasn't as great. Of course, perhaps Urahara Kisuke simply didn't have the same aspirations as Aizen. Seeping crest of turbidity. Arrogant vessel of lunacy. Boil forth and deny. Grow numb and flicker. Disrupt sleep. Crawling queen of iron. Eternally self-destructing doll of mud. Unite. Repulse. Fill with soil and know your own powerlessness. Heido number 90. Kurohitsuji. After taking a few steps back, Aizen used Kurohitsuji. This time, he was facing Shin, so he used the full incantation. The non-incantation version had been able to take down Kamimura Sajin in one hit, and that was only at 1/3 of its power. Hyochitoro. The moment the black coffin appeared, it was shattered by Shin. Countless ice projectiles, like a flock of birds, swarmed towards Aizen. He shattered my Kurohitsuji in an instant. Aizen hadn't expected his full incantation Kurohitsuji to be shattered so easily. Even though he knew he was no match for Shin, at this moment, Aizen still felt a sense of powerlessness. "You're the first person to make me feel powerless," Aizen said. Even against the explosive combat power of the Captain Commander, Aizen hadn't felt much fear, because he knew he could handle it. But when facing Shin, Aizen suddenly felt powerless. Kyoka Suigetsu was his greatest trump card, but it was useless against Shin. As for Kido, Zenjutsu, Akuta, and Ho-Ho, the 4 basic skills of a Shinigami, he was no match for Shin in any of them. If he could surpass Shin in one area, Aizen wouldn't feel so powerless. At least he would feel he could still handle it. But the most terrifying thing was being completely outmatched by Shin in every aspect. "Hearing you say that, should I feel honored?" Shin said with a smile. In fact, in Shin's eyes, Aizen was just a little monkey that could be killed at will. "You don't seem to have any intention of killing me." Aizen could feel that Shin was holding back. He was going easy on him. No, to be precise, he was holding back an entire ocean. If he hadn't, Aizen would have been dealt with long ago. "That's right. I have no intention of killing you right now. So you should leave while you can, before I suddenly change my mind," Shin reminded Aizen. If Shin changed his mind, Aizen would surely die. Of course, even for the sake of the Hogyoku, Shin wouldn't change his mind. Right now, Shin was afraid of accidentally using too much force and killing Aizen. To quote Aizen's own philosophy, the strength needed to step on an ant without crushing it is difficult to control. Shin didn't know how much force Aizen could withstand. "Looks like I'll have to retreat early." Aizen looked at Shin, who had suddenly reined in his attack. Though he didn't know what Shin was planning, this was indeed his chance. If he didn't seize it, he might really be left here. He hadn't completed his plan yet, he didn't want to die here. He gave Shin a deep look, memorizing his face. Aizen didn't say any harsh words. Saying harsh words at this moment would be pointless. Aizen wouldn't be so classless as to do that. "Jin, Tozen, it's time for us to leave," Aizen said to Ikimara. Jin and Tozen can aim. Just then, the Garganta, a spatial rift used by hollows, opened, and a beam of light from the Minos Grande enveloped the 3 of them. This was a technique used by the Minos Grande to rescue their comrades. At the same time, the effect of Aizen's Kyoka Suigetsu also ended. He had actively dispelled it. Kairaku Shunsui and the others stared at the heavily injured old man Yamamoto, their eyes wide with shock. Yamamoto's expression was grim. In his eyes, Aizen had used a clone technique to attack him, but in a blink of an eye, it had suddenly turned into the captains of the various divisions. It was clear he had been tricked by Aizen. Was it the power of Aizen's Zanpakuto? Before, Aizen had said his Zanpakuto was a water type. Now, Yamamoto no longer believed it. He had a rough idea of the power of Aizen's Zanpakuto. Aizen, at this moment, didn't introduce the ability of his Zanpakuto. He looked at everyone in the Gotei 13. At this moment, inside the negation, Aizen was practically invincible. Because he was now in another dimension, even if Yamamoto attacked, he couldn't hit him. Unless Shin acted. At this point, Aizen was completely safe. Because Shin still needed Aizen to help him create the Hogyoku, he wouldn't attack him. Everyone, the next time we meet will be when we start the war, Aizen said to the captains. Aizen also knew that a battle between them was inevitable. This was unavoidable. But this battle would have to wait. Now that he hadn't yet researched the complete Hogyoku, Aizen wouldn't fight. That guy Jin, is he really siding with Aizen? Matsumoto Ranjaku looked at Ikemura Jin, her eyes filled with disappointment. Aizen, you brat. Veins popped on Yamamoto's forehead, but he couldn't do anything to the current Aizen. Every 100 horsepower equals bonus chapter. Chapter 855, hitting you is a different story. Next bonus, 300. Aizen was gone. But not before delivering a final, scathing taunt to the captains of the Soul Society. The gentle, humble man they thought they knew had vanished, replaced by a smug bastard in all his arrogant glory. Of course, he hadn't directed any of his taunts at Shin. The reason was simple, he couldn't beat him. But the humiliation of his defeat was a debt Aizen fully intended to repay. Old man Yamamoto, I'm heading out. Shin gave the old man a casual farewell before leaving with Yoruchi and the others, Rukia Kuchiki in tow. Yamamoto watched them go but said nothing. He wasn't about to press the matter of the Sukayaku's destruction. As for Rukia, her case was effectively closed. Aizen's plot had been exposed, revealing that her harsh sentence was his doing. With several captains speaking on her behalf, her name had been temporarily cleared. Ichigo Kurosaki and his friends, however, were still in hot water. In the original turn of events, their assistance would have earned them some leeway, but this time, they hadn't even made it to the execution grounds. Technically, they were still criminals. Of course, with Rukia and other sympathetic captains vouching for them, they would likely get off with a slap on the wrist. Back in the 4th Division barracks, Rukia was fidgeting nervously. What's wrong? You look like you've got the weight of the world on your shoulders. Something on your mind? Shin asked her. Thank you for saving me, Teacher Shin. If it weren't for you, I would have died. Rukia bowed her head in gratitude. Even if I hadn't stepped in, someone else would have, Shin said with a small smile. He wasn't wrong. Even if he hadn't intervened, other captains were already on the verge of making a move. Could they really have stood by and watched her die? No, even so, I must thank you, Rukia insisted, her eyes filled with gratitude. The threat of death had been very real. The Sokayaku's unleashed power could have obliterated her in an instant. If that attack had landed, there would have been no escape. All right, then. How do you plan on thanking me? Don't tell me you're going to offer yourself to me. The moment Shin finished speaking, Rukia's face turned beet red. Yoruchi, standing nearby, immediately threw a punch at him. Shin had already sensed the attack. He wasn't about to let her hit him. He sidestepped, easily dodging the blow. Don't be so violent. Hitting people isn't very nice, is it, Soifan? Shin even turned to Soifan for confirmation. Ah. Soifan blinked, then nodded, completely flustered. Heh, hitting people might be wrong, but hitting you. That's a different story, Yoruchi said with a cold laugh. She lunged again, unleashing a flurry of attacks, not holding back in the slightest. She knew she didn't need to, even at full power, she couldn't touch him. If she held back, he'd just make a fool of her. Stop dodging if you've got any guts, Yoruchi said, her frustration growing. Fine by me. But do you really think you can hit me even if I stand still? As he spoke, Shin stopped dodging and activated Kamui. Her attacks passed right through him, unable to make contact. See? I'm not dodging, but you still can't touch me, Shin said with a look of mock pity. Don't get cocky. I'll make you regret this. Yoruchi was getting more and more riled up. She wasn't usually one to lose her temper, but Shin had a special talent for getting under her skin. Getting angry is bad for your health. You really shouldn't. Shin said, once again dodging her attacks. No matter what she tried, she couldn't land a single blow. Rukia watched with a strange expression. Soifan, on the other hand, was used to this. But for Rukia, it was the first time she had seen Shin and Yoruchi interact like this. Is this how they always are? Rukia couldn't help but feel a pang of envy. Onion head, are you planning on staying here forever? Shin suddenly asked Rukia. Onion head. Rukia blinked, then pointed a finger at her own hair. Are you talking about me? Her mood soured instantly. Calling her onion head, if it had been anyone else, she would have decked them. Yeah, onion head. Doesn't your hair look like an onion? Shin pointed at her head. It really did. You're horrible, Rukia huffed, looking at Shin indignantly. You know, he's not wrong. It really is an onion head, Yoruchi said with a grin, her attention shifting from Shin to Rukia. Umph. Rukia snorted in annoyance but didn't leave, choosing to stay in the 2nd Division barracks. You're not staying here because you're worried about your safety, are you? Shin asked her. Of course not. The whole incident is over, isn't it? I'm safe now. You might be safe from execution, but that doesn't mean you're completely off the hook. The charges just aren't as serious as before, Shin told her. Hearing this, a flicker of worry crossed Rukia's face, but it quickly faded. As long as she wasn't facing death, that was all that mattered. She had been prepared to die, but if she could live, she certainly wasn't going to choose death. And then there's Ichigo and his friends. They're probably being rounded up as we speak. They're in for it now, Shin said with a grin. What? I have to go see them. Rukia's expression changed instantly. She had almost forgotten about them. She had to go and find a way to help them. They had come to save her, she couldn't let anything happen to them. Just as she was about to leave, she turned back and looked at Soifan. Captain Soifan, if they're captured, could you please speak on their behalf? Rukia asked, her eyes filled with hope. Soifan paused, then glanced at Shin, silently asking for his opinion. Shin looked at Rukia, then gave Soifan a slight nod. Helping out Ichigo Kurosaki and his friends was no big deal. Every 100 horsepower equals bonus chapter. Chapter 856, no one takes Aizen more seriously than I do. Next bonus, 300. You guys owe me bonus chapters. Don't worry, I will bulk upload later on. Ichigo and his friends were indeed captured by the captains, but with many speaking up for them, they were ultimately let off the hook. What do you think Aizen will do next? Yoruchi asked Shin. Why? Are you that interested? Shin asked in return. Yeah, I'm actually quite curious. I wonder what that guy is planning. To be able to hide in the Soul Society for so many years, his acting skills are truly impressive. Yoruchi had never suspected Aizen. His performance had simply been too convincing. What Aizen does next, you'll find out if you just wait and see. Besides, I'm not Aizen. How would I know what he's going to do? Shin rolled his eyes. Really? For some reason, I feel like you know exactly what he's planning, Yoruchi said, eyeing him suspiciously. You should know me by now. If I don't want to say something, asking is pointless. Shin stretched lazily. He didn't want to tell her, mainly because explaining it all would be a pain. Besides, Aizen was bound to make a move sooner or later. All they had to do was wait. I don't think Aizen is going to let you off the hook, Yoruchi said, her gaze fixed on Shin. Shin had easily defeated Aizen but hadn't captured him. Aizen would definitely seek revenge. Though he hadn't shown any open animosity towards Shin, Yoruchi's intuition told her otherwise. I think you should take this seriously. Aizen is a dangerous man. Yoruchi was saying this to warn Shin. If it weren't for that, she wouldn't have bothered. Don't worry. No one takes Aizen more seriously than I do. Of course, Shin took Aizen seriously, he even prioritized him over Yawatch. It was all for the Hogyoku. Yawatch's almighty was tempting, as were the powers of the Stern Ritter, but the Hogyoku came first. You say you take him seriously, but I don't see it at all. Yoruchi couldn't see a hint of concern in him. My seriousness is all on the inside, not on the surface. Of course, you can't see it, Shin said with a smile. I feel like you're just making excuses, Yoruchi said, looking at him with annoyance. Here she was, trying to help, and this was the attitude she got. Don't just feel like it. Shin-sama is definitely making excuses, Soifan couldn't help but interject. Oh. Soifan, you've gotten quite bold. Shin reached out, pulled Soifan into his arms, and pinched her small face. Being held by Shin and having her face pinched, Soifan's cheeks instantly turned red. Don't bully Soifan, Yoruchi said, glaring at Shin. If I don't bully Soifan, then you don't mind if I bully you, right? Shin let go of Soifan, his gaze shifting to Yoruchi. Fine, I won't bully Soifan. But I can definitely bully you. Hey, you can try. Yoruchi looked at him provocatively, then immediately used Shuanpa to escape. I thought you'd stick around after that challenge. Running away is no fun. Shin shook his head in mock disappointment, then turned his gaze back to Soifan. Shin-sama, you're not going to bully me again, are you? Soifan asked shyly, lowering her head as his eyes fell on her. Don't worry, little Soifan. I would never bully you. I wouldn't bully you even if I bullied everyone else. Shin said with a smile. Soifan pouted slightly. She didn't believe a word of that, he had bullied her plenty of times before. Soifan, come here. Just then, Yoruichi's voice called out from a nearby rooftop. Lady Yoruichi. Soifan immediately ran towards Yoruichi, even managing to say that Lady Yoruichi was calling her as she slipped from Shin's grasp. But after escaping, her mood didn't improve. In fact, she felt a little disappointed. Am I actually hoping Shin-sama would bully me? What are you doing here? Just as Shin was about to go out, he saw Rukia Kachiki arriving at the 2nd Division barracks. He was slightly surprised. What was she doing here? I came to thank you. Am I not welcome? Rukia's tone had become much more casual around Shin. Now that she understood his personality, she wasn't so formal anymore. Thank me. You came empty-handed. You didn't even bring a gift. I don't see any sincerity in this thank you of yours. Shin glanced at Rukia and pouted. What do you mean I'm not sincere? I'm very sincere. Rukia said, a little flustered. All right, I was just teasing you. I didn't expect you to get so worked up. Shin said to the anxious Rukia. Rukia had wanted to bring a gift, but she didn't have anything valuable. She couldn't just offer him money, that would be an insult. If Shin had known what she was thinking, he would have told her it wouldn't be an insult at all. By the way, Teacher Shin, could you give me some pointers? Rukia asked. Pointers? Shin looked at Rukia. She seemed desperate to get stronger. He could understand why. After this incident, she must be craving power. Pointers are no problem, but I'm a bit short on cash right now. I'll need you to prepare some tuition fees, Shin said with a smile. Rukia looked at him, speechless. The last time her brother had asked Shin to train her, he had also prepared a lot of money. And now he wanted tuition fees again. But Rukia didn't refuse. Though she had come from the Rukon district and had no money, she was different now. As a member of the Kekkei clan, she certainly wasn't lacking in funds. All right. Rukia nodded. She didn't have the money on her, so she'd have to wait until tomorrow. Did Ichigo and his friends leave? Shin asked Rukia. He hadn't paid much attention to their situation, only knowing that they were safe now. Every 100 horsepower equals bonus chapter. Chapter 857, Fear Greater Than Hatred. Next bonus, 100. When Shin asked about Ichigo Kurosaki, Rukia Kachiki looked at him in surprise. As far as she knew, Shin and Ichigo had barely crossed paths. Why so surprised? Shin asked, a faint smile playing on his lips as he observed her reaction. It is a little surprising, Rukia admitted, her eyes filled with curiosity. I don't recall you two having much interaction. We haven't, Shin agreed. But that guy is special. He possesses a power that's nothing short of astonishing. Astonishing power? Soifan and Yoruichi both turned to Shin, intrigued. For him to offer such high praise was no small thing. Is Ichigo Kurosaki really that strong? Rukia asked, her surprise growing. She had to admit, Ichigo's performance had been anything but ordinary. He possessed an immense natural Ryatsu that even she, a soul reaper, envied. But for Shin to describe his power as astonishing was on another level entirely. He is. But whether he'll ever be able to tap into that full potential, that remains to be seen. Shin knew it was a long shot. He had no idea if this version of Ichigo would ever have the chance to unleash that incredible power. All right, I'll train you when I have the time. For now, you should head out. Just as Rukia was about to press for more details, Shin was already shooing her away. She felt a flash of irritation, how could he just dismiss her like that? But then she remembered his personality, and her annoyance faded. I'll be going then, Rukia said, standing up. She couldn't stay here indefinitely. This was the 2nd Division barracks, and she was a member of the 13th. After Rukia left, Shin stood and opened a Senkaman. Hey, Shin, where are you going? Yoruichi asked, seeing his movement. Why do you need to know? I'm not taking you with me this time, so don't even think about it. Shin replied before stepping through the gate. When Yoruichi tried to follow, she was blocked by an invisible barrier. Damn it, is that Danku? She was right. Shin had used Bakudo number 81, Danku, to stop her. She couldn't follow him now. Shin passed through the Senkaman and arrived in Hueco Mundo. The environment in Hueco Mundo is as terrible as ever, Shin commented, surveying the bleak landscape. It certainly wasn't a pleasant place. I didn't bother hiding my presence when I arrived. Aizen should know I'm here. Shin walked nonchalantly toward Las Noches. He figured Aizen was already aware of his arrival, but it didn't matter. He had no reason to hide from him. With his level of strength, he could do as he pleased. Aizen did indeed know Shin had arrived. Why would Shin Uzumaki come to Hueco Mundo now? A cold glint flashed in Aizen's eyes. What was his purpose for suddenly appearing in Hueco Mundo? Was he an enemy or an ally? Whether he's friend or foe, I should at least extend a welcome. Aizen didn't move himself, but he ordered his espada, along with Jin Ikamaru and Kaname Tozen, to greet Shin. Of course, this greeting was merely a pretext to probe Shin's strength. Their last encounter had been a one-sided beatdown, with Aizen on the receiving end. Now, Aizen wanted his subordinates to test Shin to get a better read on his abilities. He couldn't afford to remain in the dark about him. Upon receiving Aizen's command, the espada, along with Tozen and Jin, set out immediately. A strange smile played on Jin's face. Shin Uzumaki, what's your purpose for coming here? You've even managed to rattle Aizen. That's just like you. Jin's smile grew wider as he speculated on Shin's motives. He felt neither animosity nor goodwill towards Shin, just a detached curiosity. Is it him? Baragan seethed. When Aizen had ordered him to visit Shin, he knew exactly who it was. If Baragan had to name the two beings he hated most, it would be Aizen and Shin. He hated their guts, but he was powerless to do anything about it. Beneath his fury, however, lay a deep-seated fear, a fear that was, in truth, far greater than his hatred. The memory of being hunted down by Shin made him tremble. Shin's strength far surpassed his own. But now, all 10 espada are here. This is Hueco Mundo. Dealing with him shouldn't be that difficult, right? Baragan thought to himself. Perhaps this was his chance for revenge. If only that bastard Aizen were here too. He could let them destroy each other, and then he could swoop in and finish them both off. Once they were gone, Baragan was confident he would be the one true king of Hueco Mundo, an unstoppable ruler. Though Baragan had submitted to Aizen, his ambition burned as fiercely as ever. Despite being the second espada, his power was no less than that of the first, Coyote Stark. So it's him. Coyote Stark was also quite familiar with Shin, having fought him before. If Shin hadn't spared him back then, he would likely be dead. Gentlemen, our opponent is no simple matter. He's someone who even gave Lord Aizen a hard time, Jin said with amusement. Oh, is that so? Then I'm very interested. A cruel smile spread across Grimjow Jaegerjack's face. No matter how strong Shin Uzumaki was, he was confident he could take him, a confidence born from pure arrogance. Kaname Tozen said nothing. The blind Soul Reaper was surprisingly perceptive, walking calmly forward. If one were to measure loyalty, Tozen's devotion to Aizen was absolute. It was a shame he would meet such a miserable end. Tozen would be killed by Aizen, executed for his failure. In the world of Soul Reapers, this seemed to be a custom. The big bosses had a habit of executing their own subordinates. Aizen was relatively lenient in that regard. Yawatch, on the other hand, would execute his underlings at the slightest provocation. It was a miracle they weren't betrayed by their own people. Of course, Aizen was betrayed by Jin, but Jin's original goal was always to take Aizen down. And Yawatch, it seemed, was also tricked in the end. Every 100 horsepower equals bonus chapter. Chapter 858, 858, bonus, a bunch of cowards. Next bonus, 100. Shin walked across the sands of Hueco Mundo, leaving not a single footprint behind. I wonder what Aizen's attitude towards my arrival is. Is he welcoming me, or does he wish I were dead? A playful smile touched Shin's lips. He was genuinely curious about Aizen's reaction. But he could guess. Aizen absolutely wanted him dead. Though Aizen seemed to crave an opponent who could stand on the same level as him, in the original story, his pride led him to train Ichigo, which ultimately led to his downfall. Shin knew that if Ichigo hadn't pulled a miracle out of thin air, Aizen wouldn't have lost. But now, Aizen probably just wanted this variable named Shingon. Hollow Ryatsu, so much of it. Did Aizen send all 10 espada to greet me? Shin stopped and looked ahead. Soon, a group of Arrancar appeared before him, along with Tozen and Jin. Captain Shin, to what do we owe the pleasure of your visit to Hueco Mundo? Lord Aizen would rather you die here. You've truly walked into the lion's den. Jin said to Shin, his face a mask of false sincerity. The lion's den. That's a funny joke. Isn't this just an anthill? Shin's arrogance was on full display. With that single sentence, he had offended every Arrancar present. Jin's eyes narrowed slightly. Such audacity. Jin knew just how powerful the espada were. If the Soul Society were to go to war with Hueco Mundo now, it would be anyone's guess who would come out on top. For Shin to come to Hueco Mundo alone was to challenge the entire realm. Even knowing how strong Shin was, Jin didn't think he could succeed. Such an arrogant Soul Reaper. I've never met one so full of himself. Are you ready to die? Grimjow Jagerjax was the first to lose his temper, glaring at Shin with fury. Grind, Pantera. Grimjow released his Zanpakuto, transforming into his panther-like Resurrection form. In this state, his power increased dramatically. Heh, the sixth Espada. You're not worthy. Shin chuckled, then raised his own Zanpakuto. Shoot to kill, Shinso. What? Jin's expression finally broke. Even though he knew Shin could use Hyarinmaru, seeing him wield Shinso's ability made his face twist in shock. A thought suddenly struck Jin. If Shin could copy other Zanpakuto abilities, what about Aizen's? No wonder Aizen is so wary of him. He might have Kyoka Suigetsu too. At that moment, Jin understood Aizen's fear. Aizen's greatest trump card was something someone else also possessed. If asked what Aizen's greatest trump card was, Jin would have said it was Kyoka Suigetsu, without a doubt. Aizen didn't have the Hogyoku yet, but Kyoka Suigetsu was still a terrifyingly broken ability. It was a shame that later, after obtaining the Hogyoku and continuously evolving, Aizen abandoned Kyoka Suigetsu's power, never even using his Bankai. Cough, cough. Grimjow looked down at the blades piercing his body, then up at Shin. His torso was riddled with over a dozen holes. It had all happened in the blink of an eye. That was the speed of Shinso. And the one wielding it was Shin, whose strength surpassed Jin's by an unknown margin. Even in Shirkai, the speed of its extension was comparable to Bankai. Even I can't use Shinso with such power, Jin couldn't help but take a sharp breath. If he could wield that kind of strength, he would have more confidence in facing Aizen. The one who possessed such power wasn't him, it was the unfathomable Shin Uzumaki. No one could see through Shin. Even Aizen wouldn't dare claim he fully understood him. You were so arrogant just now. Not so arrogant anymore, are you? Shin looked down at Grimjow, who was now lying on the ground. A few others were down as well. The 7th Espada, Zamari Ruros, and the 10th Espada, Yami Largo, had both been taken down by Shin. The other Espada hadn't dared to act yet, so they were still standing. Baragon, you seem to hate my guts. Aren't you going to make a move? Shin's gaze fell on Baragon. But when Baragon met his gaze, he was so terrified that he took several steps back. What a disappointment. Is this all you've got? It seems Aizen's subordinates are nothing special. And here I had some expectations for you. What a bunch of cowards. Seeing that no one dared to move, Shin decided to taunt them, to see if they would act. But not all the Espada were fools. Even with Shin's taunts, they wouldn't act rashly, though they were filled with rage. I should warn you. If you don't make a move, then I will. And I won't show any mercy. Shin reminded them. Prepare to attack, Tozen finally spoke. They were here to carry out Lord Aizen's orders. How could they not act? Give it your all. This guy's strength is immense, no less than Aizen's, he might even be stronger than Aizen, Baragon said to his teammates. Before, Baragon had never cared about his teammates, but now he had no choice. He had to unite with them to deal with Shin Uzumaki. You actually backed down in fear. Tyr Harabel shot Baragon a look of contempt. She was the 3rd Espada. The original 3rd Espada had been Neliel, but now that Neliel had been ambushed by Neutra and lost her memory, Harabel had taken her place. Harabel and Baragon's relationship was also not good. In fact, Baragon's relationship with the other Espada wasn't good either, mainly due to his arrogant and ambitious personality. Not everyone liked Baragon. Harabel, what do you mean? Are you looking for a fight with the Great Emperor? A cold glint flashed in Baragon's eyes as he stared at Harabel. Though Baragon was indeed very strong, Harabel wasn't afraid of him. Before Aizen had taken over Hueco Mundo, Baragon had invited Harabel to submit to him, but she had refused every time. So they already had a history. Now, they couldn't stand the sight of each other. Baragon really wanted to use his great axe to chop Harabel to death. But he didn't have the guts. He still had to be wary of Aizen. If he killed Harabel, Aizen would definitely deal with him. Besides, it wouldn't be that easy to deal with Harabel. Every 100 horsepower equals bonus chapter. Chapter 859, Los Lobos. Next bonus, 100. Shin watched them bicker, a smirk playing on his lips. They didn't have the nerve to attack him, so they were starting to turn on each other instead. And here I thought you were supposed to be the fearsome ones, Shin asked, his tone deceptively mild. Why the hesitation? At that moment, Shin seemed to be eagerly waiting for them to make a move. The other Espada remained still, their gazes on him growing even more wary. As for Jin Ikamaru, he was far too clever to act rashly. He wouldn't make a move on Shin without absolute certainty of success. Besides, Jin felt that Shin Uzumaki's existence was a necessary evil. After all, he was the only person who could make even Aizen feel threatened. If I could use Shin Uzumaki's power to get rid of Aizen, that would be perfect. Of course, Jin knew the chances of that happening were slim. Just because you won't attack doesn't mean I won't. So, prepare to scream. As Shin spoke, he raised his hand. The power of a Siro gathered in his palm, and he fired it straight at Coyote Stark. Even with Stark on high alert, it didn't matter. The Siro that erupted from Shin's hand was impossibly fast, forming and firing in less than 1,000th of a second. Boom. The Primera Espada, Coyote Stark, took the full force of the blast. He was thrown to the ground, critically wounded and out of the fight for now. What? The remaining Espada were left completely stunned. If they had been afraid of Shin after he effortlessly dispatched their comrades before, seeing him one-shot the Primera Espada, Coyote Stark, filled them with a genuine terror of his power. Though they resented Stark for holding the top position, they all knew just how powerful he was. Otherwise, he never would have become number one. Your power, has it really grown to this extent? Stark, lying on the ground, struggled to look at Shin. When they had last fought, he hadn't felt this level of terrifying power. Now, Stark felt that Shin's power was even more monstrous. The reality, however, was that Shin's strength hadn't increased at all. He simply hadn't been serious during their last encounter. If Shin had truly gone all out against Stark, he would have been erased from existence long ago. How can Shin Uzumaki use a Siro? Jin was filled with endless questions. What baffled him most was Shin's ability to use a hollow technique. As for one-shotting Stark, while shocking, it wasn't enough to leave him speechless. The power of a hollow and the power of a Shinigami were supposed to be fundamentally opposed. Could one person possess both? At that moment, Jin couldn't help but think of the Arrancar, who possessed the power of hollows but had also gained the Zanpakuto abilities of Shinigami. Their Resurrection was no different from a Shinigami Shirkai. Then there were the Vizards, like Shinji Hirako. They were once Shinigami who had gained hollow powers and the ability of hollowification. But they had all become Arrancar through Aizen's Hogyoku. And Shin Uzumaki? Shin Uzumaki wouldn't rely on Aizen's Hogyoku, would he? And Aizen would never give it to him. After all, Jin knew how much Aizen valued the Hogyoku. He had even considered destroying it to get back at Aizen, but he never had the chance. Even if he had, he wouldn't have been able to destroy it. The Hogyoku wasn't so easily broken. If it were, Kasukirahara would have destroyed it long ago. We have to attack. If we don't, he won't spare us either. Ulquiorra Cypher, the Quattro Espada, said to his comrades. Among the Espada, he was probably the most popular. Enclose, Murcielago. Rot, for Nicaras. Crush, Gamuza. Pray, Santa Teresa. They all released their resurrections and charged at Shin in unison. Faced with the combined assault of the Espada, Shin was completely unfazed. Hunt them down, Los Lobos. Shin copied Stark's resurrection, dual pistols materializing in his hands. He then unleashed an infinite Siro salvo. Countless Siros shot out from the twin guns, instantly overwhelming the other Espada. Shin controlled his power, ensuring that the only ones killed were Neutra Gilga and Sailaporo Grands. As for why he singled out those two for death, the reason was simple: he found them particularly irritating. You're all so fragile. I wasn't even serious, and you're already down for the count. How am I supposed to have any fun? Shin's gaze shifted to Jin Ikamaru and Kanaim Tozen. When he had attacked, he had only targeted the Espada, ignoring the other two. Captain Shin, I'm no match for you, so I surrender, Jin said, immediately raising his hands. He had no intention of fighting Shin right now. He didn't even consider using his Bankai. Shin had already used his Zanpakuto, Shinso. He probably knew what its abilities were. Jin didn't want to reveal its true power to anyone else. After all, Shinso's ability was the weapon he was saving to use against Aizen. It was truly a fearsome weapon, with a poison that could dissolve anything. If Aizen hadn't had the Hogyoku at that moment, he would have been killed by Jin's surprise attack, and everything would have been over. Jin surrendered, but Tozen would not. Tozen faced Shin, and though he was blind, his senses were incredibly sharp. Cry, Suzumushi. This was Tozen's Zanpakuto, a sensory-based weapon that could affect an opponent's senses. It was an extremely powerful Zanpakuto. Bankai. Enma Kurogi. Knowing that his Shirkai was no match for Shin, he immediately unleashed his Bankai. A black sphere enveloped both Shin and Tozen, forming a massive barrier. Inside this barrier, everyone except the one touching the hilt of Suzumushi would lose their senses of hearing, sight, smell, and even their ability to sense spiritual pressure. Only the senses of touch and pain remained. In other words, inside this space, one would become blind and deaf, even losing their ability to sense spiritual pressure. At this point, Tozen, who was already blind, could use other means to defeat his opponent. In this place, you can only be slaughtered by me. Tozen was extremely confident in his Zanpakuto, certain he could defeat Shin. To be honest, your Zanpakuto is very strong, but its weakness is also very obvious, Shin said calmly. The Zanpakuto was powerful, but Enma Kurogi's greatest flaw was that its barrier was incredibly weak. A powerful enough attack would shatter it, instantly dispelling the Bankai. Every 100 horsepower equals bonus chapter. Chapter 860, Infinite Zero Salvo, I don't want to be your enemy. Next bonus, 100. My Enma Kurogi has a weakness. Tozen scoffed, clearly not believing a word of it. Since you're so confident, let me bring you back down to earth. Shin raised an eyebrow. Gran Ray Zero. The attack he instantly fired shattered the entire barrier. With the barrier broken, Enma Kurogi's Bankai was immediately dispelled. Against an opponent of similar strength, you're indeed very strong. But against an opponent whose power vastly outstrips your own, you're utterly helpless. Shin had no regard for Tozen. Though his Enma Kurogi seemed powerful, with such a glaring weakness, Shin had no interest in even copying it. How is that possible? Tozen was still in a daze. Now, take me to Aizen. I don't want to waste any more time on you. And I hope you all know what's good for you and don't make things difficult for me. Shin spoke calmly. Though his words were calm, they carried an unquestionable authority. With the espada lying on the ground, Tozen in a state of shock, and only Jin remaining, who would dare to object. His intuition told him that if he did, he would be instantly killed by Shin. I'll take Shin-sama to see Aizen-sama right away. Though Jin still had a smile on his face, his expression was incredibly grave. Shin Uzumaki was terrifyingly powerful. But then Jin thought, no matter how strong Shin Uzumaki was, it wasn't his problem. It had nothing to do with him. At that thought, a smile appeared on Jin's face. It wasn't his problem, Aizen could have the headache. Let Aizen deal with it. This was a good thing. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. It didn't matter what Shin Uzumaki thought of him. For now, Jin would consider him a friend. And if this powerhouse could keep his distance from Ranjika Matsumoto, all the better. Jin Ikamaru, what are you doing? Hearing Jin's words, Tozen snapped out of his shock and pointed his Zanpakuto at Jin, seemingly about to attack him. The reason was simple, Jin seemed to be surrendering to Shin Uzumaki. In his eyes, Jin was about to become a traitor, so Tozen's attitude towards Jin was very hostile. A cold glint flashed in Jin's eyes. He and Tozen were not on the same path. Jin had even considered getting rid of Tozen, but he decided against it to avoid arousing Aizen's suspicion. What Jin didn't know was that he had been on Aizen's radar from the very beginning. No matter how he disguised himself, it was useless. The only reason Aizen kept Jin around was out of a twisted curiosity to see what he would try to pull. To be honest, Aizen was incredibly arrogant. But now, with Shin here, Aizen's personality would likely change a bit. The arrogant Aizen in the original story was because he couldn't find a worthy opponent. Even head Captain Yamamoto, at that time, Aizen didn't take too seriously. And it turned out, Aizen did manage to deal with head Captain Yamamoto. A single Erincar, Wonderweiss, was enough to neutralize the old man completely. Of course, if Yamamoto had unleashed his Bankai from the very beginning, Aizen would have been in for a world of hurt, Hogyoku or not. The Yamamoto of the past would stop at nothing to defeat his enemies. If it were that Yamamoto, no matter how strong Aizen was, he probably wouldn't have been able to cause much trouble. But the current Yamamoto had too many inhibitions. Perhaps his strength hadn't diminished with time, but he had become indecisive. Sometimes, he was too cautious, which was why he suffered at Aizen's hands. You should lie down for now. Shin glanced at Tozen, then a flash of sword light cut through the air. Tozen instantly fell to the ground, critically injured and on the verge of death. He's just a captain, after all. Shin didn't even look at Tozen, just glanced at Jin Ikamaru. Jin, being smart, understood Shin's meaning from a single glance and immediately led the way, intending to take Shin to Aizen. As for the fallen Espada, neither Shin nor Jin paid them any mind. Captain Shin, you've arrived. When they reached Las Noches, Aizen was already there waiting for Shin. He knew that with the strength of those guys, it was impossible to stop Shin. But Aizen had wanted to learn more about Shin's strength. Unfortunately, he was disappointed. Shin hadn't revealed much of his power at all. Though he had used Jin's Zanpakuto, Shinso, and Stark's Los Lobos, the strength he had shown was clearly not enough. And Aizen was considering more things. Since he had Shinso, his own Kyoka Soijetsu, and Toshiro Hitsugaya's Hyarinmaru, did that mean he also had head Captain Yamamoto's Ryujin Jaka? Ryujin Jaka was hailed as the strongest fire-type Zanpakuto. To this day, Aizen had never truly witnessed its power. Because head Captain Yamamoto rarely acted. Aizen had never seen him fight, only knew that he was very strong. If Ryujin Jaka were simply in Yamamoto's hands, Aizen wouldn't consider it a major threat. But if Shin also had Ryujin Jaka, that threat would be immense. Aizen had no way to deal with it now. So, if he couldn't eliminate him, the next best thing was to not make an enemy of him. Against such an invincible existence, Aizen really didn't want to become Shin's enemy. If they could cooperate, that would be for the best. Aizen-sama, I was no match for Shin-sama, Jin said to Aizen. Jin, I don't blame you. Aizen had a smile on his face, not blaming Jin in the slightest. But Jin couldn't relax. He knew Aizen well enough, the men could turn on you in an instant. Though Aizen appeared gentle now, Jin knew it was all an act. He understood the coldness in Aizen's core all too well. Captain Shin, why not join us in Hueco Mundo? I would even be willing to make you its king, Aizen said to Shin. To win Shin over, Aizen was willing to give up Hueco Mundo. Of course, he was definitely not happy about it. But once his Hogyoku was complete, he could turn on Shin. By then, Aizen would be confident. Now, the Hogyoku was only a half-finished product, not yet complete. So Aizen wanted to keep Shin stable and prevent him from doing anything that would be detrimental to him. You're really willing? Shin asked Aizen. For anyone else, I might not be. But for Captain Shin, I am more than willing to hand over Hueco Mundo, Aizen said bluntly. Ha ha ha, Aizen, I know you. Your ambition is far greater than you let on, Shin said with a laugh. I have no interest in Hueco Mundo. I'm actually here for something else. I was just wondering, how's that little Hogyoku project of yours coming along? Shin asked Aizen with a smile, his grin never faltering, as if he hadn't noticed Aizen's face turning ice cold. Every 100 horsepower equals bonus chapter. Chapter 861, laying the cards on the table. Next bonus, 100. The moment I mention the Hogyoku, your composure slips. Aizen, you really need to work on that poker face of yours, Shin said with a smile. Shin could afford to smile, but Aizen couldn't. His eyes were fixed on Shin, his expression grave. You know I'm researching the Hogyoku? Aizen asked. Of course. Did you think it was some big secret? To be frank, I'm after your Hogyoku. Shin didn't mind revealing his intentions. He knew that even if he did, Aizen would never give up his research. I can feel your killing intent. It was just a flicker, but Shin caught it. It was clear Aizen wanted to kill him. But Shin was completely unfazed. Aizen simply didn't have the power. What good was killing intent if you couldn't back it up? Shin's calm demeanor was even more unnerving than Aizen had anticipated. Hearing Shin's words, Aizen reined in his murderous impulse. He knew it was useless. He was no match for Shin Uzumaki. Realizing this, Aizen composed himself. Captain Shin, I believe we could cooperate. What do you think? Aizen said, forcing a smile. And how do you propose we cooperate? Shin asked calmly. I can give you the Hogyoku, Aizen began, his tone measured. But it's not yet complete. I'll need you to refrain from interfering with my research until it is. Shin laughed out loud at the offer. Aizen, hand over the Hogyoku. Not a chance. He couldn't believe Aizen thought he'd fall for such an obvious lie. Aizen was clearly just trying to buy time, to keep Shin from interfering. Once the Hogyoku was complete, that would be the day Aizen turned on him. There was no way he would ever hand it over. All right, I agree. Shin smiled and accepted. He knew Aizen would never give him the Hogyoku, but he agreed anyway. He had never planned on taking it for himself. He didn't want to carve a hole in his chest and stick the orb in. He just wanted to copy its power. Hearing Shin agree so readily, Aizen felt a flicker of suspicion. He couldn't quite figure out Shin's angle. Then it's a pleasure working with you. I hope you'll help me fend off those nuisances from the Siriidii. Whatever he was thinking, Aizen's expression remained perfectly composed. No problem. But could I see this Hogyoku of yours? Shin asked. After a moment's hesitation, Aizen nodded and produced the orb. He had already fused the two Hogyoku. The pressure from Shin must have sped up his progress. As he held it out, Aizen's eyes never left Shin, watching for any sign of a snatch. If Shin made a move, Aizen was prepared to fight, even if he knew he couldn't win. He couldn't let his creation fall into Shin's hands. If it fell to anyone else, there was a chance he could get it back. But from Shin, it would be lost forever. It's an impressive thing. A miracle of creation. Shin's gaze was fixed on the Hogyoku. And it truly was a miracle. If there was one thing in the world of Bleach that could be called the strongest, Shin believed it wasn't Yawacha's almighty, but the power of the Hogyoku. I hope you can complete it soon, Captain Aizen. I'd like to see what power the fully realized Hogyoku possesses, Shin said with a smile. I'm sure you will. And I guarantee you won't be disappointed. A dark glint flickered in Aizen's eyes. They seemed to be having a friendly chat, but both had their own agendas. In that case, I won't disturb your research any longer. Farewell. Shin turned and left. Watching Shin's retreating figure, Aizen's brow furrowed. Was this really all he had come to Hueco Mundo for? Jin Ikamaru also frowned. The confrontation he had hoped for never happened. He had expected Shin and Aizen to come to blows, but in the end, nothing came of it. Shin Uzumaki and Aizen made a deal. No, that deal is worthless. Jin was certain Aizen would never hand over the Hogyoku. He knew better than anyone how much effort Aizen had poured into it. Shin Uzumaki can't be that naive, can he? He must have his own agenda. Forget it. I can't rely on anyone else. I'll have to kill Aizen myself, Jin thought, his smile never wavering. Jin, what are you thinking about? Aizen suddenly turned and asked. The question sent a chill down Jin's spine. It seemed Aizen was watching him. But Jin wasn't surprised. He suspected Aizen had been suspicious of him for a long time, but for some reason, had never acted on it. Whatever the reason, this was his chance. As long as Aizen didn't make a move, he could find an opportunity to strike. Are Tozen and the others all right? Aizen asked, not pressing Jin for an answer, instead inquiring about Tozen and the Espada. He didn't want anything to happen to them. They were his most useful assets. If they were out of commission, his plans would be difficult to carry out. Don't worry, Lord Aizen. Shin Uzumaki didn't strike to kill. They're only injured, not in any life-threatening danger, Jin replied immediately. Good. Aizen gave Jin a deep look, then turned and returned to Las Noches to continue his research. He had to speed things up. Since Shin Uzumaki had his eyes on the Hogyoku, and he had no intention of giving it up, a confrontation was inevitable. Relying on his own strength, he was no match for Shin. Aizen wasn't foolish enough to try again, he'd already tested that theory. From their previous clash, and from the Espada's reports, even without knowing the full extent of Shin's power, Aizen could confirm one thing: Shin was far stronger than him. If Shin got serious, he could probably kill him in an instant. I hope the Hogyoku doesn't disappoint me. Aizen stared at the orb, pinning all his hopes on it. If Shin hadn't set his sights on the Hogyoku, Aizen thought, they might have actually been able to work together. Every 100 horsepower equals bonus chapter. Chapter 862, A Stray Nell. Next bonus, 100. Why are you following me? Shin looked irritably at the little girl trailing behind him. She had green hair, a broken skull mask on her head, a red line painted across her nose, and a scar on her face. Shin recognized her immediately. Neliel tu Odelschwank, or Nell for short. The former Tercera Espada. She had been ambushed by Neutra Gilga, who shattered her mask, causing her to sustain heavy injuries and lose her memory. Neutra had then cast her out. Harabel had since taken her place as the Tercera Espada. Shin had found this little girl in the desert of Hueco Mundo, and she had been following him ever since. I can't find Pesh and Dondo Chaka. See, can you help me, mister? Nell asked, her voice choked with tears. They had been playing hide-and-seek in the desert, and she couldn't find her two brothers. Of course, Pesh and Dondo Chaka were actually her former fraction. They had deliberately hidden the truth to protect her. Nell had once been a Vasto Lord-class Arankar with incredible combat power. Otherwise, she wouldn't have become the Tercera Espada. After all, Aizen chose his Espada based on strength. If Neutra hadn't ambushed her with the help of Sailaporo Grants, he never would have been able to defeat her. Of course, Nell's personality had also played a part. She was too naive and kind. In a peaceful world, that would be a virtue. But in Hueco Mundo, where slaughter was the law of the land, it was a liability that brought her nothing but disaster. You want me to help you find them? You must be joking. I don't have time for that. Shin waved his hand. Help Nell find her friends. Was he that kind of person? He might not be a pure villain, but he certainly wasn't a hero. As Shin turned to walk away, Nell scrambled forward and wrapped her arms around his leg. She looked up at him, her face crumpling as she burst into tears. Shin's face darkened. Anyone who didn't know better would think he had bullied her. He finally just picked her up. Once she was in his arms, Nell stopped crying, perhaps too scared to continue. You can follow me for now. Shin didn't wait for her to agree and simply carried her away. Long after they had gone, two figures emerged from the sand. They were Nell's former fraction. Pesh and Dondo Chaka looked at each other. Was this the right thing to do? Pesh whispered, his voice laced with doubt. Letting that Soul Reaper take Lady Nell. What if she's in danger? It's more dangerous for her to stay in Hueco Mundo. Since he didn't harm her from the start, he probably won't do anything to her. Don't forget who he is. If he's willing to protect Lady Nell, no one will be able to hurt her. Sigh, I guess this is our only choice. Our strength isn't enough to protect Lady Nell. That's right. They wanted Shin to take Nell with him. The dangers of Hueco Mundo were too great. They didn't have the ability to protect her forever. Who knew when some hollow would appear and devour them? Sending Nell to a safe place was the best option for them. They knew about Shin Uzumaki, a being even the great Lord Aizen was wary of. And according to the news, he had even killed Neutra, the one who had harmed Lady Nell. Of course, they had also seen that Shin had no intention of harming Nell. Otherwise, they would have come out and fought him to the death. Those two guys, they saw me take Nell, but they didn't try to stop me. What's their game? Shin was a bit puzzled. He knew they were hiding there. There was no way they could have hidden from him. If they had that kind of power, they wouldn't be struggling to survive in Hueco Mundo. You're being quite obedient, Shin said, glancing at Nell. Though Nell wasn't particularly afraid of Shin, she was still shy around strangers. But since she couldn't find her two brothers and didn't know where to go, she could only follow Shin. Well, I guess I'll take you home and raise you. Shin opened a garganta, left Hueco Mundo, and returned directly to the 2nd Division barracks. The moment he arrived, Soifan and Yoruichi knew. They immediately rushed over and saw Nell beside Shin. Why did you bring a hollow back? Yoruichi asked, looking at Nell with confusion. Can't I? Of course not. If that stubborn old man Yamamoto finds out, you'll be in real trouble. He probably won't let you off the hook, Yoruichi said. Actually, old man Yamamoto might not be as stubborn as you think, Shin said with a smile. He doubted Yamamoto would declare him an enemy over something like this. Of course, he'd definitely be furious. While Yamamoto could be stubborn at times, he wasn't incapable of bending the rules. In the original story, he had cooperated with Ichigo Kurosaki and his friends, hadn't he? That was a clear violation of the rules. Still, it's best to keep it from him if you can. Though Shin felt Yamamoto would eventually compromise, he would undoubtedly cause him trouble first. To avoid that, Shin thought it was better if Yamamoto didn't know. She's actually really cute. You didn't bring her back just because she's cute, did you? Yoruichi asked, looking at Nell. Indeed, the child form Nell was very cute. Shin had brought her back partly because of that. If it had been some obnoxious brat, Shin wouldn't have bothered. He'd be lucky if Shin didn't eliminate him. I'm surprised you admitted it. I thought you wouldn't, Yoruichi said, a sly glint in her eyes as she looked at Shin. Why can't I admit it? What does it matter if I do? Shin said, pinching Nell's little cheek. And Nell, after her initial shyness, had grown quite fond of him. It seemed Shin was quite popular with children. So what were you really doing in Hueco Mundo? Yoruichi's curiosity was piqued. She looked at Shin, desperate to know. Nothing much. I was just bored, so I took a trip to Hueco Mundo. That's all, Shin said with a shrug. Yoruichi pouted, clearly not believing him. In her eyes, Shin was so lazy he wouldn't even leave his room. Would he really go to Hueco Mundo for no reason? Believe it or not, that was the truth. Shin really had gone to Hueco Mundo out of boredom. Every 100 horsepower equals bonus chapter. Chapter 863, you're free every day, aren't you? Next bonus, 300. Nell, don't go wandering off in the Soul Society. If you do and get caught, they might kill you, Shin warned little Nell. Are you trying to scare me? Nell asked, her big eyes wide as she stared at Shin. No, I'm not. I'm being serious. You're a hollow, after all. Shin really didn't want Nell running off. While he could protect her if she did, it would lead to a mountain of trouble. To avoid the hassle, it was better if the little one just stayed put. Okay, I get it. I promise I won't go out. Nell nodded seriously at Shin. His warning had genuinely scared her. Now, even if you asked her to go out, she wouldn't dare. But can you play hide and seek with me? Nell asked, kneeling on the ground and looking up at him with those big, innocent eyes that were impossible to refuse. How about I play hide and seek with you? Yoruichi offered. It had been a while since Shin brought Nell to the Soul Society, and Yoruichi had grown used to her presence. Nell was an obedient kid, and Yoruichi had grown quite fond of her. Okay. I like playing with you too, Yoruichi-nichan. Nell nodded and followed Yoruichi away. Shin felt a little let down. He had been looking forward to teasing Nell a bit more, but Yoruichi had whisked her away. Yoruichi, don't you go bullying her. Shin called out to her retreating figure. Why would I bully Nell? You think I'm you? Yoruichi turned back and shot Shin a disdainful look. Shin rubbed his nose. Was he really the type of person who liked to bully others? Probably not. Just as Shin was wondering what to do next, Rukia Kachiki and Ranjika Matsumoto arrived together. You two didn't team up to ask me for training, did you? Shin asked, a hint of reluctance on his face. We did. You kept saying you were busy, Teacher Shin. You can't still be out of time now, can you? Rukia asked. The first time Shin had said he was busy, Rukia had believed him. The second time, she'd believed him too. But as the excuses piled up, Rukia had stopped buying it. She figured he just didn't want to teach them and was making things up. But this time, they needed to learn something from him, and they weren't leaving no matter what he said. The two had planned this out. And it wasn't just them. A moment later, Momo Hinamori arrived as well. Seeing Momo arrive with food, Shin's sour mood instantly brightened. Look at little Momo, she knows to bring something. You two show up empty-handed, Shin said, glancing at Rukia and Ranjaku. But I paid you. Rukia retorted, annoyed. She had paid him a hefty sum back then, handing over both her salary and her allowance. At this, Ranjaku looked a little embarrassed. She really hadn't offered anything. All right, since I'm free today, I'll give you all some proper guidance. I hope you make the most of this opportunity, Shin said. You're free every day, aren't you? Rukia muttered under her breath. Shin's gaze shifted to Rukia, and he raised his hand to rap her on the head. What was that? I didn't quite catch it. Could you say it again? Shin asked with a smile. I didn't say anything. Nothing at all. You must have misheard, Rukia said, biting back her frustration. Beggars can't be choosers. If she didn't play along, she'd be in for a world of hurt. Good. Now come on, tell me what you want to learn. Shin led them to the training grounds. Once he got serious about teaching, he was incredibly strict. Shuinpa. I want to learn Shuinpa, Rukia said. Good choice. Learn Shuinpa, get fast. If you can't beat an enemy, you can at least outrun them. Excellent thinking, Shin praised her. Rukia nearly coughed up blood. She was learning Shuinpa for combat, not to run away. But she decided against arguing. She knew Shin didn't like being contradicted, and it would be pointless anyway. If you want to learn Shuinpa, then let's begin. Shin started by teaching Rukia Shuinpa, and the others joined in to learn as well. Even if they hadn't planned on it, since Shin was teaching, they figured they might as well pick it up. It never hurt to have another skill in your arsenal. Shin first taught them Shuinpa, then moved on to Kido. Momo was the most focused when it came to Kido. Alright, that's all for today. You can go home now. Shin checked the time. He had actually spent the entire day teaching them. It was rare for him to settle down and train them for a full day. Aren't you going to ask us to stay for dinner, Teacher Shin? Rukia finally asked. Sure. But you'll have to pay, Shin said with a straight face, looking every bit the cheapskate. What a miser. That's just too much, Rukia grumbled. They had to pay for dinner too. I'm just kidding. You think I'd really charge you? I'd be thrilled to have beautiful women stay for dinner. Shin smiled and said. Hearing Shin call them beautiful, the three women, who had been a little miffed, all broke into smiles. It was clear their moods had improved. Later, they also met Nell. At first, they were startled. Nell was a hollow, after all. The mask fragment was a dead giveaway. No matter how cute she was still a hollow. But they were quickly won over by her adorable nature. Plus, Nell wasn't vicious like the hollows they knew, so they didn't reject her. Don't tell anyone about Nell. It could cause some trouble for me, Shin warned them first. Don't worry, Teacher Shin. We'd never say a word. But you have to be careful too. Don't let anyone else find out about her, they advised him in return. Shin just smiled. The Godii 13 had bigger things to worry about than one little hollow right now. They had Aizen's Erincar to deal with. Every 100 horsepower equals bonus chapter. Chapter 864, bonus, refusing Old Man Yama. Next bonus, 300. The Soul Society had recently been considering an assault on Hueco Mundo. Aizen had gone too far this time, and if they didn't make a move, their authority would be meaningless. However, as if anticipating their actions, Aizen was already prepared. He began dispatching Grand Hollows to the world of the living. He was clearly trying to stall the Soul Society's inevitable campaign against him. Aizen himself was busy, his Hogyoku research was still incomplete. The pressure Shin had put on him meant he couldn't afford to remain idle. He had no time to play games with the Soul Society. In the world of the living, Jillian-class Grand Hollows, once a rare sight, began appearing in droves. Even Erincar were showing up frequently. Though Shin had wounded them badly before, they were back to their arrogant selves now that they had recovered. Old man, you want me to go deal with the Hollows? Shin looked at Old Man Yamamoto. The captain commander had personally come to the 2nd Division barracks to ask for Shin's help. Before coming to Shin, Yamamoto had already been to the 4th Division to ask Retsu Unohana for her assistance. As captain commander, Yamamoto couldn't leave for the world of the living himself. He had to stay and guard the Soul Society against a potential sneak attack from Aizen. So, he needed to send a powerful captain. He had originally wanted Unohana to go, but she had refused. With Unohana unwilling, he had no choice but to seek out Shin. I refuse. I'm not a captain anymore, and this is no longer my duty, Shin said to Yamamoto. If it had been anyone else, Yamamoto might have flown into a rage and slapped them across the room. But Shin wasn't afraid of him, and Yamamoto could only let out an angry huff. This brat is so ungrateful. Yamamoto was furious. He had come personally, expecting Shin to give him some face, but Shin's refusal was swift and decisive. Actually, if you want to deal with those hollows in the world of the living, you do have options, Shin said to the fuming Captain Commander. Seeing Shin's mysterious expression, Yamamoto frowned. He disliked people who beat around the bush, but if Shin didn't elaborate, there was nothing he could do. Seeing Yamamoto on the verge of erupting, Shin decided to just tell him, lest the short-tempered old man lose his cool. After all, Yamamoto's temper was notoriously foul. He was actually much calmer now than in his youth. Back in the day, he would have drawn his sword by now. The old man was a dormant volcano. Once he erupted, he would be uncontrollable. While Shin wasn't afraid of him losing his temper, he didn't want the 2nd Division barracks destroyed in the process. Shinji Hirako. You remember them, right? They were framed by Aizen. You can ask for their help now. Shin said to Yamamoto. You want them to fight those hollows? Yamamoto frowned at the suggestion, a look of displeasure on his face. Yes. They'd have no problem with it. Or do you not trust their strength? They've mastered hollowification. Honestly, they're stronger than most captains. Shin said with a smile. Yamamoto, however, remained silent. He was the one who had ordered Shinji's capture back then. Could Shinji and the others truly hold no grudge? Impossible. They definitely resented him. So, would they really help? You're worried they won't help, right? Shin asked. Yamamoto didn't speak. That was part of it. But there was also the fact that, even if Aizen was at fault, Shinji and the others now possessed hollow powers. That was an undeniable fact. Furthermore, who knew if they still harbored resentment towards the Soul Society? Yamamoto had to consider all of this. You don't need to worry. If you ask them, there's a high probability they'll agree. Their grudge against Aizen guarantees they'll help fight him. We'll see. Yamamoto stood up and walked out. He still wanted Shin to act, but from the looks of it, that was impossible now. So, Yamamoto didn't waste any more time. He would just have to arrange for someone else to solve the problem. Worst comes to worst, he could send Shunsui Kayaraka with a few other captains. It wouldn't be a big deal if all the captains were deployed. As long as he was here, the Soul Society would be safe. And indeed, while Yamamoto was confident, he had the strength to back it up. Even Yawatch wouldn't dare face him lightly. The Bankai of Ryujin Jaka could incinerate all of creation. It was a good thing the current Yamamoto had mellowed out so much. If this were his younger self, the Demon of the Sword, he probably would have already stormed Hueco Mundo and annihilated Aizen, regardless of the cost. What did old man Yama want? Yoruchi asked Shin. She had come out a bit late and only saw Yamamoto's back, so she didn't know what they had discussed. He wanted me to help deal with those Arrancar. I refused. Why did you refuse? Yoruchi asked. Of course I refused. It's a thankless job. Why would I do it? I'm not an idiot, Shin said, rolling his eyes at Yoruchi. Then you could have negotiated for a reward. Heh, knowing how cheap old man Yama is, he'd never give me anything. He probably just wanted free labor. I'm not falling for that. Shin really didn't think Yamamoto would give him anything. If you want to help, you can go. Shin glanced at Yoruchi, but based on his estimation, she probably wouldn't. I'll pass. It's too much trouble. Yoruchi hated trouble. Dealing with those hollows was too much of a hassle. Besides, the Arrancar weren't easy to handle. If a few of them ganged up on her, even she might be in trouble. Based on her current strength, she could probably take on someone like Barragan, but if the Arrancar teamed up, she would definitely be at a disadvantage. She knew the strength of those Arrancar, they were not to be underestimated. An average Vasto Lord probably couldn't even defeat an Ajutsu-class Arrancar. After becoming Arrancar, they also gained Zanpakuto. The power boost from their Resurrection was simply too immense. If a Soul Reaper dared to underestimate an Arrancar, they would pay a heavy price. Come to think of it, both the Arrancar and the Stern Ritter were incredibly powerful. As for the Godii 13 captains, besides a few pillars, they didn't seem to measure up. But the Stern Ritter were on another level. If they appeared now, they could probably sweep away both the Arrancar and the Soul Reaper captains combined. Every 100 horsepower equals bonus chapter. Chapter 865, Soifon vs Ulquiorra. Next bonus, 300. I thought you said you weren't going to help. What are you doing in the world of the living? Yoruchi asked Shin. He had clearly stated he wouldn't interfere in the Soul Reaper's fight against the Arrancar, yet here he was. 2 reasons, Shin began. First, I was worried about Soy Fan. She's gotten a lot stronger, but there are still Arrancar who could pose a real threat to her. The other reason is to let Nell have some fun. She was getting a little restless cooped up in the 2nd Division barracks. Shin glanced down at Nell, who was clinging tightly to his leg. Ever since they arrived in the world of the living, she hadn't let go, probably afraid he'd lose her in the crowd. Aren't you going to step in? You're still the 2nd Division's vice captain, you know. Being such a slacker isn't a good look, Shin teased Yoruchi. Now that Shin was no longer a captain, he was carefree. Yoruchi, on the other hand, couldn't relax so easily. Hey, I'd rather not. As long as the threat isn't too severe, I'm staying out of it. Yoruchi had no intention of jumping in unless absolutely necessary. Actually, I think there's another reason you're here, Yoruchi said, her gaze fixed on Shin. You came to watch the show, didn't you? Though it was a question, Yoruchi's tone made it clear she was certain. Shin's appearance in the world of the living had an element of voyeurism to it. Ahem, I'm hurt. How could I be so shameless? Standing by and not helping is one thing, but to just watch for entertainment. I'd never do something like that. Shin declared virtuously. I have a feeling there's a reason you're not fighting, Yoruchi said, studying him. Her intuition told her there was more to his inaction. Yoruchi's guess was on the money. Why wasn't Shin fighting? It was because of his agreement with Aizen. He certainly wouldn't break it now. Of course, if Shin did decide to intervene, it would give Aizen a nasty shock. Don't overthink it. It's pointless anyway. Shin said, seeing her trying to puzzle him out. Fine, I'll stop. You're right, there's no point in guessing if you're not going to tell me. Yoruchi finally gave up trying to read his mind. At that moment, Shin's gaze shifted to 2 figures clashing in the distance. Sting all enemies to death, Suzumabachi. Soy Fan had released her Shirkai, her stance one of lethal determination. Her opponent was the 4th Espada, Ulquiorra Cypher. Ulquiorra's strength was easily in the top 3 among all the Arrancar. He was the only one capable of a segunda etapa. His Zanpakuto, Murcielago, was also incredibly powerful. Ulquiorra had already released his Resurrection. Against the current Soy Fan, he wouldn't have stood a chance otherwise. This Soy Fan was far more formidable than her original counterpart. A rain of black Ryatsu fell from the sky, a side effect of Ulquiorra's Resurrection. With demonic wings unfurled, he looked like a true devil. He wielded a weapon resembling a lightsaber. In his released state, all of Ulquiorra's abilities were drastically enhanced. In the original story, even a hollow-fied Ichigo Kurosaki in Bankai couldn't defeat him. With Soy Fan's current strength, forcing him into his segunda etapa shouldn't be a problem, Shin commented from a distance. After his Resurrection, Ulquiorra had become incredibly powerful. He already surpassed the average captain's strength, now, even the leader of the Visored, Shinji Hirako, might not be his match. But Soy Fan, thanks to Shin's training, was still able to pressure him, leaving countless butterfly-shaped marks on his body. If she had managed to strike the same spot twice, Ulquiorra would already be dead. However, quite a few people knew about Soy Fan's Zanpakuto ability now. She had fought Jin Ikamaru in the past, and Jin was aware of her power. Knowing an opponent's ability made them much easier to deal with. Although Ulquiorra was still on the defensive, if he had fought Soy Fan without any prior knowledge, he likely would have been defeated with ease. It was precisely because he knew about Soy Fan's Naijiki Kasatsu ability that he was still alive. A 2-hit kill was a terrifyingly powerful ability. Of course, Soy Fan had her weaknesses. For all her deadliness, her raw attack power wasn't particularly high. Suzumabachi's greatest strength was its 2-hit kill, its other attacks lacked punch. Ulquiorra possessed high-speed regeneration, so Soy Fan had yet to inflict any significant damage. So what does Soy Fan need to do to win? Yoruchi asked Shin. Soy Fan's weakness is obvious. She's an assassin. She excels against slower, bulkier opponents, but Ulquiorra is a tough matchup. Ulquiorra's Sonido was also incredibly fast, equivalent to a Soul Reaper's Shuinpa. In fact, Sonido was superior to Shuinpa, being a spatial ability. Winning is simple, actually. If she uses Jakuho Reikaben, she'll definitely win. Shin said with a smile. The power of Jakuho Reikaben was truly immense, hailed as a one-shot kill. Of course, if someone managed to block it, it wouldn't be effective. The one-shot kill moniker came from its overwhelming power. If it wasn't strong enough to kill the enemy, it wouldn't be a kill shot. Soy Fan's Zanpakuto wasn't a conceptual weapon. If it were, hitting you once would mean certain death, which would be truly terrifying. The current Soy Fan wouldn't be drained after a single use of Jukuho Reikaben, she could even use it multiple times without issue. Segunda Etapa. Even with Soy Fan's relatively low attack power, she still forced Ulquiorra to use his second release. In his Segunda Etapa, the clothes on Ulquiorra's upper body vanished. Black liquid streamed from his eyes, the tear-like marks now split into two lines. His eyes turned green, his pupils resembling those of a hollow-eyed visored. His abdomen and legs were completely covered in black feathers, and his wings now had bat-like claws. He looked like he had fully transformed into a demon. Ulquiorra's Segunda Etapa was actually quite cool. After this transformation, his combat power increased dramatically once again. Ciro Oscuras. A top-tier Ciro shot towards Soy Fan. The Ciro Oscuras was incredibly powerful and could be fired quickly. A moment of carelessness could result in being blasted through. Ulquiorra was a major threat. Several large buildings were destroyed by his power. The humans in the area panicked. In their eyes, they couldn't see hollows or soul reapers. So, to them, the buildings were being destroyed for no reason, which terrified them even more. But as residents of Karakura town, they had grown accustomed to it. Every 100 horsepower equals bonus chapter. Chapter 866, Oreheim's ability. Next bonus, 300. After his full power-up, Ulquiorra was indeed overwhelming Soy Fan. Even with her considerable strength, she was outmatched by his Segunda Etapa. If this continues, Soy Fan will likely lose, Yoruchi commented, watching the battle. Even with her Bankai, Jukuho Reikaben, she might not win. Ulquiorra was so fast that she might not be able to land a hit. No, I think Soy Fan has a very good chance of winning. Shin smiled and said to Yoruchi, who gave him a puzzled look. Although she was rooting for Soy Fan, she could see the state of the battle. In Bankai, Soy Fan's destructive power was immense, but her other attributes weren't as impressive. Her speed, for example, was severely limited. Jukuho Reikaben was simply too heavy. Soy Fan, use your Bankai. I'll help you manage the collateral damage. Shin's voice reached Soy Fan's ears. Soy Fan, who had been engaged in a high-speed chase with Ulquiorra, felt her eyes light up, and she completely let loose. Why hadn't she used her Bankai before? It wasn't because of the side effects of Jukuho Reikaben, but because she was afraid of the immense damage it would cause. She didn't want to destroy the surroundings and harm too many humans. Now, with Shin's words, Soy Fan could go all out. She released the strength of 100 seal, and the terrifying spiritual pressure she had been suppressing was now fully unleashed. A thick armor of spiritual pressure formed around her body. Even a direct hit from a Grand Ray Ciro might not break through her defense. Bankai, Jukuho Reikaben. Her once small and nimble Zanpakuto suddenly became massive, like a giant missile launcher. Without hesitation, Soy Fan fired a shot at Ulquiorra, simultaneously using chains of spiritual pressure to bind him, preventing his escape. Boom! The blast hit Ulquiorra, blowing off half his body. A Soul Reaper would have been killed instantly. But Ulquiorra was not a Soul Reaper, he was a hollow. As long as his head wasn't destroyed, even if half his body was blown off, he could use high-speed regeneration to recover. After regenerating, Ulquiorra quickly retreated, his face pale, not that it wasn't already. He glanced at Soy Fan and quickly backed away, choosing to flee. Damn it. He actually got away. Soy Fan was annoyed that he had escaped, but she also knew it wouldn't have been easy to finish him off if he had stayed. Even the terrifying power of Jukuho Reikaben hadn't killed him in one shot, which showed just how monstrous he was. Next time we meet, I won't let you off so easily. Soy Fan threatened fiercely, then walked over to Shin. The other Arrancar had also been repelled by the Soul Reapers, though not completely defeated. It was as if they had deliberately retreated. Using the Arrancar to stall for time, huh? Shin's eyes flickered. He roughly understood Aizen's plan. The Hogyoku wasn't complete yet. To protect it, Aizen was willing to use his subordinates as cannon fodder. Aizen didn't particularly care about his underlings. Otherwise, he wouldn't have executed his subordinates in the original story. Even the loyal Tyr Harabel had almost died at his hands. The villains in Bleach had a habit of killing their own people. It was a bad habit, but both Aizen and Yawatch seemed unable to break it. Come on, Nell. Let's go have some fun, Shin said to the little girl. What about me? Soy Fan asked, seeing Shin leave with Yoruchi and Nell. Was she supposed to follow them? Although she wanted to, she had other matters to attend to. She had to report the Arrancar situation to her superiors. So, she could only return to the Siriidii in frustration. I think I saw that guy Shin over there. In the distance, Kayaraku Shunsui glanced in Shin's direction. Shin had actually left the Soul Society. Was he worried about them? It seemed Shin wasn't completely indifferent. If they were in real danger, Shin would probably step in to save them. That was what Kayaraka thought. In reality, Shin's purpose in coming to the world of the living was not to help them. He had no intention of helping. Shin was simply taking Nell out to play. If Kayaraka knew there was a little errand car with Shin, he would probably report him. But Kayaraka didn't see Nell, or rather, he saw her from behind and didn't pay her much mind. After the battle, the captains returned to the Soul Society. As for Shin, he found the protagonist, Orihime Inoue. He wasn't interested in her as a person, but in her ability. Her ability was likely a form of fullbring. Even Aizen had been impressed by it. In the original story, when Ichigo's Zanpakuto was broken, he had Orihime repair it. The rejection of all events, it could specify, reject, and negate any and all events that had already occurred, restoring anything to its state before the event happened. It was an ability that infringed upon the domain of God. But this was all speculation. It was unclear if it was really that broken, that it could be considered a conceptual power. After all, her performance in the original story was pretty lackluster. Orihime was particularly surprised that Shin had sought her out. Of course, she knew who he was. Her good friend, Rukia Kachiki, called him teacher. Utterly bewildered, Orihime watched Shin leave. She didn't know what he wanted from her. He just had her demonstrate her power, then turned and left. It was very strange to her. But as a natural airhead, Orihime didn't dwell on it. She soon put the matter out of her mind. She had a lot on her plate recently. The frequency of hollow attacks in the world of the living had increased significantly. Why did you ask that little girl to show you her power? Yoruichi asked Shin curiously. No reason, just a bit curious, Shin said, shaking his head slightly. He didn't tell Yoruichi his purpose, mainly because he hadn't figured out Orihime's power himself. Fullbring was actually quite interesting. It seemed all Fullbringers possessed abilities that were almost conceptual in nature. The other Fullbringers were quite strong. So secretive. Fine, don't tell me. Nell, let's go. We're not following him anymore. Yoruichi reached out to take Nell's hand, wanting to lead her away, but Nell mercilessly refused. Compared to Yoruichi, Nell preferred to follow Shin. Though she wasn't averse to Yoruichi now, Shin was the person she was familiar with and close to. She still didn't trust Yoruichi. Every 100 horsepower equals bonus chapter. Chapter 867, The Unexpected Benefits of Aizen and His Errand Cars. Next bonus, 300. The human world offered little peace these days. Errand cars were constantly showing up in Karakura town to stir up trouble, and lately, they'd been getting particularly brazen. Shin stared at the wreckage of the amusement park. He'd brought Nell here to have some fun, only for it to be ruined. I think these pests are starting to get on my nerves. It's time for a cleanup. You call them pests? Yoruichi shot him a look. Even I can feel the dread from their power. If she were to face the top 4 Espada in a one-on-one fight, she wasn't entirely confident she could win. Shinji Hirako and the others have started showing up recently, helping out the Soul Reapers. It looks like they're finally ready to move against Aizen, Shin mused. Speaking of which, what's taking that guy so long? Shin looked genuinely disappointed. If Aizen would just hurry up and finish his research on the Hogyoku, things would get interesting. Had he not put enough pressure on him? Yes, that must be it. In that case, I'll have to find a way to apply a little more pressure. Aizen needs the proper motivation, after all. If Aizen knew what Shin was thinking right now, he probably wouldn't be too happy about it. You're getting that look in your eye. Are you planning on making a move? Yoruichi watched Shin with suspicion. She had a feeling he was about to get involved. Of course I am. Watching from the sidelines is getting boring. Besides, I want to give Aizen a little push. Do you have some kind of grudge against him? Yoruichi asked, noticing how Shin was clearly targeting Aizen. No, we don't have any personal history. I just need him to finish creating the Hogyoku, Shin said, shaking his head. What exactly is this Hogyoku? I'm getting really curious. Can you tell me? Yoruichi asked, her curiosity piqued. Aizen's goal was the Hogyoku, and so was Shin's. The Yoruichi from the original timeline would have known what it was, but this Yoruichi hadn't spent much time with Kasuki Urahara, so she was in the dark. If she knew the truth about the Hogyoku, she would be just as shocked. The Hogyoku can protect its host, making them immortal. When the host reaches their limit or their life is threatened, it forces them to evolve to the next level, endlessly. It even has the power to manifest desires, to bring what's in a person's heart into reality. Now do you see why I'm so interested in it? The power of the Hogyoku is almost unbelievable. After hearing Shin's explanation, Yoruichi took a sharp breath. The first 2 words that came to mind were divine artifact. This thing was nothing short of that. That thing sounds way too dangerous. It is. And to make matters worse, the Hogyoku has its own consciousness, since it was created from countless souls. What? It has a consciousness. If that's the case, Shin, I think you should stay away from it, Yoruchi said, her expression turning serious. Don't worry. I don't actually want the Hogyoku, Shin said with a slight smile. Yoruchi was confused. She couldn't understand what he meant. He said he was after the Hogyoku, but now he was saying he didn't want it. It seemed like a contradiction. I don't need the Hogyoku itself, just its ability. I simply want to obtain its power. Shin explained to Yoruchi. An object with its own consciousness, he thought it over and decided against it. In the original story, Aizen's defeat was partly his own fault, but perhaps the Hogyoku itself played a role. That was just speculation, but what Shin really needed was to copy the Hogyoku's ability. Once he made its power his own, he wouldn't need the actual object. Ah, so that's your game. You're just going to copy its power. Yoruchi knew about Shin's ability to replicate powers. She was well aware that the Zanpakuto abilities he used were all copied. Exactly. You're pretty sharp, Yoruchi. I barely said anything, and you figured it out, Shin said with a smile. I don't feel like you're praising me. And do you think I'm an idiot? You've made it pretty obvious, Yoruchi retorted, rolling her eyes. Did he really think she was a fool? If the Hogyoku is that powerful, then Aizen, who possesses it, must be incredibly difficult to deal with. Are you sure you can handle him? When have you ever seen me do something I wasn't sure about? Of course, Shin was confident he could handle Aizen. If he wasn't, he would have eliminated him long ago. Shin wasn't one to let a threat fester. The fact that he allowed Aizen to exist meant Aizen was no threat at all. That's a relief. Yoruchi relaxed. She didn't want an ambitious man like Aizen causing too much chaos. Actually, the existence of Aizen and the Arankars is a good thing for the Soul Society, Shin said with a slight smile. Though they've caused a lot of death and destruction, it's not without its benefits for the Soul Society. First of all, they forced the Soul Society to become stronger. The Soul Reapers weren't weak, but they'd grown complacent without a major threat. The appearance of Aizen and the Arankars has forced the Goti I-13 to reach their full potential. This will also significantly close the gap between them and the Stern Ritter. Without the Arankars, the Stern Ritter would have completely crushed the Soul Reapers. By the way, I was thinking of having Retsu Unohana take a look at the scar on Nell's face. Yoruchi gently stroked Nell's small head, pointing to the scar on her face. Though Nell was adorable, the scar was quite jarring. Her hair usually covered it, but it was still there. I can heal it, Shin said to Yoruchi. You can. Yoruchi looked at him doubtfully. Are you underestimating me? Of course I can. If you took her to Retsu, she wouldn't know what to do, Shin retorted. If you can heal it, then why didn't you help Nell sooner? Yoruchi ignored his glare and asked. Shin's face flushed with a rare hint of embarrassment. Honestly. It wasn't that I didn't want to. I just kept forgetting. But once her injury is healed, Nell won't be like this anymore, Shin couldn't help but add. If he healed Nell's injury, she would definitely regain her memories and her original form. Nell's current childlike appearance was because she was injured. Once she recovered, she would return to being the former third Espada. Every 100 horsepower equals bonus chapter. Chapter 868, Nell's Recovery. Next bonus, 300. Yoruchi learned about Nell's past from Shin and understood her story. She wasn't concerned. Through Shin, she also learned about Nell's true personality, so she wasn't worried about her changing back. The thought of losing our adorable little Nell makes me a little sad, Yoruchi lamented. If little Nell was about to change back, she wouldn't be able to tease her anymore. She wondered if the older Nell would be as cute. Well, she definitely won't be cute, but she'll be beautiful. Nell, once she returned to her original form, would be absolutely stunning. Go ahead and heal her. Yoruchi looked at Shin, eager to see how he would heal Nell. A mask was crucial for a hollow. If it was shattered, the hollow was not far from death. Though Nell's mask wasn't completely broken, it had a large crack and was damaged around the edges. Don't worry, Nell. You'll be all better soon. Shin placed his hand on Nell, and a warm Ryatsu enveloped her. Wrapped in the energy, Nell's face showed a look of pure comfort. Shin and I. Nell called out to him. Just then, the scar on Nell's face vanished, and her mask was completely restored. Then, her form shifted, her small body elongating into that of a tall, striking woman. Her height was nearly on par with Shin's, and a hint of cool elegance had replaced her childish innocence. Her aura had also become terrifying. After all, she was once the third Espada. To have reached that rank, she had to have possessed incredible power. Looking at Shin now, Nell's voice was hesitant, a little uncertain, and her face held a hint of embarrassment. What's wrong? Is it so hard to call me your brother now? Shin asked her. No. You'll always be my brother. Nell immediately shook her head and said with immense sincerity. In her heart, she would always see Shin as her brother. Good. And I'll always see you as my sister, Shin said with a smile. By the way, are you planning on returning to Hueco Mundo now? Shin asked. Yoruchi, hearing his question, looked at Nell nervously. Honestly, she didn't want to see Nell leave. Even though the Nell before her was different, no longer the little girl she was, Yoruchi's feelings for her wouldn't change. If I follow you to the Soul Society, will I cause you any trouble? Hearing Nell's question, both Shin and Yoruchi knew what she had chosen. Nell had chosen to follow Shin to the Soul Society. You can rest assured about that. You won't cause me any trouble. There's nothing in this world that can cause me trouble. Shin's words sounded arrogant, but they were the truth. At least in the world of Bleach, no one could cause Shin any trouble. As for beings from other worlds, sorry, but no one who could threaten Shin existed. Because Shin could copy anyone's power at any time. Even against the strongest opponent, Shin could instantly replicate their power, at the very least reaching a stalemate. Then I'll follow my brother to the Soul Society. Nell had made her decision. However, she still had to make a trip back to Hueco Mundo in the future. Not to rejoin the Arrancar army, she had no desire to return to that, but for her two fractions. She wanted to go back and check on them. Life in Hueco Mundo must be difficult for them, and Nell wanted to help them in any way she could. Then let's return to the Soul Society now. Shin, with the now healed Nell, casually returned to the Soul Society. Shin and I, shouldn't you try to hide me a little? Before, when Nell hadn't regained her memories, she was just a child and didn't think about such things. But now, she felt she should hide her identity to avoid causing Shin any trouble. No need to hide. Even if they find out, it won't be a problem. Shin shook his head. He wasn't afraid of Nell's identity being exposed. If he was, he wouldn't have brought her to the Soul Society in the first place. If he says it's fine, then you don't have to worry, Nell, Yoruchi said. I bet even old man Yamamoto is too busy dealing with Arrancars in the human world to bother with me right now, Shin said with a laugh. Though Shin said that, Nell was still considerate. She didn't want to cause Shin any unnecessary trouble. So, for now, she planned to stay in the second division. As long as she didn't go out, there shouldn't be any problems. No one would know that an Arrancar was staying in the second division, as long as no one in the second division reported her. Actually, Nell trusted them on this point. This wasn't her first time in the second division. When she was still recovering, she had stayed there, and no one had shown her any ill will. The entire second division basically followed Shin's orders. Don't be mistaken, even though Shin was no longer the captain of the second division, he could still manage it. The members of the second division all listened to his commands. This was also because of Soi Fan. Soi Fan had decreed that all members of the second division must be respectful to Shin. So, even though Shin had stepped down as captain long ago, many still recognized his authority. And then there was Shin's strength, which had earned their respect. Well, what are you doing here? Shin asked upon arriving at his residence and seeing Shut-Era Senjumaru. He hadn't expected to see her here. My. Am I not welcome here? If that's the case, you'll break my heart, Shut-Era Senjumaru said, feigning sadness. Her gaze then shifted to Nell. An Arrancar had appeared here. Shut-Era gave Shin a deep look. But she didn't say anything. She already understood Shin and his personality. Saying anything would be useless and would only offend him. Besides, she doubted a single Arrancar could pose any real threat to the Soul Society, especially one under Shin's watch. Though the Soul Society forbade fraternizing with Hollows, Shin's power granted him certain privileges. Every 100 horsepower equals bonus chapter. Chapter 869 gave you the impression I wouldn't attack you. Next bonus, 300. The sudden reappearance of Shut-Era Senjumaru was not a welcome sight for Shin. He made no effort to hide his displeasure, his expression souring as she approached. I've got a bad feeling about your visit, Shin said, waving a dismissive hand. Some people have a lot of nerve, Yoruchi cut in, her words pulling no punches. They know they're not welcome, but they show up anyway. Do you really need someone to spell out that they hate you before you'll leave? Yoruchi's bluntness was unmistakable, but the woman she was addressing, Shut-Era Senjumaru, showed no visible reaction. On the surface, she was calm, but who knew what was going on in her head? Even Shin couldn't tell, the woman was an expert at hiding her true intentions. I've come to ask for your help, Shin, she said, getting straight to the point. Oh. You need my help. Now I'm curious. What could possibly require my assistance? Shin raised an eyebrow, a smirk playing on his lips. But you'll have to tell me what it is first. I'm not about to agree to anything sight unseen. Lay it all out, and then I'll consider it. So you're saying you might agree? A flicker of light appeared in Shitara's eyes. No, you've misunderstood. I'm saying you should make your pitch. If it interests me, I might help. I see. Well, I'm certain you'll be interested. You're familiar with Sosuke Aizen, I presume. Ah, so you're finally making a move on Aizen, Shin said with a knowing smile. He was surprised the royal guard was targeting Aizen already. That's right. We need your help to deal with him. The head monk says Aizen possesses something incredibly powerful, enough to upend the world. Shitara's expression was grave. You're talking about the Hogyoku, Shin stated, slightly surprised. So that old monk knows about the Hogyoku. Does that mean he's going to get involved? Yes. I want you to help me retrieve it. And what's my reward? I'm not doing this for free, Shin told her. He had his principles, and he wasn't about to do their dirty work without getting something in return. There will be a reward, of course. One that is sure to satisfy you, I promise, Shutara assured him. Heh, I'm not satisfied at all. You won't even tell me what the reward is, just that I'll be happy with it. You're just selling me a pipe dream, and I'm not buying. Shin waved her off, gesturing for her to leave. He had no intention of going easy on her just because she was a woman. Must you be so heartless? Shutara asked, her voice filled with a feigned sorrow. Cut the act. Heartless. We'd have to have some kind of relationship for that to even be possible. Shin's words were sharp, cutting her down without a second thought. This woman might be beautiful, but she was a born manipulator. If he agreed to help her now, he knew he'd end up with nothing. She thought she could just waltz in here and get his help for free. She was dreaming. Yoruchi, get her out of here. If you throw me out, I'll immediately reveal her identity, Shutara said with a saccharine smile. The entire Soul Society will know you're harboring an Arrancar. Yoruchi gave Shutara a sympathetic look, then took several steps back, putting distance between them. Shin's previously calm expression turned terrifyingly cold. He didn't care if Neliel's identity was exposed, no one could touch him. But he had a zero-tolerance policy for threats, and Shutara had just crossed a line. Well now, it seems you have a death wish. A terrifying pressure descended upon Shutara, causing her face to drain of color. The Shin before her was a complete stranger. She thought she understood him, but she had only seen the tip of the iceberg. Boom. A Siro blasted into Shutara, sending her flying and severely injuring her in a single blow. You actually attacked me, she asked, looking up in disbelief. And he had used a Siro, the power of a hollow. What on earth gave you the impression I wouldn't attack you? Shin sneered. Aren't we, friends? The pain in Shitara's heart was even greater than the wounds on her body. All this time, she had considered Shin a friend. She didn't have many, and now, to be attacked by him, it felt like her heart was being torn apart. Friends. Don't be ridiculous. We were never friends. Weren't you just trying to use my power? Now get the hell out. Shin gestured to Yoruchi, who looked at him with wide eyes. She knew he would be angry about the threat, but she hadn't expected him to attack so viciously. Seeing how furious he was, she didn't dare provoke him. She grabbed Shutara and prepared to throw her out. Wait, Shutara called out weakly. Why, she asked Yoruchi. Why had he attacked her so ruthlessly? Did their past friendship mean nothing? You're asking me why? You should be asking yourself. If you really considered Shin a friend, you wouldn't have come here to use him against Aizen, Yoruchi said, her voice flat. And he has a zero-tolerance policy for threats. If I crossed that line, he'd turn on me too, let alone you. With that, Yoruchi turned and left. Her relationship with Shutara wasn't exactly friendly. Seeing her in trouble, while not a cause for celebration, was certainly something she could watch with detached amusement. But there was no point wasting any more words on her. She needed to check on Shin. He had been genuinely angry, the first time Yoruchi had ever seen him truly lose his temper. It was a terrifying sight. Every 100 horsepower equals bonus chapter. Chapter 870, the Hogyoku is complete. Next bonus, 300. You're injured. Who did this to you? In the 4th division, Retsu Unohana looked at Shutara Senjimara with a puzzled expression. Hearing the question, Shitara's mood soured. After all, it was Shin who had injured her. Would you believe me if I said Shin Uzumaki did it? Unohana paused for a moment, then nodded. Of course, I believe you. You must have provoked him. In her experience, Shin wouldn't attack a woman without reason, especially not someone he considered a friend. You should be glad I've already treated you. If you had told me this before I finished, I would have thrown you out myself, Unohana said bluntly. She wasn't joking. Shin had obviously been provoked, and Unohana's loyalty was with him. That man is so ruthless, and you're just as bad. Shitara's anger flared. A few words, and that man had turned on her, injuring her without a second thought for her beauty. Aren't you going to ask why he attacked me? Shutera asked, unable to stop herself when Unohana remained silent. Why should I? I'm not one to pry. If you want to tell me, then tell me. If not, then don't. Unohana had no interest in gossip. Do you want to leave the 4th division now? Are you trying to get rid of me? Shutera asked, annoyed. She and Unohana were friends, weren't they? And now she was being kicked out. This was too much. Yes, I am. You angered Shin, and I don't want him to ignore me because of you. So, you should leave. With that, Unohana escorted Shutera out. Shutera couldn't believe her trip from the Soul King Palace had ended like this. Damn it. Fuming, Shutera stormed back to the 2nd division. You're back again? Yoruichi asked, surprised to see her. I'm staying here now, Shutera said with a straight face. Hey, you really have the nerve to stay here. You don't care at all, do you? Yoruichi sneered, then turned and walked back into the barracks. If you really have the guts, then come on in. But be prepared to die. I wouldn't want you to get yourself killed by Shin. Yoruichi offered a friendly warning. Shutera walked in, her expression icy, and once again came face to face with the men who had so ruthlessly injured her. Seeing that he showed no remorse, her anger grew. I'll be staying in the 2nd division for a while, she said, taking a deep breath. Fine, as long as you pay. If you don't have the money, then get lost, Shin said, nodding. You actually agreed. Yoruichi was surprised. Why would he let this woman stay? Why shouldn't I? Making money is important. Shin was in it for the money. If she was willing to pay, why would he turn her away? All right, you're a real money grubber, Yoruichi said, at a loss for words. It wasn't just Yoruichi who was surprised. Shutera had been prepared to be thrown out. The only reason she had come back was because she was too angry to let it go. Changed your mind? You can leave if you want, Shin said, noticing her expression. Humph, I'm staying. Shutera took out her money. She wasn't short on cash, and having stayed here before, she knew the price. She paid and left, though she would be back. She had business to attend to. Arriving at the 1st Division barracks, she began to discuss matters with Genryusai Shigekuni Yamamoto, matters concerning Aizen and the Hogyoku. Meanwhile, in Hueco Mundo, Aizen's Hogyoku was complete. Gazing at the beautiful, radiant orb, Aizen's eyes burned with a fiery passion. This was the treasure he had dreamed of, and now it was finally his. With the Hogyoku, I can hold my own against even Shin Uzumaki. And as I continue to evolve, I will eventually surpass him. Aizen picked up the Hogyoku and began to merge with it. He had moved so quickly because he was afraid Shin would try to steal it. After all, he knew Shin's target was the Hogyoku. Since Shin was after it, he had to merge with it as soon as possible. Once I've fully merged with the Hogyoku, it will be time for me to settle the score, Shin Uzumaki. Aizen's eyes were as cold as ice. The Arrancar in Hueco Mundo trembled under the pressure of his Ryatsu. Aizen's spiritual pressure was already the strongest among the Soul Reapers. Now that he was merging with the Hogyoku, it was running rampant. Though he was in Hueco Mundo, his Ryatsu was so immense it could pierce through all 3 realms. That's Aizen's Ryatsu. It seems his Hogyoku is complete. The lazy demeanor Shin had maintained vanished in an instant, his eyes sharpening. I'll just wait for Aizen to come to me. That guy will definitely come for revenge. I don't believe he won't. Shin thought, then lazily lay back down. Though their previous interactions had been somewhat friendly, Aizen secretly wanted to destroy Shin, to tear him to pieces. Shin had caused him to suffer setbacks several times, it was impossible for Aizen not to hold a grudge. So, Shin didn't need to do anything. He just had to wait, and Aizen would come to him for revenge. Aizen's Ryatsu was felt not only by the Soul Reapers but also by the Visored in the human world. They were all too familiar with it. At this moment, they were gritting their teeth. Aizen was the reason they had become what they were. They all wanted to tear him apart. Every 300 horsepower equals bonus chapter. Chapter 871, Aizen's Assault. Next bonus, 300. Normally, after completing the Hogyoku, Aizen's next objective would have been to forge the Oken. But now, he had a far more important goal, one that overshadowed even his ambition to invade the Soul King Palace. That goal was to deal with Shin Uzumaki. And so, Aizen led his army of Arrancar into the Soul Society. The invasion had begun. Soul Society. I have returned. Aizen gazed across the familiar landscape, his eyes filled with an endless coldness. He had lived here for a long time, but no one should expect him to harbor any sentiment for the place. Aizen was inherently ruthless. His goal this time was to destroy the Soul Society, and, while he was at it, defeat Shin Uzumaki. No, that wasn't quite right. Defeating Shin Uzumaki was the main event. Destroying the Soul Society was merely an afterthought. The moment Aizen set foot in the Soul Society, alarms blared across the Ciri. He had made no attempt to conceal his presence, striding in as if he owned the place. It was impossible not to cause a massive uproar. That's Aizen's spiritual pressure. The audacity of that man. Yamamoto's face flushed with anger. He gripped his cane, and the wood concealing his Zanpakuto, Ryujin Jaka, was instantly incinerated. This time, I will personally deal with you, you insolent brat. The captains of the other squads appeared one after another, all prepared to face Aizen. Within the 2nd Division barracks, Shin's eyes lit up. Aizen had come knocking. What did that mean? He must have finally completed the Hogyoku. The Hogyoku was finished. This was what Shin had been waiting for. Aizen had not disappointed him, and Shin was quite pleased. Since you've done all the hard work, it's time for me to reap the rewards. Does this mean you'll be making a move this time? Yoruchi asked Shin. If he joined the fight, Aizen's defeat was all but guaranteed. Of course. I can't let Aizen down, can I? As a reward for creating the Hogyoku for me, I'll grant him a magnificent end. A smile played on Shin's lips. He then walked out of the 2nd Division headquarters, with Soifan and Yoruchi following close behind, heading towards the site of Aizen's appearance. You've got some nerve, Aizen. Shunsui Kayaraku's expression was unusually cold. Though he usually maintained a carefree attitude, Aizen's actions were a blatant provocation. Who the hell do you think you are? One of the Arrancar immediately moved to attack Shunsui. Aizen himself didn't even spare Shunsui a glance. In Aizen's eyes, he wasn't worth his attention. Shunsui had some skill, and he was a veteran captain. In terms of seniority, Aizen couldn't compare. But in this world, age didn't equate to strength. To Aizen, Shunsui Kayaraku was simply not strong enough. He could be left to the Arrancar. Though Aizen already considered these Arrancar cannon fodder, even cannon fodder had its uses. Dealing with these captains was their purpose. If they couldn't even manage that, Aizen would execute them himself. Tozen. Give me an answer. Sajin Kamamura roared at Kaname Tozen, his voice filled with rage. He still couldn't accept Tozen's betrayal. It was a violation of the justice they had once shared. Tozen said nothing, merely drawing his Zanpakuto. He could now not only use his Shirkai but also his Resurrection, unleashing his hollow powers. The current Tozen was, in a sense, a visored. You finally arrived. Aizen's gaze shifted to Shin. The moment he saw him, a flicker of excitement appeared in his eyes. He completely ignored the head captain standing beside him. Aizen had already prepared a countermeasure for the old man, Wonderweiss, the Arrancar specifically created to deal with Yamamoto's flames. It seems you've completed the Hogyoku and couldn't wait to deliver it to me. I really must thank you. A thick smile spread across Shin's face. Standing in the distance, Senjumaru Shitara's gaze shifted, falling on Shin. She sensed his interest in the Hogyoku. But the Hogyoku was far too dangerous. If it fell into Shin Uzumaki's hands, who knew what kind of chaos would ensue? Should I intervene and stop him from taking it? If she did, any goodwill between them would vanish completely. In the end, Senjumaru abandoned the thought of seizing the Hogyoku. I'll just pretend I was never here. I won't interfere. Even if her mission failed, there would be no real consequences. Ichibe Hyasub was a colleague, not her superior. He had no authority to punish her. You're an arrogant one, Aizen. Yamamoto stared daggers at Aizen. To not even look at him, did he hold him in such contempt. Enraged, Yamamoto released his Shirkai. The moisture in the air instantly evaporated. Everyone felt their mouths go dry, a desperate urge to flee taking hold. The power of this Shirkai was terrifying. Though Aizen had seemingly ignored Yamamoto, he hadn't dared to truly dismiss him. His primary opponent was Shin Uzumaki, but Yamamoto was not a foe he could afford to overlook. Especially now that Yamamoto had released his Shirkai, Aizen felt a suffocating pressure. The head captain was like an ancient volcano, ready to erupt at any moment and incinerate everything in existence. As expected of the old man. His presence is terrifying, Shin commented, looking at Yamamoto. Though Shin was stronger, he couldn't help but admire the head captain. Yeah. That power, just the pressure alone is beyond my imagination, Yoruchi added with a nod. Head Captain Yamamoto, you are not my target. Aizen glanced at Yamamoto, then fixed his gaze on Shin. Several Arrancar, including some of the Espada, charged toward the head captain. None of you need to interfere. Yamamoto ordered Shunsui and the others to stand back. This wasn't a show of arrogance, he simply didn't want his attacks to catch them in the crossfire. The greatest weakness of Ryujin Jaka was that its power was too immense. In a real battle, even his allies could be erased by its terrifying might. You brats, you dare invade the Soul Society. "Come, and face my blade," the old man said with cold indifference. Seeing Yamamoto about to go on a rampage, Shin decided not to engage Aizen just yet. He was here now, there was no rush. He might as well enjoy Yamamoto's performance. He just wondered if, with the plot having changed so much, Yamamoto would still fall for Aizen's tricks. It wasn't impossible. Every 300 horsepower equals bonus chapter. Chapter 872, reduced to ash. Next bonus, 300. Natajiri. The enraged head captain swung his sword, and a terrifying wave of pressure tore through one of the Erincar. No, it tore through several of them. After slicing through the first, the attack continued, mowing them down like wheat, eliminating a handful of Aizen's visored army in a single move. Even the Espada didn't dare to act rashly against Yamamoto. The arrogant Baragon held back, and none of the other Espada made a move. Without Ichigo's trip to Hueco Mundo, the Erincar are quite a bit stronger, Shin observed. Because Aizen hadn't had the time to capture Orihime Inoue, Ichigo had never invaded Hueco Mundo to rescue her. Naturally, the Erincar had suffered fewer losses. In a matter of moments, the fraction of the Espada were dealt with. Aizen's fire-extinguishing prince, Wonderweiss, was nowhere to be seen. Perhaps Aizen hadn't created him. In fact, Aizen had. But due to time constraints, the current Wonderweiss's abilities couldn't compare to his original counterpart. Aizen's attention had been focused on dealing with Shin. Though Yamamoto was powerful, Shin's presence had made Aizen lower his guard against the head captain. With the Espada's abilities, holding off Genryusai Shigekuni Yamamoto shouldn't be a problem. Aizen glanced at Yamamoto. With the power of the Espada, they could indeed hold him off for a short time. Of course, the main reason was that even though Aizen wasn't fighting Yamamoto himself, he was still using the power of his Zanpakuto, Kyoka Suigetsu, to influence him. A sudden slash shot towards Shin, but he caught the blade with ease. "Aizen, are you that eager to attack me? Honestly, I'm disappointed in you. You have no patience at all." Shin sighed and shook his head, then sent Aizen flying with a casual kick. Kyoka Suigetsu was completely useless against Shin. One of Aizen's trump cards was already gone. Boom. Just as Shin was about to say more, a terrifying heat made his eyes widen. He looked towards where Yamamoto was. Damn, the old man actually used his Bankai. Using Bankai in the Soul Society, honestly, Shin hadn't thought Yamamoto would do it. The power of Zanka no Tachi was simply too terrifying. Even if he just stood still, the power of his Bankai could destroy the entire world. Yamamoto wouldn't dare use such a terrifying power lightly. He didn't want to turn the entire Soul Society into ruins just for one battle. "Shin, can you save Harabel for me?" Nell asked from behind him. "Save Harabel? Are you too close?" Shin asked, a little confused. The original story never showed them being particularly close. "Not really, but we're on decent terms. She's helped me out a few times. If I had listened to her warning back then, I wouldn't have been ambushed by those two bastards. So I want to save her this one time. If it's not possible, then forget it. For you, little Nell, I'll help that woman out." Shin glanced at Nell, then used a Menotejikra, swapping Harabel's position with a pebble. This was an advanced application of the technique that Shin had developed. Just then, Yamamoto unleashed his ultimate move. Zanka no Tachi, North, Tenchi Kai Jin. This was the most powerful technique of his Bankai. Just as its name suggested, it could reduce everything to ash. The Erincar attacking Yamamoto were instantly cleared from the field. Baragon, Stark, Ulquiorra, Tozen, and even Jin Ikamaru, none of them escaped. Even Aizen's creation, Wonderweiss, was gone. Though he could absorb flames, in the original story, he had absorbed the flames of a Shurkai. This was the Zanka no Tachi of a Bankai. How terrifying. Aizen felt no sadness at the loss of his subordinates. He was cold and ruthless, their deaths meant little to him. What he cared about was the immense power of Genryusai Shigekuni Yamamoto. He had underestimated the head captain, and now he had been taught a lesson. If the current Aizen had taken that hit head-on, he would have died. There was no other possibility. So Jin just died like that. What a waste. Shin's mouth twitched. In the original story, Jin had also died, but at least he had managed to launch a sneak attack on Aizen, even killing him once. His death had meaning. But this time, Jin's death was completely pointless, killed at the hands of Yamamoto. After all, Jin's undercover actions were his own initiative, for his own reasons. In Yamamoto's eyes, he was a traitor, and Yamamoto would never show mercy to a traitor. Though he had lost the ruthless, do whatever it takes, personality of his past, the current Yamamoto was still incredibly decisive. Well, dead is dead. Shin wasn't too concerned. Even if Jin had launched a sneak attack on Aizen, he wouldn't have been able to kill him. Aizen now possessed the Hogyoku, Jin couldn't kill him. Jin hadn't acted when Aizen didn't have the Hogyoku. Now, he had lost his chance. If Jin knew, he would probably be crying his eyes out. Of course, the Jin of the past had been wary and hadn't dared to act, knowing Aizen might have been aware of his plans. He knew Aizen was very vigilant and didn't trust him. Moreover, Aizen's Kyoka Suigetsu made it impossible for him to be sure if the Aizen standing before him was real. Well done, old man. Let me break Kyoka Suigetsu for you so you can deal with this brat. Shin smiled faintly and said to Yamamoto. Without breaking Kyoka Suigetsu, Yamamoto would have a hard time defeating Aizen. No matter how strong his attacks were, if they couldn't hit their target, they were useless. But once the illusion was broken, it was a different story. Then, Aizen would have to face Yamamoto head-on. Shatter, Kyoka Suigetsu. Shin possessed the power of Kyoka Suigetsu himself, so of course, he could completely dispel Aizen's illusion. Yamamoto was now free from its influence. Not just Yamamoto, but all the other captains had also been freed by Shin. Now, Aizen had to face a group of them. And there was more bad news for him. The visored army had arrived, and even the protagonist, Ichigo Kurosaki, had come with them to settle the score with Aizen. In an instant, Aizen was surrounded and alone. Shin looked at him with a hint of pity. Not so arrogant now, are you? Every 300 horsepower equals bonus chapter. Chapter 873, 873, bonus, copying the Hogyoku's ability. Next bonus, 300. Aizen's expression stiffened. He had intended to deal with Shin Uzumaki, but now he found himself surrounded by Head Captain Yamamoto and the others. Head Captain, can you release your Bankai? Yukitake asked Yamamoto, his voice strained. His body was already frail, and under the crushing heat of Zanka no Tachi, he felt himself starting to break down. His skin was beginning to crack. A few more moments, and he'd likely turn to ash. Zanka no Tachi was terrifying. The sheer heat, over 15 million degrees, was causing the very air in the Soul Society to evaporate. Anything it touched would be reduced to nothing. A brief burst might be manageable, but this was a sustained, oppressive temperature. Who could possibly withstand it? Once Aizen is dealt with, I will release my Bankai. Yamamoto said to Yukitake. Before, with Kyoka Suigetsu still active, Yamamoto would never have dared to use his Bankai against Aizen. The complete hypnosis could have easily made him mistake his own allies for Aizen. But now that Shin had nullified Kyoka Suigetsu, Yamamoto could unleash his full power without that fear. Of course, he couldn't maintain his Bankai for too long. Doing so could inflict irreparable damage on the Soul Society. If he ended up destroying the very place he was trying to protect, killing Aizen would be meaningless. Yamamoto wasn't about to make a trade that would cost him everything. All of you, fall back. Yamamoto ordered his students and the captains of the other squads. The Vizards were included in the order. This was his battle now. If they remained, they would only get in the way, a liability he couldn't afford. The Vizards were reluctant. With Aizen right here, this was their chance for revenge. But the head captain had ordered them to retreat. Should they stay or go? Their reverence for Yamamoto was deeply ingrained. Their gazes shifted to Hirako Shinji. As their de facto leader, the choice was his. We're pulling back. Let's give the head captain the space he needs. Hirako made the decision without a second thought, terrified of getting caught in the crossfire of Yamamoto's next attack. And so, the Vizards, along with Ichigo Kurosaki and his friends, retreated to a safe distance. Zanka no Tachi, Higashi, Kyoka Jitsujin. This technique concentrated the entirety of Zanka no Tachi's heat onto the very tip of the blade. Anything it touched would be instantly vaporized. Even Yawatch would be vaporized by a direct hit. I wonder if Aizen can even take a hit like that. Better copy the Hogyoku first. Shin raised an eyebrow. He wasn't sure if Aizen could survive Yamamoto's devastating attack, so he decided to copy the Hogyoku to be on the safe side. Even if Aizen didn't die and the Hogyoku remained intact, it was better to be cautious. System, copy the Hogyoku's ability. Consuming one divine replication card. Hogyoku's ability successfully copied. It had been a while since Shin had heard the system's mechanical voice. He had to admit, he had almost missed it. The Hogyoku's ability was copied into Shin, not the object itself. He felt a new, unique power fuse with his being. It was an advanced, indescribable force, and for now, he couldn't quite grasp how to use it. Boom. Aizen was undeniably powerful. Even without Kyoka Suigetsu, he could still one-shot a captain. But he was facing the head captain, a man whose combat strength was off the charts, an absolute titan of his era. In the original story, his death was nothing short of plot-induced stupidity. Aizen couldn't dodge. He was incinerated by Yamamoto's strike. Yamamoto immediately released his Bankai. He couldn't keep it active any longer without causing serious damage to the Soul Society. Watch out, head captain. Aizen isn't dead. Urahara Kasuke shouted a warning to Yamamoto. Aizen had essentially achieved immortality. A simple attack like that wasn't enough to kill him. Soon enough, Aizen fully regenerated, completely unharmed, and stared coolly at Yamamoto. His body began to change, he was evolving. Under the pressure of Yamamoto's attack, Aizen had felt a sense of powerlessness, of fear. With the Hogyoku's aid, he had shattered his limits. He's already evolving beyond a mere Shinigami. Shin observed Aizen's transformation. The Hogyoku's evolution was guided by the wielder's heart. To be honest, the Hogyoku was more like a wish-granting machine. Aizen desperately craved greater power, and under his will, the Hogyoku had initiated the first stage of his evolution. He was beginning his metamorphosis. Not dead. I underestimated you, boy. Yamamoto's surprise was fleeting, his expression quickly returning to a calm resolve. So what if he wasn't dead? Killing him a second time wouldn't be difficult. Before Aizen could evolve further, he held no real advantage against Yamamoto. In the original story, Yamamoto had held back his Bankai at the start, and was later tricked by Wonder Wise, having his Zanpakuto sealed. But this time was different. Yamamoto had unleashed his Bankai from the get-go, going into a full-on berserker mode and one-shotting every Arrancar, including Wonder Wise. How strong is Aizen now? Yoruchi asked Shin, with Unohana also stepping closer, her gaze fixed on him. Anyone could feel that Aizen was now incredibly powerful, but no one could truly gauge the extent of his strength. They only knew it was absurdly high. His Ryatsu alone was terrifying, so advanced that it was oppressive. An average captain couldn't even dream of joining this fight now. They'd be crushed by his spiritual pressure before they even got close. In terms of Ryatsu, Aizen was undoubtedly supreme. Probably no one besides Shin could claim to definitively overpower him. Not even Yamamoto in his Bankai state. But now, Yamamoto was caught in a dilemma. He had just released his Bankai. Could he really use it again? The greatest drawback of his Bankai was its sheer, uncontainable power. He might solve the Aizen problem, but if he destroyed the entire Soul Society in the process, it would still be his loss. Aizen, however, now fixed his gaze on Yamamoto. Shin Uzumaki was an even greater threat, but if he couldn't even deal with Yamamoto, how could he ever hope to defeat Shin? Every 300 horsepower equals bonus chapter. Chapter 874, An Aura of Invincibility. Next bonus, 300. Previously, Aizen had been in his first fusion state with the Hogyoku. Now, after being killed by Yamamoto, the pressure had forced another evolution, pushing him into his second fusion state. His entire body was encased in a solid, milky white spiritual pressure, like the chrysalis of an insect. His defense, Ryatsu, and attack power had all multiplied several times over. He looks like a giant tube of toothpaste. Even for the sake of power, you can't just turn yourself into that. Shin commented on Aizen's new form, his critique surprisingly on point. The head captain might be defeated, Unohana said from beside him. She knew that after releasing his Bankai, Yamamoto was unlikely to use it again. It wasn't that he couldn't, it was that its power was too terrifying. Yamamoto, ever conscious of the Soul Society, would certainly hold back. But if he didn't use his Bankai, could he defeat Aizen? His Shirkai was powerful, capable of incinerating a city with Ryujin Jaka. But it posed no threat to Aizen. What's more, Aizen only grew stronger each time he died and revived. If this continued, he might reach a level no one could possibly match. Million Shield. Facing Yamamoto's slash, Aizen effortlessly blocked it with his signature ability. A shield formed from a million layers of Ryatsu, who could possibly break through that. Even the head captain, with his immense power, would find it difficult. He would need to use his Bankai to shatter it in a single blow. Heido number 90. Kurohitsuji. A chantless Kido enveloped the head captain, and with the sound of countless blades slicing through flesh, he was severely injured. He's held back by too many inhibitions. If he could cast them aside, dealing with Aizen in this state would still be easy. Shin shook his head slightly. Of course, Shin couldn't say Yamamoto was wrong. He had his principles, things he was determined to protect. In truth, though the old man was stubborn, he was worthy of respect. It was just a shame he had died so tragically in the original story, without even a body left behind. He won't cast them aside. At this point, he would probably sacrifice his own life to protect the Soul Society, Unohana said softly beside Shin. She remembered the Yamamoto of the past, a completely different man. Back then, he was utterly ferocious. Now, it seemed that ferocity had been entirely put aside. Aizen's Kurohitsuji hadn't killed Yamamoto, only injured him. But being injured put him at a great disadvantage. Old man, don't think so much. Use your Bankai. Kayaraku Shunsui shouted to Yamamoto. Silence. I don't need a brat like you telling me how to fight, Yamamoto retorted coldly. His uniform was torn, revealing a physique of terrifyingly dense muscle. "All right, old man, that's enough. You can step down," Shin said to Yamamoto. "What do you mean?" Yamamoto looked over at Shin. Was he going to make a move? "I'll deal with Aizen. Besides, he's been itching for a fight with me, hasn't he? I was his original target, after all." Shin smiled, looking at Aizen. Indeed. Aizen moved in an instant, appearing before Shin in the blink of an eye and slashing down with his sword. The terrifying blade could have cleaved a mountain in two, but it was stopped by a single finger from Shin. An aura of invincibility radiated from him. Shin wore a calm smile, seemingly unfazed by Aizen's presence. That devastating slash, which would have taken Yamamoto considerable effort to block, was stopped by a single finger, reducing all the other captains to a stunned audience. Is that Captain Shin's true strength? Shin isn't a captain anymore. A former captain is still a captain. I'm just showing my respect for him. Some of the Shinigami began to whisper among themselves, comparing their own captains to Shin and finding the gap to be vast. I don't know how terrifying your power is, Shin Uzumaki, but today, you will be defeated by me. Aizen's expression didn't change. Not that anyone could see it. He was still wrapped in his toothpaste suit. Hey, don't be so confident. You're still a long way off, Shin said with a faint smile. The current Aizen couldn't put any pressure on him at all. He hadn't reached his peak from the original story yet, he was still far from it. Shin was more than enough to crush him. Come on. Let me teach you a lesson, show you that there are always new heights to reach, new masters to surpass, Shin said to Aizen with a smile. He then swung his sword. No one knew when he had drawn it, but that hardly mattered. As the blade flashed, one of Aizen's arms was severed. I told you, you're still a long way off. Is this enough pressure for you? If not, I can always add a little more. Aizen immediately retreated, his arm regenerating in an instant. With all the abilities of a hollow, high-speed regeneration was no problem at all. Sit upon the frozen heavens, Hyarinmaru. Shin unleashed the power of Hyarinmaru. Seeing him use its abilities, a dazed look appeared on Hitsugaya Toshiro's face. Snow began to fall across the entire Soul Society. Shin's Shirkai alone had altered the weather of the entire realm, something Hitsugaya was completely incapable of doing. Feeling the bone-chilling cold, Hitsugaya could hardly believe this was Hyarinmaru's Shirkai. Even his Bankai, Daigirin Hyarinmaru, couldn't achieve this. With a flick of his blade, an endless wave of cold energy rushed towards Aizen. Before it even reached him, the terrifying freezing power encased him in ice. It can't be over that easily, can it? Kairaku asked, his eyes wide. No. Aizen won't be defeated so easily by me, Shin said to Kairaku. Though Shin was powerful, he didn't think a mere Shirkai of Hyarinmaru could finish off a guy like Aizen. His strength was undeniable. Sure enough, the ice encasing Aizen began to crack, and then shattered completely. Aizen had not been contained. At the same time, his body began to change again, evolving from the second stage to the third. He's getting stronger again. What a monster. Can Shin really handle him? Yukitake began to worry. Don't worry. Look at Shin Uzumaki's face, his expression hasn't changed at all. That means Aizen still poses no threat to him, Kairaku said, somewhat lost in thought. He wondered just how strong Shin Uzumaki really was. The spiritual pressure now radiating from Aizen was so intense that even he was struggling to withstand it. Every 300 horsepower equals bonus chapter. Chapter 875, a beaten down Aizen. Next bonus, 300. Aizen, your power is impressive now, a significant improvement from before. But you still haven't managed to transcend the limits of a Soul Reaper. You're still missing something. Shin addressed the immensely powerful Aizen. Unfortunately, you can't even begin to pressure me. I have to admit, I'm a little disappointed. I thought you might actually pose a challenge, but it seems I overestimated you. His look of utter disappointment made the surrounding Soul Reapers' mouths twitch uncontrollably. To say that posed no threat, was he just putting on an act, or was he truly that overwhelmingly powerful? Shin Uzumaki, I refuse to believe I can't even force you to get serious. Aizen's face was a mask of indifference. If he couldn't even draw out his opponent's true strength, then Shin Uzumaki's power was beyond absurd. With that, Aizen charged again, his speed even greater than before, approaching the very speed of light. Light speed kick. However, as Aizen closed in, Shin met him with a single, perfectly executed kick at the speed of light, sending him hurtling back, his body cracking and shattering from the impact. It was too much. A single blow had wounded the newly evolved Aizen. He's ridiculously strong. I'm not sure even the old man could beat this guy if he went all out, Shunsui Kairaku murmured, glancing at Yamamoto Genryusai Shigakuni. Yamamoto heard the comment but offered no rebuttal. To this day, no one had any idea what Shin's true trump cards were. Not even Yamamoto himself knew the depths of his power. Shin had already demonstrated the ability to use the powers of other Zanpakuto. Could he, then, wield the power of Ryujin Jakka? The thought of Shin unleashing Ryujin Jakka's Bankai was terrifying. As its master, Yamamoto knew its devastating potential better than anyone. If that terrifying power were fully unleashed, destroying the world would be a simple matter. The more he thought about it, the more dangerous Shin Uzumaki seemed. He had to admit it, the man was a walking catastrophe, a threat of the highest order. Put some effort into it. Are you trying to tickle me? No, this doesn't even count as a tickle. Shin's tone was flat. He was deliberately provoking Aizen, hoping to enrage him and draw out even greater power. At that moment, Shin felt like he'd become the archetypal final boss, goading the hero into unlocking his true potential just to make things interesting. After all, Shin was eager to test the Hogyoku's ability on himself, but without a credible threat, how could it evolve him and make him stronger? Aizen's expressionless facade finally began to crack. Shin Uzumaki's strength had far exceeded his expectations. He had never imagined him to be this powerful. Now, Shin was showing him what true, unadulterated strength looked like. He couldn't find a bottom to Shin Uzumaki's power, it was as if he had no limits at all. Suppressed, constantly suppressed, Aizen's composure began to crumble. He had believed that with the Hogyoku, he could finally catch up to Shin Uzumaki, even surpass him. But this battle was proving that he had been far too optimistic. The gap between them was still immense. Flames of hell. Shin swung his blade, and a terrifying torrent of fire completely engulfed Aizen. Shin had transformed Hyarinmaru's Shirkai into Ryujin Jakka. He hadn't even used its Bankai, the simple Shirkai was enough to incinerate Aizen's body. After reducing Aizen to ash with a single strike, Shin waited patiently for him to regenerate. Aizen's immortality was truly impressive. Can Aizen really come back from that? The Vizard started to murmur amongst themselves. Even if he can, what's the point? He's just getting beaten down. I never thought I'd see Aizen in such a state. I almost feel sorry for the guy, Hiyori Saragaki couldn't help but say. She had once hated Aizen more than anyone, but now, she found him pitiful. Utterly, completely pitiful. He'd been beaten so badly he barely looked human. No, he'd just been turned to ash. But from those ashes, Aizen regenerated once more. This time, he was even stronger, with 3 pairs of massive butterfly wings sprouting from his back. The Hogyoku had pushed him to a higher dimension, beyond that of a Soul Reaper. If the current Yamamoto were to face this Aizen, he would likely need to use his Bankai to win. Without it, the old man wouldn't last long. Aizen, you've gotten ugly. Shin said to Aizen. His current form was a far cry from his previous one, he was evolving into something less than human. Was it worth it? To become this hideous just for a bit more power? Shin asked him. My appearance is meaningless to me, Aizen replied, his voice calm and detached. He didn't care how his appearance changed. At his level, such superficial concerns were beneath him. Shin, however, couldn't relate. He would never sacrifice his looks for power, no matter how great. But then again, he had never lacked ways to grow stronger. With his replication system, any power was within his grasp. To everyone else, Shin was a cheater. How could you ever hope to defeat someone who was cheating? From the very beginning, Aizen choosing Shin as his target was a mistake. He never should have aimed so high. Feel my power. Aizen's spiritual pressure alone was enough to make space itself shatter. Yes, shattering space with spiritual pressure, this was the power that transcended the dimension of a Soul Reaper. With this alone, Aizen had reached the absolute pinnacle of power in the Soul Reaper world. I never thought Aizen could be this terrifying. I doubt even the Captain Commander could defeat him easily now. Observing from a distance, Shadera Senjimara took a sharp breath. And there was no telling if this was Aizen's limit. If Aizen continued to grow stronger, who could possibly stop him? Looking across the entire world, there might be no one. Though Shin was currently dominating him, Aizen was evolving with every step. Could he eventually surpass Shin? Perhaps Shin himself wasn't worried, but the others couldn't help but feel a sense of dread. If Aizen's power eclipsed Shin's, who would be left to stop him? The Hogyoku might not have a limit, but you, Aizen, do, Shin said, looking at him calmly. In his eyes, Aizen's power was still well within his control. He hadn't even reached his peak from the original story. If he reached that state, even a full-power Yamamoto might not be able to win. But Aizen wasn't there yet. He still needed to be pushed. Every 300 horsepower equals bonus chapter. Chapter 876, The Onset of Despair. Next bonus, 300. Boom. The terrifying sound of explosions echoed continuously as Aizen's body was sent hurtling through the air, causing no small amount of collateral damage to the Soul Society. Go evacuate the souls in the Rinnegan district. Yamamoto Genryusai Shigekuni ordered the captains. At this point, there was little else they could do. Shunsui Kairaku and the others moved out, along with their squads. In truth, even the rank-and-file Soul Reapers had lost the right to even witness this battle. The fallout was too great. The current Aizen was simply too powerful, ridiculously so. Without even attacking, the spiritual pressure he released was enough to make the souls of ordinary Soul Reapers collapse. Shin Uzumaki, can you and Aizen take this fight somewhere else? The old man Yamamoto asked Shin. If possible, he didn't want the Soul Society to suffer any more catastrophic damage. I have no problem with that. I wonder if Aizen is willing. Never mind, your opinion doesn't matter, Aizen. Let's change venues. Shin said with a faint smile. Yamatsu Hirasaka. Using his ultimate spacetime ninjutsu, he opened a portal behind Aizen that resembled a garganta, a gateway between dimensions. With a swift kick, Shin sent Aizen tumbling through the portal, banishing him from the Soul Society. Shin then followed him through. Where did they go? Yoruichi immediately asked. Probably Hueco Mundo, Unohana Retsu said. Though it was just a guess, she was quite certain. Then we're going to Hueco Mundo to find Shin. Yoruichi couldn't just stand by. She immediately used a Senkaman, trying to find a way into Hueco Mundo, worried about Shin's condition. Though it seemed Shin had Aizen completely under control, Aizen was constantly getting stronger, evolving across dimensions in a way that defied all logic. So, despite Shin having the upper hand, Yoruichi was still worried. And she wasn't the only one. Even the old man Yamamoto immediately followed them to Hueco Mundo. The moment they entered, they were hit by a terrifying clash of spiritual pressure. They saw Aizen's body being torn apart by a Zanpakuto. This is terrifying. Harabelle took a deep breath and stood still. She was now a prisoner, and she owed her life to the Neleal beside her. Besides, she had no intention of helping Aizen anymore. And with her level of strength, she'd be useless anyway. In truth, none of the Arrancar were truly loyal to Aizen. Their loyalty was born of fear, not devotion. Aizen was a cold, ruthless master. The gentle demeanor he showed was nothing but a facade. I wish I could jump in there and have a good fight. Kenpachi Zaraki laughed maniacally. Watching Shin thrash Aizen, Kenpachi was getting fired up. The hot-headed fool was even tempted to jump in. However, he was immediately stopped by Yamamoto Genryusai Shigekuni. Kenpachi was strong, but against the current Aizen, he wouldn't stand a chance. Aizen's power had already surpassed the dimension of a Soul Reaper. Even if Kenpachi unleashed his full, unrestricted power, he would still struggle against Aizen. To be honest, even a full-power Kenpachi couldn't handle Aizen. Aizen, your regeneration is impressive, but what's the use if all you can do is take a beating? Shin brought his sword down, and Aizen's arm was severed once again. Though it regenerated quickly, he was still being suppressed, unable to fight back. It wasn't that Aizen didn't want to counterattack, but he couldn't even defend himself, let alone launch an offense. Taking a deep breath, Aizen stared at Shin Uzumaki. The more he fought him, the more despair he felt. Limitless. Shin Uzumaki's strength seemed to have no limits. No matter how much power he unleashed, it was as if it were nothing before Shin. What's this? Are you giving up already? If you give up now, I'll be very disappointed. I had high hopes for you, you know. Shin said to the despairing Aizen. Of course not. I still haven't defeated you. The obsession in Aizen's heart deepened. He began to crave the power to defeat Shin Uzumaki. The Hogyoku sensed his desire and began to respond. Another transformation. Shin watched as Aizen began to change, waiting patiently without interfering. Why isn't he stopping him? Yoruichi watched, getting angry. Wouldn't it be better to stop Aizen now? Did he have to let Aizen reach a level where even he couldn't be defeated? Perhaps Shin has his reasons. Just trust him. I believe he will win in the end, Unohana Retsu said calmly to Yoruichi. From the moment she first met Shin and was defeated by him, Unohana had developed absolute confidence in him. No one could defeat Shin. In truth, Shin knew stopping the transformation was impossible. Once Aizen's evolution began, even if you destroyed his body, he would just regenerate. Even if you took the Hogyoku, Aizen could call it back at any time. The Hogyoku and Aizen were now one. It was practically impossible for anyone else to take it. Of course, Shin was an exception. If he truly wanted the Hogyoku, he could seize it, and Aizen would be powerless to reclaim it. But for now, Shin wanted to see just how far Aizen could go. Aizen's aura skyrocketed, and Shin just watched calmly. The stronger Aizen became, the more interested Shin was. He watched as Aizen's spiritual pressure rose to insane levels. If his previous form was just the beginning of a mutation, the current Aizen is a true monster, Shin said, looking at Aizen's new form. He looked almost exactly like a real monster now. Shin Uzumaki, I refuse to believe that even with this power, I am still no match for you. Aizen's deep eyes were fixed on Shin. The current Aizen felt an unprecedented level of power. He had surpassed an ordinary Soul Reaper by who knows how many dimensions. Even destroying the world wouldn't be that difficult for him. But he still couldn't see through Shin Uzumaki. He couldn't even gauge his strength. He just knew Shin Uzumaki was very, very strong. Aizen's gotten stronger again. The few of us combined probably wouldn't be a match for him now, Yoruichi said, staring at Aizen. The Hogyoku was terrifying. Aizen was terrifying, but the Hogyoku that gave him his power was even more so. Urahara Kasuke was silent. As the creator of the Hogyoku, even he didn't fully understand its power. Every 300 horsepower equals bonus chapter. Chapter 877, not even serious yet. Next bonus, 300. Aizen's expression was ecstatic. Having evolved once more, he felt he could finally go toe-to-toe with Shin Uzumaki. He believed he now possessed that level of power. Of course, that was just Aizen's own delusion. He believed he had the power to challenge Shin. Radiant Rupture. He fired a blast at Shin, but faced with the attack, Shin didn't even bother to dodge. He simply lifted a hand. Bakudo number 81, Danku. That's right. With a single Danku, he effortlessly blocked Aizen's terrifying attack. An attack that could have leveled 10 cities was stopped cold, and Shin had done it without breaking a sweat. The mighty Aizen, before Shin, was as helpless as an infant. That's impressive, Shin noted. But even with this power, you're still no match for me. Though, I admit, you've at least made me pay attention. This was not the kind of acknowledgement Aizen wanted. He didn't want to be recognized for merely forcing Shin to use a fraction of his strength. He wanted to defeat him. Ultimate Radiant Rupture. This attack was even stronger than the last, so terrifyingly powerful that it seemed to tear at the very fabric of space. Bankai, Zanka no Tachi. To show Aizen the respect he was due, Shin activated the Bankai of Ryujin Jaka. The moment he saw it, even Yamamoto couldn't remain calm. Though he had suspected Shin could use Bankai, seeing it with his own eyes sent a shock through him that he couldn't suppress. Zanka no Tachi, Kita, Tenchi Kaijin. North, heaven and earth end in ashes. A devastating slash of pure destruction surged toward Aizen. As for Aizen's own attack, it was evaporated into nothingness before it could even fully form. In the next instant, Aizen himself was incinerated. Terrifying, as expected of the head captain's Bankai. Kairaku, having just arrived in Hueco Mundo, witnessed the entire scene. He glanced at Yamamoto, a hint of teasing in his tone. It can't feel good to see someone else wield the power you've mastered, right? Yamamoto Genryusai Shigekuni shot Kairaku a look. Though his eyes seemed calm, they carried an unspoken threat that sent a shiver down Kairaku's spine. Kairaku immediately shut his mouth. Now was the time to keep quiet, otherwise, who knew what consequences he might face. He was smart enough to deliberately avoid Yamamoto's gaze, hoping not to be targeted. In reality, he was already on the old man's list. Yamamoto just didn't have the time to deal with him at the moment. Still, Kairaku couldn't help but shudder. He should have kept his mouth shut. Now he was probably done for. Ahem, do you all think Aizen can win? Kairaku quickly changed the subject. Are you hoping Aizen wins or something? Yoruichi glared at him. Beside her, Soifan had already released her Shurkai, her eyes fixed on Kairaku with a cold, murderous glint. Kairaku wanted to slap himself. Why did he always manage to offend someone the moment he opened his mouth? Especially women. Women held grudges, who knew when he'd get ambushed. Aizen has absolutely no chance of winning. Shin hasn't even gotten serious, Retsu Unohana said. Her words made the others look closer. They hadn't noticed before, but now they saw it. Shin's expression had been completely calm from the very beginning. He wasn't serious. Not in the slightest. He was practically toying with Aizen. So the question remained, just how strong was Shin Uzumaki? Where did he get this terrifying power? By now, Aizen's power had surpassed Yamamoto's. Even in Bankai, Yamamoto wasn't confident he could take down the current Aizen. Mainly because Aizen was now immortal. Even after being utterly incinerated by Shin, Aizen's body reformed in an instant. That was his most terrifying quality. Forget his offensive and defensive power, the ability to resurrect after death was simply broken. To defeat Aizen now, we'd have to find a way to strip him of his power and seal him away. Otherwise, I don't see how he can be stopped, Kairaku said. Just because you can't think of a way doesn't mean Shin-sama can't. Don't you dare put yourself on the same level as him, Soifan shot back, giving Kairaku an irritated look. Kairaku was left speechless, unable to argue. Then let's hope Shin can show us how to deal with Aizen. Otherwise, this will be a catastrophe for the Soul Society. His expression turned grim. Though usually laid back and lazy, looking at Aizen now, he had to be serious. Even though Aizen was still getting thrashed, as long as he couldn't be killed, the battle wasn't over. Keisuke Urahara, you created the Hogyoku. Do you have a solution? Soifan asked Urahara. Though she believed Shin could handle the situation, if there was any way to help, she would find it. A solution, you ask? Urahara looked a little helpless. Honestly, a lot of people here didn't like him because it was he who had researched and created the Hogyoku. Well, Aizen had also researched his own, but not everyone knew that. Honestly, I knew how dangerous the Hogyoku was from the moment it was created. But as for a solution, I don't have one. And from the looks of it, you don't need me right now, Urahara said. Soifan stared at him, unsure if he was telling the truth. She had no goodwill towards him and even felt the urge to beat him up. Boom. A loud explosion rang out, and Aizen's body was once again completely annihilated by Zanka no Tachi. The Hogyoku fell to the ground nearby. The spectating Shinigami felt a surge of excitement. Was it over? Shin, however, wasn't so optimistic. He knew that an attack of this level was still not enough to finish Aizen. Besides, he had no intention of ending things just yet. If he had truly wanted to defeat Aizen, with his abilities, Aizen would have been dealt with long ago. The only reason Aizen was still standing was that Shin wanted to see his limits. He didn't know if Aizen had been pushed to his absolute limit yet. He just hoped Aizen wouldn't truly break. If his spirit shattered, not even the Hogyoku could save him. Every 300 horsepower equals bonus chapter. Chapter 878, 878, Taking the Hogyoku. Next bonus, 300. Aizen's body reformed once more. He had become such a monster that it was impossible for Shin to read his expression. So, what's on your mind now, Aizen? Shin asked with a faint smile. Aizen's defeat was now certain. He hadn't evolved again, it seemed Shin had pushed him to his absolute limit. This left Shin a little disappointed. Shin had hoped that Aizen's power would continue to grow, forcing him to reveal his own true strength, perhaps even forcing Shin to use the Hogyoku's power himself. But the result was disappointing. Shin Uzumaki, your power is far greater than I imagined. I cannot defeat you. Aizen seemed to have completely given up, his entire being exuding an air of defeat. Honestly, Shin didn't buy it for a second. Would Aizen really act like this? Was his personality the type to admit defeat so easily? In that case, I'll be taking your Hogyoku. With a single motion, Shin reached out toward Aizen. Just as Aizen was about to move, he found himself bound by a Bakuto, temporarily unable to move. In the next instant, Shin seized the Hogyoku, successfully wrenching it free. Impossible. The Hogyoku is completely under my control. How could you take it from me? Aizen lost his composure, his eyes fixed on the Hogyoku in Shin's hand. His earlier words had been a feint. He hadn't truly given up, he had just been trying to make Shin lower his guard. But he never expected that even the Hogyoku would be taken from him. How could he possibly remain calm? Heh. Was that supposed to be difficult? Shin had already completely sealed the Hogyoku and stored it in the system space. He certainly wasn't going to let something like that fall back into Aizen's hands. He had already tested Aizen's limits. There was no point in pushing him further. Forcing another evolution would probably take a long time, and Shin had no intention of waiting. Aizen tried to snatch the Hogyoku back, but he was immediately met with a slash from Shin's sword that sent him flying. Half of Aizen's body was destroyed, but even so, he didn't die. Though he had lost the Hogyoku, it didn't mean his power had completely vanished. However, Aizen's body began to revert from its monstrous form, returning to something closer to his original appearance. His spiritual pressure was also not as overwhelming as before. The previous pressure had included not just his own, but also the Hogyoku's. From here on, Aizen is all yours. Shin stood down. He wasn't going to kill Aizen. They had no real grudge against each other, not to the point of a fight to the death. Besides, Aizen had created the perfect Hogyoku. Without him, how could Shin have copied its power? The other captains immediately moved in, attacking Aizen. Shin stood to the side, watching the show, and deactivated Zanka no Tachi. He felt that if he didn't, the surrounding Shinigami might just burn to death. After he deactivated it, they all breathed a sigh of relief. If he had kept it going, they really might have died. Even in this state, Aizen isn't that easy to deal with, is he? Or do you think he'll just surrender? Unohana spoke up. Then why don't you step in, Captain Unohana? You'd be a great help. Though Unohana's strength couldn't compare to the current Aizen, she could still cause him some trouble. The average captain would just be instantly killed. And sure enough, the captains, including the visored who could use holification, were all taken down by Aizen in a matter of minutes. They were all lying on the ground, looking half dead. Shin was a bit speechless. You guys lost way too fast. What a bunch of failures. But then again, because of Shin's presence, these captains had contributed far less than in the original story, so their strength hadn't improved much. This wasn't a good sign. There was still the Stern Ritter to deal with. If they showed up, these captains would probably get thrashed even worse. All of you, stand down. Yamamoto Genryusai Shigekuni couldn't bear to watch anymore. At this point, he had to be the one to solve this. Honestly, watching his captains get taken down one by one. He was truly ashamed. The long period of peace had made them too complacent. From now on, he absolutely could not let them be so willful. Every single one of them had to train hard and improve their strength. You're a member of the Royal Guard. Aren't you going to help? Shin glanced at Shut-Era Senjumaru and asked. I'm merely a member of the Royal Guard. It's not my place to interfere. Shut-Era Senjumaru said calmly, basically saying her strength was too weak to be suitable for this fight. In reality, Shut-Era Senjumaru's combat strength was far greater than that of an average captain. The ordinary captains were no match for her. Shin-sama, let me fight, Soifan said to Shin. Soifan, you should just stay back. Shin shook his head. Soifan was not suited for this fight. Because Shin didn't want to see Soifan get hurt. Even the weakened Aizen could still kill Soifan in an instant. If she went up now, wasn't she just asking for it? That's right, Soifan, just stay in the back. Besides, old man Yamamoto is already making his move. Yoruchi shook her head at Soifan. Now that the head captain was fighting, how could anyone else interfere? Weren't they afraid of getting caught in the crossfire? Soifan was obedient to Shin and Yoruchi, so she stopped and stood behind Shin without moving. Then they saw the battle between the head captain and Aizen begin again. This time, because they were in Hueco Mundo, Yamamoto had no reservations and used his Bankai. First we had to endure the heat from Shin's Zanka no Tachi, and now we have to deal with the old man's. Kayaraku couldn't help but complain. Yukitake, you should leave first. Otherwise, your body won't be able to take it, Kayaraku said to his friend, Jushiro Yukitake. His body was already in poor health. If he had to endure the aftereffects of Zanka no Tachi again, he might actually die if he stayed any longer. Alright, I'll leave now. If anything happens, let me know. Yukitake didn't force himself. The other members of the Goti I-13 also began to retreat. This battle, just like the one between Shin and Aizen, was something they simply couldn't interfere with. If they really tried to interfere, they probably wouldn't even need the two of them to act. The aftershocks of the battle alone could kill them. It was the grim reality of being outclassed. Some battles were so far beyond them that they couldn't even step onto the field. They could only stand from a distance, watching and waiting for the result. Every 300 horsepower equals bonus chapter. Chapter 879, Sealing Aizen. Next bonus, 300. Just as I figured. Yamamoto can't beat Aizen in his current state. Shin observed the scene, noting that Yamamoto had fallen into a disadvantage. While Zanka no Tachi had allowed him to overwhelm Aizen earlier, Yamamoto's spiritual pressure was now nearly depleted. Although immense, his reserves were finite. Compared to Aizen, whose energy seemed practically limitless, Yamamoto simply couldn't keep up. He was being completely suppressed. In the end, it was his spiritual pressure that failed him. Zanka no Tachi is incredibly powerful, but the spiritual pressure it consumes is enormous. The old man can't sustain it, what a pitiful way to lose. Shin continued to watch. Shin, are you just going to stand there? Shouldn't you be helping him? Kayaraku Shunsui asked Shin, his voice filled with anxiety. Though Kayaraku didn't always show Yamamoto the utmost respect, it was only a facade. Deep down, he held the head captain in high regard. If you want me to lift a finger, there's got to be something in it for me. Shin said, stroking his chin. You're still thinking about rewards at a time like this. What do you want? Kayaraku asked, annoyed. Is this guy really trying to drive a hard bargain at a time like this? Haha, don't worry. I won't be too unreasonable. I'm not asking for much, Shin said with a smile. Stop playing games and save him. The head captain really can't hold on much longer. The other captains stared at Shin with frustration, but there was nothing they could do. They all knew his strength was on another level. What's the rush? Yamamoto looks like he's on his last legs, but he can still hold out for a bit. Have a little faith in the old man. My request is simple. I just need a bit of cash. I'm a little tight on money lately. Shin said with a light chuckle. He had been spending a bit too freely, especially on gifts for the women in his life. He was genuinely broke. After all, with no official duties or salary, it was bound to happen. Fine. Name your price, Kuchiki Byakuya said. Alright, since the man with deep pockets has spoken, I'll make my move. Shin vanished with a flicker step and appeared in front of Yamamoto. He blocked the Zanpakuto, which had now fused with Aizen, with a single hand. Aizen, I think it's time you gave up. I've already taken the Hogyoku. Do you really think you have a chance of defeating me? Shin asked Aizen, signaling for Yamamoto to retreat. Though he hadn't defeated Aizen and had even been suppressed, Yamamoto felt a sense of shame. But he wasn't one to push himself beyond his limits. If not for the Hogyoku's regenerative abilities, Aizen might not have been able to outlast him. In the end, Aizen had only won by exhausting Yamamoto's spiritual pressure. Give me back the Hogyoku. Aizen said to Shin, intent on reclaiming it. You must be dreaming. Do you really think you have a chance of getting it back now that it's in my hands? Shin sneered. Anything that fell into his hands was not going back to Aizen. Though Shin had already copied the Hogyoku's abilities, making the artifact itself less useful to him, he was still curious about its mysterious power. Who wouldn't be? The power he had copied was now a part of him, but the Hogyoku itself was a tangible, divine artifact, completely different. In that case, I'll have to take it back by force. Aizen swung his sword at Shin with ferocious speed. Even without the Hogyoku, his power was still immense. Attacking me now isn't a wise choice. Even with your beyond ultra-speed regeneration, I can still kill you. Shin reminded Aizen. He wasn't bluffing. With the power of the truth-seeking orbs, he could completely obliterate Aizen, leaving nothing behind. Then let me see this power that can kill me. Aizen's expression was firm. Though he had seemed to have a breakdown earlier, he had now recovered. You're a talented man. I'd rather not kill you. I'll just seal you away instead. Shin said to Aizen. If he didn't want to kill him, sealing him was the only option. 6 paths, Chibaku Tensei. Shin unleashed the strongest sealing jutsu. Using it on Aizen was a sign of respect. Aizen tried to dodge, but the moment he moved, chakra chains erupted and bound his body, temporarily immobilizing him. You can't escape this. Shin's palm struck Aizen's body, sealing all his spiritual pressure and stripping him of his power. Aizen became the core of the Chibaku Tensei. Countless rocks and debris flew towards him, enveloping him completely. Soon, Aizen was sealed, transformed into a massive, small planetoid, hanging in the sky. You can stay sealed in there from now on. I doubt anyone will be able to break the seal and let you out. Shin looked up at the newly formed star with satisfaction. What the hell? Did I see that right? What kind of technique creates a whole planet out of thin air? Kayaraku's expression was one of pure shock. Even Byakuya, who rarely showed any change in expression, was stunned, his eyes wide as he stared at the result of Shin's technique. What's the big deal? It's nothing special, Shin said nonchalantly. His words left Kayaraku speechless. Nothing special. Maybe to you, it's nothing special, Kayaraku said after a moment of silence. To Shin, it was a small matter, but to them, it was beyond comprehension. But at least Aizen was finally dealt with. With Aizen no longer a threat, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Especially the Visored. Aizen had been their greatest enemy. Now that he was gone, their quest for revenge was over. But with Aizen gone, they also felt a sense of emptiness, as if they had suddenly lost their purpose. Every 300 horsepower equals bonus chapter. Chapter 880, the Hogyoku is off the table. Next bonus, 300. After dealing with Aizen, everyone returned from Hueco Mundo to the Soul Society, including the Visored. Yamamoto then announced that the Visored were to be reinstated into the Godai 13. After some consideration, they agreed. Though they had been away from the Soul Society for over 100 years, they still missed it. Karakura town had never truly felt like home. And their lives had been difficult, living like rats in the shadows, constantly hiding from Aizen's watchful eye. Old man, what did you call me here for? Shin had barely had a chance to rest before he was summoned by Yamamoto, so he was naturally a bit annoyed. I called you here for a reason, Yamamoto said. A reason? Since you say there's a reason, how about I try to guess what it is? You want the Hogyoku in my hands back, don't you? Shin looked at Yamamoto with suspicion. Besides that, Shin couldn't think of any other reason Yamamoto would summon him. That's right. The Hogyoku is far too dangerous. It's best if you hand it over. Don't keep it for yourself. Yamamoto said to Shin with an extremely serious expression, clearly intent on taking the Hogyoku. But there was no way Shin would listen to him. On any other matter, I might have considered it. But on this? Don't even bother. Shin flatly refused. The Hogyoku was his prize. He hadn't even had a chance to study it yet. There was no way he was giving it to the old man. You've seen the Hogyoku's power. You should know how dangerous it is. Yamamoto stood up and said to Shin, his gaze turning sharp and cold. Haha, you don't need to try and scare me. I know exactly what the Hogyoku is, probably better than you do. Shin laughed and said to Yamamoto. The Hogyoku may be dangerous, but in my hands, I'd say it's safer than anywhere else. If it fell into someone else's hands, who knows what would happen. Shin was also reminding Yamamoto. Besides, I have no desire for the Hogyoku's power, so it's safest with me. That was true. He had already copied the Hogyoku's power, he had no need for the artifact itself. He was keeping it for research, and to prevent anyone else from getting it. The Hogyoku was indeed a dangerous item. In the wrong hands, the consequences would be catastrophic. You really don't want to hand over the Hogyoku. Yamamoto's anger flared. His temper was notoriously short, and his spiritual pressure erupted from his body. He wasn't used to being defied. What, are you trying to intimidate me, old man? You think I'm afraid of you? Shin raised an eyebrow and asked Yamamoto. You think I wouldn't dare to fight you? The Hogyoku is mine now. I advise you to drop the idea. Don't even think about it. Otherwise, don't blame me if things get ugly. After saying that, without giving Yamamoto any face, he stood up and walked out. Shin's actions made Yamamoto's face darken, but he didn't try to stop him. He had seen Shin's power. Aizen was dangerous, terrifying even. But in terms of sheer danger, Shin Uzumaki was definitely above Aizen. Look at Aizen now, sealed away. And if Shin hadn't wanted to seal him, Yamamoto suspected he had the ability to kill Aizen. Forget it. Just as he said, the Hogyoku is safer in his hands. In the end, Yamamoto let it go. He wouldn't provoke Shin. If he really angered Shin, it might cause an uproar throughout the Soul Society, something Yamamoto didn't want to see. Shin wasn't just powerful on his own, he wasn't alone. If Yamamoto made a move on Shin, the 2nd Division would likely revolt, and the 4th Division would surely follow. This demand for the Hogyoku, was it Yamamoto's idea, or someone else's? After leaving the 1st Division barracks, Shin couldn't help but wonder. If it was just Yamamoto's idea, that was one thing. But if others were coveting the Hogyoku, Shin wouldn't allow it. Yamamoto, at least, wouldn't be after the Hogyoku's power. He would just want to seal the dangerous item away. But if others were involved, they might be trying to get their hands on its power. Many had witnessed the Hogyoku's power. It wasn't impossible that they would be tempted. Forget it. Why am I thinking so much? It's a waste of brain cells. Shin shook his head. It was pointless to think about these things. Because the Hogyoku was with him, and no one could take it. After returning to the 2nd Division, Yoruichi curiously asked what Yamamoto had wanted. Her curiosity was immense. The old man wanted the Hogyoku. I don't know if it was his own idea. It's no big deal, so don't ask. Shin waved his hand, brushing her off. Did you give it to him? Yoruichi asked, unwilling to let it go. She really wanted to know. And if he had given it away, she would have been quite disappointed. Of course not. I know the Hogyoku is a good thing. How could I just give it away? You wouldn't do that either, would you? That's good. We can still study the Hogyoku. To be honest, I was hoping to use it to increase my strength, Yoruichi said to Shin. The reason she had this idea was mainly the pressure from Soifan. She couldn't even beat Soifan now, of course she wanted to get stronger. I'll study it first, then I'll consider helping you all get stronger, Shin nodded. He would definitely help Yoruichi and the others improve their strength. There might be more dangers ahead, so the stronger Yoruichi was, the better. When the Stern Ritter appeared, the captains would be beaten down again. Without strength, they wouldn't stand a chance against those overpowered enemies. Every 300 horsepower equals bonus chapter. Chapter 881, 881, I'm more interested in you. Next bonus, 300. For the past few days, Shin had been spending an unusual amount of time in the 2nd Division barracks, dedicating himself to studying the Hogyoku. At the moment, only two things truly held Shin's interest, the Quincy and the Hogyoku. The Quincy were currently holed up in the Wandenrake, and with Yawachi yet to be revived, he wasn't in a rush to deal with them. He figured he would confront them when they finally made their move. So, have you figured anything out? Yoruichi asked Shin. Nell and Harabel, standing nearby, looked on with curiosity. Harabel was now also staying in the 2nd Division. After Nell had asked Shin to save her, she had remained here instead of returning to Hueco Mundo. She had even pledged her loyalty to Shin, an offer he had readily accepted. Harabel was a powerful fighter. Why would Shin turn down a free enforcer who'd practically delivered herself to his doorstep? Between her and Nell, their combined combat strength surpassed that of the average captain. Only the most senior, veteran captains could truly match them. I haven't discovered anything groundbreaking, but I can use it to boost your strength. Shin said. He had lost interest in continuing his research. It was tedious, and he knew that at its core, it was just another form of power. Take this and use it to get stronger. But don't rely too heavily on the Hogyoku's power. Shin handed it to Yoruichi. He explained that they didn't need to fully fuse with it to gain its power. They could perform temporary fusions to achieve greater strength, and the Hogyoku could be removed afterward without issue. It was excellent for enhancing one's Ryatsu, which would be a great boon for Soifan, whose Ryatsu was somewhat lacking. You've been lingering here all this time. It's because of the Hogyoku, isn't it? Shin asked, turning his attention to Shut-era Senjumaru. Aizen had been dealt with, yet this woman hadn't left. It was clear she had her eyes on the Hogyoku. No, I simply don't wish to return. I've already given up any ideas about the Hogyoku, Shut-era Senjumaru said, shaking her head. I know you might not believe me, but I'm telling the truth. I'm no longer after the Hogyoku because it's in your hands now. Even if I wanted it, I couldn't get it without turning against you. That's something I would never do. If you don't believe me, you can tell me to leave. Is that so? I believe you. Because I don't think you could lie to me. After studying Shut-era Senjumaru for a moment, Shin chose to trust her. First, he couldn't detect any hint of deception in her voice. Shin didn't believe anyone could successfully lie to him. And with the Hogyoku in his possession, getting it would mean a direct confrontation, which he doubted she was willing to risk after their last encounter. It's quite rare for you to trust me. Shut-era Senjumaru had been prepared to be sent away. She hadn't expected Shin to actually believe her. In your eyes, am I the kind of person who doesn't trust anyone? Shin asked, raising an eyebrow. Yes, you are. And honestly, Shin Uzumaki, I can't see through you at all. Shut-era Senjumaru nodded seriously. If there was one person she couldn't figure out, it was him. Hey, you can stay in the second division for as long as you like, as long as no one comes looking for trouble with you, Shin said with a chuckle. Well, that's a relief. I was afraid you were going to kick me out. I'd be homeless then, Shut-era Senjumaru said with a seductive smile. Shin chuckled again, not believing a word she said. If you're interested in the Hogyoku, you can go take a look. Just don't think about walking away with it, Shin said to her. No, I'm not really interested in the Hogyoku anymore. To Shin's surprise, Shut-era Senjumaru shook her head, making him look at her with renewed curiosity. He was genuinely surprised that she was now claiming to have no interest in it. Really? This is a golden opportunity for you. Are you just going to let it slip away? Shin asked. Yes. My interest in the Hogyoku has waned. In fact, I'm more interested in you, Shut-era Senjumaru said, looking at Shin intently. And she meant it. Before, she knew Shin was strong, but she had no idea how strong. Now, she did. His power was on a level that left even her shaken. More interested in me? What are you planning? Shin asked, eyeing the ancient woman warily. Though she looked young, he knew she was an old relic. What's the matter? Are you afraid I'll eat you alive? Shut-era Senjumaru asked with a faint, teasing smile. I am, actually. I guess it's true what they say, a guy has to be careful when he's out and about. It's to avoid dangerous women like you. Shin nodded seriously. Shut-era Senjumaru's expression didn't change in the slightest, even after hearing Shin's shameless remark. I have to go out for a bit, Shin said, standing up. Is that so? Perfect, I'd like to come with you, Shut-era Senjumaru said, rising to her feet as well. Shin glanced at her but said nothing. If she wanted to follow, let her. He had no objections. It wasn't as if he was doing anything shady, he was just heading to the 4th division. Shut-era Senjumaru followed Shin, genuinely wanting to understand him better. Her investigations had revealed that his origins were incredibly mysterious. It seemed only Retsu Unohana knew the truth, but if she asked, she was certain Unohana would tell her nothing. So, for now, she would follow Shin to learn more about him. The 4th Division barracks were bustling with activity. The chaos was a direct result of Aizen's recent attack, which had left a large number of casualties. The once quiet 4th Division had become the busiest squad in the Serie. Even Retsu Unohana had little time to spare. So, when Shin arrived, she immediately asked for his help. If it had been anyone else, Shin probably would have ignored them. But it was Retsu Unohana. He really couldn't refuse. Every 300 horsepower equals bonus chapter. Chapter 882, Shut-era Senjumaru's question. Next bonus, 300. You know, if anyone else had asked, I would have refused to lift a finger. So, how do you plan on making it up to me? Shin asked Retsu Unohana. Weren't you the one who willingly offered to help? Retsu Unohana replied with a gentle smile. Fine, I owe you one. Shin shrugged helplessly, then his gaze fell on Shut-era Senjumaru, who was standing aside, enjoying the show. You can't just stand there and watch, can you? Are you really going to do nothing but watch us work? Aren't you going to lend a hand? I don't know Kido, Shutara Senjimara said, shaking her head. Hey, if you say you don't know Kido, you must be lying. Shin stared at her intently. After all, she was an ancient being, there was no way she didn't know healing techniques. Alright, fine, I'll help. Just stop staring at me like that, Shutara Senjimara said with a sigh, clearly frustrated. She had wanted to relax and take it easy, but now that Shin had called her out, she couldn't refuse. Besides, deep down, she didn't want him to dislike her. Actually, there's a question I have to ask, Shutara Senjimara said as she began to help. What is it? Go ahead and ask. If I'm in a good mood, I might answer you, Shin said, glancing at her. It's about Aizen. You sealed him away, but can he really not break the seal? Ah, that question. I can answer that for you. Without external interference, Aizen will remain sealed forever. But if there was outside interference, Aizen might actually be able to escape. I see. It seems we really need to be on guard then. Shutara Senjimara's expression grew slightly grave. Even without the Hogyoku, Aizen was still incredibly dangerous. At the very least, Shutara Senjimara didn't think she could defeat him on her own. Even Shigekuni Yamamoto Genryosai couldn't defeat him. The entire royal guard would probably have a hard time. Are you worried Yawatch will break Aizen's seal? Shin asked her. You know about Yawatch. Shutara Senjimara looked at Shin in surprise, then her gaze shifted to Retsu Unohana. Did she tell him? After all, information about Yawatch was a closely guarded secret. I never told Shin, Retsu Unohana said, shaking her head. She had never mentioned Yawatch to him. She knew about Yawatch, of course, but he had been stripped of his power and consciousness, completely sealed. She didn't think he would ever have a chance to return. Don't worry about how I know. It's pointless to dig into it, Shin said to Shutara Senjimaro. I am indeed worried about Yawatch. Back then, Shigekuni Yamamoto Genryosai stopped his heart, his consciousness, and his power, but Yawatch didn't die. If he wasn't dead, he was a threat. Yawatch was a terrifying figure. Even old man Yamamoto had paid a heavy price to seal him. 900 years to regain his heartbeat, 90 years to regain his mind, 9 years to regain his power, and 9 days to regain the world. Yawatch had already begun to reclaim his strength. But this son of the Soul King hadn't made a move yet, and Shin wasn't going to go out of his way to target him. It wasn't worth his time. No matter how strong Yawatch became, he couldn't win against Shin. Shin could instantly copy all his abilities, that was Shin's most broken power. How much do you know about Yawatch? Shutara Senjimaro asked Shin. I don't know the guy personally. How could I possibly know much about him? Shin said with a shrug. His knowledge was based on the original story, which might not be the same as reality. He's a very dangerous person. I have a feeling Yawatch has already been revived. Shutara Senjimaro said gravely. He never died. How can you call it a revival? Shin retorted with a glance. All right, enough talk. Let's get these wounded treated. Shin cut her off, making her continue her work, much to her frustration. Retsu Unohana smiled faintly. Shin was the only one who could make Shutara Senjimaro so obedient. Retsu, let's leave these things to her. We're going to take a break. Shin smiled and took Retsu Unohana's hand, leading her towards her office. Shutara Senjimaru's face turned dark. If she didn't have to consider Shin's strength, she would have attacked him. After a cold snort, she ignored them and focused on using her healing techniques. They actually went back. Shutara Senjimaru glanced at them, her mood souring even further. Looking at the crowd of injured people, her expression twitched. How long would this take? A moment ago, Shin and Retsu Unohana were helping. Now, she was all alone. It was exhausting. She was starting to regret following Shin to the 4th division. What was wrong with her? Shin, at this moment, had no idea how frustrated Shutara Senjimaru was. He was enjoying a cup of tea and a chat with Retsu Unohana. Is it alright to leave Shutara Senjimaru to work alone? Won't she be angry? Retsu Unohana said, her voice gentle. But it was just talk. If she had to choose between chatting with Shin and helping Shutara Senjimaru, she would definitely choose the former. Let her be angry. If she's really that mad, I'll just kick her out of the 2nd division, Shin said with a smile. Why? Do you dislike her that much? You know, Shutara Senjimaru is a great beauty. She's quite stunning, Retsu Unohana said with a gentle laugh. What does her being beautiful have to do with anything? She's a member of the Royal Guard. Who knows what her purpose is for staying in the 2nd division? Shin shrugged. Though Shutara Senjimaru claimed to be interested in him, who knew if she was telling the truth? If she left in a huff, that would be fine. If she stayed, she could be a useful tool. Thankfully, Shutara had no idea what Shin was thinking. If she did, she'd probably hunt him down and try to kill him. Retsu Unohana also agreed with Shin, who knew what her purpose was for staying. Every 300 horsepower equals bonus chapter. Chapter 883, an investigation. Next bonus, 300. This was a palace of ice, a frozen domain where a group known as the Quincy dwelled. After their defeat long ago, the Quincy had fled, hiding themselves within the very shadow of the Siriidii. Here, they had built the Wandenrake, the invisible empire, perpetually watching the Siriidii's every move. One could only imagine the Soul Reaper's shock if they ever discovered they had been living under constant surveillance. The sheer audacity of hiding within the Siriidii's very shadow, carving out such a vast space, was unthinkable. The Sternritter, each possessing power that rivaled, or even surpassed, that of a Soul Reaper captain, were gathered. Are you sure about sending us out now? Aren't you worried we'll be exposed? Bambietta Basterbine questioned Jugram Hashwolf. Hashwolf was the Grandmaster of the Sternritter, bestowed with the script B, the Balance. He was Yawatch's personal guard, the most trusted man in the Wandenrake, and its most powerful figure, the current ruler in all but name. While Yawatch slept, Hashwolf's word was law. This is a reconnaissance mission. You are not to be discovered. If you are, you know what to do, Hashwolf stated, his tone chillingly indifferent. Though usually composed and even mild-mannered, Hashwolf became utterly cold when issuing orders. The others were used to it. They knew that if they were discovered, death was the only option. Even if they managed to escape and return, they would be executed. Basbi, Sangdu, Bambietta. The three of you will infiltrate the Siriidii and gather intelligence on Shin Uzumaki. This is His Majesty's command. A mission of this nature didn't require the full might of the Sternritter. A full deployment was reserved for all-out war with the Soul Reapers, and that time had not yet come. Only when His Majesty, Yawatch, returned could they hope to stand against the Soul Reapers. Without him, even their combined strength would be no match for Genryusai Shigekuni Yamamoto. He was an enemy even Yawatch treated with caution. Hashwolf certainly wouldn't underestimate him. Basbi shot a complex look at his former friend, then turned and left without a word. Sangdu and Bambietta followed immediately. Since it was His Majesty's command, they had no choice but to obey. As for investigating Shin Uzumaki, they didn't consider the mission particularly difficult. Perhaps due to their recent surge in power, their egos had become inflated. They saw the Soul Reapers as nothing special. Even this Shin Uzumaki, they figured, couldn't be all that impressive. They weren't worried in the slightest. Hashwolf didn't offer any words of caution. In truth, even he didn't know the full extent of Shin Uzumaki's power. Besides, this wasn't an assassination, it was a simple investigation. As long as they remained hidden, he didn't foresee any problems. Be careful once we're inside the Siriidii, Basbi said. Oh. The ever-confident and arrogant Basbi is telling us to be careful. That doesn't sound like the Basbi I know. Bambietta's face was alight with a playful smirk. Humph, get caught, and you know the penalty. You either take care of it yourself, or Hashwolf will do it for you. Basbi snorted, his tone flat. At his words, Bambietta's smile vanished. The Sternritter were not only cruel to their enemies, but also to their own. Even though Basbi was Hashwolf's friend, Hashwolf would likely show him no favoritism. In truth, Basbi harbored a deep hatred for Yawatch. The hot-headed Quincy even dreamed of killing him. His hatred stemmed from Yawatch's destruction of his town, and the death of Hashwolf's aunt and uncle at his hands. Yawatch was a tyrant, a man who would sacrifice his subordinates without a second thought, stealing their power for his own. Though they had observed the Siriidii from the shadows, this was their first time actually setting foot inside. Shin Uzumaki is staying in the 2nd Division. Let's head there. And stay hidden. I don't need you to tell me what to do, Basbi, Sangdu said coldly. He had never held Basbi in high regard, believing he only got by because of his connection to Hashwolf. A flicker of fire danced in Basbi's eyes, while Bambietta watched on, looking as if she were enjoying a good show. The Sternritter were hardly a harmonious group. Yawatch probably preferred it that way. It was a classic tactic of those in power, a little friction among subordinates kept them from uniting against the throne. As long as it didn't boil over, a bit of conflict was acceptable. As much as I'd love to see you two fight, this isn't the place for it, Bambietta reminded them, a hint of disappointment in her voice. She really did want to see them go at it. If they did fight, though, she figured Basbi would be the one to come out on top. They exchanged a final glance, then concealed themselves in the darkness, moving swiftly towards the 2nd Division barracks. However, the moment they drew near, Shin detected them. A playful smile spread across his face. Well, this is interesting. Shin let out a soft laugh. He hadn't planned on seeking out the Quincy, but it seemed they had come to him. Bring those three to me, Shin ordered Soy Fawn. The soy fawn of the original story would have been no match for the three of them, likely unable to defeat even one. But the current soy fawn, under Shin's tutelage, was already terrifyingly powerful. And now, having used the Hogyoku to enhance her strength, dealing with these three was hardly a challenge. The power boost from the Hogyoku was immense. Since she hadn't fused with it, her body wouldn't undergo the same transformations as Aizen's. After all, once the Hogyoku was removed from Aizen, he had reverted to his original form. In truth, Aizen's transformation had been a reflection of his own inner desires. Shin-sama, I will capture those three thieves. Soy fawn said angrily. They dared to trespass in the second division's territory. Did they think she was some pushover? Even without Shin's orders, she would have acted. In fact, without his command, she probably wouldn't have even considered taking them alive. Now that Shin had said to bring them, she would capture them. If they resisted, she'd just cripple them. Releasing her spiritual pressure, Soy fawn shot towards the location where Bambietta, Tsang-du, and Basbi were hiding, locking onto them instantly. Damn it, we've been spotted. We need to get out of here. Basbi's face changed. He hadn't expected to be discovered the moment he arrived at the second division. Were all Soul Reapers this perceptive? Well, no time to think about that now. The priority was to escape. The three of them were no match for the entire Siriidi. Every 300 horsepower equals bonus chapter. Chapter 884, Instant Suppression. Next bonus, 300. Just as Bambietta, Basbi, and Tsang-du were about to flee, a barrier materialized around them, sealing them in. Our connection to the Wandenrake, it's gone. Bambietta realized they couldn't return to their dimension from here. What now? What do we do? Bambietta started to panic. Even Tsang-du couldn't maintain his composure, though he tried his best to appear calm. Inwardly, he was in turmoil. What do you think? We fight? Or would you rather just lie down and die? Basbi demanded. Even if they were executed upon their return, that was a problem for later. To die here and now meant no chance at all. Basbi wasn't afraid of death, but he still had unfinished business. If he could help it, he didn't want to die here. Right, we fight. That's our only option, a fierce resolve hardened Bambietta's features. Heilig file. A small crossbow appeared on Basbi's arm, unleashing an arrow of pure racier that shot towards Soy fawn the moment she appeared. Quincy. You dare trespass in the Siriidi. You've got a death wish. Soy fawn easily dodged the attack, then glanced at the obliterated second division building behind her. A building had been destroyed. Though no one was inside, it was still a loss for her division. As the captain of the second division, she couldn't let this slide. Prepare to die. Soy fawn was ruthless. Using Shuinpa, she appeared behind Basbi in the blink of an eye and threw a punch. The blow landed with brutal force, sending Basbi staggering back, blood spilling from his lips. This woman is strong. According to the intel, she's the captain of the second division. Is the captain of the second division this powerful? Bambietta and Tsang-du were shocked. A single punch had injured Basbi. Damn you, woman. Die. Burn her finger. Basbi got up, unleashing the power of his script. Basbi's script was the heat, and he claimed its power was the perfect counter to Yamamoto's Ryujin Jaka. He believed his flames surpassed Yamamoto's. In truth, Basbi's flames could indeed surpass Ryujin Jaka, but only in its Shirkai state. Against its Bankai, his heat was nothing. Where are you aiming? Soy fawn's figure vanished again, reappearing behind Basbi. With her Zanpakuto, Suzumabachi, already in its Shirkai state, she instantly struck his body. In that moment, Soy fawn could have struck a second time and ended him. But remembering Shin's order to capture them, she held back, letting the opportunity pass. What is this speed? Basbi quickly used Hirenkyaku to distance himself, a sense of terror creeping in. Thankfully, her Zanpakuto's initial strike wasn't that powerful. Her Zanpakuto's ability, Naijiki Kasatsu, death in 2 steps, required 2 consecutive strikes in the same spot to be fatal. A single hit wasn't particularly strong. Dealing with these 3 like this won't be easy. Soy fawn's expression was conflicted. Though she was confident she could defeat them, a full-blown battle might completely destroy this area. Soy fawn, I'll take it from here. Just then, Shin appeared. The moment he did, Basbi, Bambietta, and Tsang-du were instantly suppressed. The sheer weight of his Ryatsu slammed down on them, forcing them to their knees. They couldn't even stand, left kneeling pathetically on the ground. What terrifying spiritual pressure. Bambietta was stunned, kneeling, and not daring to move, afraid she would be killed in an instant. This was their target, but she had never imagined he would be this terrifying. They were no match for him. She estimated that even the Schutzstaffel, or Hashwolf himself, would be no match for this man. This mission was a suicide mission. Tell me why you're here. The first one to talk gets to live. Otherwise, prepare to die. Shin said to them calmly. Tsang-du remained silent. He would never reveal a single word about the Wanden Rake. As for Basbi, though he hated Yawach, he would never betray his people. It was not something he would do. Bambietta, however, was in turmoil. Should she save her own skin, or die a pointless, noble death? I'll give you 1 minute to decide. After that, if you still haven't made a choice, you won't need to. I'll choose for you. Shin said with a smile. And they were no fools, they knew what choice he would make for them. We're from the Wanden Rake, the Stern Ritter. We came to investigate you, Bambietta said, gritting her teeth. Bambietta, you dare betray us? You're dead, Tsang-du stared at her with hatred. I don't know if she's dead, but you definitely are. Shin glanced at Tsang-du, then drew his zanpakuto and cut off his head. As for Tsang-du's script, the iron, which turned his body to steel, it was useless. He could have turned himself into diamond for all it mattered. Against Shin, he was as fragile as glass. Their power levels were in completely different universes. Better to die here than be executed by Jugram Ashwolf. Shin said calmly. His words made Bambietta and Basbi's eyes widen. He knew. He knew about Hashwolf. That meant the Wanden Rake was no secret to him. If the Wanden Rake was exposed, why hadn't the Soul Reapers attacked them? Basbi didn't know, and he would never find out. The hot-headed Quincy, though not entirely a bad person, had made the mistake of crossing Shin. Did he think he could just waltz into Shin's territory and leave alive? Shin wouldn't let him go. He decisively cut off Basbi's head. Only Bambietta remained, looking at Shin with terror. Was she going to die too? Don't worry. Since you told me your purpose, I won't kill you. You can go. Shin looked at the remaining Bambietta and said calmly. Hearing that he wouldn't kill her, Bambietta's face lit up with joy. But then, she became conflicted. Could she really go back? Returning meant certain death. Jugram Hashwolf would never let her live, especially since his best friend had died here. This was a dead end. Every 300 horsepower equals bonus chapter. Chapter 885, Learning the Quincy's Abilities. Next bonus, 300. So, I told you to leave, but you're still here. Are you hoping to die along with your friends? Shin regarded the trembling Bambietta with a playful expression. Bambietta looked like she was on the verge of tears. Even if he let her go, she couldn't go back. Returning to the Wanden Rake was a death sentence. Staying here was her only chance to survive. I can't go back, Bambietta stammered, quickly explaining her reasoning, terrified he would kill her for disobeying. She had considered fleeing to Hueco Mundo or the world of the living, but she knew it would be useless. Her only shot at survival seemed to be the men standing before her. Otherwise, no matter how far she ran, she'd either be captured by Jugram Hashwolf or have her powers, and her life, stolen by Yawach's Oswalin. So, please, save me. After explaining, Bambietta looked at Shin with a pleading expression. She really didn't want to die. It wasn't that she was a coward, who wasn't afraid of death. There might be a few fearless souls out there, but she certainly wasn't one of them. She felt she hadn't lived nearly long enough. Whether you live or die has nothing to do with Shin-sama, Soifan said, looking at Bambietta with cold indifference. She couldn't see any use for the woman. I might be willing to save you, Shin said after a moment's thought, but on one condition, you have to teach me everything you know about being a Quincy. This had been Shin's plan all along. He wanted to learn the Quincy's abilities, and while he could have used a replication card, it would have been a waste. That was why he had deliberately spared Bambietta. Otherwise, she would have been dead long ago. Okay, no problem, Bambietta agreed without a moment's hesitation. But I can't teach anyone my script, she added. It's a power granted by His Majesty, Yawach. It was impossible to pass that on to someone else. Shin already knew this, and he hadn't planned on getting her script anyway. It wasn't that he didn't want it, he just didn't care for Bambietta's specific power. Her script, the Explode, turned anything hit by her Ryatsu into a bomb. It was powerful and impossible to defend against, but Shin had his sights set higher. He wanted Yawach's power. Yawach was the one he planned to copy. All the scripts, after all, were merely gifts from him. Just teach me the core abilities of the Quincy. Shin's words brought a wave of relief to Bambietta, but then another thought struck her. Even if she taught him, could he even learn? He was a Soul Reaper. How could he possibly master the abilities of a Quincy? It seemed impossible. Though both powers stemmed from the same source, the systems and applications were completely different. What, having second thoughts? It doesn't matter if you are, but you'll have to die, Shin said coolly, noticing her hesitation. No. I don't regret it. It's just, even if I teach you, you might not be able to learn the Quincy's powers, Bambietta said, her expression a mix of conflict and anxiety. That's not your concern. Just teach me. Shin had thought she was backing out, but it seemed not. Given how terrified she was of dying, she wouldn't dare. An ordinary Soul Reaper would never be able to learn Quincy abilities, but Shin was no ordinary Soul Reaper. In fact, he wasn't a Soul Reaper at all. He was still human, not a spiritual body. He had simply used his abilities to make it impossible for others to tell the difference. Can you really protect me from death? Bambietta asked worriedly. Oswalin would strip her of her powers, and losing them meant death. Relax. With my protection, not even Yawatch himself could kill you. But that's only if you teach me everything you know. If you hold anything back, don't blame me for what happens. Yawatch's methods are cruel, but mine are even crueler, Shin warned her. Bambietta nodded quickly. She believed him completely. The way he had killed Basby and Sangdu had already shown her. This man might look harmless, almost kind, but he was more ruthless than anyone. One wrong move, and she could end up dead at his hands. Shin then placed a hand on Bambietta's shoulder, and a special kind of Ryatsu flowed into her body. He then gestured for her to follow him. Bambietta didn't know what he had done, she assumed it was some kind of control mechanism, but she didn't dare question it, meekly following along. She certainly knew how to read the room, which explained her shameless, split-second betrayal earlier. If Bambietta had hesitated for even a moment longer, Shin probably would have killed her. In truth, her betrayal came so easily for a reason, she had never even met Yawatch, the king of the Quincy. Without ever meeting him, she felt no loyalty, so betraying him now didn't trouble her conscience in the slightest. Who is this woman? Yoruchi asked Shin, looking at Bambietta. A Quincy, Shin said with a light chuckle, glancing at Yoruchi. A Quincy? What's a Quincy doing in the Soul Society? Yoruchi looked at the woman in surprise, then sized up her aura. She was strong, nearly as strong as Yoruchi herself, and definitely more powerful than an average captain. Were all Quincy this powerful? The Quincy Yoruchi knew were the last remnants struggling to survive in the world of the living, not powerful warriors like Bambietta. Shin didn't bother explaining. It would be too much of a hassle. Yoruchi would find out soon enough when the Quincy launched their invasion. That date wasn't far off. This incident was sure to accelerate the Wandenreika's plans. I feel like you're hiding something from me, Yoruchi said, giving Shin a pointed look. Not at all. If you want to know, just ask her. I don't think she'd dare refuse. Shin glanced at Bambietta. Bambietta gave a wry smile. She was a traitor now, of course she would talk. She just hoped this new protector was reliable. If he wasn't, she'd die in the end anyway. But that was better than dying right now. All right, I'll ask her, Yoruchi nodded. Her curiosity was piqued. Shin didn't concern himself with it, instead having Soifan arrange a place for Bambietta to stay. If you dare pull any stunts, I'll kill you myself, Soifan said, giving Bambietta a sharp, menacing look. It was a clear warning. Bambietta was furious, but she didn't dare say a word. Like I dare to cause trouble here. I'd like to live a little longer, thank you very much. Every 300 horsepower equals bonus chapter. Chapter 886, not difficult to learn. Next bonus, 300. Learning Quincy abilities doesn't seem too difficult after all. Shin said with a faint smile. He had already mastered most of the Quincy techniques, such as Hirenkyaku, Heilig File, Blood Vene, Blood Artillery, and even Volstandig. Bambietta could only stare at Shin with wide eyes. How long had it been? He had completely mastered the powers of the Quincy. Were their abilities really that easy to learn? In the end, she could only chalk it up to his monstrous talent. What other explanation was there? But honestly, for Bambietta, this was a good thing. The stronger Shin was, the safer she felt. Otherwise, how could she believe he could stand against Yawatch? Just thinking of Yawatch made the smile on Bambietta's face vanish. Yawatch was the real threat. Even now, Bambietta wasn't completely free of worry, she had just temporarily convinced herself she was safe. It was worth mentioning that the existence of the Wandenreik had been exposed. Bambietta had told them everything. Soifan knew, Yoruchi knew, and even Shadera Senjamara knew. While Soifan and Yoruchi didn't have strong feelings about the Quincy, Shadera Senjamara couldn't remain calm. She hadn't expected Yawatch to have such a grand scheme. The Quincy, who she thought were nearly extinct, were still alive and numerous. If she hadn't known, it would be one thing. But now that she did, she had to find a way to deal with them. So, Shadera Senjamaru informed head captain Yamamoto Genryusai Shigekuni, who personally came to interrogate Bambietta. He had wanted to imprison her, but out of respect for Shin, he had let her go for the time being. Now, Yamamoto had ordered the 12th Division to begin researching how to attack the Wandenrake. He also convened a meeting to discuss their strategy. Honestly, even head Captain Yamamoto couldn't remain calm after receiving this intelligence. The Wandenrake was hidden within the shadows of the Siriidii itself. If they were invaded without any preparation, they would suffer a massive defeat. Now that he knew, Yamamoto was on guard and preparing to invade the Wandenrake himself, to eliminate the Quincy threat once and for all. Of course, the Quincy had also received the news. They were monitoring the Siriidii and were aware of the situation. Upon receiving the news, Jugram Hashwalth immediately prepared the Sternritter for battle. Both sides knew of each other's existence. The war was now inevitable, and they couldn't wait for Yawach to fully revive. In truth, Yawach could revive at any time, he was just accumulating power. The Godii 13 is preparing to invade the Wandenrake. Aren't you worried? Shin asked Bambietta. Not at all. In fact, I'm hoping they get wiped out. That way, I'll finally be safe. To be honest, I'm terrified of dying. Bambietta wasn't ashamed to admit it. Admitting you were afraid of death wasn't something to be embarrassed about. After all, how many people could truly face death without fear? In the original story, even the Sternritter, when they were executed, showed fear of being killed. Shin glanced at Bambietta, then said with a faint smile, I didn't realize you were so ruthless. Bambietta's expression froze, and she looked at Shin cautiously, her face a mask of conflict. Had he developed a dislike for her after hearing her words? Bambietta was genuinely worried about that. Relax. I said I'd protect you, and I will. I always keep my word. Shin wouldn't betray Bambietta. This was her reward for teaching him. But that's only if you don't pull any stunts. If you insist on causing trouble, then don't blame me for being merciless, Shin reminded Bambietta. It was a reminder, but also a warning. I understand. I will absolutely not do anything foolish, Bambietta promised Shin. As long as she wasn't a complete idiot, she wouldn't do anything that would put her at a disadvantage. There was no benefit for her, and she was so afraid of death. Of course, she would choose to live. I believe you. Shin chuckled lightly, then walked into the room. Seeing Shin enter the room, Bambietta followed. She had been sticking to Shin's side lately. Firstly, by staying close to Shin, she wanted to show that she was under his watch and wouldn't do anything suspicious. Secondly, being near Shin gave her a sense of security. Although Shin had said she no longer needed to fear Yawach's Oswalin, Bambietta wasn't completely at ease. She felt safer by his side. If danger arose, he could save her at any moment. Shin didn't object. If she wanted to follow, then so be it. At worst, he would just treat her like a maid. He actually found having Bambietta around quite convenient. However, Soifan was not happy about this. She felt Bambietta was stealing her job. After finishing her duties, she was the one who was supposed to be by Shin's side. What brings you here, old man? Just as Shin was about to take a nap, Yamamoto suddenly appeared. Shin couldn't just ignore him, but he was curious about what brought him here. I'm here on official business. Official business? What kind of official business? Let me guess, you want my help with something. But if you want my help, the price won't be cheap. You should think it over carefully. Shin said calmly to Yamamoto. His intuition told him that Yamamoto's visit was not a good thing. If it were good news, he probably wouldn't have come. It was likely related to the Wandenrake. It's about Yawach. He's dangerous, in some ways, even more so than Aizen, Yamamoto said solemnly to Shin, confirming his suspicions. Yawach was indeed very dangerous. After all, Yawach's goal was the Soul King. Aizen had the same ambition, but Shin had sealed him before he could make his move. That was why Yamamoto felt Yawach was more dangerous. He wanted Shin's help to deal with him. It wasn't that he didn't think he could defeat Yawach, he was confident, but having Shin on their side would be an extra layer of security. And according to his knowledge, the Quincy of the Wandenrake were not weak, even stronger than their own captains. Every 300 horsepower equals bonus chapter. Chapter 887, lying through his teeth. Next bonus, 300. Shin gazed calmly at Yamamoto Genryusai Shigekuni, listening as the old man recounted the threat posed by Yawach. Actually, I'm quite surprised, old man, that you'd even consider asking for my help. Given your personality, shouldn't you be thinking about dealing with Yawach personally? Shin looked at Yamamoto with curiosity in his eyes. This was completely out of character for the head captain. Asking you is just a precaution, Yamamoto stated his reason for seeking Shin out. The main reason he wanted Shin involved was simply as a safeguard. Originally, Yamamoto believed he could handle anything, but the incident with Aizen had somewhat shaken his confidence. When the time comes, I'll help depending on the situation, Shin told Yamamoto. It wasn't a definitive promise, but Shin's word was enough for Yamamoto, so the head captain took his leave. It seems that not even you are absolutely certain. Shin watched Yamamoto's retreating figure. Why hadn't Yamamoto killed Yawatch back then? Was it because he couldn't? Probably not. It was unknown why Yamamoto had spared Yawatch's life, but clearly, it hadn't boded well for the old man. In the original story, Yamamoto died at Yawatch's hands, leaving not even a corpse behind. To be honest, Yamamoto's death in the original story was rather frustrating. Now, Shin's existence had altered the plot. Could he save the old man from death? Actually, Shin didn't mind saving Yamamoto once. After all, the old man was actually quite decent. This time, the Soul Reapers are invading the Wandenrake. I wonder what choice the Wandenrake will make. Shin's gaze seemed to penetrate the shadows, seeing the hidden empire within. Not necessarily. Perhaps upon learning they'll be attacked, the Wandenrake might choose to launch a preemptive strike, Shin mused, considering all possibilities. However, this great war was definitely happening earlier than in the original story. This might have a significant impact on Yawatch, as he hadn't fully resurrected yet. Shin, what are you thinking about? A voice as gentle as water reached Shin's ears, and his gaze involuntarily turned towards it. The voice, of course, belonged to Unohana Retsu. Upon seeing her, Shin's expression showed a hint of surprise. Sister Retsu, what brings you to the second division? I have plenty of free time now. Since you won't come to see me, I had to come find you. Unohana looked at Shin warmly, though he could detect a hint of complaint in her tone. Indeed, Unohana didn't have much to do lately. The previous busyness was caused by Aizen. Now that the injured Soul Reapers had recovered, under normal circumstances, the 4th division was definitely the most leisurely. Ahem, I've been a bit busy lately, so I haven't visited the 4th division, Shin quickly coughed twice and explained to Unohana. Oh, really? Unohana stared intently at Shin, feeling like he was lying to her. Of course it is. I wouldn't lie to you, Sister Retsu. Shin's face showed no trace of deception. Then can you tell me what you've been busy with? Unohana smiled slightly and asked Shin. Shin's expression stiffened slightly, he really couldn't answer that. Because Shin currently had absolutely nothing to do. First of all, the captain of the 2nd division was now Soifan, not Shin. Shin had plenty of free time. Saying he was busy was simply lying through his teeth. Ahem, some matters are indeed a bit time-consuming, Shin coughed twice, then put on a helpless expression as he spoke to Unohana. I still need to research more about the Hogyoku, which is why I've been so busy. Thinking of the Hogyoku, Shin found the perfect excuse. Spending time researching the Hogyoku, that should be fine, right? You wouldn't press further, would you? Fine, I won't make things difficult for you. Unohana rolled her eyes at Shin. She knew that if she pressed on, Shin would just come up with more excuses. So there was no point in continuing. She simply let Shin off the hook. A slight smile appeared on Shin's face, he had managed to get past Unohana. I ran into Captain Commander Yamamoto earlier. Did he come to the 2nd division? Unohana asked Shin. Why, Sister Retsu, are you curious too? Shin looked at Unohana in surprise. Mainly because usually, Unohana didn't seem to have particularly strong curiosity, which was why Shin asked. Everyone has curiosity. Is there anything wrong with me being curious? Of course not. Actually, Yamamoto came to ask for my help. Help dealing with Yawatch. That doesn't feel right to me. Unohana felt something was off, that wasn't Yamamoto's style. Would Yamamoto ask for help? Unlikely, considering what a stubborn old man he was. Yawatch is not easy to deal with, so you shouldn't agree too readily, Unohana advised Shin. Have you fought Yawatch before? Shin asked Unohana curiously. No, I haven't fought Yawatch. Unohana shook her head at Shin. However, Unohana knew that Yawatch was indeed strong, likely even stronger than Aizen. Don't worry. Actually, Yawatch is nothing in my eyes, Shin said to Unohana. At this moment, Shin had no interest in discussing this further. Let's go, let's take a walk outside. Shin stood up and said to Unohana. If it were just him, he wouldn't be interested in wandering around. But now, with Unohana accompanying him, Shin was certainly interested. Shin took Unohana's hand and just as they walked out the door, they ran into Yoruchi. What are you doing here? Yoruchi looked at Unohana. Although her expression didn't change much, she was clearly displeased. Why can't I be here? Unohana narrowed her eyes, looking back at Yoruchi. There was a bit of tit-for-tat between them. Shin watched their confrontational stance and couldn't help but feel a headache coming on. They wouldn't start fighting, would they? Probably not directly, Shin thought. If they really started fighting, Shin would intervene then. He believed they would both give him face. In the end, they didn't fight. However, what started as just Shin and Unohana now included Yoruchi. Yoruichi insisted on tagging along. If Shin didn't take her, there would likely be trouble later, so he decided to bring her along. Anyway, they were just going out for fun, not doing anything shady. It didn't matter if Yoruichi wanted to come. Every 300 horsepower equals bonus chapter. Chapter 888, 888, you're likely to lose. Next bonus, 300. Half a month passed in the blink of an eye. The Godai 13 was now prepared. Today was the day to invade the Wandenrake. As for the space where the Wandenrake was located, it wasn't difficult for the 12th Division to access. Moreover, Yamamoto had personally asked Gasuke Urahara to help. Originally, Urahara hadn't wanted to get involved, but facing Yamamoto, he dared not refuse. Meanwhile, within the Wandenrake, news of the impending Soul Reaper attack had also arrived. Honestly, Jugram Hashwalth was regretting it a bit now. He shouldn't have sent Bambietta, Bazbi, and Sangdu to investigate Shin Uzumaki. Now, instead of finding out anything about Shin, they were in trouble themselves. It was a huge loss, and now they were forced to fight. Yawatch hadn't fully resurrected yet, but Hashwalth knew their majesty was about to return. Yawatch was also aware of the current situation. He was furious about the betrayal. He immediately wanted to use Oswalin to destroy Bambietta, but unfortunately, his power was blocked by a special force and had no effect. Is the captain commander going personally? Shinji Hirako glanced at Genryusai Shigekuni Yamamoto. At this time, the Vizards had returned to the Soul Society. Persuaded by others, Yamamoto had let the Vizards go and allowed them to return to the Siriidii to continue serving the Godai 13. Although Shinji and the others had harbored resentment before, they agreed now. While life in the world of the living was nice, it didn't suit them. Besides, the past events were caused by Aizen's framing. Aizen was the culprit behind everything, so they couldn't blame the Godai 13. Against the Quincy's, the teacher must act. The Quincy's power cannot be underestimated, Jushiro Yukitake said. Yukitake was also here. Although his health wasn't good, he naturally participated in such a major event. Oh, Captain Shin is here too. Seeing Shin, Shinji greeted him. Actually, the Vizards were quite grateful to Shin. It was Shin who had sealed Aizen. Without Shin's intervention, they wouldn't have stood a chance. This time, if Shin hadn't acted, perhaps no one could have stopped Aizen, because Aizen's power was simply too immense. Most importantly, the original protagonist, Ichigo Kurosaki, had experienced too little due to the changes brought by Shin and hadn't grown enough. Without Ichigo's growth, who would cheat to defeat Aizen? And this time, even if Yawatch was affected by various reasons, Shin didn't think Yamamoto could lead the Soul Reapers to defeat the Quincy's. Yawatch's Shutstaffel also had a few monstrous individuals with terrifyingly powerful abilities, practically rule-bending powers. Even Yamamoto would definitely suffer if he wasn't careful, just like he was plotted against in the original story. In the original story, Yamamoto was plotted against and killed before he could unleash his full power, a plot kill. I won't be going with you this time. I'm here to see you off. Good luck, Shin said with a smile to Shinji and the others. Shin really didn't plan to go to the Wandenrake. Even if he did go, it would mostly be to watch the show. Really. Shunsui Kairaku and the others were disappointed. Without Shin, their confidence wasn't as high. By the way, don't die. Remember to protect yourselves. I don't want this to be the last time I see you, Shin reminded them. Although they had a general understanding of the Quincy's power thanks to Bambietta's information, it was only a rough idea. In reality, there was still a gap between their strength and the Sternritter. As long as Yamamoto was held back, the likelihood of their defeat was extremely high. Can't you say something nice? Kairaku said to Shin irritably. They were about to set off for battle, and Shin was dampening their spirits. It was a bit too much. I'm just giving you a kind reminder. Actually, the chances of you defeating the Quincy's aren't high. The possibility of defeat is very high, Shin warned again. Are you serious? Kairaku's expression turned serious, his playful attitude vanishing. Actually, before this, Kairaku hadn't taken the Quincy's seriously. Mainly because the Quincy's were currently hiding in the dark like rats. If they really had strong power, would they need to hide? So Kairaku didn't think the Quincy's were that strong. But now that Shin said they were likely to lose, he had to take it seriously. It wouldn't matter if someone else said it. But Shin said it. Shin probably wasn't trying to trick them, it was likely they really could lose. Then it seems we need to be vigilant against the Quincy's. This attitude won't do, Kairaku said very seriously. Actually, I think being serious won't help. Even if you're vigilant, given the gap in strength, I don't think you can win, Shin shook his head and said. Aren't you underestimating us a bit? Byakuya Kuchiki glanced at Shin. Regarding Shin's words, Byakuya showed no expression on the surface, but inwardly, he was still somewhat dissatisfied. Just like facing Aizen, did you have the power to fight back? Shin chuckled lightly. Whether they believed him or not, he had warned them. If they were beaten and fled in disarray, it had nothing to do with him. This was a kind reminder for the sake of friendship. Then, Shin, you should come with us. Otherwise, I won't feel at ease. Kayaraku immediately grabbed Shin. Shin shook off Kayaraku's hand with a shudder. Being held by Kayaraku felt disgusting. Talk if you want, but don't touch me. Otherwise, don't blame me for teaching you a lesson, Shin warned Kayaraku. Well, actually, it's not impossible for me to go along, but I certainly won't go without some benefit, Shin said after thinking for a moment. Originally, Shin wasn't interested, but thinking about it now, going to see the Wandenrake seemed like a good idea. Shin didn't know what the Wandenrake looked like yet, so naturally, he was curious. He would just go to satisfy his curiosity. What benefit do you want? As far as I know, you don't lack anything, right? Kayaraku stared at Shin. What did Shin lack? He had strength, he had everything else. Could they give Shin anything? Money, of course. Are you unwilling to pay even a small amount of money? If you really aren't willing, then forget it. Shin made a move to leave, but was immediately grabbed by Kayaraku again. He agreed immediately, it was just money, they could afford it. Every 300 horsepower equals bonus chapter. Chapter 889, 889, is this considering fickle? Next bonus, 300. Having successfully extorted a hefty sum from Shunsui Kayaraku and the others, or to be more precise, mostly from Byakuya Kuchiki, since the Kuchiki clan was the only one with pockets deep enough, Shin was ready to move. Are you seriously going to the Wandenrake just for the money? Yoruichi asked, eyeing Shin skeptically. That's half the reason. I also want to take in the scenery of the Invisible Empire. I'm actually quite interested in it, Shin replied with a faint smile. I knew it. If it were just about money, there's no way you'd be this motivated. You definitely wanted to go regardless, Yoruichi said, not looking surprised in the least. She knew him well enough to know that if Shin didn't want to go, no amount of money would move him. Though, I do find it a bit strange that the Zero Division hasn't made a move yet, Shin said, a puzzled look crossing his face. The Royal Guard had remained completely silent. It was impossible to claim they didn't know what was happening, they were certainly aware of the Wandenrake's existence. After all, Senjumaru Shutera had returned to the royal palace, so she would have undoubtedly informed them. Who knows what those guys are thinking? I have zero interest in the Zero Division, Yoruichi said, shaking her head. She genuinely couldn't care less about them. Moments later, a gateway resembling a Senkaman opened, and Old Man Yamamoto stepped through first. This gate led directly to the dimension housing the Wandenrake. By stepping through it, Yamamoto officially reignited the war between the Soul Reapers and the Quincy's. I hope Yawatch doesn't disappoint me, Shin murmured. You actually hope Yawatch is strong? Yoruichi asked, sounding a bit speechless. It felt like Shin was actively rooting for the enemy to be powerful. Yeah. To be honest, I really do hope he's strong. If Yawatch turns out to be weak, it would be a huge letdown, Shin admitted with a nod. I'll never understand the way your mind works, Yoruichi said, rolling her eyes. Haha, I just want a worthy opponent. Shin laughed. I'd prefer it if Yawatch was easy to handle. The sooner we wrap this up, the better, Yoruichi countered. She had no desire to see how strong the Quincy King was, she just wanted him gone. Given Yawatch's power, it won't be that simple. I have a feeling that if I don't step in, Old Man Yamamoto and the others won't be able to handle him. Shin wasn't joking. It was entirely possible that Yamamoto wouldn't be able to defeat Yawatch this time. He didn't know how Yamamoto had managed it 1,000 years ago, but he doubted the head captain could repeat the feat now. Let's go. No point standing around chatting. Let's enter the Wandenrake, Shin said, pulling Yoruichi along. Bambietta Basterbine followed closely behind them. You're coming back to the Wandenrake. Aren't you worried they'll tear a traitor like you to pieces? Soifan glanced at Bambietta and asked sharply. I am terrified. But I feel safer sticking with you guys, Bambietta admitted. She truly felt insecure. She didn't want to return to the Wandenrake at all. If Shin hadn't gone, she certainly wouldn't have set foot in the place. But since Shin was going, she had no choice but to tag along. As long as you behave yourself, Shin-sama will protect you. But if you try any funny business, I'll kill you myself. Soifan issued a cold warning. This wasn't the first time she had threatened Bambietta, the Quincy girl had been warned multiple times already. I promise, I won't try anything, Bambietta hurriedly assured her, looking helpless. She wasn't suicidal. Bambietta wasn't an idiot, she knew better than to act recklessly in this situation. She simply didn't have the nerve. You'd better not. Soifan kept a watchful eye on her. Although Shin seemed to give Bambietta free rein and appeared to trust her, Soifan remained skeptical. She still harbored doubts about the Quincy. Especially now that they were heading into the Wandenrake, enemy territory. If Bambietta decided to turn on them now, the consequences could be severe. However, Soifan's worries were largely unnecessary. Bambietta wouldn't dare betray them because she knew exactly how the Quincy's treated traitors. She had already betrayed the Wandenrake once. Betraying Shin to go back would only result in a definite death sentence. You can watch me all you want. I'll stay right by your side and won't make a move, Bambietta promised. To be fair, Bambietta's current attitude was making a better impression on Soifan. Her hostility had lessened significantly compared to the beginning. So this is the Wandenrake. The scenery isn't bad, Shin commented, looking around the landscape. The scenery isn't bad. What scenery? Yoruchi shot him a look of disbelief. It was nothing but ice and snow. Shin was just talking nonsense. Hee, I think a world of ice and snow counts as nice scenery. Don't you agree? Shin chuckled. Then if I asked you to stay in a place like this forever, would you be willing? Yoruchi asked pointedly. Of course not. While I appreciate the view right now, staring at the same landscape for a long time would get boring, Shin said, shaking his head. Yoruchi immediately looked at him with disdain. What? Why do I feel like you're judging me? Shin asked suspiciously. No need to wonder. I am judging you. You fickle man. Yoruchi snorted, her eyes filled with scorn. That counts as being fickle. Shin stared at her, eyes wide. He really didn't understand Yoruchi's definition of the word. Wanting a change of scenery counted as being fickle. Shin was at a loss for words. Of course it counts. How could it not? Yoruchi huffed. Forget it. I can't out-talk you, and I don't want to argue. Shin shook his head, turning his attention to the Quincy's of the Stern Ritter. They must have known the Soul Reapers were coming. The Stern Ritter had assembled quickly, lying in wait. If Yamamoto hadn't stepped through first, using his immense spiritual pressure to intimidate them, the captains might have been ambushed the moment they arrived. Honestly, I think Old Man Yamamoto could have just come by himself, Shin said, glancing at the surrounding captains. Without them holding him back, he might actually perform better. Every 300 horsepower equals bonus chapter. Chapter 890, Annihilating the Elite Guard. Next bonus, 300. Without any further wasted breath, the battle between the Soul Reapers and the Quincy's erupted. Or rather, Old Man Yamamoto, a man of few words and decisive action, charged straight into the enemy ranks. With Ryujin Jaka in its Shirkai state, the sheer power of his flames kept the ordinary Sternritter members from even daring to approach him. Shin, you can't just stand there and watch the show, Shunsui Kaiaraka called out. He had a feeling that if he didn't say something, Shin would happily remain a spectator. Of course not. I have some integrity. Since I took your money, I'll definitely fight. Have a little faith, Shin replied. He fully intended to participate this time. Primarily because Byakuya Kuchiki had already paid up. If Byakuya hadn't paid, there was a high probability Shin would have stood on the sidelines for a while. But since the transaction was complete, he had to pull his weight. Besides, Shin enjoyed a good fight. Allow me to play with Yawacha's elite guard. Shin's figure vanished, instantly reappearing in front of Yawacha's Schutzstaffel, the strongest forces under the Quincy King's command. Leo Baro, Stern Ritter X, the X-axis. His ability allowed his rifle to pierce through anything in a straight line between the muzzle and the target. No defense could block it. Pernita Parnkias, Stern Ritter C, the compulsory. The left arm of the Soul King. It could manipulate its own nerves to invade and control inorganic and organic matter, altering their shape and movement. Askin Nak Luvar, Stern Ritter D, the death-dealing. Gerard Valkyrie, Stern Ritter M, the miracle. These four comprised Yawacha's royal guard, possessing combat power far exceeding the other Stern Ritter. Of course, there were exceptions, such as Jugram Hashwolf, who likely surpassed them. There was also Gremi Thumos, V, the visionary, whose power was conceptually broken and certainly not weaker than the elites. However, no matter how strong an ability was, it depended on the user. If the user was weak or foolish, they would eventually be defeated. That said, some scripts were undeniably broken. Case in point, Leo Baro fired a bullet straight at Shin. It was a shot that could pierce through anything, a bullet that no defense could stop. You're dead, Leo Baro sneered, watching as the shot pierced Shin's heart. Is that so? I don't think so. The hole in Shin's heart healed instantly. Still, he had to admit, piercing his body was an impressive feat, high-speed regeneration. Leo Baro looked at Shin in shock. The recovery speed was too fast, even a Vasto Lord couldn't regenerate that quickly. No, this is immortality. Shin didn't mind explaining it to him. After all, the man was about to die. Goodbye. Heido number 90, Kurohitsuji, Black Coffin. The black box engulfed Leo Baro. Countless blades of gravity tore through the space inside. Wheelbarrow was sliced into pieces before he could react. Dead. Just like that, one of the elite guards was effortlessly eliminated by Shin. The confident smiles on the others' faces vanished instantly. How could a mere Hado spell kill Wheelbarrow? The others couldn't believe it. Leal was dead, killed by a Kuro Hitsuji cast without an incantation. Why is it impossible? The truth is, you're just too weak. If it were Yawatch, he certainly wouldn't have died, Shin said calmly. The strength of the Schutzstaffel was decent, and their abilities were tricky, but in the face of Shin's immortality and raw power, they were incredibly fragile. Shin turned his gaze toward a figure hiding its true form, Pranita Parankyaz, the left arm of the Soul King, and Gerard Valkyrie, the heart of the Soul King. I wonder if you two can withstand my Hado. Hado number 88, Hiryu-Gekizoku Shinten Reiho, Flying Dragon Striking Heaven-Shaking Thunder Cannon. A massive beam of blue lightning, possessing earth-shattering power, surged toward the remaining 3 elites. 10 seconds later, their figures were gone. Vaporized. The ice palace of the Wandenrake was utterly annihilated in that direction, erased by a single Hado spell from Shin. Is that really the power of a Hado spell? The Soul Reaper captain stared wide-eyed. While there were plenty of people who could use Hado number 88, the only person capable of unleashing this level of devastation was Shin. It feels even more terrifying than old man Yamamoto's Zanpakuto, Shunsui Kaiaraku said with a bitter smile. However, the fact that those 3 had managed to survive for 10 seconds inside the terrifying lightning beam was impressive in its own right. If it had been Kaiaraku, he doubted he could have lasted even a single second, let alone 10. Is there anyone else who wants to play? I'll keep you company until the end, Shin asked with a smile, looking around at the remaining Quincy's. The smile on his face made their expressions turn bitter. Not a single person dared to step forward. Sigh, how disappointing, Shin shook his head. I thought you'd have some courage, but I didn't expect you to lack even that. I really looked down on you. Shin was openly despising them, but they endured it. Let him despise them, they knew they weren't his match. Even Jugram Hashwolf didn't make a move against Shin. The elite guard had been wiped out instantly. These weren't ordinary soldiers, they were the chosen few. If Shin had won a hard-fought battle, perhaps they would have summoned the courage to fight. But Shin hadn't struggled, he had crushed them with overwhelming ease. You see the situation, right? I suggest you either surrender or tell Yawatch to come out. Shin was puzzled. Hadn't Yawatch revived yet? The enemy was at his doorstep, why wasn't he showing himself? What Shin didn't know was that Yawatch believed his subordinates were strong enough to hold off the Soul Reapers. He had planned to recover more of his power slowly. Who could have predicted that Shin would step in and instantly annihilate his elite guard? Losing the others was manageable, but losing the left arm and the heart of the Soul King was unacceptable. However, with Oswalin, he should be able to revive them. Indeed, Yawatch's Oswalin could bring them back. He might not waste the effort on ordinary Sternritter, but for his Schutzstaffel, Yawatch would absolutely revive them. He still needed their power. Every 300 horsepower equals bonus chapter. Chapter 891, The Quincy Retreat. Next bonus, 300. Having decimated Yawatch's royal guard, Shin lowered his hand. He didn't need to act further, the morale of the Sternritter had been utterly crushed. Only now do I realize just how strong he is, Bambietta murmured, her gaze fixed on Shin. It's beyond anything I could have imagined. A sense of relief washed over her. With him here, she felt they were in the clear. Her previous fears about Yawatch's inevitable return now seemed distant. Even the Quincy King himself would be no match for this, right? What was there to worry about? While Bambietta relaxed, the rest of the Sternritter were in dire straits, especially with the overwhelmingly powerful Yamamoto Genryusai Shigekuni bearing down on them. Fortunately for them, Yamamoto had yet to unleash his Bankai. If he had, the Sternritter's casualties would have been far higher. Yamamoto wasn't holding back to be sporting, he was concerned about the sheer destructive power of his Zanpakuto. It was a weapon of mass destruction, capable of harming allies as easily as enemies. Unleashing it here might solve the Quincy problem at the cost of his own people. Moreover, this pocket dimension was still tenuously linked to the Siri-IDI. If he went all out and caused catastrophic damage, the backlash could harm the Court of Pure Souls itself. It was this concern that stayed his hand. Retreat. At that moment, Jugram Hashwolf gave the order. Retreat. Retreat where? One of the Sternritter demanded. Hearing Hashwolf's command, they were stunned. Where could they possibly go? They had no escape route. This was their home. Were they supposed to abandon it? Hashwolf offered no answer, merely holding firm to his decision. In truth, the order came from Yawatch himself. He had already foreseen this outcome with his power, the Almighty. The Almighty allowed him to not only see the future but also to change it. This devastating defeat was something he had anticipated. He had instructed Hashwolf to prepare for this, to evacuate as many of the Sternritter as possible. As for those who couldn't escape, they would be left behind. Yawatch had never been one for sentiment. Abandoning a portion of his forces was a price he was willing to pay. All that mattered was his eventual revival. Yawatch was supremely confident that once he returned, his power would be enough to sweep away all opposition. Whether that confidence would remain after a face-to-face meeting with Shin was another question entirely. So they're actually running. Shin watched as Hashwolf led the Sternritter in a full retreat, a flicker of surprise on his face. But it's the smartest move. If they stay, they die. Shin had to admit their choice was a wise one. If he hadn't intervened, they might have stood their ground. But with him and Yamamoto on the field, fleeing was their only hope of survival. Aren't you going to chase them? Yoruchi appeared at Shin's side and asked. No need. As long as Yawatch is still out there, killing them is pointless, Shin replied, shaking his head slightly. Yawatch's power, the Sanct Altar, could not only reclaim the power of his fallen Quincy but also bring them back to life. Pursuing them now would be a meaningless exercise. Let's go. We're heading back. Shin decided it was time to leave. The show was over. The Sternritter and their Quincy army had fled. Whether they had escaped to the world of the living or Hueco Mundo, no one knew. But Hueco Mundo was the more likely destination. Causing a disturbance in the world of the living would attract unwanted attention. They were dogs on the run now, making a scene would only invite a relentless hunt from the Shinigami. Hueco Mundo, on the other hand, was a safe haven. There were few powerful hollows left. The Ajuchas-class hollows couldn't stop them, and as for the Vasto Lord, they were practically extinct, all having perished in past wars. Hueco Mundo was a blank slate. Of course, the Jillian-class hollows remained, and in great numbers, but they posed no threat to the combat-ready Sternritter. Shin led Yoruchi and the others back. The rest of the Shinigami soon withdrew as well, though the matter was far from over. Yamamoto would not let them escape, not with Yawatch still at large. Their primary objective had not been met. He would dispatch forces to track down the Quincy's whereabouts. Back in the 2nd Division barracks, Shin was met by a familiar face, Shutera Senjumaru, who he hadn't seen in some time. Didn't you already leave? Why are you back? Shin asked her. He had assumed she had returned to the Soul King Palace. Because of the Quincy, of course. To be precise, because of Yawatch, Shutera stated her purpose. And she hadn't come alone. The other members of the Zero Division had also left the Soul King Palace. This news surprised Shin. They had all come out. Weren't they afraid of someone attacking the Soul King Palace in their absence? If he were Yawatch, he would seize the opportunity to assassinate the Soul King. After all, though he was called a king, the Soul King was little more than a living target, incapable of even moving. An average person might not be able to kill him, but Yawatch certainly could. In fact, there were quite a few who could kill the Soul King. The thought even crossed Shin's mind. The Soul King was supposedly the embodiment of infinite spiritual power, a being of endless Ryoryoku. He wondered if he could kill him and plunder that power. This dangerous thought was quickly dismissed. The Soul King was still important. It was better to leave him be. As for whether Yawatch would kill him, that was none of his concern. Do you want to meet the other members of the Zero Division? Shutera asked Shin. I've met Kiryu Hikifune. As for the others, I'm not interested. Shin was familiar with 2 members of the Zero Division now, Shutera Senjumaru and Kiryu Hikifune. Kiryu Hikifune had only joined the Zero Division a few centuries ago, so it wasn't surprising that Shin knew her. Seeing Shin's refusal, Shutera said nothing more. She already knew that Shin held the Zero Division in contempt, or rather, he looked down on them. Otherwise, he wouldn't have flatly rejected her invitation to join. Shin's power far surpassed that of the Zero Division, so it was only natural that he wasn't interested. Every 300 horsepower equals bonus chapter. Chapter 892, The Zanpakuto, Sayafushi. Next bonus, 300. Shin had no interest in the members of the Zero Division, but they came to find him anyway. Well, not Shutera Senjumaru this time. It was Achibe Hyasub, the monk who calls the real name. This title had been bestowed upon him by the Soul King himself. He was the one who had named everything in the Soul Society and knew the true names of every captain Zanpakuto. The monk was the leader of the Zero Division's 5 members, the highest ranking among them. Yawatch had marked him as one of the 5 special war powers, and his combat strength was not to be underestimated. Across the entire world of Bleach, the monk's power was undoubtedly at the absolute pinnacle. His Zanpakuto was indeed formidable. It was just a mystery why it had no effect on Yawatch. It was likely due to the vast difference in their spiritual pressure. What does the leader of the Zero Division want with me? Shin asked the monk. You know who I am. The monk looked at Shin, sensing a familiarity in the way he spoke. In truth, the monk was also curious about Shin. He knew the true names of all the captains Zanpakuto, but he knew nothing about Shin's. He was also aware that Shin Zanpakuto seemed to have the ability to use the releases of other Zanpakuto. It could even replicate the abilities of Yamamoto's Zanpakuto, which was a frightening prospect. Even the monk was extremely wary. You could say that. Shin ignored the monk's probing gaze and said flatly, "Let's get to the point. What do you want? I don't like people beating around the bush." "Ha ha ha, you are an interesting one." The monk let out a few deep laughs. "I came to find you about Yawatch. You should be able to track the Quincy, right?" the monk asked Shin, his gaze intense. "That. I do know where they are. But with your abilities, you can't find them. That makes me question your competence." Shin's eyes held a hint of doubt. "We cannot. It must be a measure Yawatch prepared. Can you tell us the whereabouts of the Sternritter?" the monk asked Shin. "That's not a problem. But I'm a man who likes to make a deal." "What kind of trade are you proposing?" Shin said with a smile. To be honest, Shin's words caught the monk off guard. A trade. He wasn't going to tell them for free. "What do you want?" "I don't have much to offer." The monk's attitude towards Shin was surprisingly amicable. This good attitude, of course, was due to Shin's strength. If Shin had no power, would the monk have paid him any mind? "I hear Utsunomiya is a master at forging Zanpakuto. Have him make one for me," Shin said to the monk. The Zanpakuto Utsunomiya forged were the Asachi, the blades used by Shinigami cadets. These blades were the original form of all Zanpakuto and were said to have the most potential. "That's no problem. I will have Utsunomiya forge a Zanpakuto for you with all his skill." The monk agreed immediately. The main reason was that Shin's condition wasn't outrageous. If Shin had asked for something truly excessive, the monk probably would have refused. "Actually, I want the Saifushi that Utsunomiya has," Shin added after a moment's thought. This time, the monk's expression stiffened. He stared at Shin. How did he know about Saifushi? Did Shutara Senjumaru tell him? This put him in a difficult position. Saifushi was a Zanpakuto, but it was considered a failure. Although Utsunomiya called it a failure, he actually valued it greatly. Calling it a failure was more of a boast. Saifushi looked like an ordinary Zanpakuto, but its blade was incredibly sharp and smooth. No matter how it was swung, it would never be damaged, and not even blood could stain its blade. It could even cut through high-density condensed erasure attacks with a single slash. Because of its unique properties, no suitable scabbard could be made for it, which was why Otsu considered it a failure. Though it seemed to have no other special features besides its sharpness, for a sword, sharpness was enough. It was the most fundamental attribute. "All right. I will find a way to get it for you." In the end, the monk agreed to Shin's request and left. A few days later, the monk returned, holding a sword. It truly looked no different from a common Asachi. But even from a distance, Shin could feel the sharp edge of Saifushi. The Sternritter are in Hueco Mundo, in what was once Las Noches. They are currently planning how to rescue Aizen. After receiving Saifushi, Shin nonchalantly shared the intelligence about the Sternritter. "Thank you." The monk's expression was grim. They were going to rescue Aizen. The Sternritter's intentions were becoming clear. After that, the monk left, and Shin paid him no mind. What the monk did was not important to Shin. What mattered was the Zanpakuto in his hands. The failed work of the sword god, Utsunomiya. No, it should be called his masterpiece. Shin swung it lightly. This sword was truly powerful, it could even cut the air. It seemed the sharpness of this blade was beyond his imagination. "I wonder if it can harm me." Shin's eyes held a hint of curiosity. He placed the blade on his hand and lightly drew it across, and a fine cut appeared on his skin. But the wound vanished in an instant. This was Shin's recovery ability. When it came to healing, Shin was practically invincible. But the fact that it can harm me, that's impressive. Shin's defense was no ordinary thing. To be able to harm him already spoke volumes about Saifushi's sharpness. Another weapon for the arsenal. Shin was quite satisfied with this sword. Even if he didn't use it, it would make a fine collector's item. But to simply treat it as a collector's item would be a waste of its power. Shin certainly wouldn't do that. While Shin was admiring his new blade, the Zero Division couldn't sit still. They relayed the information they had gotten from Shin to Yamamoto. The Sternritter were now in Hueco Mundo, and they were planning to release Aizen. What was their purpose in releasing Aizen? It was almost too easy to guess. Every 300 horsepower equals bonus chapter. Chapter 893, the second clash approaches. Next bonus, 300. Shin told you the Sternritter are planning to release Aizen. Head Captain Yamamoto's voice was grave as he addressed the members of the Zero Division. "You doubt us?" Otsunimaya shot back, clearly irritated. After all, he'd lost his own Zanpakuto, Sayafushi, to get this information. While he rarely used Sayafushi, keeping it sheathed most of the time, that was only because he hadn't faced a worthy opponent. In truth, the blade was incredibly important to him. If Shitara-sen Shimomura hadn't been there to hold him back, Nemea would have already gone to settle the score with Shin. Of course, if he had actually tried to settle that score, the self-proclaimed god of the sword would have likely gotten a severe beating for his trouble. "I believe you," Yamamoto said flatly. Now that they knew the Sternritter's location, they had to act. The threat they posed was too great to be ignored. "I will personally lead the charge and coordinate with you." Yamamoto knew the Zero Division would be mobilizing as well. Yawach's potential return was a direct threat to the Soul King. "If you all leave the Soul King Palace, what will happen if there's a problem?" Yamamoto asked the monk, Ichibe Hayasub. "The Soul King Palace is protected by a barrier. If anyone approaches, I will know immediately and can return in an instant," the monk replied. He was right. The Soul King's safety was paramount. He was the linchpin of the world. If anything happened to him, the entire world could be thrown into chaos. Unless, of course, someone could take his place. Becoming the Soul King wasn't exactly a blessing. While he was the symbolic leader of the Soul Reapers, owed their loyalty, he was, in reality, nothing more than a tool. His existence was solely to maintain the stability of the world and prevent its collapse. To become the Soul King was to be eternally confined, never to move again. Thus, the King of the Soul Reapers likely harbored a deep resentment towards them. His origins were a mystery, possibly even tied to the Soul Reapers themselves. It wasn't out of the question that they had created him as a tool. "I hope nothing happens to the Soul King. If anything does, it will be your responsibility," Yamamoto warned the monk and the others. The monk seemed to ignore the warning. In truth, they had already taken precautions. He had moved the Soul King long ago. Even if Yawach were to revive now, he wouldn't be able to find him. His safety, for now, was not a concern. "Can you get Shin Uzumaki to join us? If he acts, everything will be much safer." "I'm sure you'd like to see that as well," the monk said to Yamamoto. "I have no way of making Shin Uzumaki act," Yamamoto replied, glancing at the monk before continuing in a flat tone. He knew that Shin would never listen to him. "That's a shame. But even if he doesn't act, we must." Whether Shin Uzumaki made a move or not, they had to. They couldn't wait for Yawach to be revived. This was why the Zero Division was willing to leave the Soul King Palace unguarded, to take the initiative and eliminate Yawach while they had the chance. Meanwhile, in Hueco Mundo, Jugram Hashwalth stared at the sphere hanging in the sky. It resembled a small planet, and sealed within was Sosuke Aizen. Yawach himself held Aizen in high regard. "How are we supposed to free him?" "Just blast the seal open." "I doubt it'll be that easy. I heard Shin Uzumaki was the one who sealed him." As those words were spoken, a flicker of terror appeared in the eyes of some of the Sternritter. Shin's very existence was a source of extreme dread for them, especially after he had single-handedly killed the Schutzstaffel, though Yawach had since revived them. That revival had come at a cost to Yawach, but the Schutzstaffel were too important to him to be left for dead. "I've already scanned it. I can't detect Aizen's spiritual pressure from inside this planetoid." "Are we sure he's even in there?" one of them asked with suspicion. This was His Majesty's command. "Are you questioning him?" Hashwalth's voice was calm, but carried a dangerous edge. Perhaps it was because of their crushing defeat, but a sense of unease had begun to spread among their ranks. If not for their deep-seated fear of Yawach, some might have already considered betrayal. At this point, they almost envied Bambietta. They had once looked down on her as a traitor, unworthy of their company. Now, they wished they could be in her position, free from this constant danger. "Do what you can. And be careful not to make too much noise. We don't want to attract the Soul Reapers," Hashwalth ordered. For now, he planned to destroy the small planetoid and see if that would be enough to free Aizen. If not, they would find another way. They had to free Aizen, and if necessary, he could even use the power Yawach had granted him. Hashwalth was Yawach's other half, capable of wielding a portion of his power. They were still unaware that the Soul Reapers had already discovered them and were on their way to Hueco Mundo. If they knew, they would have abandoned their attempt to free Aizen and fled immediately. The Soul Reapers, at this very moment, had opened a Senkaman and were descending upon Hueco Mundo. This time, they hadn't brought a large force, no ordinary squad members. Even the captains weren't all present, those injured in the last battle with the Sternritter had remained in the Siriidii, and not a single lieutenant had come. Everyone who came to Hueco Mundo was an elite. Even so, without the Zero Division, they might not be a match for the Sternritter. But the Zero Division was here. Though they numbered only 5, their combat strength was said to be equal to the entire Gotei 13. This wasn't an exaggeration, they truly possessed that level of power. The monk's strength was by no means inferior to Yamamoto's, and his Zanpakuto's abilities were incredibly difficult to counter. With them on the field, victory was all but certain. Even if Yawatch himself were present, he would likely be forced to retreat, let alone now, when he had yet to be revived. Every 300 horsepower equals bonus chapter. Chapter 894, Releasing Aizen. Next bonus, 300. Damn it. I shot straight through the entire planetoid, and I still can't get him out. Is Aizen really sealed in there? Leelbaro cursed in frustration. His attack had been completely ineffective. He had pierced the sphere sealing Aizen, but it had done nothing to free him. He couldn't even find a trace of him. Just as I expected. Hashwolf, however, showed no surprise. He had anticipated that freeing Aizen wouldn't be so simple. Even His Majesty Yawatch hadn't been certain they could succeed, only that they should try, and then recruit Aizen to their cause. He had his doubts about that plan. It wasn't just about whether they could free Aizen. Even if they did, could they really control him? Not likely. Aizen was every bit as dangerous as their current enemies. The Soul Reapers are here. I didn't expect them to find us so quickly. Hashwolf's eyes narrowed as he turned to look behind him. The captains of the Godi 13 and the members of the Zero Division had all appeared. In that instant, Hashwolf felt an overwhelming sense of threat. Yawatch hasn't revived yet, has he? The monk observed. Though he didn't see Yawatch, he knew they couldn't afford to underestimate the others. Didn't Shin already kill them? Shunsui Kayaraku's expression was one of pure shock. Seeing Leelbaro and the others, he was completely taken aback. They were supposed to be dead. Scatter, Senbon Sakura. Byakuya Kuchiki wasted no time, immediately attacking the Sternritter. He was decisive, he knew how powerful they were. Now was the time to strike first. Any delay could be fatal. Insects. Let me show you how to kill them. Leelbaro's face was a mask of cold indifference. He held a sniper rifle in his hands, a weapon formed from Raisher. Seeing Leel's move, the sword god, Otsunemea, immediately stepped in front of the others, his expression grave. Among the Sternritter, Leelbaro was one of the strongest, perhaps even one of the top two. The battle erupted in an instant. The clash between the Zero Division and the Quincy began once more. Elsewhere, Shin and Aizen stood together. Yes, the two of them, side by side. At this moment, Aizen was looking at Shin with a puzzled expression. Why did you free me? Aizen had been released by Shin. Without him, Aizen would have remained sealed. At this moment, Aizen couldn't help but suspect that Shin had some ulterior motive. Otherwise, why would he have been freed? I just felt like letting you out. Are you satisfied with that explanation? Shin asked Aizen calmly. Whatever your purpose, you freed me, which is a good thing. There's no need for me to dwell on it. Aizen showed no signs of being on guard around Shin. He understood that Shin's strength was far beyond his own. Vigilance was pointless. If Shin wanted to deal with him, it would be effortless. Aizen wasn't one to waste his energy on meaningless gestures. Who do you think will win? Shin asked Aizen, his gaze fixed on the battlefield where the Soul Reapers and Quincy were clashing. From the looks of it, Head Captain Yamamoto and the others seemed to be at a disadvantage. But I have faith in them. They should win, Aizen said with a faint smile. If I didn't hold you back, who would you choose to help? Shin asked Aizen. I was once a Soul Reaper, Aizen said with a gentle smile. The meaning was clear, he was once a Soul Reaper, so if he were to act now, he would naturally help the Soul Reapers. The Quincy were not his allies. And from a practical standpoint, Aizen would never choose to help the Quincy. The reason was simple, a glance at the men standing beside him was enough to know which side to choose. His intuition told him that if he chose to help the Quincy, he would likely find himself sealed away once more. Captain Shin, are you asking me to act? Aizen asked Shin with a puzzled look. He didn't think Shin would ask such a pointless question. If you want to act, then go ahead. If not, it doesn't matter, Shin said with a completely indifferent expression. Hey, then I suppose I'll test the strength of these Quincy. I've always been curious about their power. It's a shame the powerful ones I encountered before were so few. Aizen said with a hint of regret. The Quincy he had met in the past were just stragglers. The truly powerful ones were all in Yawatch's ice palace. As for the Quincy in the world of the living, their strength was truly pathetic. Aizen would never have given them a second thought. But these Quincy before him were a different story. Even Aizen had to acknowledge their strength. He glanced at Shin and saw that he truly didn't care if he joined the fight. Since that was the case, Aizen didn't hold back. He used a flash step and joined the battlefield. When Aizen appeared, to be honest, many were startled, especially the Soul Reapers. They looked at him, their eyes filled with vigilance. Aizen, how did you get out? Shunsui Kayaraku demanded. Hey, Captain Kairaku, no need to be alarmed. I was simply released by someone. For now, I have no intention of acting against you. Aizen said with a chuckle, but his smile only made them more cautious. They had once seen him as a gentle and kind person, but now they knew his true nature. Aizen was a cold and heartless man, devoid of any emotion. His smile was just a mask. Leelbaro looked at Aizen with suspicion. He had pierced the planetoid, sealing Aizen with his ability. It was possible that was when he had been freed. If that was the case, Aizen's appearance should be a good thing, right? He was an enemy of the Soul Reapers. Even if he didn't join them, he would surely help them deal with their common foe. The thought had barely crossed his mind when Leel found himself trapped in a pitch-black coffin, countless blades of light slashing at him from within. An incantationless black coffin had sealed him inside. It was clearly Aizen's doing. Every 300 horsepower equals bonus chapter. Chapter 895, The Bewildered Quincy. Next bonus, 300. Aizen's sudden attack on Leelbaro stunned everyone. But the Shinigami remained on high alert, their eyes fixed warily on Aizen. He might have struck their enemy, but that hardly meant he was on their side. They couldn't make heads or tails of his actions. All they knew was that when it came to Aizen, caution was the only option. How did you get out? Yamamoto asked Aizen. He had been sealed away by Shin. Without someone to release him, escape was impossible. Could the Quincy have really freed him? If the Quincy had been the ones to free him, then attacking them now, that was biting the hand that feeds you. I was released by someone, of course, Aizen replied with a placid smile. Aizen, we freed you, and this is how you repay us. By attacking. Leelbaro demanded, looking worse for wear. He had survived Aizen's attack, but only by activating his Volstandig. Without it, he would have died a second time. You freed me. When did that happen? Aizen asked, his voice laced with a cool amusement as he looked at Leelbaro. If the Quincy didn't free you, then, was it Shin Uzumaki? Yamamoto glanced at Aizen. The thought seemed plausible. But what was Shin Uzumaki thinking? Why would he release Aizen? Didn't he know how dangerous Aizen was? My target this time, Aizen said coolly, his gaze sweeping over the assembled Quincy, is you. With a ghostly flicker of movement, he appeared behind one of the Quincy. A flash of cold steel, and the man was sliced in half. It was a clean, ruthless strike. Just moments ago, he had worn a gentle smile. But the Aizen before them now was colder than anyone, his merciless gaze sending a chill down their spines. That guy is terrifying. Good thing he doesn't have the Hogyoku anymore, Shunsui Kairaku remarked. Losing the Hogyoku was the best news they could have hoped for. With it, Aizen was practically unbeatable. Of course, even now, Aizen was still monstrously powerful. He had retained the power he'd gained, still capable of shattering the boundaries of a Shinigami. Aizen wore an expression of profound disappointment. Is this the full extent of the Quincy's power? I must say, I'm rather let down. Hey, you have to admit, Aizen's flair for the dramatic is second to none, Shin remarked from the sidelines. Aizen was absolutely putting on a show. This was his stage now. Shin-sama, why did you release Aizen? Harabelle asked, her confusion evident. She and Nell now stood by Shin's side, acting as his guards. Though Shin didn't need their protection, they could handle minor matters for him. I thought things would get a lot more interesting if Aizen was in the mix. Don't you agree? Shin said with a light chuckle. He also wanted to see if Aizen could lure out that old fox, Yawach. If it worked, great. If not, no harm done. Of course, if he could draw Yawach out, that would be even better. With Yawach in hiding, Shin had no idea where he was. And he was very interested in Yawach's power. Finding Yawach and copying his abilities, that was Shin's true goal. In truth, if Shin had decided to wipe out the entire Sternritter himself, Yawach would have been forced to show his face. But Shin didn't want to get his own hands dirty. Why do it himself when he could use someone else to force Yawach out? Releasing Aizen posed no threat. Aizen was no match for him. Harabelle and Nell didn't quite understand Shin's reasoning, but they didn't press the matter. They were his guards, they didn't need to know everything. The battle between the Shinigami and the Quincy had turned into a one-sided slaughter. Before, the Quincy could hold their own. But with Aizen in the fight, they stood no chance. Yamamoto and Ichibe, after realizing Aizen was targeting the Quincy and not them, reluctantly accepted the situation. With Aizen on the field, they might as well take advantage of the free help. At least for now, he hadn't shown any hostility towards them. They would use Aizen's power to deal with the Quincy first. After all this was over, they could figure out what to do with Aizen. This was what Yamamoto was thinking, and it was the same thought running through the minds of the Zero Division. As for the Quincy on the receiving end, their situation had gone from bad to worse. They had thought they could weather the initial storm and launch a counterattack. But now, with Aizen joining the fray, the Quincy were completely bewildered. Every 300 horsepower equals bonus chapter. Chapter 896, Aizen returns to the Godai 13. Next bonus, 300. Watching the Sternritter fall one by one, Hashwalth's brow furrowed tightly. Is His Majesty still not going to act? Hashwalth had expected Yawach to intervene, but there was no sign of him. Staying here would be suicide, and Hashwalth was no fool. Retreat, he ordered immediately. Trying to run again. Yamamoto's eyes sharpened. He unleashed his Bankai, Zanka no Tachi. With its power, escape would be difficult. Zanka no Tachi, Kita, Tenchi Kaijin. A power capable of incinerating anything it touched, it instantly consumed several Quincy. Even members of the Royal Guard were reduced to ash. Aizen glanced at Yamamoto. Even in his current state, he wouldn't dare face that attack head-on. With the Hogyoku, he wouldn't have been too concerned, it would have helped him endure. But now, if he died, he would truly be dead. As expected of Captain Commander Yamamoto's power, Aizen remarked, glancing at him. Yamamoto gave Aizen a cool look. They could deal with Aizen after the dust settled. But he would not let Aizen off the hook so easily. The battle is over. It seems Yawach isn't going to show up after all. Shin's face was etched with disappointment. Since Yawach wasn't coming, there was no reason for Shin to remain in Hueco Mundo. Let's go. We're heading back, Shin said, taking Nell and Harabel back to the Soul Society. Not long after Shin left, Yamamoto and the others also returned. The Quincy had been all but wiped out. The only one to escape was the Sternritter's second-in-command, Jugram Hashwalth. He had only managed to escape because the others had sacrificed their lives to cover his retreat. Otherwise, even he couldn't have survived the combined assault of Ichibe, Yamamoto, and Aizen. He would have struggled against any one of them, let alone all three. Aizen accompanied Yamamoto back to the Soul Society. Some sort of deal must have been struck, because instead of being returned to the Mukin, Aizen was reinstated into the Godai 13. Of course, he was no longer the captain of the 5th Division. He was the new vice-captain of the 1st Division, a position Chojiro Sasakaibe had yielded to him. This was primarily for easier surveillance. Yamamoto would be keeping a close watch on Aizen, he couldn't trust him otherwise. Furthermore, Aizen's Zanpakuto was sealed. Aizen didn't seem to mind. Even without his Zanpakuto, he could still use Kyoka Soijetsu's ability, but he certainly wouldn't be causing any trouble now. He didn't want to die. If he stirred up trouble, Shin might just kill him. If for no other reason than his wariness of Shin, Aizen wouldn't be making any reckless moves. For now, he had no choice but to play along. You let Aizen out. Are you really not worried about what he might do? Yoruichi asked Shin. What can he do? Even if he creates another Hogyoku, he's no match for me, Shin said with a light chuckle. Besides, was the Hogyoku so easily made? Even if given another chance, Aizen might not be able to create it again. Without the Hogyoku Kasuki Urahara had created, could Aizen have obtained a complete one? Not a chance. Moreover, Aizen was now under everyone's watchful eye. With everyone so wary of him, he had no opportunity to act. All right. Only you could get away with releasing a threat like that. Anyone else would have kept him sealed for life. Yoruichi didn't try to persuade Shin any further. As long as Shin was around, Aizen couldn't do anything. Besides, the Zero Division wasn't just for show. They would definitely find a way to keep a threat like Aizen in check. In fact, Yamamoto had wanted to send Aizen to the Zero Division, but Ichibe had refused. The Zero Division resided in the Soul King Palace, acting as the Soul King's guards. If Aizen were sent there, who knew what he might do? Given Aizen's personality, anything was possible. He might even be crazier than Yawach. With Ichibe refusing, Aizen could only stay by Yamamoto's side. As for imprisoning him again, they had considered it, but they felt a bit guilty. Aizen had played a major part in dealing with the Quincy, he had done them a great service. His past crimes couldn't be erased, but they couldn't just lock him up again. Shinji Hirako and the other wizards were undoubtedly furious about this, but it was Yamamoto's decision, and the Zero Divisions as well. They couldn't do anything about it. After all, Aizen had helped. Even now, whenever the former wizards saw Aizen, they had nothing good to say to him, only cold, hard stares. Every 300 horsepower equals bonus chapter. Chapter 897, Yawach comes knocking. Next bonus, 300. Meanwhile, in Hueco Mundo, Jugram Hashwalth stood respectfully before a figure that had just appeared. Yawach had returned. His revival had been quiet, without much fanfare. The Soul Reapers already knew he was back, making a scene now would be asking for a death sentence. As arrogant as Yawach was, he wasn't a fool. Your Majesty, the others are dead. Shall we proceed with the plan? Jugram asked. Of course. This world has always belonged to me, and I will take it back. As for my enemies, I will deal with them one by one, Yawach replied, his face a mask of cold indifference. Jugram said nothing more. It was just the two of them now, and Yawach showed no intention of reviving the others. Still, Jugram's loyalty remained unshaken. For now, stay in Hueco Mundo. Find a way to subdue the hollows. Even those foolish creatures can be put to use, Yawach commanded. Yes, Your Majesty. Jugram accepted the order and set off to bring the hollows of Hueco Mundo to heal. Yawach, meanwhile, planned to slip into the Soul Society. He wanted to see if he could persuade certain individuals to join him, Aizen, for example. Yawach wanted Aizen to bend the knee. Then there was Shin Uzumaki. Yawach was eager to meet this man and witness his power firsthand. Anyone who could annihilate his Shuttstaffel in an instant had to possess strength beyond his expectations. Yawach soon infiltrated the Siri. For him, it wasn't a particularly difficult task. The Zero Division had already left, returning to the Soul King Palace. Although they had departed the palace earlier, they couldn't stay away for long. After dealing with the Stern Ritter, they had gone back. The First Division barracks won't be easy to get into right now. Yawach wanted to find Aizen, and he knew Aizen was in the 1st Division's custody, but he hesitated to go there. His old rival, Yamamoto, was the captain commander of the 1st Division. Yawach had no desire to face him just yet. He had to admit, he was still wary of the men who had sealed him away all those years ago. It seems I'll have to give up on the 1st Division for now. Yawach abandoned the idea and prepared to head to the 2nd Division to find Shin Uzumaki. And then there's that traitor. Yawach suddenly thought of Bambietta. If not for her betrayal, the Stern Ritter might not have been defeated so easily. They might have held out until his revival, allowing them to seize the initiative against the Soul Society. But because of Bambietta's betrayal, the Wandenrake had been exposed, bringing the full might of the Soul Society down upon them. At the thought, Yawach's expression turned frigid. He had tried to use Oswalin to execute Bambietta, but for some reason, he had failed. He suspected Shin Uzumaki's interference, which only fueled his curiosity. The moment Yawach arrived at the 2nd Division barracks, he was exposed. Shin had already detected him. It's rude to show up uninvited. Shin's voice was calm. He stood up. He couldn't just let Yawach waltz in, it would be a blow to his pride. Shin walked outside, coming face to face with Yawach as he entered the 2nd Division grounds. You've got some nerve, walking into my 2nd Division Southwest openly, without any attempt at concealment. Are you looking down on me? Shin asked. How did you find me? Yawach stared at Shin, surprised to have been discovered so quickly. It baffled him. He considered his concealment methods to be quite advanced, yet Shin Uzumaki had found him. Hey, you think finding you was difficult? Shin's Ryatsu permeated the entire 2nd Division. He could detect an ant crawling in, let alone Yawach. To Shin, the Ryatsu Yawach carried was a shining beacon. He'd have to be an idiot not to notice. I'll give you 2 choices. 1, you state your purpose. 2, I beat it out of you. Shin's tone was anything but polite. In fact, Yawach had delivered himself right to Shin's doorstep. Shin had been wondering how to find and deal with him, how to copy his power. Now, here he was. You have quite the mouth on you. Yawach's expression soured. A moment ago, he had considered recruiting Shin, but that thought was now completely gone. If anything, Yawach felt that Shin Uzumaki was getting too big for his britches. You think I won't make a move here? Yawach guessed that Shin's fearlessness, his willingness to provoke him despite knowing who he was, stemmed from the belief that he wouldn't dare start a fight in the Siri. But you've guessed wrong. Even here, I have no reservations. Yawach stated flatly. Heh, I think you're overthinking things. With your level of power, you think you're a threat to me. It seems I overestimated you. Shin watched Yawach calmly. Yawach's Ryatsu was a far cry from his own. If Shin unleashed his full power, he might not crush him completely, but he could certainly reduce his strength by a good 20%. Every 300 horsepower equals bonus chapter. Chapter 898, 898, Your Life is Mine. Next bonus, 300. Shin stared at Yawach, his Ryatsu beginning to stir. Sensing Shin's intent to fight, Yawach's expression shifted slightly. He didn't want to fight Shin right now. This was the Siri. A battle with Shin Uzumaki would undoubtedly draw the attention of Yamamoto. But that was Yawach overthinking things. If Shin decided to act, he wouldn't need Yamamoto's help. Shin could cripple Yawach all by himself. Perhaps Yawach was just overestimating himself. I didn't come here to fight you. Yawach said, sensing the dangerous aura coming from Shin. Then what are you here for? Sightseeing. Shin asked with a playful smirk. He had a pretty good idea of why Yawatch had come. It was most likely to propose an alliance. After all, Yawatch's situation was dire, he had no subordinates left. Shin wondered if he could still use Oswalin to revive them. Probably not. They weren't of much use to Yawatch anymore. After they died, all their power would return to Yawatch, making him even stronger. I want to invite you to join forces with me. Together, we can rule the 3 worlds, Yawatch stated his purpose. Originally, he had come to subjugate Shin. But after arriving and feeling the threat Shin posed, Yawatch didn't dare make such a claim. If he had, Shin probably would have beaten him to death. Invite me to rule the 3 worlds with you. That's an interesting proposition. Shin's face was all smiles, but he had no intention of agreeing. You're not willing. Yawatch believed that Shin Uzumaki couldn't possibly resist the temptation of power. Did he not desire it? I'm not like you. The things you desire are worthless in my eyes, Shin said. Shin truly had little interest in power. For him, power was within arm's reach, which was why he didn't care for it. With his strength, Shin was already above everything. He didn't need any more power. Yawatch was different. The poor man had been sealed away for 1,000 years. Besides, since you've shown up here, you're not leaving. Shin smiled at Yawatch. I was actually looking for you. You delivering yourself to my doorstep is awfully generous. And since you've been so kind, I can't be impolite. Your life is mine. As he spoke, Shin unleashed his terrifying Ryatsu. It was the first time Yawatch had ever encountered such a force. Even the Soul King, the linchpin of this world, didn't possess such pure and terrifying Ryatsu. The immense pressure slammed into Yawatch, paralyzing him. At the same time, every living being in the Soul Society could feel Shin's power. This was the first time Shin had fully released his Ryatsu. Ordinary Soul Reapers collapsed, unable to move. Even the captains and vice-captains were crushed, struggling to breathe. It was hard to believe this was just raw spiritual pressure. Even Genryusai Yamamoto found it difficult to breathe. I really can't imagine what gave you the courage to come looking for me. But since you're here, it's my duty to send you to your death. Shin placed a hand on Yawatch. At this moment, Yawatch couldn't even speak. Only he understood just how terrifying Shin truly was. Over the centuries, Shin's Ryatsu had been constantly growing. Shin himself didn't know how monstrous he had become. If he had to describe it, he had probably transcended the limits of this world. Your Almighty can alter the future. I wonder, can you alter the future of your own death? Shin asked Yawatch. At that moment, Yawatch felt the thick presence of death. Copy. Shin consumed a replication card, copying all of Yawatch's abilities. Though Yawatch was currently paralyzed by his spiritual pressure, his abilities were quite impressive. Shin wanted them, so he copied them. You have no value to me now. Shin said calmly. He raised his hand, about to crush Yawatch. But even at death's door, Yawatch wouldn't just sit back and wait for it. Oswalin. Yawatch used Oswalin, absorbing the power of other Quincy, including Jugram. Jugram's fate no longer mattered. What mattered was that he didn't want to die. If he had known how terrifying Shin Uzumaki was, Yawatch would never have provoked him. Heilig file. An arrow of light shot towards Shin, but he simply raised his hand and crushed it. It's useless. The gap between us is dimensional. You can't cross it, Shin said flatly. The Yawatch before him was no stronger than Aizen with the Hogyoku, their power levels were comparable. Even Aizen had been helpless before Shin, let alone the current Yawatch. He stood no chance. A single hand struck Yawatch's body, and his form was annihilated by Shin's palm. Every 300 horsepower equals bonus chapter. Chapter 899, Finale. Next bonus, 300. The shockwaves from Shin's confrontation with Yawatch drew the attention of everyone nearby. Among them were Yamamoto, Sosuke Aizen, and Shutara Senjumaru of the Royal Guard. Though the Royal Guard had returned to the Soul King Palace, Shutara had remained behind, her primary objective being to track down Yawatch. Yawatch. Yamamoto's gaze fell upon Yawatch, whose body was slowly regenerating. Shin had destroyed half of his form with a single blow, but Yawatch was not so easily killed. Well, look who's here. Shin greeted the newcomers with a smile. A small-time crook snuck into the 2nd Division to cause trouble. I had no choice but to take care of him. Shin's casual dismissal of Yawatch as a mere crook reached the Quincy King's ears, and his fury was palpable. You got a problem with that? Sensing Yawatch's glare, Shin's voice turned cold. The threat in his eyes was so potent that Yawatch's spiritual pressure was instantly suppressed. The surrounding spiritual particles became impossible for Yawatch to command. You don't mind if I finish him off, do you? A truth-seeking orb in Shin's hand morphed into a long sword. Capable of turning all creation to ash, the blade plunged directly into Yhwach's abdomen. His power completely sealed by Shin's spiritual pressure, Yhwach could feel his very existence turning to dust. This time, he knew, he was truly going to die. A muscle in Yamamoto's jaw twitched. You didn't even wait for my answer before you killed him. Still, Yhwach's death was for the best. With his personality, he would have never remained quiet. Sooner or later, the entire world would have been destroyed at his hands. Shin killing him now was, in the end, a good thing. Could you retract your spiritual pressure? Yamamoto asked Shin. The terrifying spiritual pressure radiating from Shin was causing significant instability throughout the Soul Society, its force penetrating all three realms, Hueco Mundo, the Soul Society, and the world of the living. If it continued, the souls in the Soul Society might not be able to withstand the pressure and could simply perish. It was no joke, spiritual pressure could literally crush a person to death. The strongest attack in the world of the Shinigami wasn't Yamamoto's Zanka no Tachi, but the absolute, overwhelming force of spiritual pressure. Right. Got a little carried away. Looks like I caused quite a stir. Shin immediately withdrew his spiritual pressure, offering an apologetic smile. If it had been anyone else, Yamamoto would have already disciplined them. But this was Shin Uzumaki, so he let it slide. Yamamoto departed, and Aizen, after a final glance at Shin, also turned and left. Unohana and the others, however, remained. I can hardly believe it. The Yhwach I found so troublesome was killed by you so easily, Shut-Era said with a sigh. You think defeating Yhwach is that difficult? Shin replied with utter indifference, as if killing Yhwach had been as simple as swatting a fly. Only you could say something like that, Shut-Era said, rolling her eyes, not bothering to say more. Only Shin had the audacity to make such a claim. Anyone else would never dare. With Yhwach's death, peace returned to the Soul Society. As for Hueco Mundo, so many of its great hollows had been annihilated that it, too, fell silent. These days in Hueco Mundo, it was difficult to find even an Ajuchas, let alone a Vasto Lord. And if Hueco Mundo was quiet, the world of the living was naturally peaceful. Without the constant harassment from hollows, a sense of tranquility settled over the human world. Several months of peace passed, and Shin began to think it was time for a journey to a new world. He had spent several hundred years in the world of the Shinigami, the longest he had ever stayed in one place. Of course, he had only been to a few worlds in total, the world of Naruto, the world of One Piece, and now this one. Shin decided to leave, and he naturally intended to take his closest companions with him. Unohana, for example, would surely follow him. As for the others, he couldn't be certain. What? You're leaving? Yoruchi stared at Shin in shock. He wasn't talking about traveling to Hueco Mundo or the world of the living, he meant leaving this world entirely. That's right. Once I leave, I probably won't have a chance to come back. Who wants to come with me? Shin nodded and asked. Of course I'm going with Shin, Unohana said without a moment's hesitation. Do I even have a choice? Yoruchi glanced at Unohana. Even if only to compete with her, she had to go with Shin. Without him, life would be far less interesting. I will follow Shin-sama, Soifan declared immediately. If Yoruchi hadn't spoken, Soifan might have hesitated. But since Lady Yoruchi had made her choice, she would naturally follow. Neliel, Haribel, and Bambietta had no other options. They were Shin's subordinates, they would go where he went. When Rukia, Hinamori, and Ranjiku heard that Shin was leaving, they also expressed their desire to go with him, which surprised Shin. He hadn't thought they were that close, but since they were willing to come, Shin wouldn't refuse. Why do you want to come with me? Shin asked Shut-Era Senjumaru. Her decision was the one he understood the least. I want to see the scenery of other worlds. I've grown tired of guarding the Soul King. I want to give myself a vacation, Shut-Era said with a smile. You might be disappointed, but if you're willing to come, I won't turn you away. Shin nodded to her. However, Shitara's desire to see other worlds might be difficult to fulfill. Once inside the system space, it was hard to bring people out again, unless Shin gained greater control over the system. Shin had no intention of leaving without saying goodbye. He informed Yamamoto and his other friends of his departure. They might never see each other again, so Shin made sure to spend some quality time with them. He first sent Unohana and the others who were willing to follow him into the system space. As for how they would get along with Kushina and the others, well, hopefully they wouldn't start a fight. Shin felt that if he entered the system space now, he might walk into a minefield of drama. Better to stay out of it for now. Stepping into the spatial passage opened by the system's power, Shin embarked on his journey to a new world. Every 300 horsepower equals bonus chapter. Chapter 900, A World of True Power. Next bonus, 300. Where am I? Shin slowly stood up, rubbing his temples. His head was still spinning. One moment he was in the world of the Shinigami, the next, he had crossed over again. Where is everyone? Unohana, Soifan, Bambietta, where are you? Shin called out. They had been together just a moment ago, preparing to travel to the next world. Jerk. How could you forget about me? A familiar, teasing voice called out. A split second later, Shin felt a strange force rush toward him. He dodged instantly, pulling his attacker into an embrace. Kushina. I could forget anyone, but never you. Shin laughed, pinching Kushina's cheek. He knew that voice all too well. It was his Kushina. Humph. Then why didn't you call my name just now? Kushina's cheeks puffed out, a cute blush coloring her face. In the dim light, Shin could see that Kushina was wearing an adorable bear onesie. I was sleeping at home, and suddenly there was a flash of light. I ended up here without knowing what was going on. Before I could even react, I heard you calling for other people, but not for me, Kushina grumbled, though her body betrayed her, instinctively leaning closer to Shin. Shin gave an awkward laugh. He had been more familiar with the people from the world of the Shinigami, so he hadn't reacted immediately. But no matter what, no one could replace Kushina or Mikoto in his heart. Where are the women and loyal subordinates from the Bleach world? Weren't they supposed to come with me? First, let's figure out where we are. Shin helped Kushina to her feet, pushed open the door, and stepped outside. Ah. Kushina suddenly gasped, covering her mouth. Before them was a scene straight out of hell. Broken walls, burning houses, and bodies lying in pools of blood. It was like the end of the world. Is this another shinobi world war? Kushina was instantly reminded of the fall of the Land of Whirlpools, a nightmarish experience from her childhood that she still hadn't fully recovered from. No. The houses here are very modern, not like the mix of ancient and modern styles in the Naruto world. Shin stroked Kushina's hair, comforting her. There were too many anime worlds that started with an apocalypse, he couldn't immediately pinpoint which one this was. V-Room. V-Room. 5 or 6 military jeeps screeched to a halt, and over 50 heavily armed soldiers jumped out, surrounding Shin and Kushina. Who are you? The leader was a burly man with a scarred face, aiming a submachine gun at Shin. Shin and Kushina's attire, one in Shinigami robes, the other in shinobi gear, was completely out of place in this world. Officer, my wife and I are just passing through as tourists, Shin replied calmly. He could sense that these men were just ordinary people with guns, they posed no threat to them. Ha ha ha. Are you kidding me, kid? The fat man sneered, looking at Shin as if he were a joke. The world is a hellscape right now. Anyone with money is trying to escape. Who the hell goes on vacation in a place like this? Androids. Shin suddenly remembered something and froze. A bald man behind the leader sneered, Sir, these two look like they have some valuable stuff on them. They're a couple of fat sheep. We can't beat the androids anyway. Why don't we just rob them and escape to the East Sea Islands? The fat man grinned maliciously, raised his gun, and was about to open fire on Shin and Kushina. You're courting death. Shin's eyes suddenly turned blood red, his perfect 3-tomo Sharingan spinning to life. What's this? The fat man was bewildered. A moment later, he lost consciousness and collapsed. The remaining dozens of soldiers also fainted, losing all awareness. Shin grabbed the fat man, placed his left hand on his head, and used the Uzumaki Clan's mind-reading jutsu. Androids. Number 17. Son Goku. Son Gohan. Shin's eyes gradually hardened. It really was the world of Dragon Ball. What's going on? Kushina stood lazily behind Shin. She hadn't even bothered to act just now. She couldn't control her strength well, she might have accidentally killed these weaklings. It's another world, a world of true power. Shin took a deep breath. The world of Naruto might be considered a powerhouse world, but compared to Dragon Ball, where late-game power levels reached the billions and planets were destroyed casually, it was in a different league. Even the strongest late-game characters in Naruto, the monsters of the Uzumaki Clan, couldn't just casually destroy the entire world. They had arrived 20 years into the parallel timeline where Son Goku had died. The Z fighters had been killed by the androids, and only Trunks was still alive. This was an era of despair. Androids 17 and 18 might be fodder in the later stages of Dragon Ball, but right now, they're the final bosses. Every time Shin traveled to a new world, his original energy would go through a long recovery period. For the sake of balance, he couldn't be sure he could defeat Androids 17 and 18, or the cell behind them. But he had to try. As a peak existence from the world of Naruto, the outcome of a fight against a mid-game boss from the world of Dragon Ball was still unknown. What are you thinking about? Kushina asked, seeing Shin close his eyes in thought, a hint of worry in her voice as she placed a hand on his shoulder. Don't leave my side here. We're about to face some very powerful enemies. Shin held Kushina's hand tightly. He was worried her impulsive nature would lead to trouble. Vroom. The roar of a motorcycle approached. A medium-sized young man on a motorcycle stopped beside them. He looked at Shin and Kushina, his face filled with shock. You are. Shin felt he looked very familiar, but he couldn't quite place him. Humph. The young man suddenly snorted heavily. The motorcycle exploded, and a vicious blast of energy shot from his body, heading straight for Shin and Kushina. Shin immediately grabbed Kushina and used the Flying Thunder God technique. He had already placed several markers as soon as he arrived in this world. The blast of energy slammed into the ground, carving a deep fissure. Shin and Kushina had already reappeared dozens of meters away, having dodged the attack. Androids. Don't think I won't recognize you just because you changed your appearance, the young man roared. An endless power seemed to gather within him. He shot into the sky, his hair rapidly turning gold, a brilliant golden light surrounding him. I get it now. This is Trunks. Shin realized. Trunks had mistaken them for androids. Every 300 horsepower equals bonus chapter. Chapter 901, 901, The Battle with Trunks. Next bonus, 300. Host, please accept the mission. The system's ill-timed voice suddenly chimed in. Damn it, you pick now to give me a mission. Are you trying to get me killed? Shin was speechless. His power hadn't recovered much, and now he was facing Trunks, a heavy hitter from later in the Dragon Ball saga. He was in a tight spot. The system requires the host to defeat Trunks within 30 minutes. Upon completion, the host will be taught the art of flight. So I can successfully copy flight. The system's voice faded, leaving Shin standing there, stunned. Shin, look out. Kushina suddenly yelled. Shin snapped back to reality just in time to see Trunks rocketing toward him like a missile. Hiration. Shin frantically threw a handful of kunai, then warped to safety. Boom. The ground where he had been standing was completely obliterated, leaving nothing but a scarred wasteland. Dragon Ball truly was a high-powered world, a single attack could reshape the landscape. Trunks then turned his attention to Kushina, convinced that these two strange newcomers were androids 17 and 18. Bastard. You dare attack me? Kushina roared, preparing to unleash the Nine Tails. But as she tried to call upon its power, she felt nothing. Her connection to the Nine Tails chakra was gone. What's happening? Oh no. A wave of dread washed over Kushina. She realized with dawning horror that this new world was somehow restricting her access to the tailed beast's power. Shin, she cried out in fear. Calling for help won't save you. Trunks was a machine of pure vengeance, fueled by the deaths of his comrades, his mentors, and especially Gohan. He saw only his targets, and he would crush them. But just as he closed in on Kushina, a sharp pain erupted in his back, throwing him off balance. Dust release, detachment of the primitive world technique. Shin had used the Flying Thunder God technique to appear behind Trunks, striking him with a direct hit. The biggest weakness of dust release in the Naruto world was its immense power but terrible accuracy. Here and now, that wasn't an issue. With Shin's incredible casting speed, hitting Trunks was no problem. Even as a Super Saiyan, Trunks couldn't just shrug off a dust release attack. He was sent tumbling backward. But Shin knew it wouldn't be that easy. If a single dust release could take down Trunks, Dragon Ball wouldn't be considered such a high-tier universe. Sure enough, Trunks roared in fury and charged back at Shin. The attack had merely scraped his skin, he was still full of fight. Interesting. Looks like it was time for Sage Mode. Shin quickly entered the state. Sage Art, Maya Shinman. Shin yelled, and countless massive wooden gates slammed down from the sky. Trunks froze, dumbfounded. He had fought the androids countless times, but he had never seen anything like this. These androids had an endless bag of bizarre tricks. Kamehameha. Trunks didn't hesitate, unleashing a powerful energy wave that shattered the Maya Shinman gates, nullifying their suppressive effect. Nice. But what about this? Earth Release, Golem Technique. Summoning Jutsu. For Shin, casting these ordinary ninjutsu was effortless, his chakra felt almost limitless as he unleashed one devastating attack after another. A mountain of rock crashed down on Trunks, which he promptly shattered. But he was immediately swarmed by a horde of monstrous creatures. What are these things? Trunks' speed slowed. Killing them was as easy as swatting flies, but their sheer numbers were overwhelming. This was a jutsu of Shin's own creation, summoning monsters from other dimensions all at once, designed to throw any opponent off balance. Trunks quickly vaporized the creatures with an energy blast, but the effort was clearly taking a toll on him. He was starting to feel the strain. Good. This is my chance. Time to show you my real power, Trunks. You'd better be ready. Shin laughed, and his eyes morphed into the Mangekyo Sharingan. First came Amaterasu. A torrent of black flames erupted, threatening to engulf Trunks, who was stunned to find that the fire couldn't be extinguished. Then came a massive wave of water, crashing down on him. A monster. He's a monster. Trunks was in shock. Was this really an android? He was like a god of creation from the old legends. Of course, a simple Amaterasu wouldn't do much real damage to an android's body, but it was incredibly effective at wearing him down. Trapped by the relentless onslaught of jutsu, Trunks was pinned down, unable to advance or retreat. He didn't know what to do. His combat experience was limited, and facing such an unorthodox opponent left him completely bewildered. Dragon Ball was all about straightforward brawls, relying on raw power to overwhelm an opponent, not this kind of bizarre strategy. Seeing Trunks' movements slow, Shin knew his opportunity had arrived. He unleashed his specialty, the Sharingan's Genjutsu. Tsukuyomi. Trunks froze. The world around him twisted into a grotesque, dark landscape. A man with a blurred face stood before him, calling his name. Father. Is that you? Trunks felt it was his father, Vegeta, but he couldn't speak. The world grew darker, and his father collapsed in a pool of blood. Then came Krillin, Gohan, and the others, all dead. The cruel laughter of the androids echoed around him. Trunks screamed in agony. Did he fall for your genjutsu? Kushina stood beside Shin, watching Trunks, whose hair had returned to its normal color. She felt a pang of pity for the boy, he looked so young and handsome. Hey, Shin chuckled. Plenty of people more famous than him have fallen for my genjutsu. He's not the first, and he won't be the last. He knew he had completed the system's mission. The system's voice echoed in his mind, congratulating him on his success. I can copy flight now. The art of flight was a fundamental skill in the Dragon Ball world. Shin instantly grasped all its secrets. Without relying on any jutsu, he lifted off the ground, pulling Kushina up into the air with him. Second mission issued, tell Trunks the truth and defeat androids 17 and 18. Reward, host will be able to copy the Kamehameha technique. Every 300 horsepower equals bonus chapter. Chapter 902, preparing for the androids. Alright, time to release him from the genjutsu. Within the world of Tsukuyomi, Shin had already explained everything. Trunks returned to reality and collapsed, his body limp. He was conscious, but the horrors he had just witnessed were still seared into his mind, his comrades dying, the world reduced to ash, and his own small, helpless figure standing alone, unable to do anything. Then, Shin's image had appeared, telling him he was here to help fight the androids, urging him not to give up. He had even offered to take him back 20 years to find Goku. Then, Trunks' consciousness returned. You're really here to help me? How can there still be a warrior as strong as you on Earth? Trunks looked at Shin, bewildered. As far as he knew, he was the last of Earth's fighters. His mother wasn't a warrior. We're from the past. From thousands of years ago, Shin explained, spinning a tall tale. Puffed. Kushina almost burst out laughing. Shin was really laying it on thick, from thousands of years ago. Shin figured the Naruto world was such a chaotic mix of modern buildings and ancient social structures that a story like this was perfectly believable. You're a warrior from thousands of years ago. No wonder you're so strong. Are you even from Earth? Trunks was completely taken in by Shin's story. Someone from thousands of years in the past. Someone who could travel through time without a machine. He had to be an alien. Ahem. Let's not get into that. The point is, you have to listen to me. Only then can you defeat the two androids. Do you want to defeat them? Shin asked seriously. At his words, Trunks' eyes reddened. After all, he was still just a teenager. To see so many loved ones die before his eyes, it was more than anyone could bear. I do. More than anything. I want to kill them. Kill the woman and make the man watch, so he knows what it feels like to lose someone you care about. He really is just a kid, Shin thought, amused by his childish plan to kill the woman but not the man. He cleared his throat. Then you'll have to take me as your master. I will teach you how to kill them both. Master. From this day on, you are my master. Trunks knelt without hesitation and bowed to Shin. At this point, if it meant killing the androids, he'd call Shin his grandfather if it meant getting revenge. Kushina mused to herself, wondering just how many apprentices Shin had collected. She had no desire to be a master's wife to so many. Alright, Trunks. Now, take me to androids 17 and 18. Your master wants to test his strength against them, Shin instructed. After fighting Trunks, Shin was no longer as intimidated by the Dragon Ball world's power levels. He might even be able to handle 17 and 18 with ease. He wanted to find out. Trunks' face lit up with excitement. He had believed that once he became a Super Saiyan, he wasn't far behind the androids. Now, with Shin on his side, what did they have to fear? If he and Gohan had fought together, they might have already won. Master, these are senzu beans. They'll restore your stamina, Trunks said, offering the beans. Master Roshi was dead now, so there were only a few left. Each one had to be used carefully. Shin ate one and was amazed. It was far more effective than a soldier pill. He could even feel his chakra reserves become more abundant than before. Android 17 and 18 had just finished wiping out a town. To them, it was just another boring day at the office. The cries of children, the sighs of the elderly, the pleas of women, none of it meant anything to them. With a casual wave of their hands, a town was gone. You know, that doctor was really something else. Did he create us just for this slaughter? I'm getting tired of it, 17 said, sitting on the ground, a hint of loneliness in his voice. 17 had a stronger desire for destruction than 18, but because of that, he was also more lonely. He wanted to kill, but there was no one left to kill. 18 smiled. Then let's take a day off tomorrow. A holiday for the humans. They had no pity for humanity, just as humans had no pity for pigs and dogs. They were pets when they were wanted, and a burden when they weren't. It was human desire and weakness that had created terrifying enemies like 17 and 18. Someone's coming. 17 suddenly sensed something and stood up, his brow furrowing. 3 people were approaching. One was that kid, Trunks, a waste of time. He was just another body to add to the pile. The other 2 had strange energy signatures. Especially the one in the back, his ki felt erratic, incredibly powerful one moment, then gone the next. 17 flew into the sky, 18 following close behind, waiting for their new toys to arrive. So those are Android 17 and 18. They've already sensed us. Shin saw the 2 figures in the sky and knew there was no point in hiding. The Dragon Ball world had no sensory ninjas because everyone could sense ki. There were even devices to measure power levels, the source of the infamous power level of 9,000 meme. Sneak attacks were useless. Tactics didn't matter much either. Everyone relied on sheer strength. As powerful as 17 and 18 seemed now, they would be nothing more than toys against Perfect Cell and Majin Buu, easily crushed. Trunks, you came back for more. Didn't we let you live last time? 18 looked down at the approaching Trunks with a lazy, disdainful expression, as if he were a fool. 17, however, chuckled. I only let him go because if he died, there'd be no one left to play with. It gets boring. Now he's back to entertain us. And you, who are you? 17 looked at Shin, puzzled. He'd never seen him before. You're not from Earth, are you? I'm the one who's going to destroy you. A brilliant light flashed in Shin's hand. A massive raisin shuriken shot towards the 2 of them. Ninpo, Myojinman. A giant gate descended from the sky, attempting to crush them. But with a casual wave of his hand, Android 17 shattered it to pieces. Every 300 horsepower equals bonus chapter. Chapter 903, 903, Shin's decisive battle. Shin clashed with Android 17 and 18, the 3 of them engaging in a fierce display of taijutsu that lit up the sky. After opening the first few of the 8 inner gates, Shin fought them for some time, yet the battle remained a stalemate. Both 17 and 18 were shocked. It had been a long time since they had faced an earthling who could match them blow for blow. The thrill of a real fight was exhilarating. You're a real surprise, kid. This is fun, a lot of fun. 17 laughed, genuinely enjoying the challenge. It had been ages since he'd found an opponent who could give him such a rush. Shin was even stronger than Gohan had been. Fire style, great fire annihilation. Shin unleashed a torrent of flames, not expecting to defeat them with it, but to create a momentary diversion. 17 casually swatted the flames away and charged again. Shin countered with a barrage of wind and water-style jutsu. 18 found herself blocked by Shin's summons, several monstrous creatures, some of which could even regenerate. Even with their infinite energy, 17 and 18 were bewildered by Shin's seemingly endless arsenal of techniques. Was this guy even human? 17 leaped back to stand with 18, studying Shin. Are you an android? You don't fight like an earthling or any alien I've ever seen. I'm starting to think you're one of us. 18 also paused, her expression mirroring her brother's confusion. Shin's bizarre and varied abilities were unlike anything they had ever encountered. Shin just laughed. These narrow-minded fools, they can't beat me, so they assume I must be an android. What a joke. Is there even an android out there as strong as me? Seeing the intense battle from the sidelines, Trunks could no longer hold back. Master, let me help. I'll fight them with you, he shouted, transforming into a Super Saiyan and firing a Kamehameha. Trunks' interference, combined with Shin's casual dismissal of their power, finally angered 17. He had given Shin a chance, and Shin had thrown it back in his face. You forced my hand, 17 thought with a cold smirk. Looks like it's time I sent you to the afterlife. Suddenly, his speed exploded, 18 matching him in an instant. Shin found himself completely outmatched in taijutsu, unable to gain any ground. What's going on? Shin froze for a second, then a possibility struck him, his expression shifting. This is it. These aren't the standard models from the other timeline. Jero must have upgraded them. They're far more powerful. In the manga, Trunks had needed to reach the second stage of Super Saiyan to defeat 17 and 18 so easily. In the world of Dragon Ball, even a small increase in power created a massive gap. The enhanced androids before him now were a threat he couldn't take lightly. Looks like I need to pull out the big guns, Shin thought, a certain forbidden jutsu from the world of Naruto coming to mind. With Edo Tensei, he could revive fallen warriors and turn the tide of this war. But first, he needed to buy some time. With a sharp cry, Shin signaled his intent. 17 and 18, baffled by his sudden shout, charged toward him. But Trunks, fueled by his hatred for them, intercepted their attack, desperately holding them back. Kushina, buy me some time. I need to enter Sage Mode. Shin yelled, dropping to the ground. He would use Sage Mode to gauge their true limits, then decide how to proceed. Kushina, who had been itching to join the fight, readily agreed. In an instant, she transformed, entering her Ninetales mode. A cataclysmic power erupted, shaking the planet. 17 and 18, who had been completely overwhelming Trunks, were momentarily stunned by the sudden surge of energy. Such incredible power. What's going on? 17, the stronger of the two, immediately sensed that something was wrong. A monstrous, nine-tailed beast charged at them, intent on tearing them to shreds. This is bad. 17 recognized the danger. This creature was too powerful. 18 quickly moved to cover him. Let's attack together. 17 quickly identified the Ninetales' weak point, its soft underbelly. If they could pierce that, they could take it down. The two of them prepared to launch a combined attack. Trunks, seeing the danger, charged in to help. But as a newly awakened Super Saiyan, he was no match for the two monsters. A casual energy blast from 17 sent him reeling, his energy depleted. Damn it. Trunks roared in frustration, furious at his own weakness. Kushina, in her Ninetales form, was about to strike when the android's combined energy blast slammed into her abdomen. She howled in pain and stumbled back. It worked. 17 knew they had landed a solid hit. He rushed toward Kushina, while 18 fired another blast, aiming to finish off Trunks. But both attacks were intercepted by a wall of flame, dissipating into nothing. Shin stood before 17 and 18, strange red markings now etched on his face. The two androids could feel it, Shin's power was now far greater than before, perhaps even surpassing their own. Sage Mode is active. You two are finished, Shin said with a cold smile. He hadn't used Sage Mode in a long time, but damn, it felt good. He could feel the immense power of the world at his command. This world had been ravaged by 17 and 18 for too long. If he had maintained this state from the beginning, his power would be even greater. Seeing Shin's confident expression, 17 and 18 were enraged. They charged at him, furious that he was still treating them with such disdain. Shin formed a Rinnegan in his left hand and a Chidori in his right. He unleashed both attacks, and the two androids were struck by the blinding light, their bodies bisected in an instant. Nice one. Kushina shouted excitedly. But Trunks, with his experience, knew better. This won't be enough. Every 300 horsepower equals bonus chapter. Chapter 904, 904, Cell appears. Indeed, Trunks was right. The two androids regenerated in an instant, their bodies now even more complete, their energy stronger than before. Damn it. Did Jero incorporate Saiyan cells into these two? Otherwise, how could they get stronger after a near-death experience, just like a Saiyan? You've given us a lot of fun, more than any of the other weaklings on this planet. But now, it's over. We're here for your life. The androids charged at Shin, their intent clear. They were done playing games. They wanted to kill him, and they wanted to enjoy it. Kushina, unlike Shin, didn't know the full story behind these monsters. Seeing Shin in danger, she was filled with worry, but after her last clash, she was too weak to help. Shin, she cried out in anguish. Trunks, kneeling on the ground, could only watch in despair, tears streaming down his face. Shin seemed to be fleeing, dropping to the ground and running away. Trunks was stunned. He had expected Shin to make a heroic last stand, like Gohan, sacrificing himself to damage the androids. He hadn't expected Shin to run like a coward. But then, he thought, Shin was only human. He couldn't expect him to be as reckless as himself. Trunks decided to help Shin. But then he froze, seeing the two androids stop in their tracks, their faces a mask of shock. Black shadows snaked around their feet. Ninja art, shadow paralysis jutsu. This jutsu always comes in handy, Shin laughed. This was his plan all along, lure them to the ground and trap them with the shadow paralysis jutsu. What kind of monster are you? What is this? 17 and 18 were completely bewildered. As androids, they had never shown such expressions of disbelief. They were completely paralyzed, unable to move. Shin had them under his control. He immediately formed hand seals, preparing to use genjutsu. His Mangekyo Sharingan blazed to life. He was going to use Tsukuyomi on them. He wasn't sure if it would work. Tsukuyomi required a normal human mind, and these were androids. But it seemed to work. 17 and 18 were plunged into their own tragic mental worlds. Shin quickly understood why. They were originally human, only later modified into androids. After all, 18 would later have a child with Krillin. So, against androids with human blood, this kind of jutsu was perfect. But then Shin noticed they were starting to break free. Bastard. 17 suddenly broke free from the Tsukuyomi and charged at Shin. Susanoo. Amaterasu. Shin unleashed two of his most powerful techniques. The Susanoo materialized and grabbed 17. Together. Shin clapped his hands, and the Susanoo's other hand reached for 18. 18 should have dodged, but seeing her brother captured by Shin, her heart ached. She charged at Shin and was also caught by the Susanoo. With both of them restrained, Shin used his Sharingan to cast another genjutsu on them. Shin could have used more powerful techniques, even Koto Amatsukami, but in the world of Dragon Ball, he didn't have a surplus of Sharingan to spare. He had to rely on these second-rate methods. Trunks felt like he was in a dream. Just moments ago, he thought Shin was done for, and his heart was filled with grief. Now, Shin had actually captured 17 and 18. He was ecstatic. He had chosen the right teacher. If he could learn even a fraction of what this teacher knew, wouldn't he be invincible? Trunks smiled, a vision of his future flashing before his eyes. After Gohan's death, his martial arts training had stalled. He didn't know who to turn to. Now, seeing Shin's incredible power, he knew he had found his new master. Trunks saw a path to honoring his father and saving the world. He laughed with excitement. But then Shin suddenly shouted, "Not good," and dodged just in time. A massive energy blast shot past him. Shin quickly recovered and, as he neared 17 and 18, plucked a strand of hair from each of them. Impressive, kid. You actually managed to dodge my fatal blow. But your luck runs out now. A grotesque figure, Cell, walked towards them. He was still in his imperfect form, a monstrous creature that resembled an insectoid beast. Cell charged towards 17 and 18. Shin had intended to stop him. He knew how terrifying Cell would become after absorbing 17 and 18. But then he had another thought. Sooner or later, he would have to face the perfect Cell. He might as well let it happen now and test his strength. He paused. Shin now possessed the Sage Body, the Sharingan, and all 5 chakra natures. But in the world of Dragon Ball, he couldn't use his wood style. Cell absorbed 17 and 18 in an instant. Trunks watched in horror, his mind reeling. So much had happened in one day that his worldview was beginning to shatter. First, the terrifyingly powerful 17 and 18 were defeated with relative ease by Shin. Then, another monster appeared and simply absorbed them. And most importantly, why did this new monster give Trunks such a disgusting, repulsive feeling? Shin seemed to understand what Cell was thinking. He laughed and said, "If that man doesn't die, you will die at his hands in the future." Trunks was confused, not understanding Shin's words. At that moment, Cell finished absorbing 17 and 18. He let out a long breath and looked at Shin and the others as if they were a joke. "Thank you, you son of a bitch. You saved me a lot of time and effort by letting me absorb 17 and 18 without any cost. You must be incredibly arrogant to just stand by and watch me absorb them." Every 300 horsepower equals bonus chapter. Chapter 905, 905, Edo Tensei Vegeta. Cell laughed like a fool. He must have genuinely thought Shin was an idiot. Anyone with a functioning brain knew that after absorbing androids 17 and 18, Cell would be exponentially more powerful than before. Shin had just stood by and watched. If he had been smart, he would have blown Cell to bits with a single casual attack. This was Cell's era now. Shin just smiled, saying nothing. Explanations were useless. At that moment, the system's voice chimed in his mind, just as he'd expected it would. You have defeated androids 17 and 18. Reward, fused Kamehameha. The system's voice faded, and the knowledge of how to perform the Kamehameha instantly appeared in Shin's mind. He decided to try it immediately. A wave of light quickly formed in his hands, expanded, and shot forward. When Cell saw Shin unleash a Kamehameha, He was momentarily stunned, but then he casually swatted it away. Is that pathetic attack supposed to stop me now? Cell had successfully evolved. He was now in his perfect form, his features strikingly handsome. He looked at Shin, his face a mask of mockery. I'm not quite used to this Kamehameha yet. Shin noted that the Kamehameha wasn't as powerful as he'd hoped and decided not to use it again for now. Cell's aura had become terrifyingly immense. Trunks, standing to the side, was completely floored. He stammered, he's at least 10 times stronger than 17 and 18 combined. That's right. Time to use my secret art. Shin bit his thumb, preparing to perform his Edo Tensei. He had no idea if he could summon people from the Naruto world to fight in the Dragon Ball world. But soon enough, several coffins rose from the ground. It seemed it was possible. Cell just watched, a curious smirk on his face. He wanted to see what kind of show Shin could put on. Now that he was perfect, Cell was brimming with confidence. He felt he could kill Shin with a flick of his wrist. But for now, he was curious to see what tricks Shin had up his sleeve, how much entertainment he could provide. The coffins opened, revealing the first 4 Hokage and Madara Uchiha. Shin, where is this place? Madara demanded, his eyes scanning the desolate, smoke-filled landscape with disgust. To be defeated by a mere child was humiliating enough, but now Shin had summoned him to this godforsaken place. The 4 Hokage were just as baffled, their gazes turning to Shin. Do me a solid, will you? I won't control your consciousness. The guy in front of us says he's going to destroy the 5 great nations and unite all the ninja villages. Shin said without missing a beat. At his words, Madara and the second Hokage, Tobirama, were the first to react with fury. Madara, in particular, looked at Cell with utter contempt. How could such a weakling dare to take on his lifelong ambition of uniting the 5 great nations? Fire style, great fire annihilation. Madara was the first to attack, unleashing a massive torrent of flames. Seeing his move, and out of a sense of obligation to Shin, the 4 Hokage charged forward as well. All 5 of them possessed immense combat experience and tactical awareness. They immediately engaged Cell, tying him down. Madara and the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, both unleashed their wood release, the ground shaking so violently it threatened to collapse. Trunks remained in a state of continuous shock. Who were these people? What kind of incredible person was Shin to be able to summon so many powerful fighters at will? Just then, Shin suddenly patted Trunks on the head. Take me to your mother, Bulma. I have something very important to tell her. It's a big deal. Trunks was still dazed. Fearing Shin might have other intentions, he asked directly, what kind of big deal? Reviving your father and Goku. At Shin's words, Trunks' world lit up. His father could be revived. He vaguely remembered hearing stories from the past, about how there were Dragon Balls on Earth. When many of the Z fighters died, their friends would gather the Dragon Balls and wish them back to life. Could the same thing happen now? As if reading his mind, Shin said, it's similar to the Dragon Balls, but not exactly the same. Just take me to her. Trunks didn't overthink it. He nodded and led Shin and Kushina to find Bulma. Shin knew that the summoned Hokage and Madara couldn't hold Cell for long. There was simply too great a power gap. But Edo Tensei had its advantages, they were immortal. They could fight for as long as needed. And indeed, Cell had already unleashed several energy blasts, twice blowing the weaker third and second Hokage to pieces, only for them to regenerate instantly. The fourth, with his Flying Thunder God technique, zipped around the battlefield, while the first and Madara engaged Cell head-on. Cell was getting a headache. He didn't know how to deal with these monsters. He could only fight them to a standstill. The only real victim was the surrounding landscape, which was being torn apart by their battle, with no hope of recovery. When Bulma saw Shin and the others arrive, she was stunned, especially when Shin claimed he could resurrect Goku and Vegeta. At first, she didn't believe him at all. She was even angry, thinking Trunks had brought a few charlatans home. But when Trunks explained how Shin had subdued Android 17 and 18 and even summoned a group of people to fight Cell, Bulma was stunned by Shin's power. Only then did she begin to have some faith in his words. Ms. Bulma, I don't want to explain too much, but please let me see the bodies of Vegeta and Goku. I have a way. If you don't have their bodies, do you have their hair, or anything else I can use to extract DNA? Shin said. Bulma thought for a moment and replied, yes, I do. Not for Goku, he's at Chi-Chi's house. But I have Vegeta's, Krillin's, and Piccolo's bodies preserved. Bulma then explained that she had been conducting her own research into resurrection for a long time. After all, compared to time travel, resurrection had precedence with the Dragon Balls. But those were rare cases, and most of her experiments had failed. Bulma had successfully invented a time machine, but her progress in resurrection was also significant. Shin nodded. He knew what he had to do. He was about to perform Edo Tensei on Goku and Vegeta. The only problem was, he needed vessels, or bodies, and they couldn't be too weak. Don't you still have those Akatsuki members trapped in your sealing scroll? Kushina reminded Shin. A wicked smile spread across Shin's face. Using the Akatsuki to resurrect Vegeta, what a wonderfully twisted idea. Every 300 horsepower equals bonus chapter. Chapter 906, 906, Edo Tensei vs. Cell. Cell unleashed several of his most powerful attacks, trying to obliterate the Edo Tensei Hokage once and for all, but he was dumbfounded. These Hokage were simply immortal. Cell could easily tear the third Hokage to shreds, but he would regenerate in an instant. Then, the third Hokage summoned the Monkey King, Enma, who used his adamantine staff to send Cell flying. Are these guys immortal, just like the androids? Cell finally realized. After reaching his perfect form and gaining immense power, his mind didn't seem to be working as well as before. With style, with dragon jutsu. Hashirama unleashed his ninjutsu. Countless wooden tendrils erupted from the ground, enveloping Cell and lifting him into the air. Then, the fourth Hokage used his flying thunder god technique to appear behind Cell, striking him and tearing off one of his arms. Did we get him? The fourth Hokage shouted excitedly. Of course not. Cell's arm regenerated in an instant. He glared at the Hokage, his face contorted with rage. But the second Hokage's face was grim. He shook his head. No, we've failed. Damn it. Where did you pathetic insects come from, getting in my way? Cell roared, firing a beam of light from his mouth that vaporized the Hokage in an instant. The current Cell, if placed in the Naruto world, could probably one-shot a Six Paths level being. Killing these Hokage was no challenge. He had just been toying with them, but now he was getting annoyed. To his surprise, however, after he unleashed his attack, the Hokage regenerated and appeared before him again. Cell was confused. He began to back away, trying to think of a new strategy. But the Hokage, standing behind him, were also feeling conflicted. They could feel their power diminishing. Madara's Susanoo wasn't as grand as it used to be. The vessels we're using to resurrect ourselves are too fragile. They can't support our original, immense combat power, the second Hokage, Tobirama Senju, pinpointed the problem. But saying it was useless. They had been summoned by Shin to a strange, unfamiliar world. This world wasn't theirs. Many of their world's combat rules, many of their techniques, were limited here. Hashirama, thinking for a moment, said to the other three, let's not fight him head-on. We need to buy time for Shin. All right. Hashirama was the sharpest among them. Besides Madara, the other three nodded in agreement. They decided to follow Hashirama's plan. Madara, however, was too arrogant. He thought Hashirama was a coward, afraid to face such an opponent head-on. In the name of Madara Uchiha, I will fight you to the death. Madara unleashed his largest Susanoo, activated his Rinnegan, and even used wood release. Hashirama, though not seeing Madara use these for the first time, was still impressed by his power. Even I might not be able to suppress him now, he thought. Madara's giant Susanoo charged towards Cell, its size now comparable to Cell's. But Cell also unleashed his full power. Madara's Susanoo was shattered, and he himself was stomped underfoot by Cell. Hashirama shook his head. Still so foolish, Madara, he thought. His body was completely destroyed, it would take a long time for him to regenerate. Now only the four of them were left. Fourth, let's use the Flying Thunder God technique together. Hashirama said. Big brother, you and the old monkey cover me. I'll buy Shin sometime. The others agreed and continued to engage Cell. Meanwhile, Shin was talking with Bulma. Bulma showed him her prized possession, the time machine. Shin looked at the time machine and found that it was almost identical to the one in the Dragon Ball manga. He couldn't help but admire Bulma. She really is a genius, just like in the manga, he thought. Even with all the advanced technology in the Naruto world, and geniuses like Orochimaru, they still hadn't invented a time machine. Bulma started to say something, but hesitated. Shin nodded. You want me to resurrect Vegeta, right? No problem. That's why I'm here. Thank you so much. Tears welled up in Bulma's eyes. She missed Vegeta terribly. She had been loved by many men in her life, but the only one she truly loved was Vegeta. Shin nodded and took out a sealing scroll, releasing the Akatsuki members from within. Art is an explosion. Deidara roared. Beside him stood Haiden and Kakuzu, looking at Shin with confusion. Shin looked at them and sneered. I was going to keep you around, but now I'll be using your bodies as vessels for my Edo Tensei. Using their bodies as vessels wouldn't necessarily make Vegeta that much stronger, but this was purely for Shin's own amusement. He wanted to see what an Edo Tensei Vegeta would be like. Deidara, Haiden, and Kakuzu were furious. They tried to charge at Shin, but they were bound by his ninjutsu, unable to move. What a pity. My art hasn't even exploded, and I'm going to die here. Deidara shouted. Haiden and Kakuzu also glared at Shin with fury, but they knew they were no match for him. This was the law of the jungle, the weak are meat, the strong eat. They had lost to Shin. Shin could do whatever he wanted with them. He began to form hand seals for the Edo Tensei, and the three of them dissolved into the scroll. Bulma was stunned. She had seen many powerful people, like Goku, but she had never been afraid of them. But now, she was afraid of Shin. She couldn't imagine how Shin had so many strange magical abilities, able to create and destroy people at will. Trunks, standing beside her, also sighed. If he didn't think Shin was a good person, he would want to stay as far away from him as possible. Otherwise, he wouldn't even know how he died. As Shin completed the hand seals, the bodies of Deidara, Haiden, and Kakuzu disappeared, and paper scraps flew up, forming into human shapes. Tears streamed down Bulma's face. It really was Vegeta. Shin had resurrected 3 people this time, Vegeta, Piccolo, and Krillin, one of the most important people in Dragon Ball. Trunks, look. That's your father, Vegeta. Every 300 horsepower equals bonus chapter. Chapter 907, 907, A Touching Reunion. Shin had revived 3 figures, Piccolo, the strategic powerhouse, Vegeta, the prince of all scions, and Krillin. Krillin, despite his relative lack of power, was a character Shin had always been fond of. The 3 of them stared at each other, a dazed look on their faces, especially Krillin. Weren't Piccolo and I just playing cards with King Yema? How did we suddenly end up here? Piccolo just grunted, but Vegeta's eyes were sharp, his gaze locked warily on Shin. Then, his eyes darted to the side, and his expression changed dramatically. He saw Bulma. Vegeta, is it really you? After all these years? I can't believe I'm seeing you again. Tears of joy streamed down Bulma's face. To her, Vegeta was the most important person in her life. She never thought she would see him again. Vegeta was just as stunned. What was going on? His wife was here. Then he noticed a boy standing next to her who looked uncannily like him. His face was a mask of confusion. Shin stepped forward to explain. I used a certain technique to revive you. But you're not truly alive, you don't have bodies of flesh and blood. He explained their situation. The 3 were stunned. A power that could so casually bring people back from the dead, and not even in their original forms. They were effectively immortal. Bulma threw her arms around Vegeta, holding him tight. Vegeta stood there awkwardly for a moment, but then he saw how Bulma had struggled over the years, raising Trunks all on her own. A wave of emotion washed over him, though his prideful nature prevented him from showing it. He looked at Trunks and gave a stiff nod. Good. Very good. Like my son. Trunks didn't know what to say, an awkward expression on his face. He had always imagined his father as a gentle, handsome, and understanding man. But the Vegeta standing before him was cold, arrogant, and full of himself. This was not the father he had pictured. Piccolo asked Shin about the current state of the world, his eyes sharp and cautious as he tried to figure out who Shin was. Shin knew it was a complicated story. He explained that he was from a world thousands of years in the past, a world with magic far beyond anything on Earth, and that he and his girlfriend had traveled to this time. Piccolo, though skeptical, asked, "Do you have a way to save our world?" Shin thought for a moment. With my current strength, defeating Cell is a long shot. We have to use Bulma's time machine to go back 20 years and make sure Goku survives. The mention of Goku's survival sent a jolt of excitement through Piccolo and Krillin. Goku's death had been the greatest tragedy of their lives, and he couldn't be revived. If he were still alive, they never would have ended up in this desperate situation. Yes. Krillin grabbed Shin's hand excitedly. If you can bring Goku back, our world can be saved. Just then, a series of thunderous booms echoed in the distance. Shin's expression changed. Cell was here. We can't waste any more time. Let's get going, Kushina said. She wasn't one for sentimentality, her focus was on the practical problem at hand. They had to get to the past to ensure their own survival. Shin nodded. Kushina and I are going back, along with Trunks and Bulma. You 3 are indestructible. See if you can hold Cell off. It was a bold, almost shameless command, but Vegeta, Piccolo, and Krillin nodded in agreement without a second thought. They felt it was their duty. But then Bulma spoke up. I'm staying here with Vegeta. Shin's expression shifted. Trunks looked at his mother in anguish. Mom, you can't fight. How can you stay here? Come with us. Shin knew this was a consequence of his arrival, a butterfly effect. In the original timeline, Cell had never found Bulma's location, and she had survived. Of course, her future was still tragic, as Trunks would eventually die at Cell's hands. But now, if Bulma stayed, she was signing her own death warrant. Shin didn't know how to comfort her. He just looked at Trunks. Trunks gripped his mother's hand, pleading with her to come with them. Then Vegeta spoke. All right, Bulma. Stay. I will fight for you until my last breath. Trunks looked at his father, confused and anxious. Why would he say that? But Shin understood. Vegeta understood Bulma better than anyone. She had seen him again after so long, she wouldn't be separated from him now. They would live together, or they would die together. That was her pride, and his. That's right. Bulma nodded and looked at Trunks. Seeing his mother's resolve, Trunks finally understood what she wanted. He nodded slowly. Mom, I respect your decision. Don't worry, I will save you. Bulma smiled, relieved, then looked at Vegeta with deep affection. He took her hand. It was a heart-wrenchingly tender moment. By now, Cell was very close. The revived Hokage, despite fighting with all their might, were weakening. Their reanimated bodies, summoned by Shin, were not regenerating as quickly after taking damage. Only Hashirama and Minato were still standing. Minato, are you ready? Hashirama asked. Minato nodded. He knew what Hashirama was planning. With style, with dragon detonation. Minato unleashed a flying Thunder God Ultra Big Ball Rinnegan, both of them pouring everything they had into their ultimate attacks. They were prepared to self-destruct. If they couldn't stop him, they would take Cell with them. The three attacks collided in a blinding flash of light. Cell's body was torn in half, and both Hashirama and Minato were obliterated in the blast. Cell collapsed, gasping. Even with his regenerative abilities, it would take a long time to recover from such a blow. A flicker of fear crossed his mind. He had underestimated Shin, and now his plans were in jeopardy, his own power diminished. He had to capture Shin, kill him, and eliminate this threat for good. He staggered towards the house. Suddenly, a blue light emanated from within. A chilling thought struck Cell. A time machine. They had built a time machine. He lunged for the house, but three figures blocked his path. A foot slammed into his face, and caught off guard, he stumbled and fell. Vegeta slowly walked over, a cold, mocking smile on his face as he looked down at the wounded Cell. Every 300 horsepower equals bonus chapter. Chapter 908, 908, Frieza, Annihilated. How are you still alive? Cell was stunned. According to his own data, Vegeta, Piccolo, and Krillin had all been killed by androids 17 and 18. Yet here they were, not only alive but seemingly stronger than before. Vegeta sneered at Cell. Someone brought us back. The word jogged Cell's memory. That strange man, the one who had summoned those other bizarre fighters. Could he really bring people back from the dead? Cell prepared to attack, but Vegeta, Krillin, and Piccolo were already charging him, their intent clear, to self-destruct and take him with them. A brilliant blue light engulfed the area. Mother. Trunks cried out in anguish. Shin placed a comforting hand on his shoulder. He knew that even though Vegeta and the others were immortal, they couldn't truly stop Cell, just as the revived Hokage couldn't. They could only delay him. And Bulma, she was gone forever. This world was cruel. It was true in the world of Shinobi, and it was true in the world of Dragon Ball. Shin sighed but didn't dwell on it. He had no time to waste. There was still a long road ahead. The time machine came to a stop. Shin, Kushina, and Trunks had traveled back 20 years. The three of them stepped out of the machine. Shin looked around. It was just as he had seen in the anime, a barren wasteland. In front of them, 7 or 8 figures stared at them with astonishment. Who are you? Another version of Vegeta stepped forward. This version was less mature, but his arrogance burned even brighter. Behind him were Piccolo, Krillin, Tien Shinhan, and the others. Their expressions were hostile, their bodies tensed for a fight. Shin knew from the manga that at this point in time, they were waiting for the arrival of Frieza and his father, King Cold. Seeing Shin and Trunks in their strange attire, they suspected they were with Frieza. This version of Trunks was far from the mature warrior he would become. Seeing Vegeta, his eyes filled with tears, and he stepped forward. Father. His words only made Vegeta and the others more suspicious. Where did this kid come from, calling him father? Vegeta sneered. You're with Frieza, aren't you? You think you can fool us with a few sweet words? Trunks finally realized their mistake. He immediately transformed into a Super Saiyan. A golden aura erupted around him, his hair turning a brilliant gold. The sheer power of the transformation stunned the others, the ground trembling as if a giant were stomping on it. You're a Super Saiyan. Vegeta was shocked. The only Super Saiyan in the world was Goku. How could this young man also be a Super Saiyan? What was his connection to Goku? And he called me his father. Vegeta, always sharp, quickly began to connect the dots. Shin stepped forward. Whether you believe it or not, we're from 20 years in the future. The Earth of our time is in grave danger, so we traveled back in time to find you and Goku. Shin didn't want to drag things out. He cut straight to the chase. His words only left them more confused. 20 years in the future. What kind of bizarre story was this? Only Bulma's expression changed. She had been researching time travel, but she hadn't made much progress. Now, people from 20 years in the future had appeared. Could it be that in the future, her research was successful? As they were all lost in their own thoughts, a massive spaceship began to descend. Vegeta shouted, "It's Frieza and King Cold." Shin thought so too. They had arrived right on time. He and Trunks exchanged a look. "Let me handle them," Shin said. A show of good faith. Trunks didn't know what that meant, but he trusted and admired Shin completely. He nodded, letting Shin take the lead. Shin slowly walked towards the massive spaceship. A group of bizarrely shaped soldiers disembarked, led by Frieza and King Cold. Frieza froze when he saw Shin. He could sense an immense power radiating from him, yet he couldn't identify who he was. He took out his scouter to assess Shin's power level, but it only read 20. Impossible. How can his power level be only 20? He figured the scouter was broken again and tossed it aside. He and his father surrounded Shin. "Is this person Goku?" King Cold asked, licking his lips. He seemed even more savage than Frieza. He looked ready to devour Shin. Frieza laughed. "He's not Goku. But I have a feeling he's even more dangerous. Let's deal with this kid first." Frieza and King Cold closed in on Shin. Shin laughed, then swiftly entered Sage mode. With his current strength, he could easily overwhelm androids 17 and 18 in this state. He slowly flew into the sky, using the flight technique he had learned. Seeing Shin take to the air, Frieza and King Cold followed. They fired energy blasts at him, both of them taking him very seriously, attacking with lethal force from the start. Frieza even transformed, determined to eliminate Shin. But in his current Sage mode, Shin simply waved his hand, and great Torii gates descended from the sky, sealing the two of them in place. Then, Shin used wood release, and the ground erupted with writhing wood, completely ensnaring them. Shin was going all out now, unlike when he had fought Cell. The power of his wood release was incredible, completely altering the landscape. Frieza and King Cold were bound tightly, stunned. They had never seen such a strange attack. The battles in their world were all about hard-hitting, power-level-driven clashes. Shin simply pressed his hand down. Frieza and King Cold roared in agony, but in a matter of moments, they were reduced to nothing but dust. Then, Shin dealt with their soldiers as easily as stepping on bugs. Every 300 horsepower equals bonus chapter. Chapter 909, 909, Meeting Son Goku. When Shin had unleashed his power, Vegeta, Piccolo, and the others had watched, completely stunned. They knew Shin was strong, but they had never imagined he was on this level. The enemies they had considered overwhelmingly powerful, Frieza and King Cold, had been casually annihilated by Shin in an instant. Trunks nodded. "Even as a Super Saiyan, I'm nowhere near his level. He defeated me." This infuriated Vegeta. The Super Saiyans were a superior race, the greatest warriors in the universe. How could one of them lose to an Earthling? Vegeta sneered. "Have you no Saiyan pride?" Trunks hadn't expected his words to strike such a nerve with Vegeta. The current era was different from the one 20 years in the future. In Trunks' time, he and Gohan were Super Saiyans, but they were powerless, hunted and killed at will by androids 17 and 18. Now, however, the term Super Saiyan was practically a synonym for invincibility. Trunks tried to explain, but Vegeta gave him no chance. At that moment, a small spaceship descended from the sky. Not wanting to argue with Vegeta any longer, Trunks simply said, "Son Goku is here." Vegeta could indeed sense Goku's energy. He nodded. "Fine. We'll see Goku first. Then you can explain what you're doing here." The other Z fighters were just as confused, but with Goku's arrival, their confidence returned. To them, Goku represented the pinnacle of their strength. As long as he was alive, they could defeat any enemy. Goku, dressed in a spacesuit, walked toward them, his expression one of surprise. Besides the familiar key of his friends, he had also sensed three strange presences. The girl's power level wasn't that high, but Trunks and Shin gave him a sense of unease. Goku approached Shin. "Who are you? You're not from Earth, are you?" Faced with Goku's direct question, Shin wasn't sure how to explain. Should he just say he was from another world? Shin spoke. "You're right, I'm not from Earth. But I have a lot to tell you. Can we speak in private?" Nearby, Trunks nodded in agreement. Goku went over to greet Piccolo and Krillin immediately threw his arms around him in a hug. Only Vegeta stood apart, shooting Goku a look of cold disdain. In his eyes, he was the prince of all Saiyans, while Goku was merely the descendant of a low-class warrior. Wasting time with someone like him was beneath his dignity. Goku, with his naturally carefree personality, didn't pay Vegeta any mind and walked over to Shin. "Let's talk over there." "The fewer people who hear this, the better," Shin said. Goku nodded. Shin, Trunks, Goku, and the silent Kushina walked to the side. Kushina trusted Shin completely. She was just waiting for him to speak, ready to back him up. She wasn't one for idle chatter. They moved away from the group, and Goku said, "All right, you can tell me what you're here for." "I have a feeling it's not good." Goku's words surprised Shin. It seemed Goku wasn't the mindless fighting machine the manga sometimes portrayed him as. On the contrary, he had an incredibly sharp intuition. Shin didn't beat around the bush. "We're from 20 years in the future. We're all from Earth. This is Trunks, he's the son of an old friend of yours, and he's a Super Saiyan." To prove his point, Trunks immediately transformed into a Super Saiyan. This shocked Goku. As far as he knew, he was the only Super Saiyan in existence. The son of an old friend. Could it be? The only person he could think of was Vegeta. Vegeta's son. Then who is Vegeta's wife? Bulma, Trunks replied. At the mention of Bulma, Goku was stunned. Bulma was the first friend he had ever made, and their bond was deep. Her and Vegeta. Shin spoke up again. "We don't have time for this. In 20 years, Earth will face a terrifying attack. 2 androids, created by a certain doctor you've crossed paths with, will bring humanity to the brink of extinction." He laid out the grim future, the deaths of Goku's friends, Vegeta, Piccolo, Krillin, and the near-total destruction of Earth. He then explained that androids 17 and 18 were absorbed by a being named Cell, and that they couldn't defeat him. Shin had no choice but to travel back to this time to find Goku and stop the threat before it could even begin. Hearing Shin's story, Goku nodded, understanding the gravity of the situation. He had to act. Everything he did was for the sake of Earth's peace. He couldn't stand by and watch that peace be destroyed by a bunch of villains. "All right, I'll do it." "What do you need me to do?" Goku asked. At that moment, the system's voice echoed in Shin's mind. "Side mission, ask Son Goku to teach you, instant transmission. Within 1 year, achieve a power level capable of defeating a Super Saiyan 2. Upon completion, you will gain the ability to transform into a Super Saiyan." Holy crap! I can become a Super Saiyan. A Super Saiyan in the world of Naruto. Shin was intrigued. But he also knew it would be difficult. In the original story, it took Goku years to barely become a Super Saiyan. To reach the strength of a Super Saiyan 2 in just 1 year wouldn't be easy. But that was what made it a challenge. If it were too easy, what would be the point? Shin immediately turned to Goku. "Right now, I need you to use your influence to get all the warriors on Earth to train as hard as they can, to push their limits. But honestly, no matter how strong the others get, it won't be enough. It all comes down to you and Vegeta. If the 2 of you can reach the second form of Super Saiyan, you should be able to handle them." The second form of Super Saiyan. Goku was stunned. He didn't even know there was a second form. Shin quickly explained. Super Saiyan 2 is achieved by channeling even more anger than the first form. It increases your power by 100 times. A Super Saiyan 2 could destroy the Earth with a flick of a finger. Every 300 horsepower equals bonus chapter. Chapter 910, the second form of Super Saiyan. The moment Goku heard, 100 times stronger, his excitement surged. "Since you know about Super Saiyan 2, can you teach us?" he asked eagerly. Shin shook his head. "I may know about it, but I'm not a Saiyan. How could I possibly know how to achieve that state?" Goku nodded, not pressing the issue. But Shin could see it in his eyes. Goku's desire for Super Saiyan 2 was palpable. He wouldn't have asked so eagerly otherwise. Shin was actually very curious about the power of a Saiyan transformation, which was why he wanted to learn instant transmission from Goku. But he couldn't just ask outright, Goku might not agree. So, Shin decided to dangle the bait. It was the only way he could get instant transmission from Goku and, in turn, the Super Saiyan reward from the system. Just then, Goku, seeing that Shin had nothing more to say, turned to walk toward Vegeta. As a former prince who was well read in Saiyan history and secrets, Vegeta might know something. At that moment, Shin spoke up. "I may not know how to enter the Super Saiyan 2 state, but..." Goku spun back around. But what? "You have some information." Shin nodded. "That's right. A friend of mine once reached Super Saiyan 2. I heard a few things." "Then tell us." Goku was getting anxious. Shin knew Goku's personality wouldn't be able to handle the suspense. Sure enough, the fish had taken the bait. He smiled. But, as you know, Goku, all power comes with a price. Goku nodded. It was a fundamental principle of the universe. Shin continued, so, I can't just give you this information for free, can I? What do you want? We'll do our best to get it for you. Goku wasn't an idiot. He knew Shin wanted something in return. I want to learn your instant transmission. In exchange, I'll tell you what I know about Super Saiyan 2. Of course, only what I know. Shin held out his hand. Goku slapped it. Deal. So, who goes first? Achieving Super Saiyan 2 wasn't something that could be rushed, and Shin certainly couldn't just claim he'd deliver on his end first. The two of them were at a standoff. Finally, it was Goku who broke the silence. Is it because you can't guarantee your information is reliable? Goku had figured it out. Yes. While I can give you the information, I can't prove that it's what you're looking for. Or rather, while it's reliable, you won't be able to turn it into fighting power in a short amount of time. That's why I can't offer to go first, Shin explained. Hearing this, Goku, being the good-natured person he was, said, you took care of King Cold for us. We should repay you for that anyway. I'll teach you instant transmission first. But Shin shook his head. No, I'll give you the information first, then you can teach me. After all, my information isn't worth much to anyone else. But instant transmission is different. After a brief discussion, Shin led Goku, Vegeta, and Trunks into a small room. He used a ninjutsu to soundproof the area and began to explain. In truth, Shin didn't know the exact method for achieving Super Saiyan 2. But he had seen it in the manga. First, he told the three of them that to reach the second form, they had to be at the absolute peak of their Super Saiyan state. Otherwise, even if they had enough emotional buildup, their bodies wouldn't be able to handle the energy, and they would fail. Second, they needed an immense amount of emotional energy, preferably sorrow and anger. For Saiyans, anger was an easy emotion to access, so they should focus on that. Finally, Shin added that if they wanted to guarantee they could enter this state, they had to train diligently. Only if their soul and spirit could support the weight of that emotion could they ensure their transformation into Super Saiyan 2. Shin knew that Gohan had been able to transform into a Super Saiyan 2 as a child, but because he was so young, he couldn't fully grasp its power. In the Dragon Ball manga, Goku and Vegeta had used the hyperbolic time chamber to turn a single day into a year of training. But since he had traveled back 20 years to give them this information, the results should be even better than in the manga. After he finished his explanation, Shin had the three of them give it a try. As expected, Vegeta and Trunks couldn't do it. Only Goku could feel a flicker of that power, because only he had reached the peak of his Super Saiyan state. The four of them had been gone for so long that Kushina was getting antsy. After all, she had always been the one by Shin's side, and now she was in a place she didn't know at all. The fact that Shin had left her outside alone made her quite unhappy. But he didn't keep her waiting for too long. Soon, Shin and the other three emerged. Kushina walked over to Shin and murmured, Shin, please don't leave me alone here. Although Kushina had seen her share of life and death, this environment was truly difficult for her to accept. Shin patted Kushina's head. All right. It won't happen again. From now on, I'll take you with me wherever I go. Goku and the others watched the two of them, a smile on their faces. After all, Saiyans didn't usually bring their families along on their travels and battles. Someone like Shin, who brought his sister along, was unheard of. A strange thought flickered through Vegeta's mind. It reminded him of some of the more degenerate royal histories he had once read about on conquered planets. An unusually close bond. Every 300 horsepower equals bonus chapter. Chapter 911, 911, Instant Transmission. Shin had already shared everything he knew about the second Super Saiyan form with Goku and the others. In exchange, it was time for Goku to teach Shin instant transmission. Goku was a man of his word, and besides, they all had a good impression of Shin. His overwhelming strength also ensured they wouldn't try anything funny. Goku led Shin to a wide, open area. Kushina, however, stuck close to Shin, unwilling to leave his side. Shin glanced between Kushina and Goku. Goku, is it okay if my sister joins us? Goku didn't mind at all and readily agreed to Shin's request. Once they arrived, Goku began to explain the principles of instant transmission. Every living being has a unique energy signature, a sort of frequency that's different for everyone, Goku explained. Try to sense your own. Shin focused his chakra, feeling inward. Sure enough, he could detect a faint, constant frequency emanating from his body. It was so subtle that even he would have missed it if he wasn't looking for it. Goku continued, exactly. Once you can feel your own, you can learn to sense the signatures of others, as long as you're familiar enough with energy. Instant transmission works on that principle. The problem is, our energy signatures fade over distance. With my own ki, for example, I can only sense someone clearly within a few meters. Goku taught Shin everything he understood about the technique, holding nothing back. Shin, playing the part of a good student, listened intently. My instant transmission uses this principle. The next step is to convert your body into pure energy. Like this, Goku demonstrated. His body flickered, briefly transforming into a slightly unstable energy state. The form didn't last long. Shin understood that maintaining it would consume a massive amount of energy and was inherently unstable, even dangerous. Goku then instructed Shin on how to convert his own body to energy and project it outward. He had to lock onto someone else's frequency and then launch his energy form toward it, reassembling himself using his own unique signature upon arrival. At this point, Shin's curiosity got the better of him. What would happen if you tried to reassemble yourself using someone else's frequency instead of your own? Goku shook his head, explaining that he'd had the same thought once. In the best-case scenario, the reassembly would fail, and you'd just reappear right where you started. And the worst-case scenario? Kushina suddenly chimed in. My master said there's a small chance you'd just become a cloud of energy and disappear forever. Hearing such a grim outcome, Shin certainly wasn't about to try such a risky maneuver. He had thought he was the first to come up with the idea, a way to catch an enemy off guard. It seemed many pioneers in the Dragon Ball world had already sacrificed themselves on the dead-end path. Following Goku's instructions, Shin began his first attempt. He started by memorizing his own energy frequency. This step was simple enough, with his deep understanding and control over both his chakra and his own body, it was a piece of cake. But the second step, converting his body into energy, proved to be incredibly difficult. In the world of Naruto, chakra could be imbued with elemental properties. Most ninja, when using chakra, would naturally infuse it with an element like fire or earth. This was true even for sage arts. But in the world of Dragon Ball, most warriors used ki, which was pure, attribute-less energy. So, for the people here, instant transmission was a three-step process: convert to energy, teleport, and reform. But for Shin, the process was different. He would first transform into a mass of fire, water, or earth, teleport to his destination as that element, and only then reform into his physical body. Not only was this process a step slower than everyone else's, but the elemental form itself was a dead giveaway. Normally, you could use instant transmission to make a quick escape. But in his case, a ball of fire would suddenly appear in front of the enemy, lighting up the entire desert. He'd basically be a glowing, elemental bullseye. Shin was determined to find a way around this. He began to experiment relentlessly, trying to merge the principles of his chakra with the ki of this world. The main challenge was breaking the habit of unconsciously adding an elemental attribute every time he used his energy. Goku was fascinated by Shin's flashy attempts. Who wouldn't love a show like that? Kushina, on the other hand, felt a pang of sympathy as she watched Shin struggle, repeating the same process over and over, growing more frustrated with each failure. But persistence pays off. After countless attempts, Shin finally mastered instant transmission. Compared to Goku and the others, Shin still needed a longer preparation time. He hadn't quite reached the instant part of the technique yet. However, because of his immense energy levels and his more refined control, his range was an astonishing 1500 meters, 3 to 5 times farther than Goku's. Just then, the system's voice echoed in his mind. Shin has mastered instant transmission. Side quest complete. Calculating reward. Reward calculated. Available for collection in 24 hours. Warning, this modification will have a significant impact on the body. Please collect it in a private location. By the time Shin finished his training, the sky had grown dark. The three of them headed back, ready to sleep. Although Kushina insisted on sleeping with Shin, he decided it was best for them to have separate rooms to avoid any awkward glances from the others. Late that night, Shin quietly opened the system interface, deciding to claim his Super Saiyan reward. He told the system to begin. Suddenly, a cluster of new cells appeared inside his body. They multiplied rapidly, quickly taking over a large area. Shin forced himself to recall things that made him angry, like the recent memory of Cell. With a flash of lightning, Shin's hair and eyebrows turned a brilliant gold. His hair, except for his bangs, stood on end, and a golden aura of ki erupted around him. So this is the power of ki. Shin murmured to himself. He felt as if all the chakra in his body had been converted into ki the moment he entered the Super Saiyan state. Shin clenched his fists, feeling a power completely different from his usual strength surging through him. But when he looked down, he saw that the immense energy he generated had completely disintegrated his pajamas. Every 300 horsepower equals bonus chapter. Chapter 912, Farewell and Return. The next morning, with Goku's permission, Shin began teaching Kushina the method for instant transmission. Goku's explanation had been too technical for her, trying to get Kushina to understand concepts like resonance and frequency was nearly impossible. So, it was up to Shin to explain it himself. Thanks to their combined efforts, Kushina's own considerable power, and, most importantly, Shin's clever way of explaining things, Kushina had grasped the basic principles of instant transmission in just one day. She was still clumsy with it, of course. She'd often find herself unable to move mid-teleport, or she'd just pop up in the same spot she started. But at least she had learned the technique. With enough practice, it could be a useful tool in the future. Shin, however, secretly vowed to do everything in his power to ensure Kushina would never have to use the skill to escape. Time always seemed to fly. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed, and their time with Goku and the others had been pleasant. Even Vegeta, persuaded by Trunks, had come to accept the situation. He had even reconciled with Goku. He was slowly coming to terms with the fact that he couldn't save the planet on his own, not with his pride or his royal status. A true leader had to accept that there would be others who were stronger, even far stronger. Besides, Goku was a genius, no one could really compare. As he thought about it, Vegeta gradually began to let go of his pride. Kushina had also gotten used to the food. The first few days, she had been highly suspicious of everything, but after a few days of delicious meals, she had come around. The never say never rule always seemed to apply to transmigrators. But all good things must come to an end. The time machine's energy wasn't infinite. And in another timeline, they themselves were still in danger. So, Shin took the initiative and announced their departure to Goku and the others. Understanding the reason, Goku and Vegeta readily agreed and insisted on throwing them a farewell party. Shin tried to refuse, but his protests were useless. In the end, he gave in and agreed to attend the farewell dinner. At the party, Goku showed Shin some of his understanding of the Super Saiyan 2 form. Sure enough, when he powered up, sparks of electricity crackled around his body. Shin knew this was the telltale sign of Goku unlocking Super Saiyan 2. He was genuinely happy for him. After all, if Goku's strength increased rapidly, the situation with Cell would be completely different. Vegeta also told Shin that he was on the verge of unlocking his own Super Saiyan form. At the same time, Vegeta organized a military parade of 2 formations, showing Shin the results of the soldiers' training. After some more conversation, it was soon 9 o'clock at night. According to Shin's plan, it was time to go back. If they delayed any longer and the situation changed, they might not be able to handle it. So at 9 o'clock, Shin, Kushina, and Trunks finally boarded the time machine again, preparing to return to their original timeline. The time machine started up quickly. With his new Super Saiyan form, Shin wasn't afraid of the turbulence of time travel. Instead, he boldly opened his eyes to watch. As the time machine traveled, it was as if they were wrapped in a protective green sphere, speeding through a long river of intertwining black and white. With a soft click, the machine stopped. The green protective shell opened. The 3 of them had returned to their original timeline. The Earth's weather was clear and sunny, showing no signs of impending doom. Trunks asked excitedly, "Shin, does this mean our experiment was a success?" Shin, however, didn't think so. He shook his head. "No, it's not that simple." Trunks was confused. Shin continued, "Look, even Bulma is gone. The timeline of this world, has it changed?" Trunks's heart dropped. His mother, Bulma, she was gone. His home was completely empty. According to the situation before they left, their house should have been filled with people, not just Bulma. And Cell. Trunks looked around and found that Cell, their sworn enemy, was also gone. There was no trace of him. He quickly asked Shin, "Shin, what should we do now? Should we look for my mother?" Shin nodded. At this point, there was probably no better course of action. At least that goal was clear and could provide them with enough information. Trunks looked at the ground, then knelt to touch it carefully. "Shin, based on my experience, everyone in my house went west. These are our family's tire tracks. I can feel it. A Super Saiyan's body really is amazing," Shin thought to himself. The 2 of them followed the direction of the tire tracks, heading west. After a long journey, they finally reached a city. Though they didn't know its name, Shin went in anyway and spent a little money to ask someone for information. It turned out that after they left, the timeline had changed. Goku had been able to stably enter the Super Saiyan 2 state 10 years ago. Therefore, even when the androids attacked, they hadn't been able to cause large-scale casualties. But a few days ago, Cell had found an opportunity and absorbed androids 17 and 18. Now, he wanted to challenge the world's greatest fighters. So everyone was gearing up to participate. Shin asked a few more questions and found out that the location of the tournament was the same as before, the northwest sector 5 of Central City. Goku, Vegeta, and the others had all been invited, so Vegeta's entire family had gone to watch the tournament. It seemed logical enough. All in all, the two of them could finally breathe a sigh of relief. Especially Shin. At least the world hadn't deviated into a future he couldn't recognize at all. If it had, his foreknowledge would be useless, and he'd be forced to rely solely on his own strength to fight Cell and the others head-on. Although he now had the Super Saiyan state, compared to a Super Saiyan 2 Goku, he probably wasn't that much stronger. Every 300 horsepower equals bonus chapter. Chapter 913, The Cell Games, Hercule's Defeat. Sure enough, when the trio arrived in the 5th sector, the Cell Games hadn't started yet. The tournament was still 3 or 4 days away. Trunks finally found his mother, Bulma, and his father, Vegeta. Bulma, however, immediately laid into him for playing fast and loose with the time machine. She dragged the entire family to Central City for the tournament, only to find him missing, which had worried her sick. Hearing this, both Trunks and Shin understood. Their influence had caused a major divergence in the timeline. Because Goku and Vegeta had grown stronger ahead of schedule, the androids hadn't been nearly as powerful as in the other timeline. Even Cell was wary of Goku's strength and didn't dare to provoke him recklessly. Although he had organized a tournament, he hadn't made any arrogant proclamations about killing all of humanity if he won. This was all because of Goku and Vegeta. If the two of them went all out, their combined power would be nearly a match for his. So, Cell could only use a tournament format to challenge the world's strongest fighters one by one. It was just like the World Martial Arts Tournament of old. He wanted to claim the title of number 1 for himself. Only then could he better further his own development. And absorb the other androids. But now that Shin was here, he had no intention of letting Cell's murderous plot succeed. Even in the previous timeline, where Cell was far more powerful, Shin hadn't given up, even resorting to the time machine to fight him. In this timeline, Cell was nowhere near as strong. Plus, having acquired the constitution of a Super Saiyan, Shin's own power had seen a massive boost. Right now, Shin could probably hold his own against Cell in a one-on-one fight. And that wasn't even counting powerful allies like Goku and Vegeta. Therefore, Shin decided to watch a few matches and then, at a critical moment, step in and test his own strength against Cell. Or perhaps, after Cell defeated Goku and went berserk, he would step in to save the world. Of course, that was all just wishful thinking. Goku might just beat Cell himself. Then he wouldn't even need to get involved. Of course, that was just one possibility. If Cell absorbed Android 16 or something and his power skyrocketed, requiring all the top fighters to combine their strength to defeat him, Shin wouldn't mind joining them to eliminate the threat to humanity. In short, the situation was unpredictable, no one could say for sure who would win or lose. As a result, the casinos in Central City had already started taking bets. The odds of Cell winning it all were 1-2. The odds of Goku beating Cell were 1-3. The odds of Vegeta beating Cell were 1-5. There were others as well, like the odds of Android 16 beating Cell, which were a staggering 4.5. A few other lesser-known fighters also had their own odds. Shin was quite pleased. He noticed that he wasn't listed. This meant he had no reputation in this world. Or rather, in this timeline, he had no reputation. Therefore, no one knew that his strength was on par with Goku and the others. However, he didn't place any bets. It was pointless. If he could actually defeat Cell, the fame he would gain would be worth far more than any money he could win from a bet. Of course, the main reason was that the three of them didn't have the money or the connections to profit from the betting. Time flew by. Shin and Kushina spent a few days shopping in Central City, treating it like a vacation. The city was incredibly prosperous, its malls like cities that never slept. These scenes of peace and stability seemed to indicate that this world was in no danger of destruction. Perhaps everyone, or at least most people, didn't know. They didn't know about Cell's true ambitions. They just saw the Cell Games as another version of the World Martial Arts Tournament. But Cell, in his heart, was still plotting to destroy humanity and absorb them all. Soon, the Cell Games officially began. First, a few referees came on stage and announced the rules. The rules of the Cell Games were largely the same as the World Martial Arts Tournament: surrendering, being knocked out of the ring, or being killed by the opponent counted as a loss. The difference was that humanity's only opponent was Cell. Any number of people could participate, fighting Cell one by one. If one lost, the next would take their place. Then they spewed some trash talk, mocking the entire human race. They also made some taunting gestures towards Goku and the others. The first to enter the ring, just like in the manga, was Hercule's student, Kuroni. He leaped onto the stage and challenged Cell. The Cell of this timeline was indeed much more civilized. Even with a complete scrub like this jumping up to challenge him, he didn't get angry. Instead, he waited a few seconds for Kuroni to introduce himself before making a move. The moment Kuroni attacked, he was sent flying out of the ring by Cell's aura. A wave of shock went through the crowd. Kuroni was Hercule's prized student and a famous fighter in Central City. Yet he couldn't even force Cell to make a move. Just his aura alone was enough to send Kuroni flying. Soon, Hercule's second student, Piroshki, entered the ring. Piroshki was a burly man, his appearance quite intimidating. Compared to Kuroni, Piroshki looked much stronger. Sure enough, unlike in the manga, Cell waited for Piroshki to finish his long-winded introduction before starting the match. Piroshki roared, charging towards Cell. But the moment he reached him, thwomp! The massive Piroshki was sent flying like a broken kite. Cell had barely even braced himself. Everyone in the arena held their breath, the scene becoming incredibly awkward. The entire crowd was momentarily frozen. Most of them hadn't expected Piroshki to be defeated so quickly. Some had bet on him, thinking he might last 5 rounds, or maybe 10, but at least a few. After all, Piroshki's reputation was much greater than Kuroni's. At this point, it should have been Hercule's turn, but he was starting to get cold feet. With his own strength, he could defeat his 2 students with ease, but it would take a few moves. And he certainly couldn't do it as effortlessly as Cell. Hercule slowly stood up from the rest area. In that instant, all eyes in the arena turned to him. Every 300 horsepower equals bonus chapter. Chapter 914, 914, Goku's Entrance. Hercule had won the 24th World Martial Arts Tournament and had been teaching in Central City for many years. Everyone present knew he was a renowned martial arts master. Shin looked at Hercule. He was nearly 6'3", a bit taller than Shin, and built like a tank, all muscle. However, Shin knew that, according to the manga, Hercule would be easily defeated by Cell. And the Cell of this world wasn't much weaker than the original. Sure enough, after Hercule jumped on stage and briefly listed his achievements and credentials, the match began. Realizing the extent of Cell's power, Hercule immediately unleashed his strongest move, the dynamite kick. According to Hercule, any enemy hit by this kick would be killed or severely injured by a massive explosion. But when Hercule's dynamite kick hit Cell's protective barrier, it only caused a huge shockwave. Hercule himself was blown back to the edge of the ring, but Cell stood his ground, not a speck of dust or a single wrinkle on his clothes. Hercule was shocked, but being in the ring, he had to continue the fight. He then used his signature move, the Satan Punch. Cell glanced at Hercule's technique and said coldly, sloppy. Then, with a single punch, he struck Hercule squarely in the chest. Whoosh! Thump! Hercule was sent flying, landing on the ground, his condition unknown. The crowd was in an uproar, completely stunned. After all, while Hercule wasn't the world's strongest fighter, if you were to rank them, he'd definitely be in the top 30 or 40. Plus, with his 2 students having fought Cell first, he should have been able to gather some useful information. But he had been defeated so pathetically, knocked out of the ring in 2 rounds, his fate uncertain. It seemed that for now, everyone could only place their hopes in Goku. After all, they had heard that in their previous encounter, Cell hadn't really gotten the upper hand against Goku. Goku straightened his GI, ran a hand through his hair, and stood. He walked to the edge of the ring. "All right, Cell," he said, his voice ringing with anticipation. "Let's have a real, all-out fight. Don't hold back. Let everyone see what you're really capable of." With that, Goku transformed into a Super Saiyan 2. A brilliant golden aura erupted around him, his hair standing on end, lightning crackling around his body. A massive surge of power emanated from Goku, seeming to warp the very air around the ring. Seeing Goku's transformation, Cell didn't waste any words and fired an energy blast. Goku simply extended his right fist, deflecting the blast, which dissipated into thin air. Cell, unfazed, gathered all his energy and unleashed his fatal attack. He transformed into a streak of green light, charging towards Goku. Goku, not to be outdone, transformed into a streak of golden light and charged towards Cell. Boom! A deafening crack echoed as the 2 fighters collided. A clash of green and gold light erupted, the 2 auras warring against each other in a brilliant, violent stalemate. But Shin's eyesight was exceptional. Even without activating his Sharingan, he could clearly see the disparity in their power. He knew his arrival had drastically altered their strengths. This version of Goku, in his Super Saiyan 2 state, was more than enough to overwhelm the current Cell. Sure enough, Cell was quickly defeated. He conceded defeat with a grimace. At that moment, the entire crowd erupted. This match was even more thrilling than the World Martial Arts Tournament. Many of them were bettors. With Goku's victory, some were celebrating, while others were ruined. Though the fight had only lasted a few minutes, only a few could truly understand the intricacies of the battle. For example, Vegeta. By his own estimation, his strength was only a fraction less than Goku's. He figured he could last at least 50 rounds against him. But after seeing Cell, he felt he couldn't even last 30 rounds against him. Yet Goku had defeated Cell. Didn't that mean Goku was stronger than Cell? Though he was more familiar with Goku's moves, Goku was also more familiar with his. But Shin had seen something different. The Cell of this world, having absorbed too few people, seemed unexpectedly weak. He wondered if, after being defeated, he would still be able to tap into his Super Saiyan cells and transform into Perfect Cell. And even if he did, could Goku and the others handle him? Shin was a bit lost, but also secretly pleased. Though his chances of being the hero were greatly reduced, the Dragon Ball world seemed to have found peace because of it. Many people were spared the horrors of war, able to live peaceful, stable lives. Perhaps it didn't matter if he was a hero or not. Since Cell had no great confidence in this match to begin with, he hadn't made any grand promises. But now that he had been defeated by Goku, the final victory belonged to Goku. The others, like Vegeta, didn't need to fight. Android 16 looked at Goku and ultimately decided not to enter the ring. Though he was a skilled fighter, he was still no match for Goku. Since he probably couldn't win, why would he embarrass Cell on his own turf? After all, the Cell of this world was relatively humble and gentle. Even after absorbing 17 and 18, Android 16 believed that as long as he didn't provoke Cell, nothing would happen. After the match, Cell invited Goku and the other fighters to dinner with him at a hotel. It was a gesture of welcome for their arrival in Central City, and also a farewell for himself. Shin felt the world spiraling out of his control. This version of Cell was completely beyond his predictions. No matter how you sliced it, Cell was supposed to be the ultimate villain, a malevolent being bent on world destruction. Why was he acting so humble? Even if he had been defeated, he should have kept fighting, using his Super Saiyan cells to quickly grow stronger and fight Goku and the others to the bitter end. What in the world was wrong with this timeline? Shin shook his head, looking at Kushina in confusion, his expression slightly dazed. Every 300 horsepower equals bonus chapter. Chapter 915, Sucker Punch. Trunks nudged Shin, who was staring blankly into the distance. Shin, it's over. Shin slowly looked up at him, a strange look in his eyes. I just have a feeling, this isn't over yet. Cell isn't the type to give up so easily. Trunks seemed to agree, but still, he offered a counterpoint. No matter what, Uncle Goku beat Cell. Even if Cell wanted to try something, he couldn't, right? Shin just shook his head and said no more. He knew Cell had Super Saiyan genes. He knew what that meant. But even if he told them, no one would believe him. This was the curse of being a transmigrator. You knew so much, knew how to change the course of events and alter the final outcome, but no one would ever listen. Even if he moved the world to persuade them, it would likely be for nothing. Sometimes, his warnings were even misinterpreted as malicious attempts to stir up trouble. Seeing Shin fall silent, Trunks continued, don't dwell on things we can't predict. None of us can decide the future. If we could, things wouldn't be like this, even with a time machine. Let's go eat. Cell's treating us. This whole month has felt like a dream. The world turned upside down so fast. Shin finally stood, nodding. He followed the large group toward the hotel Cell had mentioned. Kushina, who had been sitting beside him, sidled up and whispered, you look so silly when you're lost in thought like that. Shin gave an awkward laugh. He could just picture it, him, sitting alone on the spectator stands, deep in thought, with only Kushina for company. Ah, even if I do, Kushina, you can't just say it out loud, Shin said, ruffling her hair with a sigh. Kushina nodded. I know. I won't call you silly anymore. Unless you're being really silly, and I just can't help it. Shin wouldn't let anyone else talk to him like that. But Kushina was different. They had been through so much together, and their bond was so close that a little teasing didn't matter. Seeing how close the two were, Trunks instinctively shuffled a little farther away from Shin. He shot Shin a disdainful look, as if he couldn't stand the sight of someone taking advantage of Kushina. Thwack. A sharp sound echoed as Shin's knuckle connected with Trunks's head. What are you looking at? Shin demanded. He wouldn't dare hit Kushina, but messing with Trunks was fair game. The knock didn't cause any real damage, but it definitely hurt. Shin's specially aimed knuckle wrap left Trunks's head spinning. After that, Trunks didn't dare question Shin's behavior again, let alone give him a scornful look. Though deep down, Trunks still believed that while Shin was a good man in the grand scheme of things and incredibly powerful, his personal morals were questionable. Otherwise, why would he be bullying a little girl? Cell had absorbed a lot of people, and he had always been the strongest in Central City, so he was naturally loaded. Besides, he had never paid for a meal in his life. He found the biggest hotel in the city and ordered a feast for 1,000 people. During the banquet, Cell even showed off his talents. For a bio-android, he had a surprising gift for music. He performed a violin concerto at the banquet. While it couldn't compare to the master Shin had heard in his past life, for an amateur, his skill was exceptional. Goku was also thrilled to have met Cell. After all, there were few on Earth who could be a worthy opponent. As for Vegeta, if he got serious, he could handle him with ease. Sometimes, he even arrogantly thought that if he went all out, maybe even used a sneak attack. If he threw honor out the window, Vegeta would only last a few hits. Of course, he could never tell Vegeta that. It would shatter his pride. After all these years, Vegeta had trained with all his might, but the gap between him and Goku only grew wider. Vegeta would never be able to accept that. After a few drinks and several courses, Cell took the stage again and gave a passionate speech. The gist of it was that his obsession with fighting was all-consuming. But on Earth, he couldn't find an opponent of equal strength to help him improve, so he had resorted to drastic measures. He hoped everyone could forgive him for any trouble he'd caused. He then said that he felt his strength was still far inferior to Goku's, so he planned to travel to other planets to learn from others and improve himself through his journey. Everyone who heard him felt that Cell's intentions were good. Though he was a bio-android and had caused a lot of death, since he was willing to turn over a new leaf, many were willing to forgive his past sins. Even Hercule, who had been so severely injured that he had to be carried to the banquet on a stretcher by 2 of his students, was an exception. He was so moved by Cell's words that his eyes welled up with tears. Ever since winning the World Martial Arts Tournament, he had rarely pushed himself, never innovating beyond his dynamite kick. But Cell, who was so much stronger, only a little weaker than Goku, was willing to travel to other galaxies to constantly improve himself. He deeply felt that his own skill was no match for Cell's, and even his love for martial arts was far inferior. He finally came to terms with the fact that he couldn't beat Cell. After all, not everyone would dedicate their entire life, even their very being, to martial arts. Finally, amid cheers and laughter, the banquet hosted by Cell came to an end. Since Cell was leaving, everyone naturally went to see him off. Cell invited Goku to travel with him to other galaxies. But Goku refused. The two seemed to share a mutual respect. Just before boarding the spaceship, Cell suggested one last handshake with Goku. Goku, of course, couldn't refuse such a request. However, just as their hands touched, Cell suddenly struck, without a shred of warning. His full power, long-prepared attack shot straight for Goku's chest. Every 300 horsepower equals bonus chapter. Chapter 916, Mutual Destruction. A collective gasp swept through the crowd. No one could have imagined that Cell would do such a thing. Just a minute ago, he had been giving a grand farewell speech. He claimed he wanted to travel to other planets, learn more advanced martial arts techniques, and return to challenge Goku again. But now, he had launched a sucker punch at Goku, an attack clearly meant to kill, with no holding back. Boom. Cell's energy blast slammed directly into Goku's chest. Goku was sent flying, a gaping hole torn through his chest. His body was battered and broken, like a tattered old sack. In an instant, Cell had neutralized Goku. Then, Cell's body began to swell, glowing an ominous white as a terrifying energy pulsed from him. Those with knowledge recognized the signs immediately. It was the prelude to an android's self-destruction. Just as quickly, a bloodied and grievously wounded Goku appeared behind Cell. He used his instant transmission, taking Cell with him to Kekkei's planet. World Line Convergence. Everyone slowly recovered from the shock, grateful to have survived. In the end, peace seemed to return to Earth. All traces of Cell were quickly erased. Goku was hailed as a hero, revered and worshipped almost like a god. In the center of Central City's main square, a massive statue of Goku was erected, 10 times his actual size. To mimic his golden Super Saiyan aura, they even hired professional color artisans to create a special gold foil to cover the statue's surface. Only then did Shin sigh. Even after all our efforts, the world line still converged in the end. Though the casualties were much lower, Goku and Cell still ended up in mutual destruction. He just didn't know if Cell could still return to Earth. Shin had actually planned to prevent this from happening, but in the end, he failed. Cell's acting was simply too good. If he were on 21st century Earth, he would have won an Oscar for his performance. Shin truly believed that Cell had changed, that he had turned over a new leaf, and that the world line had shifted. Gohan was heartbroken. Although Chi-Chi constantly comforted him, he couldn't stop crying. Shin wasn't good at comforting children, so he stayed out of it. As for training Gohan, now that Goku and Cell were gone, it seemed no one had the motivation to keep fighting. After all, with the protection of these incredibly brave people, the Earth had become exceptionally safe. Vegeta, too, had grown lax. Though Android 16's combat power was still much greater than his. Android 16 wasn't a Super Saiyan, his race was different. Vegeta didn't feel the same intense desire to compete. With Goku gone, he immediately lost his goal and stopped encouraging the others on Earth to train. Though Vegeta and the others had relaxed, Shin didn't dare slack off for a single day. As the saying goes, use it or lose it. Once you neglected a skill you relied on for survival, you would gradually become rusty. Often, if you didn't use it, you wouldn't feel much of a difference. But when you truly needed those skills, you'd find yourself completely helpless. In the end, you'd die, be ridiculed by others, or become a cautionary tale for all time. He still practiced his ninjutsu, senjutsu, and the instant transmission and Super Saiyan transformation he had learned from Goku with great effort. Overall, his Super Saiyan transformation was very proficient. He could unleash 4 to 5 times his original power, which made his taijutsu incredibly effective. Even in hand-to-hand combat, he was confident he could defeat Cell. But he had no clue how to enter the Super Saiyan 2 state. After all, Shin had always been a calm and rational person. Aside from a few scares along the way, his emotions rarely fluctuated dramatically. Reaching the Super Saiyan 2 state was a real headache for him. Meanwhile, Kushina's instant transmission was becoming more and more proficient. Even though Shin told her she didn't need to focus so much on escape skills, Kushina was very sensible. She believed that if she became stronger, she could help Shin solve a lot of problems. Even if her escape speed increased, it would reduce a lot of pressure on Shin, who wouldn't have to worry about protecting her in battle. Because Kushina insisted on practicing, the two often competed to see who could find the other's signal first and teleport over. To spare Kushina's feelings, Shin had always lost more than he won. Though Kushina knew Shin was deliberately losing to her, she was still very happy, still the same innocent and naive little girl. Besides these things, another major event occurred. Because of the last time travel, the timeline had changed dramatically, altering the entire world line. The immense energy involved had directly destroyed the time machine's power supply. Bulma had been trying to fix it for months with no success, which was very disappointing. Therefore, Bulma temporarily suspended her research on the time machine and devoted herself to dismantling the androids. She wanted to use her own genius to create a weapon that was only effective against androids, or some auxiliary equipment that could reduce their combat effectiveness. But these things required long-term experiments and sufficient data support. Bulma didn't have that much combat data against androids, so the progress of this work was very slow. The world line continued to move forward slowly and steadily. The entire world was thriving, maintaining a relative state of stability and peace. But if there were no surprises, Cell would be back soon. Every 300 horsepower equals bonus chapter. Chapter 917, Super Perfect Cell's Arrogance. A series of notifications flashed in Shin's mind. Main quest, Phase 2 has been activated, defeat Super Perfect Cell. Reward, a choice between copying Super Saiyan 2 or the Kamehameha. Side quest, kill Super Perfect Cell. Reward, unknown. The system's update caught Shin completely off guard. It seemed that since arriving in the world of Dragon Ball, the system had adopted a new operational model, or perhaps it had upgraded. After all, he'd never seen an unknown reward before. But since the mission had appeared, it meant one thing was certain, Cell wasn't dead. And he had returned as Super Perfect Cell. As for when he would reappear, the system didn't say, and Shin had no idea. But he had a feeling it would be soon. October 21st, at night. Android 16 was hunched over his desk, studying the data on the androids that Bulma had sent him. Ever since Cell's death, his spirits had lifted considerably. He had joined Bulma's research team, driven by her work in android-related fields. He served as both a researcher and a test subject, providing valuable data for her experiments. Bulma had recently acquired new combat data from the time of androids 17 and 18, so 16 had been working late into the night. It was well past 2 in the morning. At that moment, Super Perfect Cell materialized silently in Android 16's room. His power was now so far beyond Android 16's that he could move with absolute impunity, hiding in the shadows undetected. A single, devastating ki blast struck Android 16's core, obliterating him before he could utter a single word. Cell stepped out of the darkness and silently absorbed Android 16's remains. At this point, absorbing Android 16 wouldn't provide a significant boost to his power. But it fulfilled a long-held desire. Before Goku had dragged him to King Kai's planet, his goal had been to absorb all the androids, enhance his strength, and conquer the Earth. Then, he would consume every last human, making them a part of him and solidifying his reign. A flicker of triumph sparked in Cell's mind. After all, Son Goku was well and truly dead. As for Vegeta and the others, could they really withstand a single full-power blow from him now? In his current state, he was confident he could have easily defeated the Goku he'd faced that day. If that was the case, who in this world could possibly stop him from taking over the entire planet? Krillin, Piccolo, Tien, or the new generation, Trunks and Gohan? The thought was laughable. To herald his return and strike terror into the hearts of humanity, Cell decided to leave a message. He walked to the wall, extended his right index finger, and carved a single, chilling line. The killer, Super Perfect Cell. The next day, when Android 16 didn't show up at the lab, Bulma's staff sent someone to his house to check on him. The man who discovered the scene collapsed in terror at the sight of the words scrawled on the wall. He scrambled to contact Bulma, who immediately informed Vegeta and Shin. Vegeta, for all his pride, was terrified. He wasn't a fool. He knew that this reborn super perfect cell was far more powerful than before. He would be completely outmatched. With Goku gone, there was no one left on Earth who could stop him. Shin, however, remained perfectly calm. The system's mission had already confirmed that Cell was still alive. Hearing that he had returned as Super Perfect Cell came as no surprise. Vegeta immediately summoned Tien and the others. They gathered to discuss the reappearance of Super Perfect Cell and, more importantly, to figure out a way to stop him. Killing him was the ideal outcome, but if that wasn't possible, sealing or imprisoning him would be acceptable. Even driving him off-world to wreak havoc elsewhere was on the table. But as the meeting began, a heavy silence fell over the room. The power gap was simply too vast. If the difference were smaller, plenty of fighters would have jumped at the chance to challenge Super Perfect Cell, to make a name for themselves. But that wasn't the situation. Even world-class fighters like Mr. Satan had been taken down in a single hit by the old Cell, and that was likely with Cell holding back. This new Super Perfect Cell was far stronger. A single blow could be fatal. All the heroes gathered in this room wouldn't last a minute against him. So they all remained silent. Many looked to Bulma, hoping her recent research into androids had produced something, anything, that could be used against him. If she had a weapon or a tool, they might be able to mount some kind of resistance. But Bulma could only shake her head, admitting her research had yielded no results. Expressions of helplessness and despair washed over the room. Some slumped in their chairs, seemingly resigned to the grim fate of humanity being ruled, and eventually consumed, by Cell. Shin, for his part, was completely unaware of these events. Not being a native of this world, he hadn't been invited to the global conference and had no say in the matter. Vegeta had thought of Shin, but perhaps because of Shin's youthful appearance, he deemed him unreliable, incapable of saving the Earth. Or perhaps it was the influence of the world's timeline, trying to correct itself. For whatever reason, despite knowing Shin's power, Vegeta never invited him to the meeting. And so, humanity's last hope, Shin, was left out of the final plan to confront Super Perfect Cell. Every 300 horsepower equals bonus chapter. Chapter 918, The Final Battle. Unfortunately for them, Fate had other plans. Just as they were debating how to deal with Super Perfect Cell, he appeared in the conference hall. This was completely out of character. Everyone thought the same thing. After all, Cell's previous killings had all been assassinations. Even this time, after his return, he had killed Android 16 in secret. He didn't seem to enjoy open slaughter. It had to be said, Cell's deception was masterful. He had fooled almost everyone. Cell was inherently evil, and a cunning schemer besides. He feared that others might figure out his patterns, so he deliberately disguised his methods. And he had succeeded in deceiving them all. Except for Shin. Coming from another world, Shin knew a great deal more. Even if no one believed him, he trusted his own memories. He knew from the start that, given Cell's true nature, he preferred outright slaughter followed by swift absorption. Although Shin had his own doubts after Cell's performance, Goku's self-destruction and Cell's subsequent reappearance confirmed it for him. The world's timeline was attempting to correct itself. But he hadn't paid much attention to the global conference on Cell. He hadn't been invited, so why should he care? He was busy practicing his combat techniques, taking Kushina out on dates, going to the supermarket, sightseeing, and traveling. It had been a long time since he'd had such a peaceful period. The endless battles and constant crises had left him utterly weary of this chaotic life. But he had no choice. Every time he achieved something and was about to settle down, the system would intervene. It would force him to go to other worlds, to fight, to have adventures. He had made friends, earned trust, and grown stronger through these journeys. He had seen different worlds, understood their development and their plans. But did any of that truly matter to him? Before he was transmigrated, he had yearned for a life of adventure. He admitted that before arriving in the world of Naruto, he had felt his life was too dull, almost unbearable. But after arriving in the world of Naruto, with its ninja villages and the 5 great nations constantly at war, he had grown tired of the bloodshed and sacrifice. He had no power to stop it. Later, as he grew stronger, surpassing all previous Hokage, all previous ninja, he finally seemed to have the power to make a change. But then the system had intervened again, throwing him into the world of One Piece. He didn't want that life anymore. He just wanted to live quietly with Kushina and the others. He felt the same way now, stealing moments of peace in this chaotic, lawless world. He was tired of it all. It seemed that for every gift life gave, Lady Luck demanded a price of equal value. The price for changing his once mundane life was giving up the right to live peacefully. Adventure was like a walled city, those outside longed to get in, while those inside yearned to get out. They didn't know what the other side was like, but they knew their own lives were not as good as they had imagined the other to be. Shin stroked Kushina's hair, his right hand tightening around her left. He leaned his head gently against hers. He didn't want to be separated again. He didn't want to be a puppet of the system anymore. Meanwhile, back at the Capitol building, Super Perfect Cell was on a rampage. Vegeta, Piccolo, and Tien were already beaten bloody. Vegeta was in the worst shape. He refused to admit defeat, and with his Super Saiyan constitution, he was completely defiant. Super Perfect Cell seemed to be enjoying himself, toying with them. Every time Vegeta charged, Cell would swat him across the face with a heavy backhand, sending him spinning like a top. Yes, Super Perfect Cell's power had evolved to this point. Even Vegeta in his Super Saiyan state was no match for him. Cell could hit him wherever he wanted, however he wanted. He could make Vegeta spin like a top for as long as he pleased. Everyone had lost hope. Even Gohan, fighting with all he had, couldn't land a single meaningful blow on Super Perfect Cell. Was this what they considered a final battle? Vegeta's thoughts were a bitter mix of despair and regret. The gap between us is this massive. If only I had Goku's strength. Tears welled in Vegeta's eyes, dripping onto the floor. Trunks had already slipped away from the conference hall. He knew that with their current strength, they had no hope of defeating Super Perfect Cell. So he began to prepare, relying on the power of the time machine to travel to the past once more, to see if he could somehow change the future. If he could, their chances of victory would be much higher. Even if it was a one-way trip, a journey from which he could never return, Trunks was willing to pay the price. For the survival of all humanity, Son Goku had given his life. Why couldn't he, Trunks, do the same? Just as Trunks, in his Super Saiyan state, was racing across the land to get to the time machine, Cell noticed the boy's little maneuver. Using his flight technique, Super Perfect Cell's speed far surpassed Trunks's. There was no way he would let him reach the time machine. He landed in front of Trunks in an instant, his voice cold and condescending. "Don't run off, little boy." Trunks kicked up a cloud of dust, flinging it into Super Perfect Cell's face. Cell flinched, and in that moment, Trunks had already put a considerable distance between them. Cell's playful demeanor finally vanished, replaced by a cold fury. He began to pursue Trunks with his full speed. Every 300 horsepower equals bonus chapter. Chapter 919, An Unexpected Savior. Though Super Perfect Cell hadn't caught Trunks, he arrived just moments after him. The two stood before the time machine, one towering over the other, locked in a tense standoff. Trunks knew that even if he scrambled to activate the time machine, he could never be faster than Super Perfect Cell. But if Cell attacked first, he might not be able to stop Trunks from escaping. And so, they found themselves in a strange stalemate, a moment where any single variable could alter the destiny of the world. For anyone watching, it would have been a heart-stopping moment, a breath held in anticipation of the world's fate. But no one was watching. No one even knew what was happening here. It was as if the world itself was under a strange influence, causing everyone to forget things of great importance. Suddenly, Trunks's hand shot toward the control lever. But before he could pull it, Super Perfect Cell reacted. He unleashed a massive ki blast, and in an instant, the time machine was blown to smithereens. Trunks's face went ashen. He knew Cell had no fear of destroying the time machine. For him, it meant that no one in the world could ever challenge him again. With humanity's last hope gone, Cell could slaughter them all and crown himself the strongest being in the world. No, the strongest in the entire universe. With such a thought, it was only natural that Cell's ambition would swell to monstrous proportions. Trunks was utterly disheartened. He had believed himself to be the world's savior, the last hope for humanity. But he had never imagined Super Perfect Cell would be this powerful. Cell's overwhelming strength had completely shattered his plan. According to his original strategy, he was supposed to travel to the past, alter the timeline, grow stronger, and return to kill Cell. But now, the time machine was gone. All hope was lost. Just as Trunks sank into despair, Shin appeared before him. Trunks knew Shin was incredibly strong, but he couldn't possibly be stronger than Goku in his Super Saiyan 2 form, could he? Even Trunks, who knew Shin's power best, had never considered him a part of the plan to save humanity. Still, he was immensely grateful that Shin had risked his life to save him. He just held no hope that Shin could actually succeed. But things took a turn for the better. Shin formed a hand seal in midair. Sage Art, Myojinman. However, the giant crimson torii gates that slammed down from the sky couldn't inflict any damage on Cell. After all, Super Perfect Cell's power now far surpassed that of a Super Saiyan 2. Finally, Shin decided to unleash his own Super Saiyan form. His hair stood on end, turning a brilliant gold, and his body was wreathed in a golden aura. Tiny bolts of lightning crackled around him. This was the second state of Super Saiyan. But even in this state, Shin's Sage Art, amplified by his Super Saiyan power, couldn't do any real damage to Super Perfect Cell. He did, however, have another idea. He could use the Edo Tensei to create a distraction. Uchiha Madara and the others were of little use against Cell now. If he wanted to change the situation, he needed someone stronger, someone like Goku. But Goku was dead, and he had left nothing behind. Under the current circumstances, if he wanted to summon Goku with the Edo Tensei, he would have to use the weaker version he had summoned before. But that reanimated Goku was weak, only able to reach the first Super Saiyan form. He couldn't even compare to Shin, let alone a Super Saiyan 2. Shin's mind raced, but he knew one thing for certain: he had to save Trunks. If he didn't, the future of this world would be a complete unknown. Besides, Trunks was the only person in this world who knew his secrets. If Trunks was gone, Shin's connection to this world would grow even more distant. He'd become a ghost, a drifter with no connection to this reality. Shin decided to take a shot in the dark. He would summon the weaker Goku first and see if there was any connection to the Goku of this world. If there was, he might be able to strengthen him, push him to a Super Saiyan 2 state. That would be enough to defeat Super Perfect Cell. But who could know for sure? No one. After all, Goku was well and truly dead, but his soul might still exist in this world. But if his soul was still here, why hadn't he appeared? He could have guided Gohan or Vegeta to reach Super Saiyan 2 and fight Cell. This was something Shin couldn't wrap his head around. According to the original story, it was the deceased Goku who pushed Gohan to unleash his full potential and enter the Super Saiyan 2 state, defeating Super Perfect Cell and saving the world. How could he possibly defeat Cell on his own? Shin fell into a heavy silence. Though his mind was elsewhere, he continued to fight Super Perfect Cell. Seeing that Shin's state was unstable and that he wasn't using any of his ultimate moves, Cell decided to test him with a ki blast. Shin had no choice but to counter with a fire-style jutsu. The two energy attacks collided with a deafening roar, erupting in a massive fireball that lit up the Dragon Ball world. Everyone turned their gaze to the source of the light, a place now filled with roiling energy. Cell used ki, but Shin used chakra. He still wasn't used to wielding energy without an elemental nature. For someone from the world of Naruto, this was incredibly difficult. It was like asking someone who'd only ever used a surgeon's scalpel to perform surgery with a sledgehammer. Awkward, clumsy, and deeply unnatural. Every 300 horsepower equals bonus chapter. Chapter 920, A Hero's Echo. Shin had no choice but to face him head-on, but his energy was far inferior to Cell's. He was outmatched. His only option was to rely on his speed. He began using instant transmission. Though he had just learned it from Goku, his recent frantic practice had paid off. He was able to break through Super Perfect Cell's barrage of attacks with ease. Sure enough, when Cell saw Shin use instant transmission, his face was filled with shock. For him, instant transmission was an incredible technique. Even after seeing Goku use it many times, he had never been able to learn it. Now that he saw Shin using it, he decided that if he had the chance, he would capture him and learn the technique. Otherwise, his dream of world domination might be delayed. Finally, Shin found an opening in Cell's attacks. This gave him the chance he needed to use the Edo Tensei. It was a jutsu that required a great deal of time and preparation. Without it, he couldn't perform the jutsu at all. Then, Shin's Sharingan spun to life. With the power of a Saiyan and the Sharingan, he began the Edo Tensei, and soon, he summoned Goku. Though the timeline had shifted slightly, Goku was still the same, unchanged. Shin began to use his power to contact the soul of the Goku who had died in this world. Sure enough, Goku appeared beside Shin. His soul slowly materialized and spoke. "Cell, isn't he dead yet?" Seeing Goku's soul, Cell laughed. "Of course I'm not that easy to kill. Even after you died, I survived. Let me tell you, I made preparations a long time ago. Someone told me you would sacrifice yourself to kill me, so I hid a piece of myself in a corner of this world. That way, I would also have Super Saiyan genes. If we died together, you wouldn't know I survived. I would use the power of a Super Saiyan to be reborn in this world. Then, I would be its ruler." After speaking, Super Perfect Cell began to laugh maniacally. Goku fell silent. He had never expected Cell to be so cunning. But Shin was stunned. Cell had said someone told him that Goku would sacrifice himself. But where had he heard this? It was highly suspicious. Could there be another transmigrator in this world? If so, why would they help Cell? Did they dislike Goku, or did they think he was bound to lose? Or was there some other hidden reason? Shin couldn't figure it out. Why would they help Cell? Were they villains from another world, trying to seize the ultimate power of this one? Or were they anti-humanists who wanted to wipe out all of humanity? He didn't know. After all, sociopaths were rare. It was unlikely they would be so easily transmigrated. Though he was thinking this, Shin's speed didn't slow. He continued to dodge Cell's attacks. Cell hadn't stopped attacking either. They both looked at Goku but said nothing. After all, he was just a soul right now. Shin anxiously urged Goku, hurry up and enter the Super Saiyan 2 state. In your current form, you can't beat Cell. I can fight him, but I can only hold him off. Now that he's become super perfect Cell, there's no way I can fight him. Goku finally began to act. He used the reanimated body and entered the Super Saiyan 2 state. His entire being changed, his body shining with a dazzling golden electric light. It was a color that defied the laws of nature, for lightning was not this color. But Super Saiyans used ki to create it, and for some reason, this lightning was golden. He began to use the Kamehameha, his greatest and most powerful ultimate move. But it seemed Cell also knew the Kamehameha. Like Goku, he began to gather power, preparing for a head-on clash. After all, he had absorbed androids 16, 17, and 18. His current strength was immense. He felt he was definitely stronger than Goku in his Super Saiyan 2 state. Though he couldn't understand how Shin had the ability to resurrect the dead. After all, Goku was thoroughly and completely dead. He had personally verified it. There was no possibility of Goku surviving. But Goku was right in front of him. He had no choice but to accept this reality. Just then, Goku said to Shin, Shin, transfer some energy to me. This body isn't strong enough to support the Super Saiyan 2 state. Even if I enter it, I won't have the power to release a Kamehameha. If I fail, we'll all be wiped out by Cell. Humanity will be plunged into darkness. There might not even be any humans left in the universe. Shin naturally understood the gravity of the situation, so he began to transfer his energy to Goku. After all, the current Goku was under his control. Even if Goku had any ill intentions, he couldn't harm him. Besides, the current Goku and he were in the same boat. Their relationship had always been good, so it was impossible for him to harm him. Naturally, he chose to trust him. A boundless, ocean-like energy of chakra, converted into ki, was transferred into Goku's body. This energy far exceeded Goku's estimation. He had originally thought Shin's energy was about 2/3 of his own, but he hadn't expected it to be at least 3 times his. Even if he became a Super Saiyan 2, he couldn't compare. He didn't know why. With a thunderous roar, their Kamehamehas erupted, clashing with each other. Goku's body turned to dust, shattering in midair. Cell, like Goku, was completely annihilated from the universe. But after all, Shin had a piece of Goku's soul. He could definitely summon him with the Edo Tensei. So he wasn't afraid. Anyway, he was already dead. It didn't matter. To save humanity, death was worth it. Every 300 horsepower equals bonus chapter. Chapter 921, 921, Reincarnators. Ding. Congratulations, Master. You have defeated Super Perfect Cell. Main Quest Phase 2, Defeat Super Perfect Cell, complete. Reward granted, copy Super Saiyan 2/copy Kamehameha, choose one. Ding. Congratulations, Master. You have defeated Super Perfect Cell. Main Quest Phase 2 Side Quest, Kill Super Perfect Cell, complete. Reward granted, mysterious reward. A mysterious reward. A flicker of anticipation sparked within Shin. He'd never seen that before. Is the system finally taking pity on me? Seeing how my life is one chaotic battle after another with no time to rest, is this some kind of special bonus? Or maybe it was something he could use to survive in the Dragon Ball world. After all, monsters like Majin Buu were leagues stronger than Cell. In a high-powered universe like this, improving his strength was no simple task. Although he now had the constitution of a Super Saiyan, the power wasn't truly his own, and he'd hit a plateau, unable to advance further. Perhaps it was because he hadn't fully accepted his place in the Dragon Ball world. He still struggled to completely convert his chakra into ki, a process he could only fully manage by tapping into the powerful engine of his Super Saiyan state. In any case, the immediate crisis was over. Cell was dead. Trunks stared blankly at the scene, unable to comprehend what had just happened. Son Goku had mysteriously returned to life, only to die again, using a Super Saiyan 2 transformation to take Super Perfect Cell down with him in a final, sacrificial blaze. It was utterly baffling. Apart from Shin, no one could possibly understand the why or the how of it all. But for now, the world was safe. That much was certain. Shin opened the system interface. He wasn't in a rush to claim the Super Saiyan 2 or Kamehameha rewards. Those were things he could eventually learn on his own, either by training or by studying under Goku. With enough effort, he could get there. But this special, mysterious reward, he had to see what it was. He'd never encountered anything like it. System, open the mysterious reward, he commanded. A crisp chime sounded, confirming his request. System will provide Master with a detailed profile of the reincarnators currently present in this world. Please review at your convenience. The system's announcement brought Shin's thoughts to a screeching halt. Reincarnators. Is this one of those infinite worlds? Am I just some wanderer caught in the loop? From his understanding of the concept, these reincarnators usually operated in teams, moving from one world to another, be it a horror world, an anime world, or something else entirely, constantly honing their skills to become top-tier powerhouses. In these infinite worlds, there was always a Lord God or some similar entity pulling the strings. They provided rewards to the reincarnators, enabling them to survive in the endless cycle. But his system, it really didn't feel like one of those. Its intelligence was pitifully low, not even a millionth of what a Lord God was said to possess. Besides, Lord Gods were supposed to be omnipotent. His system was just weak. It could only copy abilities he had witnessed, and the conditions were frustratingly strict. Take his current rewards, for example. If he had been willing to ask Goku to be his master, he could have learned those techniques in a few years. With their long lifespans now, he could have easily found the time. Why did he have to risk his life fighting Cell just to get them? And Super Saiyan too. Goku achieved it after a year of training. Even if he wasn't as gifted as Goku, he could probably have managed it in 7 or 8 years. What was the point of all this? Shin harbored a deep resentment for his system. Its functions were weak, and its methods felt malicious. It looked useful on the surface, even enviable, but it had robbed him of any chance to live a peaceful life. The reincarnators in these infinite worlds couldn't live peacefully either, but at least they could exchange points for some quiet, leisurely time. They often had their own private spaces to enjoy life's simple pleasures between missions. Shin had none of that. He was thrown from one battle to the next, from one world to another, fighting endlessly. He'd grown weary of this life a long time ago. But in a world where humanity faced annihilation, he had no choice but to force himself to carry the burden. Now that the Dragon Ball crisis was resolved, with the next one at least a decade away, he thought he could finally enjoy some peace. But then the system had to drop this bomb on him. There were reincarnators in this world, and he was expected to deal with them. He was sick of fighting people like this. Reincarnators were notoriously powerful and, more often than not, unafraid of death. Shin had no desire to fight a bunch of lunatics. The more he thought, the more chaotic his mind became. Thinking about these things was truly difficult for him. If he were a native of the Naruto or Dragon Ball world, he might have stepped up to protect the peace of the universe, to maintain the stability of the timeline. He would have fought the reincarnators, either killing them or being killed by them. But for Shin, it was different. He wanted to connect with them. He wanted to go back to his original world, or at least to the world of Naruto. Before, he had thought it was impossible. He didn't understand the system's power, how it transported him from one world to another. But now, with reincarnators in the picture, the Lord God was said to be omniscient and omnipotent. Even his own system, which always seemed to have access to impossible information, could only provide a fairly detailed profile on them. That meant even his system couldn't get the upper hand on a Lord God. A glimmer of hope appeared in his life. It was no longer the dark, silent, and hopeless existence it had been before. Every 300 horsepower equals bonus chapter. Chapter 922, Finding the Transmigrators. Open the mysterious package, Shin said to the system. A chime echoed in his mind. Mysterious package opened. Commencing report. The reincarnator team consists of 5 members. Sakamoto Kenji, male, comprehensive system. Overall combat assessment, average. Kisaragi Rei, female, vampire specialist. Overall combat assessment, stronger. Doman Kyuji, male, martial arts specialist. Overall combat assessment, extremely strong. Ishigami Mamoru, male, defense specialist. Overall combat assessment, weaker. Yoshida Haru, male, support. Overall combat assessment, weak. System assessments are based on the master's own strength. Average, master can resolve the situation quickly. Stronger, master will find it difficult to resolve easily. Extremely strong, may cause significant harm to master. Please be cautious, master. Do not engage them in prolonged combat. The team's combined combat power far exceeds the master's. Hearing this, Shin felt a surge of dissatisfaction. They might be reincarnators, but based on the system's descriptions, they didn't seem overwhelmingly powerful. They sounded like rookies. A martial arts specialist, for instance, was unlikely to pose a serious threat to him. Even in a high-powered world like Dragon Ball, there were few who could truly harm him. While a martial artist might be able to match or even surpass him in a head-on fight, his ninjutsu was on another level, unpredictable and nearly impossible to defend against. How could this reincarnator team possibly harm him? In his eyes, the real threat wasn't the martial artist. It was the first one, the one with the comprehensive system. No one knew what that meant. He might have soul attacks or some strange curses up his sleeve. But the information provided by the system was far too brief. He couldn't even begin to analyze their fighting styles, let alone figure out what they looked like. Was he really supposed to go looking for trouble with nothing but a few names? That was just asking to get beaten. In truth, Shin desperately wanted to talk to other transmigrators. In this world, he was a stranger in a strange land. Even with Kushina and the others by his side, they didn't know about his past life. These reincarnators were, in essence, his people. The Lord God sent them on their endless cycles, while the system sent him on his. He didn't care much about the distinction. For all he knew, his system was just another form of a Lord God, exploiting his labor. That's what Shin thought. But for now, finding these transmigrators and learning more about them was incredibly difficult. He considered asking Trunks, Bulma, or even Vegeta for help, using the information he had. But it was too little to go on. Even if they were standing right in front of him, Shin wasn't sure he could recognize them. This system was also quite interesting. It had provided him with information about the reincarnators but had shown no attitude, nor had it given him any mission. If his system and the Lord God were allies, it should have given him a mission to cooperate. If they were rivals, it should have ordered him to kill or obstruct the reincarnators. But it had done neither. It had expressed no attitude at all. This left Shin in an awkward position. The system had given him this information, but without any clear direction. Was it waiting to see how he would react before making its next move? But that didn't seem right. The system didn't seem to have that level of advanced intelligence. If it did, it would have shown it long ago. But if it wasn't a test, then what was the meaning of this? These thoughts gave Shin a headache. He wasn't good at this kind of strategic thinking, but he was forced to do it. It all directly concerned him, his very survival. One wrong decision could lead to a point of no return. But no matter what, finding these transmigrators seemed like the right move. The question was, should he do it openly, or use underground forces to search in secret? After some thought, Shin decided to go to Bulma. Though she was just a scientist, not a leader, her family's deep roots and vast resources meant she might have encountered similar situations before and would have her own insights. So, Shin went to visit Bulma alone. Bulma was still basking in the joy of Super Perfect Cell's demise, not even focused on her research. Even with the time machine smashed to pieces by Cell, she hadn't bothered with it. She had tried to fix it before, but to no avail, and it had cost a fortune. More importantly, it had cost her a great deal of mental energy. Now that things had stabilized, it was time to steal a moment of peace and enjoy life. When Shin arrived, Bulma was in her courtyard, having afternoon tea. Though afternoon tea wasn't a traditional Japanese custom, as a descendant of a long-standing noble family, Bulma was quite fond of it. She saw it as a way to relax in the afternoon. After so many years of martial arts training, their need for an afternoon nap was very low, they didn't need to rely on it to supplement their sleep. So they had a lot of free time in the afternoon, allowing Bulma to enjoy a leisurely, unstructured tea for 2 hours, or even longer. Every 300 horsepower equals bonus chapter. Chapter 923, The Confrontation. After listening to Shin's detailed request, Bulma agreed to help. She would use her resources to gather intelligence, but she couldn't guarantee success. The information Shin had provided was too sparse to pinpoint any specific individuals. Shin was pleased to hear Bulma's assessment and her promise to help. He knew she had agreed to leverage her own intelligence channels to assist him. Her family was incredibly powerful and undoubtedly had its own intelligence network. By using their system, they could largely avoid infiltration by the reincarnators. After all, Shin was flying blind, he knew nothing about the reincarnators' power, abilities, or methods. The enemy was in the shadows, while he wasn't sure if he was in the light or the dark himself. Just then, a thought struck Shin. The system had given him information about the reincarnators, but had the main god provided the reincarnators with information about him? If so, he wondered what it said. Even Shin himself had trouble accurately estimating his own power. While Shin was racking his brain trying to find these reincarnators, they were, in fact, looking for him. Not long ago, their main god had issued a temporary side quest. There was no penalty for failure, but the objective was to deal with someone named Shin. This person was not native to the Dragon Ball world. According to the main god's mission briefing, he could be called a spatial wanderer. These wanderers were extremely rare. They were individuals who, for various reasons, had stumbled upon something that allowed them to transcend spacetime, a powerful artifact, a fragment of a universal law, and so on. This allowed them to travel between worlds. They were what people commonly called transmigrators. Some could travel multiple times, others only once. The system hadn't told them this much, it was knowledge their team had pieced together from books. The main god's space had a free library filled mostly with general knowledge, travelogues, and even language books, a small perk from the main god. If you didn't want to waste your points, you could learn the language of a new world yourself, though it would take a considerable amount of time. It was often cheaper and more convenient to just spend the points. Sakamoto Kenji looked at the other 4 members of his team. The reward for this side quest is insane, he said. Way too generous. 1,500 points each, plus a C-rank side quest for everyone. You couldn't earn that even if you put your life on the line. That's like 1.5 missions in a normal world. I've never seen a quest with a reward this high. This so-called wanderer might have something to do with the main god's space. You think he could be a reincarnator from another main god's space? Doman Kyuji asked. As the team's main combatant, his analytical skills were also sharp, but most of the time, the team relied on his fighting prowess. With the team's high collective intelligence and advanced equipment, they didn't need to overthink the analysis process. Kisaragi Ray nodded, agreeing with Doman. It's very possible. Maybe the 2 spaces are in competition. That would explain why the reward is so high. We're just the dogs, after all. When we bite one of our master's enemy's dogs to death, we get an extra bone to chew on. It was clear Kisaragi was not a fan of the main god's space. She was deeply resentful of their situation, of having to work and earn points like this. Ishigami Mamoru looked at the arguing group. Even if he's a reincarnator from another space, we're all in the same boat, aren't we? This world is full of ridiculously powerful beings. You all remember what it was like when we faced Cell, right? His aura alone was enough to repel our energy. This reincarnator seems to be a lone wolf. But in a world like this, a lone wolf would have a hard time surviving. Who knows, maybe one day a massive battle breaks out, and our lone wolf just gets taken out. Game over, no second chances. But it also reflected the team's immense strength. Otherwise, no support character would join a low-level team. A team's strength was a direct indicator of its future prospects. In the multiverse of reincarnators, if a team couldn't protect its own members, it was destined to fall apart. In the main god space, this dog-eat-dog world where people profited from others' misery was all too common, so common you couldn't even find an example to argue against it. If you didn't play the game, you had a 99.99% chance of failure, destined to be swept into the dustbin of history. Yoshida Haru remained silent. He had always been a quiet, hard-working, and resilient person. Unless the others unanimously asked for his opinion, he would only offer a few words before falling silent again. The group fully exchanged their opinions. This was the Dragon Ball world, and most of them were familiar with the various villains. But this sudden side quest, and this unexpected, suspected reincarnator, was a lot to take in at once. Every 300 horsepower equals bonus chapter. Chapter 924, Intelligence Level. But these were experienced reincarnators, veterans of countless worlds with extensive teamwork under their belts. After exchanging their views, they naturally decided to find Shin first. However, compared to Shin's system, their main god was far more irresponsible. It had only provided them with the most basic information, a single name, Shin. Nothing else. They didn't even know if Shin was a man or a woman. All they knew was that the main god had classified him as an extremely dangerous and unstable threat. To the entire Dragon Ball world, he was a ticking time bomb, and a mobile one at that. Because of Shin's arrival, the world's timeline had been completely altered. The main god seemed to want to reset this world, to restore it to its original, unchanged state, in other words, to make the world follow the manga's timeline. But our protagonist, Shin, would never allow such a thing to happen. If these reincarnators wanted to change things back, they would have to be dealt with as the major bosses they were. And it would probably be a brutal end for them. They had already decided to start searching for information about Shin. Ever since Shin had utterly destroyed Super Perfect Cell and saved the world, his name was on everyone's lips. Even in casual conversation, people were talking about him. With Goku and Super Perfect Cell dead, Shin was the undisputed strongest in the world. Unfortunately, there wouldn't be a World Martial Arts tournament anytime soon, so Shin wouldn't have a chance to show off on a grand stage again. But perhaps the tournament organizers would award him an honorary or commemorative prize. Every tournament, they might issue a certain number of honorary certificates and medals. But these things had no real value. Everyone knew that the real champions were the ones who could claim the title of World's Strongest or World Martial Arts Tournament Champion. An honorary title was just a consolation prize for the losers. It was a way to make themselves feel better. So Shin, naturally, had no interest in it. With his level of power, entering the World Martial Arts Tournament would be a complete slaughter. Even if Vegeta and the others went all out in their Super Saiyan forms, as long as Shin didn't want to be defeated, they had almost no chance of breaking through his protective barrier. Shin's current fighting style was similar to Cell's, strengthen his defense and focus on counterattacks. It was a time-saving and energy-efficient method that also solved the problem of being caught off guard by a surprise attack. For most people, an assassination attempt was something they would never encounter, something far removed from their daily lives. But for a powerhouse of Shin's caliber, he was a national symbol, a pillar of faith for the entire population. If such a master were to be assassinated and killed, the entire leadership would be in chaos. It could even cause the class or region he represented to fall into turmoil. The group would be leaderless, turning on each other, and might never recover. Because Shin's fame was at its height, the 5 reincarnators quickly found the information they were looking for. Even though the main god hadn't provided them with detailed data, they were still able to use the knowledge they had learned and their own advantages to gather and organize intelligence. It had to be said, their intelligence-gathering process was far superior to his own. For Shin, gathering intel was like pulling teeth, the more he tried, the slower it went. But these reincarnators were methodical and calm. After receiving intel, they would hold a meeting, allowing everyone to discuss and contribute before making a unified decision. To be honest, Shin's intelligence analysis was entirely dependent on Bulma and her family's intelligence organization. After all, a family with over 100 years of history possessed resources beyond the imagination of ordinary people. After seeing the detailed information on Shin, all 5 of them fell silent. An unnerving silence fell over the group, the air growing so thick it felt like gel. All 5 of them were frozen in place. Why? Because Shin's power had far exceeded their expectations and calculations. Their original plan was to find out Shin's specific situation and then go cause trouble for him. But now, they couldn't do any real damage to Shin. Even Shin by himself would be more than they could handle. The 5 of them, even if they went all out and attacked together, probably couldn't inflict any significant damage on Shin, let alone make a statement or kill him outright. With this, all their previous assumptions, which had been based on the condition of victory, had to be re-evaluated. Every 300 horsepower equals bonus chapter. Chapter 925, The First True Clash. In the end, however, they stuck to their original plan. They had already prepared for a confrontation with Shin, backing down now was simply not an option. After all, the reincarnators who hailed from the system were a bunch of audacious daredevils. They all knew that a mission like this, relatively straightforward with an incredibly lucrative reward, was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. To pass it up out of caution was to risk falling behind, a mistake they might never recover from. To put it more bluntly, in the future, the lack of these specific resources or upgrade points could mean being unable to acquire a critical ability when they needed it most. That could lead to a fatal gap in their combat builds, a weakness that an enemy could exploit. Such a failure wouldn't just lead to their own demise, it could drag down the very teammates who trusted them with their lives, the people they had fought alongside for years, the ones who had their backs without question. Sakamoto Kenji's team was not willing to accept such a grim, helpless fate. As mentioned before, this group of reincarnators was exceptionally powerful, and with great power came great ambition. That was precisely why they needed to take this risk, to land what they believed would be a decisive blow. It was another clear, cloudless night. The moon bathed the world in a brilliant, almost day-like luminescence. For most, this light was a welcome sight. For an assassin, however, a moon this bright was a curse. It stripped away their concealment, drastically reducing their chances of a successful strike and making a clean getaway nearly impossible. It was a debilitating handicap in every sense. But now, everything was in place. Even their star performer, Shin, had arrived. To back out at this stage would be to throw away all their preparations. If they let this chance slip through their fingers, the entire situation would become exponentially more complicated. He who hesitates is lost, Sakamoto Kenji thought. Through their mental link, he sent a single, decisive command to his 4 teammates, go. An assassination, long in the making, had officially begun. Bang. 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 Without warning, Kenji fired 3 shots at Shin. But as Shin effortlessly dodged all 3 bullets, he realized something was terribly wrong. He wrapped an arm around Kushina, preparing to teleport away. But Doman Kyuji was already there, blocking their path. Kyuji was tall and powerfully built, a true master of martial arts. It only takes one move for a master to show their quality. With a fluid motion, Kyuji shifted his stance, his hands forming a horizontal push straight out of Tai Chi. Shin knew he couldn't parry it. He immediately teleported with Kushina. They reappeared several hundred meters away, ready to flee the battlefield entirely. At that moment, Kenji, having already relocated, pulled out a basic 40mm mortar. He then produced a large bag of special mortar shells and began his barrage. Kenji and his team knew that a mortar's arcing trajectory had almost zero chance of hitting a target as agile as Shin. But he set it up anyway. These were special shells, specifically, smoke grenades. Thump, thump, thump. Several smoke grenades landed, quickly blanketing the area in a strange pattern. From the canisters, a peculiar smoke billowed out, merging into a dense, impenetrable fog. The 5 reincarnators immediately equipped their infrared night vision goggles. If they were facing a typical Dragon Ball World enemy, this tactic would have been devastatingly effective. Especially against a Super Saiyan, whose transformation often depended on a clear line of sight and stable conditions. This smoke would have thrown them into complete disarray, making them blind and vulnerable. With the enemy in the dark and the reincarnators in the light, it would have been a simple matter to pick them apart. After the Super Saiyan state wore off, their target would have been at their mercy. But Shin was different. He hadn't prepared any infrared goggles. But he did have the Sharingan. The moment he activated his fully matured Sharingan, the world transformed. He might not have night vision, but the Sharingan more than compensated for the technological gap. He immediately targeted Ishigami Mamoru. Logically, at this point, Mamoru should have been focused on setting up his defensive measures, leaving him momentarily exposed. In any team, when one member is focused on a specific task, the others provide cover. But here, with the smoke providing concealment, Mamoru was effectively on his own. This was an extremely dangerous position to be in on the battlefield. As expected, Shin seized the opening, landing a powerful strike on Mamoru's back. The others heard Mamoru's pained cry. He was sent flying by the blow. In most of the system's team battles, the first one kicked out of the fight was usually the support. But Mamoru's physical resilience was astounding. He was a dedicated defensive specialist, after all. Even after taking a direct hit from Shin, he didn't even cough up blood. He was thrown out of the immediate fight, but this wasn't a tournament ring. He could rejoin the battle at any time. Still, a cold fear gripped Mamoru. That was the first time his opponent had used a real ability, and it had caught him completely off guard. As Shin searched for his next target, the situation on the battlefield shifted once again. Although Mamoru was physically uncomfortable, for someone who made a living by tanking hits, his ability to take a punch was second to none. The remaining 4 reincarnators formed 2 pairs. They stood back to back, guarding against another sneak attack from Shin. All except for Sakamoto Kenji. As the team's leader and strategist, he had to constantly analyze the ever-changing battlefield. Besides, Kenji was positioned far from Shin. Finding him in this chaos wouldn't be easy. Every 300 horsepower equals bonus chapter.